Chapter 1. The Ultimate Rebellion System. The Fool's 8 Trigrams Furnace. Beep, beep, beep. The Ultimate Rebellion System urgently alerts. The 1-year usage period of the evil I will conclude in 30 seconds. Please prepare an exit strategy in advance. Host. Chen stared blankly at the notification reverberating in his mind. This time he was truly dumbfounded. A year ago, while burning the midnight oil in his dormitory, engrossed in the forest book task, he unexpectedly found himself transported to the continent of Teyvat, specifically to the uncharted region of Snezhnaya. Initially, he was filled with excitement. After all, he had arrived in the world of his beloved partners. With his understanding of Teyvat, Chen believed it would be effortless to find a suitable companion. However, not long after his arrival, he realized he was mistaken. Indeed, this was the world of his beloved, but the continent of Teyvat was also rife with elemental forces fraught with peril. Soon, unfamiliar with the terrain, he became the target of a frenzied pursuit by a horde of hilichurls in the snowy expanse. Defenseless and pursued by hilichurls that tossed snowballs with abandon, he found himself confronting death mere moments after his arrival. What a wretched fate for a transmigrator. At that moment, the first seat executive of the Fatui, the Harlequin, happened to pass by and witness this scene. Seeing a human being relentlessly hunted like an ant in the snow, he felt a twinge of pity and casually tossed Chen an evil eye. The evil eye, a product of Snezhnaya, was crafted from the remnants of a fallen deity, possessing formidable power with a low threshold for use, allowing even ordinary individuals to wield it. However, the side effects were severe if an ordinary person utilized the evil eye. The only outcome would be death. Old Liu, his father, had met his end this way. The Harlequin had no intention of rescuing Chen, he merely wished to grant him a dignified death. To his surprise, upon receiving the evil eye, Chen unleashed a power that surpassed all expectations. The hilichurls were obliterated. Even more astonishing to the Harlequin was that the youth in the snow remained unscathed. This piqued the Harlequin's interest. Thus, he summoned more hilichurls and bestowed upon Chen additional evil eyes. After repeated tests, the Harlequin, the first executive of the Fatui, reached a terrifying conclusion. The boy in the snow was a unique human capable of wielding the evil eye without suffering its backlash. The power of the evil eye was something the Harlequin understood all too well. Now, a human capable of using the evil eye without consequences had appeared, and, as the first executive of the Fatui, he knew precisely how to exploit Chen's abilities. Consequently, the Harlequin made one of the most grievous decisions of his life: to recruit Chen into the ranks of the Fatui. Thus, through threats, coercion, and enticement, Chen became the 12th executive of the Fatui. Possessing a godlike perspective, Chen was naturally reluctant to join this nefarious organization that dominated the continent of Teyvat. Typically, such organizations met with a grim fate in the end. Yet, faced with the circumstances, he had no choice but to acquiesce to the fatuous demands. At that moment, his identity as a transmigrator proved advantageous. He activated the system, and to his fortune, it was the Ultimate Rebellion System. The system granted him a 1-year trial period, promising that if he performed well, it would be fully activated. The essence of the Ultimate Rebellion System lay in the very notion of rebellion, and thus, in order to survive in Teyvat, Chen's reputation soared throughout Snezhnaya over the course of the year. According to incomplete statistics, he had challenged the illustrious Tartaglia 18 times, though the actual number was much higher, leaving his siblings unable to recognize him. The doctor's clones suffered extensive destruction. The puppets, including the one-eyed baby, lost thousands. The wealthy faced incessant robberies, with thieves raiding their homes every single day of the year. While he remained the richest man in Teyvat, his household was now so impoverished that not even a bowl remained. The Scaramouche's backyard often echoed with the prank song, "Scaramouche, your mother calls you home for dinner." Even the Harlequin, the fatuous chief, had endured 2 of Chen's punches. Rumor had it that a girl's bathtub had been blown up by the evil eye while she was bathing. Such a multitude of remarkable feats. Today marked the end of Chen's trial period with the Ultimate Rebellion System, and he had anticipated that his exemplary performance would earn him a place of honor. Instead, The first message from the system was dire news. What? The power of the evil eye can no longer be used? Is this some international joke? I have been so audacious in Snezhnaya precisely because of the power of the evil eye, and now the system informs me that I can no longer use it? Why not just end my life? The singular evil eye was indeed formidable, but Yichen also adeptly employed elemental reactions freezing, superconducting, evaporating, electrifying, and diffusing all of which he handled with ease. It was this very skill that allowed him to thrive amid the formidable ranks of the Fatui. Now, with the power of the evil I stripped from him, it felt akin to a death sentence. I haven't had enough fun, yet Yi Chun lamented inwardly. To go from a power level comparable to deities to a mere weakling was something no one could bear. Yet, Yi Chun had no desire for death. This is a disaster. Perhaps I should employ the 36 stratagems and flee. The thought of escape first flickered in Yi Chen's mind. Just then, another notification from the system echoed in his mind. In light of the host's exemplary performance over the past year, the ultimate rebellion system is now officially activated. As the 12th executive of the Fatui, the host will receive generous rewards for any actions detrimental to the fatuous interests. The novice gift package has been activated. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a Fatui 8 trigrams furnace and the schematics and materials for Scaramach. Note, the Fatui 8 trigrams furnace is a special device used to create Fatui executive characters. By placing the schematics and materials for the Fatui executive into the furnace, it will automatically produce a character with the equivalent strength of a Fatui executive. Each character requires the host to perform a certain number of rebellious acts to complete their schematics. Upon seeing the system's notification, Yi Chun, who had previously been despondent, felt his eyes brighten with newfound hope. Truly, the system is remarkable such a treasure exists. A furnace capable of crafting Fatui executive characters, each on par in strength, how exceedingly powerful. If he could produce the remaining 10 executives and have them engage in combat with those old schemers, it would essentially be like fighting against himself. That sounds rather intriguing. At this moment, a question arose in Yi Chen's mind. System, can I create myself? Host power is too formidable, creation is temporarily unfeasible. You must be mocking me. Without the evil eye, I am but an ordinary person, and yet I am deemed too strong. Fine, having one executive for the time being will suffice. At least it grants me a modicum of self-defense. With that thought, Yi Chun eagerly retrieved the 8 trigrams furnace and placed the schematics and materials for Scaramach within. Let's create a little Scaramach to play with first. This troublesome brat needs a proper lesson. Chapter 2. The Lattice Funeral. Yi Chen tossed the materials and schematics into the 8 trigrams furnace. Fatui 8 trigrams furnace. Fatui Executive Scaramach is currently in production. Estimated time, 12 hours. Watching the notification from the furnace, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction and returned to his dragon throne, a chair he had acquired from a wealthy household. The entire chair was crafted from the new sprouts of the ley lines. Sitting upon it was incredibly comfortable, warm in winter and cool in summer. No wonder these rich folks have such treasures. Settling back into the chair, Yi Chen's mind began to whirl with thoughts. Although the system had been activated, his strength had plummeted to its lowest point in nearly a year, making it increasingly difficult to bully the Fatui executives. Moreover, secrets rarely remain hidden. If the remaining 10 Fatui executives discovered that he could no longer wield the evil eye, his situation would become dire. Becoming a Fatui executive is no simple feat. Only that fool, Tartaglia, is a bit naive. The rest are a cunning lot. Especially that girl. Every time they meet, her gaze upon him is as though she wishes to pierce him with daggers. Was it really such a grave offense to toss an icy evil eye in her bathtub? I merely want to test if the freezing reaction could immobilize a Fatui executive. Honestly, why can't a beautiful girl like her just come home to be my wife instead of becoming some ridiculous executive? This has cost me another beloved partner. Lost in thought, Yi Chen suddenly sensed a chill creeping down his spine. Without power, he felt vulnerable. After all, he had accomplished numerous earth-shattering feats over the past year, and reflecting on it now, he realized that in Snezhnaya, he had made many enemies, and none of them were benign. Glancing at the 8 trigrams furnace, still producing scaramouch, Yi Chen's inclination to flee intensified. I can't stay here any longer. It's time to make my escape. Just then, a loud knock echoed at his door. Startled, Yi Chen jumped in surprise. Young master. I am but a humble jester, a subordinate of the esteemed clown master, sent to invite you to the funeral of Lady Rosalind. Who? With a thud, the jester outside instinctively fell to his knees upon hearing Yi Chen's voice. His face turned ashen, and his body trembled involuntarily. He knew full well that he could not provoke the individual within even upon his arrival. The clown master had cautioned him to tread carefully and avoid inciting the ire of the person inside. Otherwise, not even the master could save him. Young master, I am merely a jester. Get lost, I understand. Young master, the clown master's directive is that all executives must attend this funeral. Must your esteemed self? If you utter another word, do you believe I won't send you to accompany Rosalind right now? In the blink of an eye, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the jester fled in panic. Listening to Yi Chen's words, he quickly rose and dashed away. The message had been delivered. If he lingered any longer, what would become of him should the young master decide to act against him? The individual inside was indeed capable of taking decisive action. This past year, Yi Chen's deeds in the Winter of the End had not only tormented the executives of the Fool's Guild, but it also instilled a profound fear in these lesser figures. Yi Chen heard the sound of footsteps fading away and let out a silent sigh. That unfortunate Rosalind, even in death, could not find peace, insisting on holding some ridiculous funeral. He had witnessed that scene before. It was also the first time he had seen the remaining 10 harbingers gathered together. Little did he expect to experience it himself. As the 12th harbinger of the Fatui, it would be inappropriate for him not to attend. Yet attending now posed a dilemma, as his strength had waned. The prospect of meeting those old acquaintances filled him with a sense of trepidation. However, he yearned to leave Snezhnaya, and today presented a fortuitous opportunity. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Chen retrieved a festive crimson robe from his backpack and donned it, securing a blue sword at his waist. He then carefully took out 100 evil eyes, each with varying attributes, and hung them from his person. The 100 evil eyes radiated an array of colors, casting a dazzling glow upon him, reminiscent of the vibrant lanterns illuminating homes during the New Year celebrations. With this ostentatious display, Yi Chen boldly headed to attend Lady Rosalind's funeral. One cannot evade fate forever. It is better to confront it sooner rather than later. As for the evil eyes adorning him, well, they were merely intended to instill fear. I wield 100 evil eyes without repercussions. Are you afraid? You should be. I am, too. At that moment, within the Fatui's base, the remaining 10 harbingers had gathered, awaiting Yi Chen's arrival. Today was Rosalind's funeral, and seizing this opportunity, I wish to discuss a matter with you all. The jester, seeing that everyone had assembled, spoke first. As he began, all eyes turned toward him, their expressions laden with astonishment. The ranking of the harbingers was based on strength, and as the chief harbinger, the jester Pierrot was undoubtedly the most formidable among them. All missions issued to the harbingers originated from him, and for centuries, no one dared defy his commands. Yet here he was, seemingly consulting the others. For a moment, everyone was taken aback. Had they misheard? The old Pierrot was actually seeking input from them. What momentous occasion warranted this? When had it become customary for Jester Pierrot to consult others before acting? This funeral felt decidedly off. Jester, if you have something to discuss, please do so openly. As long as it benefits our nation of Snezhnaya. We harbingers will raise no objections, said the doctor. Pierrot, just say what you need to. There's no need for hesitation. I understand that the lady's death weighs heavily on everyone, but in pursuit of our grand cause for Snezhnaya, the demise of 2 harbingers is hardly a matter of great consequence. Since that is the case, I shall speak plainly. As you all know, the lady was slain by Raiden Makoto herself. Now is a crucial moment for us to gather the gnosis. To mend the relationship between Snezhnaya and Inazuma, we must send a diplomat back to Inazuma. I already have the most suitable candidate in mind. The 12th harbinger, Master Yi Chen. Any of you have objections? Upon hearing the jester's intention to send Yi Chen to Inazuma, a wave of joy swept through the crowd. Really? That would be splendid. The jester was sending away that calamity Yi Chen. It was a cause for universal celebration. The rich man was the first to spring up with excitement. Jester, my lord, if you are sending Yi Chen away, wherever he goes, I, Pantaro, wholeheartedly support it. I'll contribute 100 million mora from my personal funds to cover his travel expenses. Please, send this calamity away. I have nothing left in my house except for a few scraps of paper in the bathroom. I support the jester's proposal. The doctor chimed in. I concur, said the servant. Agreed, the rooster added. The puppet. I also agree with the jester's proposal, but could we send Yi Chen a bit further away? Now that Summer lacks a diplomat, how about sending him there instead? Or perhaps to Liyue? The young lady, Columbia, leaned over Rosalind's coffin, pouting and gritting her teeth, visibly angry at Yi Chen, that despicable scoundrel. Sending him away was simply too lenient. However, she had no objections. She was even wary of undressing while bathing. Fearing some rogue might intrude upon her home, as the consensus was reached, I decided that when Yi Chen arrived, I would inform him directly. Just then, the base's doors were suddenly kicked open. Chapter 3. Arrogance. Before all else, the doors of the base swung open with a resounding crash. Drawing the attention of everyone present, a tall man clad in a crimson robe stood at the entrance, his height just over 6 feet. With crimson lips and pearly white teeth, his handsome visage was truly stunning at first glance. Particularly striking were the numerous evil eyes hanging from Yi Chen, making him even more eye-catching. The young lady tilted her head, glancing at Yi Chen, muttering softly, "Show off." Yet as the others beheld the multitude of evil eyes adorning Yi Chen, their hearts instinctively skipped a beat, and even the jester swallowed nervously. Damn it, today is Rosalind's funeral, and Yi Chen, you come here festooned with so many evil eyes. Are you planning to blow up the Fatui base and take us all out in one fell swoop? Yi Chen's outrageous antics over the past year had been plentiful, so his actions were hardly surprising. Everyone nervously watched Yi Chen, who suddenly erupted into laughter at the entrance. He had actually arrived a while ago. Lingering at the door before entering, too, was anxious. Stripped of the power of the evil eyes, he now felt like a lamb donning a tiger's skin, about to confront a pack of wolves. Dread filled his heart. However, after hearing the discussions among the base members, his anxiety began to dissipate in a fit of indignation. They wanted to drive him away. In a moment of impulse, he kicked open the doors of the Fatui base. Now, he found himself at a loss for words and resorted to laughter to mask his inner turmoil. The Harbingers. This scene appeared entirely different. They perceived Yi Chen's sudden kick to the door as an imminent threat. Tension filled the air as everyone instinctively placed their hands on their waists, with the rich man even scurrying behind the coffin, muttering to himself, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Meanwhile, a slightly calmer Yi Chen spoke up again. "My apologies, everyone, that I was preparing at home and arrived late. What do you think of my crimson robe? Does it suit the occasion today?" The Harbingers stared at Yi Chen, momentarily at a loss for words. Suit the occasion? Today was Rosalind's funeral. How could one wear such a garish red robe? Was he here to celebrate? Moreover, he was adorned with a plethora of evil eyes. At this moment, the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. It was the jester who broke the silence once more. "Yi Chen, we were waiting for you. Now that you are here, let the funeral of Rosalind commence." Yi Chen slowly walked into the base, casting a glance at everyone present. His gaze lingered on the young lady for a moment longer before shifting to the rich man, who was still hiding behind the coffin. He then continued, "Jester, there's no rush. That I believe Rosalind wouldn't be anxious either. We should discuss other matters first." The jester, Rosalind certainly wouldn't be in a hurry. Her body was gone, leaving only an empty shell in the coffin. Earlier, he had overheard the proposal to send him to Inazuma as a diplomat. That I heard everyone agreed. "Captain, I seem to have missed your voice in this matter. Do you agree?" As Yi Chen's gaze fell upon the captain, the latter hastily lowered his noble head. Clearly, Yi Chen was displeased. Only a fool would speak up at such a moment. "Captain, speak up? Why are you bowing your head? Are you reluctant to part with me? Damn it, and you, rich man, what are you squatting there for? With your height and good looks, do you think I can't see you? I heard you say you'd personally sponsor me with 10 million mora for my trip to Inazuma. Truly, you are wealthy." The rich man stood up, a look of embarrassment crossing his face as he glanced at Yi Chen, inwardly cursing that I distinctly said I would sponsor 1 million mora. Is Yi Chen here to rob me? Moreover, Yi Chen's words clearly implied that the robber who had visited his home was none other than Yi Chen. That scoundrel, he was still a colleague. How could he shamelessly rob me? Yi Chen retorted, "What can I say? Who told you to call yourself rich man? The name alone screams wealth. Yi Chen, I'm out of money. I truly am. I'm about to borrow some. Oh, and doctor, you also support my trip to Inazuma. Truly, you are my good brother. However, I must apologize to you today, doctor. Well, the slicer created during the first nocturnal emission was actually eliminated by me. I found him too filthy, a detriment to your esteemed identity. The doctor was taken aback. Isn't this a funeral parlor today? How did Chen end up here, transforming it into a confession session? Moreover, he had been searching for the murderer for over half a year without success. And Chen audaciously confessed, if it weren't for the multitude of evil eyes adorning Chen, the doctor would have been tempted to eliminate him on the spot. He admitted to committing his fair share of misdeeds, but none as heinous as Chen's, and that slicer was a testament to his adulthood, now utterly destroyed by that scoundrel Chen. The desire to eliminate him surged within him. However, gazing at the myriad of attributes represented by the evil eyes on Chen, the doctor suppressed his impulses. Though he possessed a few evil eyes, he still had the courage to confront Chen. Yet, with a staggering 100 evil eyes, who would dare to act against him? He was audacious, but that did not equate to foolishness. Hadn't he noticed that even the strongest of them, the clown, had fallen silent? Gritting his teeth, the doctor said, Chen, you did well. I had suspected that slicer from the beginning. I had long wanted to eliminate him. Chen replied, at the very least, you are a doctor, the second seat of the Fatui Harbingers, a powerhouse capable of treating the skirmishers as playthings. Why are you so flustered? I am but a mere novice now. Is that so? Then you ought to express your gratitude, doctor. If you don't, I shall be quite displeased, doctor. Chen, I thank you. No worries, you're welcome. And you, skirmisher, why are you glaring at me? Am I wrong to suggest you return home to find your mother? After all, your mother is the Raiden Shogun, and you know it well. Right? You always feel abandoned by her. Silly child, no mother would ever forsake her own. If you doubt it, go to Inazuma and call Raiden mother. She will surely acknowledge you as her son. Skirmisher, I acknowledge your granduncle, this scoundrel. Why won't he just perish? Skirmisher, I am conversing with you. Do you not understand manners? Remove your hat for your father. No wonder your mother abandoned you. I no longer wish to claim you either, for you show no decorum. The other harbingers were nearly suffocating from Chen's words. How could there be such a scoundrel, not only pouring salt into wounds, but also stabbing twice more after? They, the harbingers, were known for their ruthlessness, yet in comparison to Chen, they resembled mere schoolchildren. It was vexing, but they could do nothing, for Chen's strength was absurdly overwhelming, almost monstrous. Among those present, the only one maintaining composure was the young girl. As a semi-outsider, she found the events of the past year quite entertaining. With the harbingers entangled in their petty intrigues, the appearance of such an intriguing individual brought a delightful commotion, of course. Aside from that particular incident, however, the girl was not as irate about that incident as she had anticipated. Listening to Chen deliberately tormenting the harbingers, she couldn't help but chuckle. Heh, as she laughed. Chen's attention drifted toward her. Young lady, why are you so cheerful? Shouldn't you be lamenting, considering we couldn't bathe together that day? In an instant, the girl's cheeks flushed crimson. Why Chen, you rogue. Chapter 4. An outright robbery. At this juncture, Chen was acutely aware that he was like a grasshopper in autumn, with only a few days left to leap. Seizing the last opportunity, he felt compelled to bully these harbingers a bit more, or he would feel a tremendous loss. Of course, he wasn't seeking death. After a year in Snezhnaya, he had a keen understanding of these harbingers. Except for that foolish lady, those present knew that, being aware of their inferior strength, these harbingers would not act rashly. Moreover, he possessed 100 evil eyes. Chen paid little attention to the flirtations of the girl. Surveying the crowd once more, it appeared that everyone maintained a stable demeanor, showing no signs of losing control, except for the skirmisher, whose lips were constantly muttering, seemingly employing his innate skills. This brat skirmisher, though of average strength, had never shied away from his tongue. Even a passing dog would receive a scolding from him, let alone those who dared to bully him. Chen recalled the effort he had expended to draw the skirmisher, only for him to sarcastically remark, "You want this too?" Upon hearing that, the once elated Chen felt as if the treasure chest he had opened contained nothing but filth. This infuriated him. With this thought in mind, how could he let this little rascal off easily? "Skirmisher, what are you muttering about? Are you cursing me?" The skirmisher was startled at Chen's attention. I am not. Son, be good, skirmisher. Observing the skirmisher's frustrated expression, Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Clown, this is where you erred. If we are to choose a new diplomat for Inazuma, why not consider the skirmisher? After all, he is the Raiden Shogun's own son. A chance for mother and son to reunite is too precious to deny him. That I must speak with you about this. Clown, was I selecting a diplomat? I merely intended to transfer you from Snezhnaya. Let you continue your antics here, and the Empress's grand plans would be jeopardized by your antics alone. Clown, Chen, you must have heard some rumors. The relationship between the skirmisher and Raiden Ei is not particularly harmonious. No worries. What mother and son bear no grudges overnight, as long as the skirmisher offers an apology and acknowledges his faults. The relations between Snezhnaya and Inazuma can swiftly return to normal on the skirmisher's account. We might even advance further. Upon hearing this, the skirmisher became agitated. Clown, I do not wish to go to Inazuma. Silence, an adult is speaking. What business do you have interrupting? The clown glanced at the pitiful skirmisher, sighing inwardly. When had he ever seen the skirmisher so disheartened? Usually, the skirmisher would look down on the doctor. Yet now, with Chen's arrival, it was as if he were meeting his father. The clown regretted having invited Chen into the Fatui to know. It would have been better had Chen been killed by the Hilichurls. Chen, going to Inazuma was a collective decision. We unanimously agreed that you would be the most suitable choice. That I asked that so? Who agreed? Doctor, did you? Rich man, did you? Or perhaps you little puppet? By the way, your one-eyed creation factory seems to be struggling lately. When Chen posed this question, everyone fell silent. Should Chen truly refuse to go to Inazuma, unless the Empress intervened, none could do anything about this unruly individual. However, should Chen remain in Snezhnaya, they would surely suffer. Finally, the clown could no longer contain himself. Why Chen, it would be wise to cease this. After all, you are one of us, a harbinger. Clown, to cease? My cultural understanding is limited, so I truly do not comprehend the meaning. Would you enlighten me? Furthermore, I did not wish to join the Fatui. You coerced me. You remember, don't you? I shall make it clear today. Should you dare to pressure me again, watch how these evil eyes of mine might obliterate you all. What nonsense is this Fatui? Let us all turn to ash together, perfectly aligned with Rosalind, a family united. The gathered individuals, upon hearing Chen's words and witnessing his frosty gaze, were left dumbfounded. Why Chen's visit today couldn't possibly be an intention to perish together. Could it? The clown felt utterly drained. What a disaster! How did I lose my wits and invite Chen into the Fatui? This was no simple matter of inviting an ancestor. It was akin to bringing a hungry wolf into their midst, ready to bite anyone in sight. Why Chen, observing the expressions of those present, wore a satisfied smile. He, be able to act recklessly one last time within the Fatui's headquarters was sufficient. However, he could not push it too far. If he did, he might truly expose himself. Haha, everyone, do not be alarmed. I am merely jesting. In truth, it would not be impossible for me to go to Inazuma, the Fatui members. What is this situation? Just moments ago, he threatened to perish with them, and now Chen is willing to leave Snezhnaya? However, rich man, you mentioned 10 billion mora, not a single coin less. And since I am leaving, shouldn't everyone offer me some parting gifts? After all, you all know that I, Chen, have only been a part of the Fatui for a year, and throughout this year, I have toiled tirelessly for our organization, leaving my household in dire straits. Wealthy man, go to hell. You still can't make ends meet after you've looted my entire household. What a load of nonsense. What have you accomplished? Do you possess even an ounce of self-awareness? However, I've heard that Chen is willing to leave the frosty winter, and it is evident that everyone has breathed a sigh of relief. If Chen truly intends to depart from frosty winter, then offering a few gifts would be inconsequential, even though we all know he is demanding an exorbitant price. Jester, Chen, do you truly agree to become a diplomat in Inazuma? I just thought about it. And going to Inazuma might not be so bad. This way, I can reunite with Scaramouche. Scaramouche is on the brink of collapse. Can we please refrain from mentioning that wretched woman? Moreover, I've heard there's a lovely little fox in Inazuma that I'd like to get to know. Oh, and there's also a girl who can create fireworks, and she has quite a pleasing figure as well. Young woman. Huffed. Chen, you lecherous scoundrel. Oh, young lady. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to prevent my departure? If you are willing to marry me and become my bride, I might consider staying. After all, Don't wildflowers pale in comparison to cultivated ones? The young woman pouted, fuming, and wanted to scold Chen further. The jester quickly intervened, saying, "No problem, Chen, as long as you agree to go to Inazuma, feel free to ask for whatever you desire. We can all contribute. I don't have many particular needs. Let me think. Bring me 10 Homa staves, 10 aqua simulacra, and 10 mist cutting blades. Doctor, send me a portion of your sliced human materials. If there's a chance, I'd like to craft a sliced human myself. Puppets, I also want the one-eyed little Bao. I'll settle for just 100 of those. Rooster, do you have any treasures? Send some my way. After all, we are brothers. And you, Gongzi, you can't escape either. Make sure to send something my way if I'm not satisfied. I'll just pay your siblings a visit. Ye Chen, go to hell. This isn't a diplomatic mission to Inazuma. This is blatant robbery. And what's worse is that no one dares to refuse. Though Chen appears to be asking for gifts, every word drips with menace. That's all for now. Does everyone find this acceptable? If you think it's insufficient, feel free to send me more. I have no objections. The crowd was reluctant, as the items Chen demanded were priceless treasures, and even for these diplomats, gathering such items was a formidable task. Yet, to rid themselves of the devil Chen, they ultimately nodded in resignation. Ye Chen, no problem. We will prepare these items for you. Wait, everyone. What do you mean? You're not backing out, are you? I almost forgot one thing. Young lady, as I prepare to leave, want you send me off with a few gifts? I understand that, as a girl, your expenses are significant, so I want to ask for much. Just send me 2 of those lovely red pouches. I noticed they looked quite nice that night when I visited your home. Bastard, filthy rogue. You scoundrel, you claimed you saw nothing that day. Now you admit it, don't you? The young woman was on the verge of exploding with rage. But suddenly she flashed a mischievous smile. Chen, how about I offer myself to you? No, let us skip that. I've seen enough, and I can't bring myself to do it. Go to hell. The young woman stood up, ready to confront Chen at that moment. Chen suddenly grasped the evil eye on him. With a mere flick of his hand, the jester hastily intervened to stop the young woman. He realized that Chen was deliberately provoking her. Most likely, Chen intended to use this opportunity to blow up their Fatui base. Young lady, don't be impulsive. Chapter 5. Coward in the end. The young woman was restrained by the jester. The jester even discreetly communicated to Chen that if he truly desired that item, he would negotiate with the young lady on his behalf. Chen was uncertain how the jester would approach her, but it was settled that he would be dispatched to Inazuma as a diplomat. With Chen's situation resolved, the others began to mourn the loss of Lady Rosalind with complex emotions. Today, we gather here to commemorate our dear companion. Her sacrifice warrants a full half-day of mourning for all of Frosty Winter, a mere half-day. They say the Northern Bank operates on blood, tears, and wails. Yet, Mr. Mayor, your values are more twisted than mine as a banker. Servant. Rosalind fell on foreign soil, a concept unfathomable for you heartless merchants and politicians who cower in Frosty Winter, always finding excuses. If that is so, kindly keep your mouth shut, otherwise the children will cry. Gongzi. Hey. Even I think this isn't the appropriate moment for conflict. Puppet. Absurd and laughable, despite the means that tarnished her glory. Rosalind's sacrifice is still profoundly mourned. Her departure will not halt my progress. The night's farce concludes. At this moment, there are no spectators. All noble sacrifices will be etched upon the solid ice. Enduring alongside the nation, under the exalted Ice Empress, we shall seize the power of the gods. The night farce hasn't changed much due to Chen's presence. Just then, a golden butterfly suddenly floated down from the sky, eventually landing gently upon Rosalind's coffin, seemingly bestowing a final honor upon her. But at that moment, Chen moved. He slowly approached the butterfly, reached out, and captured it in his hand, applying slight pressure to crush it. She's dead, yet still toiling in Inazuma. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Since she's gone, there's no need for mourning. Let us hastily prepare things for my send-off, for I might be the next to perish. Jester, don't forget your promise to me. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. And gifts. Gifts must not be forgotten. They should be ready before midnight. If not, I shall not depart, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Chen departed the Fatui base with a light-hearted stride that if someone were to touch Chen's back at that moment, they would find it drenched in cold sweat. When courting death, one must be audacious. In retrospect, He was almost frightened to death by his own actions. Now, he was merely focused on fleeing, for the system had just notified him that his loss of the evil eye ability would be discovered by the Fatui within a day. Damn it, truly a rebellious system. This one possesses its own rebellious spirit. If the Fatui diplomats realized he could no longer wield the evil eye, he would be reduced to mere ashes. Fleeing was now an urgent necessity. Chen couldn't help but recall a popular saying. That year, with my hands in my pockets, I knew not who my adversaries were. Now, a chill runs down his spine as he hastily prepares to flee. Reflecting upon it, heading towards Inazuma seems to be a rather astute choice. The execution of Rosalind by Raiden Shogun indicates that the god of eternity does not harbor a particularly amicable disposition towards the Fatui. Given his actions in Snezhnaya, it is reasonable to assume he would not be fortunate enough to witness the prowess of the creamy blade. It is said that the top 3 Fatui harbingers possess strength comparable to that of the 7 archons. Yet to be comparable does not equate to being superior. Although he has never faced the archons directly, based on Chen's analysis of the harbinger's capabilities, the only one genuinely capable of standing alongside the archons is the jester. With even the doctor falling slightly short, of course, if one were to include the doctor's disciples, they might also be considered, but the doctor's puppets have their own rebellious streak. As for the sickly sweet, yet cunning girl who embodies both angelic and demonic traits. She is undeniably powerful, yet at her core, she remains but a girl. Thus, should he set foot in Inazuma, as long as he clings to the Raiden Shogun's leg, the Fatui would not dare to harm him. Upon returning to his home in Snezhnaya, Chen began to gather his belongings. One advantage of Teyvat is that every warrior possesses a spatial backpack, allowing them to carry their possessions with ease. Chen packed everything he could take with him, as he had no intention of returning to Snezhnaya unless he someday acquired power akin to that of the Abyss. After completing his preparations, he awaited the arrival of guests bearing gifts. The first to arrive was the wealthy steward, delivering 10 billion mora without a single coin missing. Truly, wealth begets wealth. Following him, the doctor, the captain, the rooster, the puppet, and the illustrious Tartaglia all sent gifts, gathering everything Chen desired. It was unclear how they had coordinated, but Chen knew this would certainly cost the Fatui a considerable fortune. By nightfall, the last visitor was the girl, the only harbinger who came in person. As he beheld her alluring legs before him, it was impossible for Chen to claim he had no ulterior thoughts. Yet he could only gaze. He dared not lay a finger on a woman like her. One wrong move could spell his doom. Anxiousness gripped him as he feared she might act impulsively against him. Exposing his true intentions, what brings you here? He stammered. Young master, are you not welcoming me? She replied playfully. Of course not. Everyone else has sent someone with gifts, yet you come personally. I am quite flattered. I was even contemplating visiting you before my departure. Perhaps we could. Chen began. Why Chen? You shameless rogue. She interrupted, suddenly laughing. Well then, if you wish to visit me, I shall await your arrival tonight. Perhaps when you come, I might just be in the bath, giving you a good view. How does that sound? Her words were tempting. All right, I shall wait for you tonight. Let us see if you have the courage to come, he retorted. This is what you wanted, she said, tossing a package to Chen before departing. As he watched her leave, Chen's expression grew colder. This woman was not to be trusted. She had likely come to lure him to his demise. Muttering under his breath, he tossed the box she had given him into his backpack. That trinket held no value for him. That he had seen enough. What use was a mere piece of cloth? He had merely intended to tease her, given that they had once shared a moment of honesty. Unbeknownst to Chen, within that box lay a letter addressed to him from the girl. Unfortunately, he would not see it for the time being. With all his belongings in hand, Chen resolved to make his escape. In just over 3 hours, the little automatons would be ready, and accompanied by his bodyguard. He planned to flee under the cover of darkness. However, before leaving, Chen deliberately crafted a video message for the Fatui harbingers. With the truth about the Abyss soon to be revealed, he decided it was better to take the initiative. That very night, as Chen departed with the little automatons, the girl was at home, berating him for being a coward. Chapter 6. Departure, but not without leaving you in disarray, as Chen had just completed the production of counterfeit automatons in the alchemical furnace. He swiftly set off into the night. Snezhnaya had become too perilous. He wished to linger no longer. Meanwhile, at the Yae Miko's estate in Inazuma, the priestess received word from the jester, the harbinger of the Fatui. Miss Miko, as the Chief Harbinger, I express my deepest regrets regarding the incident involving Lady Rosalind's offense against Lord Raiden. The Fatui of Snezhnaya strives to uphold peace across Teyvat, and our two nations have maintained a cordial relationship. To mend our relations, the Fatui shall dispatch a new diplomat, young master, to Inazuma in hopes of restoring harmony. Reading the letter, Miko chuckled lightly. Though she had resided in Inazuma for some time, she was well informed about the happenings across Teyvat. She had heard numerous tales about the Fatui's 12th Harbinger, and even arranged for someone to pen a lengthy novel about him. For nearly half a year, this novel had soared in sales at the Ye publishing house, earning her quite a fortune. Now, hearing that Yi Chun was being sent to Inazuma, she couldn't help but think that he was being used as a pawn given the current state of relations between Inazuma and Snezhnaya. However, it must be noted that Yi Chun was correct in his assessment that the Harbingers were cunning individuals. Besides the letter, the jester had also sent a video featuring Yi Chun at Rosalind's funeral, mentioning a beautiful little fox in Inazuma, as well as a girl who set off fireworks. "Little one, you wish to meet your sister? I shall gladly oblige. And you mentioned wanting to gather with the Shogun? How delightful, how delightful. As for the girl with the fireworks, she appears quite charming. That I presume you mean Yuamiya. Quite a lovely figure. Yet your appetite seems insatiable, wanting to meet 3 girls at once. How intriguing. I truly wish to get to know you better." Yi Chun remained oblivious to the fact that, upon his departure, he had been sold out by the Fatui. However, he had no time to dwell on this. His priority was to escape to AT that moment. He and the automatons were aboard a self-piloting boat, examining the automatons crafted in the alchemical furnace. They resembled the original automatons perfectly. The system certainly possessed some skill. "Such a useless system. I've never heard of it," complained one of the automatons. "Well, your foul mouth is just as annoying," Yi Chun retorted, smacking it lightly. "Shut your yap. I'm your father. Behave, or I will deal with you." After receiving a slap, the automaton promptly quieted down. It seemed to have no other faults aside from its sharp tongue. Little did Yi Chun know that the remaining automatons in Snezhnaya had also received a slap from someone. Who hit me? Show yourself." The characters produced by the alchemical furnace were indeed still connected to their original forms. Yet Yi Chun remained unaware of this as he began instructing the automaton. "Listen closely. I am your father. You, my son, are coming with me to Inazuma to find your mother. Your mother is named Raiden Shogun, fierce yet lovely. When you meet her, be sure to cling to her leg and call her mama. Understood?" "I have no intention of calling anyone mama." "Smack. You will call her that, or else." "All right, I understand." Throughout the journey on the boat, Yi Chun continued to discipline the automaton. Meanwhile, the unfortunate automaton faced the wrath of its counterpart, enduring numerous slaps that nearly drove it to madness. After nearly a day of travel, they finally neared the port of Inazuma as the cool sea breeze enveloped him. Yi Chun felt invigorated and mused to himself. "It has been a day. The jester should have received the items I left behind. Let them speculate." With a mischievous grin, he chuckled to himself at that moment. Within the Fatui base, the members deliberated on who would urge Yi Chun to promptly set off for his assignment in Inazuma. Ultimately, none of the 10 harbingers were willing to take the lead, leaving the jester with no choice but to step forward personally. At the entrance to Yi Chun's home, the jester knocked several times, but no one answered. Finally, he pushed the door open and entered. Upon stepping inside, he discovered that Yi Chun's residence was already deserted. Why Yi Chun? Has he truly departed? After a thorough search, it became evident that Yi Chun's residence was nearly devoid of any belongings. The clown realized that Yi Chun must have departed long ago. He truly left. Good riddance, good riddance. Finally, this pest has been sent away. Just as the clown was preparing to leave, he stumbled upon a technological camera from Fontaine that Yi Chun had inexplicably left behind. The clown initially believed this was a farewell message from Yi Chun, but upon inspection, the footage left him utterly bewildered. The video depicted Yi Chun attending Rosalind's funeral, clad in a crimson robe, adorning it with malevolent eyes. That scoundrel Rosalind, even in death, sought to ensnare me. This time, I'm in deep trouble. If the clown's associates learn that I can no longer utilize the malevolent eyes, they would surely conspire to end my life. No. Even if my ability to wield the malevolent eyes has vanished, I must still intimidate these fools. They ought to know that I too have grown formidable through fear. 40 malevolent eyes felt insufficient. Lacking in security, I should adorn myself with more. 100 should suffice. I can hardly fit in anymore. For today, I shall use these malevolent eyes to frighten them, then concoct an excuse to make a hasty retreat. I cannot linger in this place even for a minute longer. The clown stared blankly at the content of the camera, realizing he might be succumbing to some form of senility. What is the meaning of this? Yi Chun has departed, yet he left behind such an item. Could it be that his ability to wield the malevolent eyes has truly vanished? That cannot be the case. Surely, this rascal left this contraption to ensnare me. But wait, his expression does not seem to indicate deceit. How could this device remain? Did Yi Chun simply forget to take it? Peculiar, exceedingly peculiar. Yet, is the content of this camera genuine? If it is, then we fools of the Harbingers have been played for fools by Yi Chun. Though he can no longer wield the malevolent eyes, that scoundrel has deliberately adorned himself with 100 of them, merely to instill fear in us. The most alarming aspect is that we genuinely fell for it. Moreover, I inadvertently facilitated Yi Chun's escape from this place. The clown, filled with rage, longed to dash out and deliver a fierce blow to that wretched Yi Chun. That scoundrel left this token behind, either to repulse or intimidate me. The clown's mind felt as if it might explode. Unable to discern the truth, he took the camera back to the Harbinger's base. This matter required collective deliberation. Chapter 7. The greatest wisdom lies in foolishness. Prince Dardalia in a hurried manner. The clown returned to the Harbinger's base, where the other executives had yet to depart. They were eager to ascertain the truth about Yi Chun's departure when the clown arrived. The sight of his half-masked, gloomy visage caused an involuntary shiver among them. Doctor, clown, has Yi Chun changed his mind? Does he intend to stay? That scoundrel, I knew it. He never speaks a word of truth. He simply wishes to rob us openly. Wealthy one, if Yi Chun does not leave, does that mean my billion mora is forfeit? Young woman, I knew it. Yi Chun is a great deceiver. Clown, enough with the wild speculations. I just visited Yi Chun's abode. He has already departed. Nothing remains. Truly, he is gone? Thank heavens, this little ancestor has indeed left. This is splendid news, Scaramouche. He wouldn't dare linger in the cold. One day, I shall see to it that he meets his end. The clown continued. Indeed, he has left, but he left behind this camera. Take a look for yourselves. With that, the clown played the footage Yi Chun had recorded. After watching, everyone was left dumbfounded. Clown, has Yi Chun truly lost his ability to wield the malevolent eyes? Wealthy one, if Yi Chun no longer possesses his malevolent eyes, I will seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Puppet, is everything in the camera genuine? The clown continued. This is the situation. Yi Chun has departed, but he left this behind. However, even I cannot ascertain the truth of this matter. Examine it closely. If confirmed, for the glory of the Winter Queen and the reputation of the Harbingers, we must not let Yi Chun escape this time. Thus, the Harbingers' executives transformed into scholars, diligently studying the footage left by Yi Chun. After some time, they found themselves perplexed. Unable to discern the truth, they pondered why Yi Chun would leave behind such a video. Ultimately, confusion reigned among them, but it was the young woman who first recognized the issue. Clown, Yi Chun's malevolent eyes are misaligned. This is not footage from before, but rather a recording he intentionally made for us, I can assure you. The others turned to the young woman, astonished that a whole day has passed. And she observed the details so meticulously. Something feels amiss. It was rumored that the young woman personally delivered a gift to Yi Chun before he left. Could it be that this couple conspired to ensnare them? Given Yi Chun's penchant for trickery, it is entirely plausible. Young woman, can you confirm this? Absolutely. But why would Yi Chun deliberately record such a video for us? Does he wish for us to seek retribution? While the group contemplated, the clown's lips curled into a slight smile. No need for speculation. It is confirmed. Regardless of the video's authenticity, Yi Chun's ability to wield malevolent eyes has indeed vanished. The clown possessed certain unique abilities, even capable of contacting the Winter Queen. Since the clown confirmed this matter, it was unlikely to be erroneous. This implies that Yi Chun's ability to wield malevolent eyes has truly dissipated. That scoundrel, after all this research, left behind a mere smokescreen. Damn that rascal. Clown, since Yi Chun has genuinely lost his ability to wield the malevolent eyes, then we... At this, a servant mimicked a beheading gesture. His gaze icy, exuding an intimidating aura. Meanwhile, with the exception of the young woman and Prince Dardalia, the others bore expressions of ruthless intent, eager to enact swift revenge. This past year, they had suffered greatly at Yi Chen's hands. Now, hearing that he was incapacitated, who wouldn't want to eliminate him to release their pent-up fury? Yet, Prince Dardalia, though seemingly simple-minded, occasionally exhibited profound wisdom. Let it be known, I, Prince Dardalia, prefer seeking out duels. Do not count me among those who murder. Despite Yi Chen's frequent bullying, it happened within the confines of fair duels, not a fair contest. Losing simply meant losing. However, to slay a defenseless Yi Chen was out of the question. Furthermore, he harbored no belief that Yi Chen would be so easily subdued. If he and Yi Chen were to combine their intellects, they would possess 800 cunning thoughts. Yet Yi Chen would undoubtedly exceed them with 801. He had no desire to become an enemy of Yi Chen. Enduring the bullying was one matter. His own kin remained unscathed. But should Yi Chen awaken other abilities and seek vengeance, that would spell disaster. In truth, many shared this sentiment. Yet, having been tormented by Yi Chen, they found it impossible to swallow their pride. As they listened to Dardalia's words, their gazes converged upon him. Dardalia, is he not the fool? Clown. Although we have confirmed the loss of Yi Chen's power, he remains a member of the Harbinger's executives. Let bygones be bygones. Yi Chen has gone to Inazuma, so let him remain there. While these words were spoken, the others had already made their plans. Given that Yi Chen had lost his malevolent eyes, he was now merely an ordinary person. There was no need for direct confrontation. A few individuals could be dispatched to discreetly eliminate him. Should Yi Chen possess other abilities, it mattered not. They would simply shift the blame onto Dardalia. This was none of their concern. It would all fall on Dardalia's shoulders. That moment, the clown addressed Scaramouche once more. Scaramouche, there is one more task for you that I have already conferred with Miko from Inazuma. She agreed to hand over the goddess eye of the Raiden Shogun to us in winter. You are responsible for its retrieval. Scaramouche was exceedingly reluctant to journey to Inazuma. He harbored too many unpleasant memories from that place. Yet, given the clown's command, he acquiesced with a grimace. Moreover, he was curious to meet Yi Chen, now devoid of his malevolent eyes. This is a command from Lord Clown. I will ensure the goddess eye of the Raiden Shogun is returned. On the other side, Yi Chen was leading the obedient little Scaramouche to Inazuma Harbor. Having traversed to Teyvat for a year, this was his first time departing from Snezhnaya, immersing himself in this world that felt both foreign and familiar. Memories he dared not revisit began to surface. Little Scaramouche, go catch 100 pufferfish for father from the sea. In the evening, we shall find a place to stew a great fish in an iron pot. The little Scaramouche mumbled, what's so delicious about that wretched fish? Yet, he obediently ventured into the sea to fish. Just as the little Scaramouche departed, Yi Chen spotted the pink-haired fox, also known as the shitty fox. Already waiting on the shore, a creature of exquisite appearance and beguiling charm. She favored vibrant attire. Upon seeing the shrine maiden, Yi Chen's eyes brightened involuntarily. Though the fox spirit is truly beautiful. So it is our 12th harbinger of the Fatui. The illustrious young master visiting our Inazuma. Truly an honor that brings glory to our land. By the way, I've heard you have taken Shogun as your wife and wish to meet me and Ayaka. Upon hearing this tale, my sister can hardly contain her excitement. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. The Fatui were notorious for their indiscretion, carelessly divulging information without regard for decorum. He never anticipated that the esteemed shrine maiden herself would come to greet him. It was indeed an honor. Knowing he would encounter the shrine maiden in Inazuma, he hastily prepared a gift along the way, hoping she would take a liking to it. Indeed, aside from taking a boat, he had prepared a present for Miko while aboard. With his powers diminished, the Fatui were undoubtedly aware. If he wished to survive in Inazuma, he must rely on the protection of two formidable figures, Raiden Shogun and Miko. One was the deity of Inazuma, and the other a half-ruler of the nation. With their safeguarding, his safety would be assured. Thus, during his journey, he adapted a tale from strange stories from a Chinese studio about a little fox. Knowing Miko enjoyed novels, he decided to present her with a story about foxes. However, it did not end there. He had further modified it. Miko, if I am not mistaken, this fox spirit currently possesses only 8 tails. What if she were to have one more? Yi Chen held a keen interest in the study of fox tails and thought it prudent to take good care of them, since he had crossed into Teyvat. Seeking a wife and perhaps a concubine did not seem unreasonable. To marry a virtuous wife and take a concubine of beauty. The thought of having a fox spirit as a concubine is quite exhilarating. Therefore, he had already begun to lay the groundwork on the way. Ye Miko accepted the novel from Yi Chen's hands, titled The Nine-Tailed Fox, casually flipping to the first page. The flower spirit fox, possessing gentle and charming human traits, is amiable and forgetful of its otherness. Ye Miko, already fond of reading, instantly became intrigued upon discovering a story about foxes, especially one about the nine-tailed fox, knowing my sister enjoys novels. You are quite considerate, dear brother. However, I did not expect that you would send an envoy from Snezhnaya to act as a diplomat in Inazuma. How very surprising, since you mention it. I have heard that Ye Miko has turned my exploits into a novel, selling quite well in the Ye publishing house. Shouldn't I receive some royalties? Hee. Dear brother, you jest. There is no such thing. However, since you have come to Inazuma, it would be only proper to treat you to a meal. Beautiful women, it seems, are adept at deception. Chapter 8. A charming and humorous gentleman. The dispatch of diplomats from Snezhnaya to Inazuma was neither a trivial nor a minor matter. Although the young master's affairs in Snezhnaya were rather intricate, he nonetheless belonged to the ranks of the Fatui harbingers that it was impossible to ignore him, yet excessive scrutiny would not do. Currently, Shogun was in meditation, pursuing eternity, while Ye Miko handled most of Inazuma's affairs. Matters concerning the two nations could only be addressed by her. Of course, her personal welcome of Yi Chen stemmed more from her curiosity. Having heard numerous tales of his grand accomplishments, she found herself contemplating his character, perceiving him as quite the intriguing individual. Dear young master, allow me to introduce this lady, Genshin Ringo, a shrine maiden. Should you encounter any troubles in Inazuma, you may instruct Genshin Ringo to assist you. Yi Chen froze momentarily, his heart racing. Genshin Ringo? He recalled that name. She was the replacement for the shrine maiden Baida, and her identity was likely tied to the Fatui. Could it be that he would encounter a Fatui mole upon his arrival in Inazuma? Just as he pondered, Genshin Ringo greeted Yi Chen with a smile. Greetings, esteemed young master. Please feel free to instruct me should you need anything. Genshin Ringo is a lovely name. I heard there is a girl named Baida at your shrine. Upon hearing Baida's name, a fleeting panic crossed Genshin Ringo's eyes, but Yi Chen caught the subtlety. Goodness, she truly is a spy from the Fatui. Meanwhile, Ye Miko, upon hearing Baida's name, couldn't help but reveal a peculiar smile. Young master, you seem to be quite knowledgeable about Inazuma. Not only do you know Ayaka, but you are also familiar with Baida. If I desired such knowledge. A mole, indeed. Ye Miko, you are aware of this, and yet you do nothing? Yi Chen began to miss the little Scaramouche. Without him, he felt a sense of insecurity in Inazuma. The Fatui were far too cunning. However, he still felt relatively safe in front of Ye Miko. Oh, I don't know much. I merely remembered hearing Scaramouche mentioned by Da on the way here. I suppose I have a decent memory. That little rascal almost met his demise at my hands back in the day. Ye Miko, you could have simply ended him. Ending him would be preferable, Yi Chen replied casually. Hee, dear young master, your words are truly amusing. Scaramouche is now one of your Fatui harbingers, and I hear you often visit him. Calling for his mother. Though it seems Shogun is reluctant to acknowledge him, that if he were to be ended, there would be no need for acknowledgement. Ye Miko? Uffed. Ye Miko burst into laughter. What a splendid suggestion. By the way, dear young master, I have heard many tales about you from Snezhnaya. Are any of them true, such as robbing the wealthy, frequently battling child, or peeking at maidens bathing? Yi Chen, unfazed, responded, Nonsense. Who has been spreading such slander? This is clearly an intentional defamation of my character. Is that so? Of course. However, some tales are indeed accurate, like those involving child, the harbinger, and the wealthy. But as for the maidens, I wonder which harbinger has besmirched my name. Surely, Ye Miko knows my relations with these harbingers are rather tenuous. Tenuous, you say? They likely wish they could eliminate you. Did you truly not catch a glimpse? I did, but I did not sneak a peek. I entered openly. Young master, you are just as charmingly humorous as the legends say. By the way, since this is your first visit to Inazuma, as a local, I should treat you to a meal. Shouldn't I? A local treating me to a meal? How fitting for you. Ye Miko. My manuscript fees were taken from me in such a manner. However, the current Yi Chen was not as impoverished as a traveler. He possessed a fortune of 10 billion more gifted by the wealthy, and he had previously procured a substantial sum from their residences. Treating someone to a meal was a trivial matter. Moreover, given that one ought to reciprocate kindness, surely those who dined on his fare would offer him protection in return. Nevertheless, he could not squander his wealth. He intended to save some of it to pre-order coffins for the harbingers in the Yomiya house. Opting for the highest quality and comprehensive service, Yi-chan followed Ye Miko to Wuyo Pavilion, where she enthusiastically introduced him to the customs and culture of Inazuma, occasionally inquiring about his experiences in Snezhnaya. Yi-chan did not conceal anything. He acknowledged all he had done. Being in the company of a beautiful lady, he appreciated such open and honest exchanges at this moment. Ye Miko's impression of Yi-chan had shifted. He was no longer the sly and treacherous harbinger of the Fatui, but rather an honest and humorous traveler that, of course, he was a generous traveler as well. Upon entering Wuyo Pavilion, Yi-chan promptly declared, "Owner, bring forth your finest dishes and best wines. I wish to treat our esteemed shrine maiden to a meal." "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment. It shall be ready shortly." At that moment, Genjun Ringo was still accompanying Yi-chan and Ye Miko. Yi-chan smiled brightly at Genjun Ringo. I just remembered something. Ye Miko, I brought a little companion with me, but he ran off to the beach to catch fish in his playful spirit. Could you arrange for Genjun Ringo to assist in finding him?" Little companion, the divine child, with a perplexed expression, inquired. "Indeed, once Miss Shinsi encounters him, she will understand. He is easily recognizable by his conical hat." Wearing a conical hat, could he possibly be the Scaramouche? "Very well, Xiandong Linjing. You shall venture to the seaside to search for him." Watching Xiandong Linjing depart, Yi-chan promptly issued a command to the little Scaramouche in his mind. "Shortly, a priestess named Xiandong Linjing will seek you out. Accompany her to Wuyo Pavilion and eliminate her at the entrance. Should Miss Ye Miko inquire later, simply state that she was your spy positioned in Inazuma." Having confirmed that Xiandong Linjing is a traitor of the Fatui, Yi-chan could not afford to let her go for his own safety. Yet, he would not sully his hands directly. Such blame must be left to the Fatui's executives. Since he awakened the mightiest of rebellious systems, he ought to prepare ample burdens for the Fatui executives to bear. The more he made them carry, the quicker he could gather 10 executives. Upon arriving in Inazuma, Yi-chan realized that relying solely on one Scaramouche for safety was insufficient. He needed to develop more executives. Moreover, this was within his expertise. The Scaramouche, upon receiving the message, immediately replied, "Understood. Father, she is merely a little priestess, and I shall handle it well." Chapter 9. Reserves. While awaiting the meal, the divine child could no longer contain her curiosity and took out the novel about the nine-tailed fox that Yi-chan had gifted her. If there is one thing she adores most, it is sitting alone and indulging in a good book. "I shall continue to address you as Yi-chan. Did you write this novel?" Yi-chan shook his head, explaining that Miss Shinsi is aware he is a traveler from another world. That Tio speak frankly. This book was not authored by him, but by a great deity from our blue star. Reportedly based on true events. Since Miss Shinsi is also a fox, he thought she might find it useful. Thus he meticulously copied the entire novel. Strange tales, based on true events? Mr. Pooh, have you ascended to divinity? Purely fictitious, is it not? Yet Yi-chan paid no heed to such matters. After all, Miss Shinsi remained oblivious, and he could say whatever he wished. Furthermore, within the novel, the female protagonist is also a nine-tailed fox spirit. And to transcend into a nine-tailed fox, she must fall in love with a scholar and bear his children. Only then can she achieve her transformation. Yi-chan penned this. He pondered whether he was being too wicked. However, he had no choice. Survival necessitated it. Additionally, he was curious to explore whether a human and a fox spirit could indeed procreate. If it proves too challenging, he could always attempt it multiple times. Such ideas are delightful, yet troublesome, for there is also Kamisato Ayato, who, it is said, shares a good rapport with her. Regardless, he would cross that bridge when he came to it. If Kamisato Ayato dared to compete for the divine child, he would simply pursue his sister, Kamisato Ayaka. And how could he forget the gentle Kamisato Ayaka? Yi-chan casually added her to his reserve of potential wives. He resolved that no matter what, he must find a spouse to return home with from Teyvat, lest his existence be rendered meaningless. While Yi-chan was contemplating matters of a spouse, the divine child had already become engrossed in the novel. Just then, a shriek suddenly echoed from the entrance of Wuyo Pavilion. "Ah, Lord Scaramouche." Upon hearing Xiandong Linjing's voice, The divine child hurriedly dashed out of Wuyo Pavilion. With Chen following closely behind, at the entrance of Wuyo Pavilion stood the Scaramouche. Wearing a conical hat and holding a fish basket, nonchalantly gazing at the corpse of Xiandong Linjing on the ground, the divine child recognized the Scaramouche at once, her expression a mix of confusion. She felt no sorrow, for she was aware that Xiandong Linjing was a spy sent by the Fatui. She simply did not expect that the Scaramouche would take it upon himself to eliminate Xiandong Linjing. Isn't she one of your Fatui spies? How could you kill her so readily? Who else could it be? Little one, it turns out it was you, Scaramouche. Why did you slay Xiandong Linjing? She was a traitor. Her death is inconsequential, and isn't it beneficial for your Inazuma? The divine child was momentarily taken aback. Was this an admission? Was it an intentional display of goodwill towards Inazuma in exchange for the heart of the Electro Archon? It seemed so. Little did she know, Chen had acted preemptively, fearing that the traitor Xiandong Linjing might one day seek to kill him. Since you, Scaramouche, have arrived, according to the agreement between me and the Harlequin, this heart of the Electro Archon is now yours. Upon hearing this, both Chen and the little Scaramouche were momentarily stunned. In agreement between the Harlequin and the divine child to hand over the heart of the Archon to the Scaramouche. Unbelievable. Yet, seeing the heart of the Electro Archon in the divine child's hands, Chen could not deny the truth of the situation. How fortuitous. He had not anticipated that the Scaramouche would serve such a purpose. Indeed, it was the case that to save the traveler, the divine child had once entrusted the heart of the Archon to the Scaramouche, and now, by a twist of fate, it had returned to him. Yet this Scaramouche before him was but a false one. Scaramouche, since it is an agreement between the divine child and the Harlequin, shouldn't you promptly accept the heart? Ah, with that, the little Scaramouche reached out to receive the heart from the divine child. Chen observed the Scaramouche accepting the heart, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his heart blooming with joy that if that were the case, then the Scaramouche would also come to Inazuma at that time. He would ensure that this foolish boy would bear the blame adequately. With the heart in hand, he could now take pleasure in tormenting him. Meanwhile, as the divine child was still trying to comprehend the situation, the Scaramouche suddenly spoke to Chen. Father, the heart of the Archon is for you. Father? The divine child exclaimed in shock, glancing between the two. Do not be astonished, Miss Shinsi. I recognize the Scaramouche as my son in Sumeru. My return to Inazuma serves two purposes: to assume the role of a diplomat, and to bring the Scaramouche back to acknowledge his mother to Chen. You truly are audacious. You dare to claim the Scaramouche as your son? What of the Shogun then? Have you truly taken Ei as your wife? If she were to find out, would she not seek to eliminate you? How amusing this is. It has been long since I encountered anyone so bold. Yet, to have the Fatui Executive tormented to such an extent is not something just anyone can achieve. That I find myself increasingly intrigued. Father, I have yet to finish catching fish. I shall continue. The divine child glanced at the Scaramouche, then at Chen, ultimately resting her gaze upon the lifeless body of Xiandong Linjing. Observing closely, the astute divine child discerned the discrepancies that Chen did not conceal the truth, stating, Miss Shinsi, I previously mentioned that my relationship with the Fatui Executives is rather poor. Poor? The Scaramouche has acknowledged you as his father. And what of it, brother Chen? This Xiandong Linjing was a spy sent by the Fatui Executives to infiltrate our Inazuma, so I instructed the Scaramouche to handle her. Miss Shinsi, you need not thank me. As I am now a diplomat for Inazuma, I must consider our interest. As for the body of Xiandong Linjing, I would appreciate your assistance in disposing of it. Chen, is it truly that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. Then can you explain your relationship with the Fatui to me? Miss Shinsi, there truly is nothing to explain. That if I were to elucidate, let it be said that the Fatui Executives dream of slaying me. Uft! The divine child burst into laughter at Chen's humorous retort. Chen, what a witty explanation. So those rumors were indeed true. I cannot be certain, but they are likely accurate. Thus, you truly can hold your own against the Harlequin? At that time, I too sustained injuries. The divine child arranged for the body of Xiandong Linjing to be collected. For her, this was not a significant matter, especially since she was already aware that Xiandong Linjing was a spy of the Fatui. Lunch continued, and after observing the peculiar antics of the father and son duo with great interest, the divine child redirected her focus to the novel. The Tale of the Scholar and the Fox was truly romantic. She found herself captivated without even realizing it. Chapter 10. New Skill. Substitute. Having intercepted the heart of the Archon with a false Scaramouche, Chen decided to keep it for himself. Soon, the strongest rebellious system in his mind provided another notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully intercepting the heart of the Archon. You have received a reward, a crafting blueprint from the 11th Harbinger, Dator, along with the necessary materials. The host has also acquired a life-saving skill, Substitute. Each week, the host will possess a doppelganger, which will automatically appear in times of danger. Moreover, when the Substitute skill is activated, the host will enter a state of invisibility. Hiss, the Heart of God has surprisingly yielded rewards. Not only did it grant the schematics for the illustrious Tartaglia, but it also bestowed a remarkable skill, the Substitute. This is truly a lifesaver, in essence. Once Tartaglia is crafted, he will possess 2 Harbingers as guardians. Moreover, should he find himself in peril, the Substitute skill can be activated. Chen felt immense joy in his heart. With 2 Harbingers as protectors and the Substitute skill at his disposal, he could confidently face even the 7 gods. Truly, the most formidable anti-bone system. This reward is extraordinarily powerful. Of course, this is also connected to his acquisition of the Heart of God, which was ordered to be collected by the Queen of Winter as a means to counter the heavenly principles. Having intercepted the Heart of God and desiring to keep it for himself, this represents an unacceptable loss for the Harbingers. Hence the rewards are naturally more bountiful. It seems I must indeed do more for the Harbingers. This reward is simply too formidable. Chen mused. Soon, the food and drink arrived. The godchild, engrossed in her meal, stared intently at the novel before her, reminiscent of a devoted otaku engrossed in a drama. With a face alluring like that of a fox spirit, she occasionally chuckled, truly a feast for the eyes. Meanwhile, Chen and Scaramouche savored the delicacies of Inazuma. Noticing the godchild's fascination, Chen seized the opportunity to speak. Godchild, I am new to Inazuma and have yet to secure lodging. May I stay at your place for a couple of days? Very well, the godchild replied instinctively. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she realized what she had just said. Despite her usual warmth, her temperament was serene, and she did not favor extensive interactions with outsiders. The thought of Chen residing in her home was quite unexpected. She suddenly raised her head, smiling mischievously at Chen, appearing somewhat threatening. Chen seemed oblivious to this, and continued in response to her words. Thank you, Miss Godchild. He effectively silenced her. This was precisely what Chen had planned on his journey. If there was a safe haven in Inazuma, it would be the place where the Raiden Shogun meditates or the Godchild's shrine. His current strength was woefully inadequate, and finding a secure location in Inazuma was essential, especially considering the numerous individuals eager to take his life. Given the ruthless methods of the Harbingers, if they discovered he had lost the power of the evil eye, it would be merciful if they merely tore him to shreds. Although the system's rewards had alleviated his concerns for his safety, he still felt an inexplicable desire to reside with the godchild. Ha ha ha. Chen, it seems you wish to grow closer to your sister. Do you not? Let me ask you a question. Are you truly unafraid of death? Chen calmly smiled. Dying at the hands of the godchild would certainly be more dignified than perishing outside. Just then, a peculiar guest arrived at the establishment, sporting horns and pale skin, resembling a being of the demon clan. After searching the premises for a moment, he approached Chen. Greetings, sir. You must be the young master. This letter is from my lady, and I have been instructed to deliver it to you. Chen paused for a moment, then accepted the letter from the stranger. Almost simultaneously, the godchild received a message from a shrine maiden. Chen opened the letter, and to his astonishment, it was written by a young girl. You scoundrel, don't blame me for not warning you. Many of our companions have already dispatched individuals to Inazuma to capture you. The doctor has sent a powerful replica, and the wealthy have dispatched a group of death warriors who, it is said, seek not to see the living but to bring back your corpse. Scaramouche has personally set off for Inazuma. Though he has a mission, you are certainly among his targets. That little rascal is quite malicious. Additionally, Rooster, the captain, and the puppet are all quietly active, and they all wish for your demise. As for the clown, I am not entirely certain. Furthermore, sharing this information does not stem from any concern for you. You, Chen, must die at the hands of my young girl. Do you understand, you scoundrel? Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating. Could it be that this girl has developed feelings for me? This is not an assassination. She is clearly showing concern. However, considering the girl's identity and temperament, he quickly dismissed the unreliable thought. Despite being referred to as a girl, Columbia was a fierce tigress, ruthless and daunting. Bringing such a spouse home would lead to sleepless nights. As for the reactions of the Harbingers, he was prepared. He had bullied them for a year. If they did not attempt to kill him, that would be unreasonable. Naturally, his assumptions were accurate. These individuals dared not act personally, sending subordinates to test him instead. It seems his lingering prestige remains intact. Scaramouche's arrival was now known to him. Want the heart of God? Apologies, but I have already let Scaramouche collect it. If that little fellow dares to make a move against me, I shall unleash Scaramouche. That I wonder if he will lose his mind upon seeing someone identical to himself. Meanwhile, the godchild had also received news of unusual movements among the Harbingers, all targeting Yi-Chun. It was reported that he had lost the ability to use the evil Eyd. No wonder Yi-Chun sought refuge with her. It was for the sake of survival. Ha ha ha. It seems my dear brother has received news as well. Sister has heard that many wish to kill you. Such trivial matters are hardly worth mentioning. Yi-Chun replied nonchalantly. With the substitute ability, he genuinely feared no retaliation from the Harbingers. After all, death is merely a temporary setback. I shall return and frighten them a week later, though. Is that so? However, I have heard that you, dear brother Yi-Chun, have lost the ability to use the evil eye. The godchild's information was indeed quite accurate. While he could no longer utilize the evil eye, the godchild questioned whether he could have so thoroughly dealt with the Harbingers without possessing another talent. Does young Master Yi-Chun have other abilities? This sister has yet to hear of them. Why Yi-Chun glanced at Scaramouche beside him. Godchild, what do you think of Scaramouche? This little fellow had indeed matured. Even his sister might not be able to best him now. But what did that have to do with your talents? Yi-Chun left her in suspense. Godchild, you shall soon find out. When the real Scaramouche arrives, I shall leave you all in shock. Chapter 11. A miscalculation. The godchild gazed at Yi-Chun's confident demeanor, her curiosity bubbling over as if it were about to leap from her chest. She felt that this exquisitely handsome man held too many secrets, and she yearned to unearth them all at once. Since Yi-Chun wished to stay at her home, it was an opportune moment. Sister was eager to see what abilities you possess. Thus, inexplicably, she agreed to his request to reside in her home. After their meal, the godchild led Yi-Chun to her shrine. She instructed a shrine maiden to tidy up a room for Yi-Chun, which happened to be right next to hers. The two rooms were merely separated by a corridor, thus they were rather living in a semi-cohabiting situation. That why Yi-Chun was taken aback that the godchild would allow him to stay so close. Even more astonishing was that after he had settled into his room, the godchild suddenly knocked on his door. Why Yi-Chun? Sister is going to take a bath. Please refrain from peeking. Truly, a fox spirit. Utterly enchanting. Had Yi-Chun still possessed the ability to use the evil eye, he would have barged in without hesitation, as there would have been no offense in doing so. But now, he thought better of it. The substitute skill was meant for survival, not to be squandered in such frivolities. Meanwhile, Scaramouche was aboard a ship heading to Inazuma. Nearing his destination, the excited Scaramouche was impolite to everyone around him. Even mocking the waves stirred by the ship, he was utterly thrilled. The thought of Yi-Chun, that worthless scoundrel, losing the power of the evil eye made him eager to reach Inazuma, capture Yi-Chun, and beat him for 3 days and nights until he suffered to death. His lifelong hatred, aside from the Raiden Shogun, was reserved for Yi-Chun at last. He had the opportunity for revenge. Standing nearby was the captain of the vessel. Trembling in fear, anxious not to provoke the harbinger of the Fatui, standing beside him. Captain, how long until we reach Inazuma? Replying to the esteemed harbinger, we should arrive at Inazuma Harbor by tomorrow morning. What a long time. What a piece of junk this ship is. The captain's heart was heavy with sorrow. This was indeed the fastest passenger ship from Snezhnaya in winter. It was hardly inferior. Yet, he dared not confront the harbinger directly. He had grown accustomed to the harsh words of this foul-mouthed individual. Since the harbinger had already set out, his arrival in Inazuma was accounted for in Yi-Chun's calculations. Considering the time, the harbinger should reach Inazuma by tomorrow. That if the harbinger intended to claim the gnosis, he would undoubtedly seek out the god. The span of a single night was just sufficient to create the 11th harbinger. And at that moment, he could let both the harbinger and the young harbinger meet the true harbinger. The thought of this scene brought a smile to Yi-Chun's face. That night, Chen slept soundly. While the god residing next door was plagued by insomnia, in the dead of night, she finally finished reading the carefully prepared novel about the nine-tailed fox that Chen had gifted her. Dressed in a sheer nightgown, she lay on her bed, her delicate feet fidgeting restlessly. The tinge of crimson crept onto her exquisite face, lingering without dissipating. Good-natured as she was, the god now clenched her teeth. Her cheeks puffed as she continuously cursed Chen, that scoundrel. In her heart, the story was captivating, the prose exquisite, yet the thought of certain unsightly scenes involuntarily drew her into their depths. What infuriated her further was how vividly Chen had depicted the interactions between the fox spirit and the scholar. By age, she was still a maiden, yet Chen had exposed her to such content. Rascally, scoundrel, it drove her to the brink of madness. In truth, it was not entirely Chen's fault. How could he have known that the god, having lived for over 500 years and being a lover of novels, had never encountered such scenes? The unfortunate consequence was that she spent the night in total sleeplessness. Even more alarming was the unbidden thought that emerged in her mind. Could engaging in procreation truly allow one to transcend into a nine-tailed fox? Come dawn, Chen awoke to find the 11th harbinger, Dator, obediently standing by the window. The alchemical furnace had successfully crafted the second Fatui harbinger. The striking resemblance and aura made Chen question whether he was still in a game of gotcha. He looked at Dator and inquired with a smile, "Do you know who you are?" "Greetings, Master. I am Dator, the finest toy salesman from Essenejnaya." Chen blinked, unable to suppress his laughter. The harbingers created by the alchemical furnace bore certain attributes of the harbingers themselves. One could easily discern the harbinger's foul breath. His surprise. Dator referred to himself as Sneznaya's best toy salesman. It appeared that, deep down, he still cared for his siblings. He would have to seize an opportunity to visit them. Having crafted Dator, Chen did not intend to reveal him prematurely. Instead, he simply stored him in his backpack. Since the harbinger was coming to seek the god for the gnosis, it was most fitting to send the young harbinger to meet him. Much like the tale of the true and false Monkey King in Journey to the West, he would create a scenario of true and false harbingers. With a glimmer of anticipation, Chen stepped out to wash up, have breakfast, and await the harbinger's arrival. However, upon entering the living room, he was met with the sight of the god. Her expression frosty, he could faintly discern a hint of resentment in her gaze. Leaving Chen utterly baffled, the usually cheerful god now bore an air of displeasure. "Young master, did you sleep well last night?" "Thank you for your concern, god. I slept quite well, as if I had returned to my own home." "You slept well? Do you know how I spent the night?" "That scoundrel. No wonder the Fatui wished to kill her. At this moment, I feel like committing murder myself." The god smiled sweetly at Chen. "As long as you slept well, that's good. But I, on the other hand, had a sleepless night." Chen instinctively sensed a dangerous aura in the air. Yet he remained unperturbed, his reckless nature surfacing. "Is it because I didn't come to watch you bathe yesterday that you're disappointed? If so, I could make it up to you another day," he chuckled. The god, hearing his words, widened her eyes, nearly incensed to the point of fury. "Little brother, do you not see how angry I am? How dare you tease me? Indeed, young master, you did not come to see me bathe last night. I was truly disappointed," she added deliberately. "Well, to avoid disappointing you, I actually want to take a bath now. How about we go together?" Initially, the god intended to tease Chen further, but she did not expect him to take the bait so readily. Unable to contain herself, she finally snapped, "Chen, you lecherous scoundrel. How dare you tease me? Are you implying that you intentionally wrote that novel for me?" Chen feigned surprise. "What?" It seems the wise god has deduced the truth. However, the next words from the god left him utterly stunned. "Look at what you've written in that book. How could you find the audacity to put such words to paper?" "Wait, I seem to have misunderstood." The god was not referring to the content of the book, but rather to certain specific scenes within it. Only then did Chen realize that the civilization of Teyvat was not as liberal as that of Blue Star. His nine-tailed fox included many ambiguous passages, and the god must have read those, leading to her insomnia. What have I done? Have I inadvertently penned an erotic novel for the god? No wonder today's god seemed like a completely different person than the one he was accustomed to. He had inadvertently stirred up a hornet's nest. Chapter 12. The true and false harbinger. Chen finally discerned where the issue lay. And he could not help but laugh aloud that it was only he who could have the audacity to invite the god to read such a risky book. "It is a misunderstanding, a total misunderstanding," he exclaimed. With that, he dashed back to his room, and moments later, emerged with the Harbinger, instructing him to walk in front of Yi Chen if anyone were to face repercussions. It should be the Harbinger. The god, observing Yi Chen's behavior, could see through his intentions. Previously furious, she now found herself at a loss for words. How could she not see that Yi Chen was using the Harbinger as a shield? Truly, he was a rogue. A bold and shameless rogue to that moment. The god fully comprehended why the Fatui Harbinger felt such an urgent desire to eliminate Yi Chen. Why Yi Chen began to explain again. "God, I must admit my abruptness that in our world, such novels are quite common, and we have a nation akin to Inazuma, where they revel in such scenes that I was momentarily careless, but I assure you, it was not intentional. I swear on the Harbinger's life." "Swearing on the Harbinger's life? Young master, how can you even say that?" "Haha, I shall refrain from further comment that I need to wash up. An important guest is coming today." "A guest? What guest?" The god quickly shifted her focus. "That you'll know when you see them. I swear today will be an unforgettable day for you." "You still dare to swear? Very well, I shall not." Humph. After finishing his ablutions, Yi Chen returned to find that the shrine maiden had delivered breakfast without his knowledge. The god was already seated at the dining table, seemingly oblivious to his presence. The god was fuming. Yet, Yi Chen found the cold, aloof demeanor of the god to be particularly alluring. Unable to resist, he felt a sudden urge to tease the fox spirit. With the Harbinger standing aside, Yi Chen boldly took a seat directly across from the god, picking up his chopsticks to devour his breakfast heartily. Noticing that the god did not spare him a glance, he could not help but curiously inquire, "Have you finished reading that book, god?" In an instant, the goddess' face turned a deep crimson, her enchanting demeanor captivating. "Why, Yi Chen, are you seeking death?" Unfazed, Yi Chen replied, "If the god says so, then it must mean you've finished it." The god fixed her gaze intently upon Yi Chen. If he dared utter another word, she would not hesitate to act. Yet, she realized he was completely unfazed. "Why, Yi Chen, you are merely a mortal now. Are you not afraid that I might kill you? To perish at the hands of the god would be my honor. Why, Yi Chen, you." The goddess' son cannot believe that someone who can drive the Harbingers to madness could possibly be a fool. Since Yi Chen shows no fear of herself, it only proves that he undoubtedly possesses other hidden cards. Of course, she would never truly seek to harm Yi Chen. Regardless, he still bears the title of Harbinger. Aang, in a moment of impulse, has already slain one Harbinger. If she were to kill another, the relationship between Inazuma and Snezhnaya would be irreparably strained. Currently, Inazuma is still dealing with the rebellion, and it is not the time to provoke additional enemies. Moreover, as long as Yi Chen remains alive, he poses more benefits than drawbacks for Inazuma. Naturally, she harbors some personal motives. She is eager to ascertain the truth of what Yi Chen has written. If he were to become a nine-tailed fox, her power would ascend to a new level, enabling her to rival even the Archons. Power is forever the most paramount asset in the land of Teyvat. Alas, the goddess' son sighed helplessly, lamenting, "How can there exist such a person as you in this world?" Yi Chen did not respond, stuffing rice balls into his mouth before turning to say, "In truth, goddess' son, everything written in that book is indeed true. If you wish to become a nine-tailed fox, the method described therein is viable." "Really?" exclaimed the goddess' son, her eyes widening in astonishment. "I swear, it is absolutely true. If you do not believe me, you may find someone to test it. I have heard that you have a good relationship with Kamisato Ayato. He does not like me." Yi Chen shook his head at her words. What a pity, another enemy lost. Now he had no excuse to seek out Kamisato Ayaka. After careful contemplation, Yi Chen realized that he had affection for all the heroines of Teyvat. But if he were to choose a wife, Kamisato Ayaka would undoubtedly be the most suitable, gentle, kind, and skilled in both song and dance. She is precisely the kind of partner he adores. As for someone like the goddess' son, with her beguiling appearance, she was better suited to be a decorative banner. The goddess' son glared at Yi Chen, feeling a surge of irritation. "What? Are you unhappy that I said I do not like Kamisato Ayaka?" "Yi Chen, what does your shaking head mean?" Just as Yi Chen was about to explain, a shrine maiden rushed into the room. "Lady goddess' son, there is a child named Scaramouche outside seeking you. He claims to have an appointment with you. By the way, that child looks exactly like this guest. Upon hearing the shrine maideness report, the goddess Sun glanced at Scaramouche beside Yi Chun. Her wise mind momentarily rendered speechless. Scaramouche is here to see me. Then who is this beside Yi Chun? Meanwhile, Yi Chun, noticing Scaramouche's early arrival, smirked slightly. Scaramouche, is this the guest you mentioned today? Indeed, I have been waiting for him. Then who is this next to you? Scaramouche. And that Scaramouche outside? Yi Chun replied without a hint of embarrassment. That one is a fake, a counterfeit. The goddess Sun's eyes darted back and forth, quickly piecing together some details. That it is rumored that Scaramouche harbors a deep animosity towards the master, and yet now he recognizes Yi Chun as his father, loyally acting as a bodyguard. This clearly raises some questions. Yesterday, she had felt a twinge of suspicion upon seeing Scaramouche beside Yi Chun. However, due to their father-son claims, she didn't pay it much mind. Yet now, as she reflected, she realized something was amiss. But looking at the Scaramouche before her, she truly could not discern any differences from the real Scaramouche. However, having gained some understanding of Yi Chun, she knew that the Scaramouche beside her was undoubtedly a fake. And she had foolishly entrusted the vision to this impostor. The goddess Sun glared at Yi Chun furiously, realizing she had been deceived by this scoundrel. Why, Yi Chun? Tell me honestly, did you trick my sister? No, this is truly Scaramouche. No doubt about it. If you do not believe me, I can have them fight, and you will see. The goddess Sun was not particularly concerned about who received the vision. Her anger stemmed from being duped by Yi Chun. Yet, upon hearing his words, her eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Watching two identical Scaramouches fight sounds utterly entertaining. Perhaps I should step out to witness the spectacle before returning to settle accounts with this scoundrel. Chapter 13. Astonishing discovery at the Ye Miko residence. Scaramouche stood at the entrance with an air of pride. The courtyard was ablaze with cherry blossoms, a breathtaking sight. While outside, Scaramouche muttered curses under his breath. Humph, what Ye Miko? Just a vixen. A slippery monster with sweet words. Scaramouche harbored immense resentment towards Inazuma, particularly towards the Raiden Shogun, the mother who had ostensibly abandoned him, and consequently, he felt no fondness for the goddess Sun. A subordinate of the Raiden Shogun, they were merely ruthless, heartless women. Yet now, he had come to Inazuma, fueled by his desire for revenge against Yi Chun, with the task of collecting the goddess heart for the Harbingers merely an afterthought. Having grown up without proper guidance from his mother, he had developed a penchant for crude language. He would hurl insults at anyone he encountered. However, when it came to Yi Chun, he found himself at a loss for words. His mind consumed by a single phrase. Scoundrel, he had never encountered such a despicable person. Since Yi Chun had become a harbinger, Scaramouche believed he had never provoked him. Yet this scoundrel had the audacity to come to his doorstep, singing a song titled A Child Abandoned by His Mother. Who could possibly endure that? Just a wretch. Contemplating Yi Chun's loss of the ability to use the Eye of God, a cruel smile crept across Scaramouche's face. Why, Yi Chun? Master, once I complete my task, you will come to know who truly reigns supreme. As Scaramouche reveled in his thoughts, three figures suddenly appeared in his line of sight. A pink-haired fox with an amused expression, the grinning scoundrel Yi Chun, and another individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, dressed similarly and even sharing the same demeanor. Scaramouche was momentarily dumbfounded. Instinctively rubbing his eyes beneath his hat, he confirmed he was not mistaken. The resemblance was indeed striking. He stared blankly at the smaller version of himself before pointing a finger at the young Scaramouche. What are you? The young Scaramouche, bewildered, replied, Daddy, how can this dog look exactly like me? He even dares to insult me. I want to beat him up. Daddy? Who is your daddy? Yi Chun is my daddy. Who are you? Although he did not directly call Yi Chun daddy, seeing someone who looked just like him call Yi Chun daddy made Scaramouche feel nauseated. The audacity of recognizing a thief as a father was infuriating. Scaramouche gritted his teeth in anger. I am the sixth harbinger, the wanderer. Scaramouche. Nonsense. I am the sixth harbinger, the wanderer. Scaramouche. You're full of it. I am Scaramouche. Who are you really? I am Scaramouche. You are not. I am. You are not. I am. The two Scaramouches, both wearing hats, one standing outside the door and the other inside, began bickering without any caution. It resembled a childish argument. The two not only looked identical, but their attire, movements, and expressions mirrored each other, creating a most amusing scene. After arguing for a while, neither could gain the upper hand, and Scaramouche finally said, On what grounds do you claim to be Scaramouche? The young Scaramouche replied, I can curse. I have smelly feet. My mother is Raiden Shogun, and my father is Chen. If I am not Scaramouche, then who is Chen? What on earth did this gossip furnace produce? This Scaramouche not only possesses some knowledge, but also has such a unique way of proving his identity. Claiming he can curse is one thing, but admitting to having smelly feet, Scaramouche's skill is indeed to kick with his feet. But could it be that after kicking so much, he developed foot odor? Yet, one should not belittle oneself like that. Moreover, this young Scaramouche even acknowledged Raiden Shogun as his mother, which was Scaramouche's biggest taboo. In contrast, Scaramouche was nearly exploding with rage. What manner of small creature is this? Does he have no shame? Proudly claiming his mother is the Shogun? Scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you want to fight? Come on, let us duel. I'm not afraid. The two children drew closer, their tempers flared, and they could no longer contain themselves, leading to a physical altercation. In an instant, Scaramouche leapt into the air, surrounded by wind elements, delivering a kick at the young Scaramouche. Not to be outdone, the young Scaramouche retaliated with the same technique. Scaramouche, witnessing this spectacle from above, nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. How is this possible? How can he not only resemble me so closely, but also employ my unique skills? What on earth is this? Before Scaramouche could ponder further, the two small feet collided. Bang! Bang! Two voices echoed, one foot planted firmly against the left chest, the other against the right. The two little beings then descended from the sky. The small rogue staggered 2 steps, clutching his right chest, but the rogue himself landed with a resounding thud. The excruciating pain coursing through his body sharpened his senses, yet at that moment, he was utterly dumbfounded. Despite their identical features, how could it be that after he had kicked the small rogue, he felt the pain himself? Why did the impact on that little creature's body translate into his own suffering? What on earth was this bizarre phenomenon? The rogue cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, Chen observed the two rogues fighting, thoroughly entertained, feeling as though he were witnessing a live-action battle between the true and false Monkey Kings. However, it soon became apparent to Chen that something was amiss. The system had previously stated that the characters produced by the Bagua furnace possessed strength equivalent to that of the Fatui Harbingers. Yet upon witnessing the rogues engage in genuine combat, he realized it was not so. Although both sides had exchanged kicks, the true rogue seemed to be suffering far more grievously than the false one. As he watched the rogue clutching his chest in disbelief, Chen began to suspect something extraordinary. Their strengths were indeed comparable, yet he seemed to have unearthed an astonishing truth. A smile crept onto his lips as he contemplated testing it. Little rogue, why are you fighting? Why not behave? Come here and take your punishment. Yes, daddy. The rogue, grievously wounded, nearly spat blood upon hearing Chen's dialogue with the little rogue. What did he mean by not behaving and come here for a beating? The most infuriating part was that the little creature had obediently called him daddy and agreed to it. The thought of a doppelganger calling him daddy while willingly submitting to punishment nearly drove him to madness. But that was not the end of it. As the little rogue approached Chen and removed his hat, Chen wasted no time in delivering a sharp slap, with a resounding crack. The little rogue was struck, while the true rogue gasped, clutching his right cheek in disbelief. The little rogue had been hit, and he felt the pain as if it had been inflicted upon him directly. A complete sense of shared suffering. This slap felt indistinguishable from one delivered to his own face. What kind of strange phenomenon had Chen conjured? Why was it that even though he was not the one struck, he felt the pain acutely? For the first time since gaining consciousness, the rebellious rogue experienced a taste of fear. An unprecedented panic gripped him. Chen, what on earth have you created? What is this thing? Chen's gaze remained fixed on the rogue, but upon witnessing the rogue's panicked expression as he covered his face, he too was taken aback. The characters produced by the Bagua furnace possessed such a unique ability. When I strike the false rogue, the true rogue feels the pain. Had I known, I would have stayed up all night last night to deal with this disobedient little brat, to curb his arrogance, to silence his insults, to prevent him from squandering my 80 pulls. Chapter 14. Divine Child. May I play with the rogue? Chen grinned at the rogue, his face lit with eager anticipation. In response, the rogue was thoroughly alarmed, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Chen, don't come any closer. What do you intend to do? I haven't seen you in so long, my dear son. I've missed you terribly. Don't be afraid. Your brother is just being unruly. Let me teach him a lesson. With that, Chen began to rain punches and kicks upon the little rogue. After all, he was merely a creation of the Bagua furnace. It wouldn't matter if he was killed. Naturally, Chen had no intention of actually killing the rogue. Such an entertaining creation was far too valuable to dispose of. The little rogue stood there, motionless and unresponsive, enduring the onslaught, while the true rogue was left in a state of shock. Chen, stop. I was wrong. Please, don't hit me anymore. Don't kick down there. Don't hit my face. Then where should I hit? You can't hit anywhere. Call me daddy. I am your father. How can you be so disobedient and still have the nerve to talk back? You little rascal should be punished. With that, Chen resumed his assault on the little rogue. Ah, this is quite amusing. However, the true rogue was now on the verge of tears, covering his head and rolling on the ground in despair. What on earth was this? What sort of bizarre creation had Chen concocted? The rogue lamented inwardly. Now he could neither fight back nor escape the beating. Other than being forsaken by the shadow, he had never experienced such a wretched fate. The child, utterly overwhelmed, finally lay on the ground and cried out in anguish. Daddy, I was wrong. Rogue, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Daddy, I was wrong. Please spare me. Ah, my dear child, you finally recognize me as your father. However, I no longer want you. You may leave. The rogue inwardly seethed. What the hell? I have never encountered such a shameless person in my life. How can he be so despicable? I am merely a child without a mother. How can he bear to bully me so? Is he even human? Yet, at that moment, the rogue dared not retort to Chen, fearing another beating. Having witnessed the false rogue's bizarre ability, he was genuinely terrified. How could such a thing exist on the roads of Teyvat? With a face full of grievance, the rogue picked himself up from the ground, retrieved his hat, and dared not wear it. Chen had mentioned before that he disliked the rogue wearing the hat. The rogue glared at the false rogue, nearly grinding his teeth in anger, but ultimately could not resist asking, Young master, what exactly is that creature? Chen casually fabricated an answer. That's a slice man. A new invention by the doctor that I never expected it to be so useful, given that the rogue already held a grudge against the doctor who had used him as a test subject. He felt no guilt in placing the blame squarely on the doctor's shoulders. Meanwhile, in the country of Sumeru, the doctor, preparing to send the slice man to assassinate Chen, suddenly sneezed twice. Achoo! Achoo! What the hell? Why am I sneezing? That bastard Chen must be cursing me. Just wait. Chen, it's time to avenge my fallen comrades. The doctor still harbored resentment over the loss of his slice man at Chen's hands. The rogue thought to himself, as expected, I knew it was that damned doctor. There is no one else but him. That worthless piece of trash who only knows how to create failures. I never expected he could produce something so terrifying. He will surely be punished. All right, my son, you may leave. After you step out that door today, our father-son relationship will be severed. The rogue raged inwardly. Who is your son? How shameless can you be? Do you even deserve that title? If it weren't for you creating that false rogue here, I would have ended you today. Yet, the more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt that a whole year, exactly 1 year. Did he know how he had spent that year? Day after day, he was trapped at his doorstep, listening to a child without a mother for an entire year. The incessant droning of that wretched song, combined with Chen's peculiar tone, was more excruciating than being stabbed in the heart. And that torment had persisted for an entire year. Finally, when he heard that the jester Piero's ability to manipulate Chen's gaze had faded, he thought he could finally deal with Chen. He could beat him up whenever he wanted. But who would have thought Chen would conjure another false rogue? The rogue cast a cold glance at the little rogue, feeling his spirit break. What on earth was this creature? How could that worthless doctor have conceived such a thing? Noticing that the rogue was on the brink of collapse, Chen felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, the rogue was just a child, and bullying a child seemed somewhat excessive. That why Chen lamented, Rogue, I understand that this past year has been quite difficult for you. That I acknowledge that I might have been in the wrong. The rogue, adopting Chen's tone in his mind, cursed inwardly. Damn it, you actually realize that, but you cannot hold me accountable for this. That we are colleagues now, and we were briefly father and son. I consider this. I was also coerced into joining the Fatui by that old jester. I didn't want to, but he threatened me, saying he would kill me if I refused. That I had no choice but to comply. So, in essence, the blame for seeking revenge on you lies with Piero. As for the little rogue, he was entrusted to me by the doctor. You should take that matter up with him. The Scaramouche possesses a penchant for verbal vitriol, yet it is evident that his intellect is not particularly astute, making him easily manipulable. Initially, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Scaramouche suspected that Yi Chen was attempting to show off. However, upon further reflection, he acknowledged the validity of Yi Chen's statement regarding the jester's coercion of him into joining the Fatui. A matter conducted in the presence of the Fatui's executives. There was no fault in that assertion. Furthermore, the creation of such a counterfeit monstrosity was beyond Yi Chen's capabilities. He was simply unworthy. It was undoubtedly the brainchild of that insufferable doctor, who had long been a source of disdain for Scaramouche, that a group of worthless individuals, none of whom held any merit, Scaramouche silently judged at AS for the doctor. That little nuisance would eventually face retribution. His disdain for them had been brewing for some time. As for Yi Chen and the jester, they were currently too formidable to confront, so it was prudent to let them be for the time being. Yi Chen possessed a counterfeit. Striking him would be akin to harming oneself, and he was not foolish enough to engage in such folly. The jester, being the chief executive of the Fatui, was a cunning old fox who held no fear of the doctor. Yet Scaramouche remained vigilant against him. But I cannot entirely blame you for these matters, he thought. Never mind, I shall return to settle accounts with that doctor to Yi Chen. The divine child observed the entire spectacle with rapt attention. Were it not for the oiled tofu the priestess had procured for her, she might have succumbed to laughter. Tea was utterly delightful. Scaramouche, that Navi little fellow, was simply too foolish. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was rather wicked. At last, she could personally witness the torment the Fatui executives had endured over the past year. Previously, emboldened by his ability to wield the evil eye, he had relentlessly bullied the weaker members of the Fatui. Now, stripped of that power and confronted with this extraordinary creation, one could only speculate about what thoughts occupied Yi Chen's mind. The thought was exhilarating. Was this what Yi Chen referred to as an unforgettable day? Indeed, it was a memory one would be loath to forget. This fox spirit, having lived for so many years, had never encountered such an amusing affair. The divine child seemed to have forgotten about the peculiar novels Yi Chen had gifted her. With great effort, she stifled her laughter and glanced at Scaramouche, then at the counterfeit, and finally back to Yi Chen, unable to resist exclaiming, "Yi Chen, may I borrow this little gadget of yours to play with?" As an affectionate aunt, she was eager to tease that little rascal. Scaramouche, isn't that rather inappropriate? The divine child pouted regretfully, her large eyes fixed intently on Yi Chen, her expression reminiscent of a girlfriend playfully seeking indulgence. Being a fox spirit, her every movement exuded a captivating allure. Such a display of affection would be irresistible to any man. This is not good. This fox spirit is attempting to ensnare me. He thought that he must not fall prey to the seductions of a fox spirit. Should word of this reach Blue Star, it would be a monumental embarrassment to Yi Chen, a native of Blue Star, seduced by a fox spirit from Teyvat, collapsing beneath the sway of her skirts. If this tale were to circulate, it would undoubtedly become notorious throughout Blue Star as a man of integrity and a strong sense of justice. He would never allow himself to be led astray by a fox spirit. If seduction were to occur, it must be he who lured the fox spirit. Indeed, he resolved to educate the divine child on the peculiarities of the island nation at a later date. Having already chosen his cast, the male lead would be Arataki Ito, while the female lead, well, perhaps it would be best to forego a female lead and allow Arataki Ito to carry the narrative himself. However, this plan could not be rushed. Yi Chen regarded the divine child and hesitantly suggested, "How about I let you play with it for a bit?" I doubt Scaramouche would mind. Chapter 15. Not even the dogs are spared. Just as Scaramouche's hostility towards Yi Chen had diminished ever so slightly. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, he felt as though he might collapse to the ground. What does it mean that I wouldn't mind? Why would I not mind? Allowing that counterfeit to entertain the divine child would surely lead to his own demise. He was well aware of the divine child's unfavorable opinion of him, which lacked the leniency of Raiden Shogun. Infuriated, Scaramouche turned on his heel and fled. This place was far too perilous. He was but a child, and he wished to return to the land of winter. Yi Chen followed closely behind, stating, "So Scaramouche is leaving. It seems he has consented, so I shall lend you little Scaramouche for a while. But do not let him perish. If he dies, Scaramouche will follow suit. Alas, it seems we must all take care to protect little Scaramouche, lest he meet a tragic end." Scaramouche, did you hear that? Scaramouche heard, and was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. From Yi Chen's words, he gleaned a message that plunged him into despair. If the counterfeit beside Yi Chen were to perish, so too would he. This was, without a doubt, the most dreadful news he had ever received in his life. Yi Chen, aside from Raiden Shogun, was his greatest nemesis, and now Yi Chen was informing him that his very life hinged upon Yi Chen's whims. Should Yi Chen eliminate that counterfeit, he would surely perish as well. Thus, he could not allow the counterfeit to die, nor could he permit Yi Chen, its master, to meet his end. It was an unabashed threat, and he felt utterly powerless. It was akin to delivering a powerful blow, only for it to land on cotton, which then rebounded, leaving him in the position of having to protect that very cotton. What a ridiculous situation. Had he truly accepted a thief as his father? Scaramouche pondered, feeling wronged, and began to weep bitterly on the ground. Such bullying is intolerable. Yi Chen observed Scaramouche with a smile and remarked, "Divine child, look at what you've done. You've frightened my son to tears." The divine child, observing Scaramouche, felt a twinge of sympathy. "Do not worry, little Scaramouche. Your aunt will not bully you. I am, after all, the gentlest person in the world." Scaramouche wept for a while, as if coming to a realization, and then suddenly sprang to his feet. But he soon recalled that he had yet to complete the task assigned by the jester. He had come to retrieve the gnosis. Scaramouche turned back, his face adorned with the innocence of a child. Yi Chen asked, "Scaramouche, why have you not departed? Do you not wish to stay with your father?" Cough, cough. One sentence was enough to send Scaramouche into a fit of rage. Yi Chen regarded Scaramouche with satisfaction, thinking, "Now you understand the taste of anger, do you? It took me half a month to accumulate my small reserve, and you dared to give me that impudent dialogue. Had I known you would come to me, I would never have found it in my heart to bully you." The mystery was finally unraveled. It turned out that bullying had its reasons. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Scaramouche dared not glance at Yi Chen any longer. Instead, he approached the divine child with utmost seriousness. "Divine child, I just remembered that I came to see you for the gnosis. The jester informed me that you had already made arrangements." The divine child turned to Yi Chen and smiled. "Scaramouche, you have arrived too late. I have already given the gnosis to him." She was, of course, referring to the counterfeit. Scaramouche was taken aback. "Divine child, this was an agreement between you and the jester." "Yes, I am aware, but he is also Scaramouche, is he not? This matter is not the fault of your aunt. If you desire it, you must ask him. If he refuses, why not plead with your father?" Yi Chen interjected, "Divine child, do not speak carelessly. I did not take the gnosis." "Scaramouche, do you not recall? I just handed it over to you." "Handed it over? When did you do that? You are framing me. I did not take it." Yi Chen retorted. "Did you perhaps lose it when you fell earlier? Why not return to that spot and search for it? Regardless, I have nothing to do with it." "Understood, so I must bear the blame. Is that it? The gnosis is lost because of me?" "Yi Chen, you know that I know you took the gnosis. This is an order from Lady Raiden. Are you not afraid of her wrath? What you took has nothing to do with me." "You call me father." Scaramouche, suddenly filled with resolve, refused to comply. "That I will not. So, I am to bear the blame. Is that it?" "You need not take the blame. I could simply eliminate him. To be honest, I am uncertain whether you would perish if I were to kill little Scaramouche. Shall we find out?" Scaramouche departed, burdened with the greatest resentment of his life. This blame he was undoubtedly fated to bear, whether he wished to or not. He had no choice. It was either this or death, two options, but in truth, only one. To say he had merely lost something was somewhat acceptable. After all, even a clown could cling to past affections, yet that scoundrel Yi Chen would not. Exiting the Ye Miko's residence, Scaramouche wandered aimlessly through the streets of Inazuma, his expression vacant. Were it not for his steadfast resolve, he would have succumbed to madness brought on by Yi Chen's provocations today. How could there exist someone like Yi Chen in this world? He, too, was a member of the Fatui's executive ranks. How could he be so cruel to himself? Whether it be the doctor, the girl, the puppets, or even the other Fatui executives, while Yi Chen had bullied them all, he had never exhibited such mercilessness before. I am not his biological child. Today marked his second arrival on Inazuma's soil. Though Raiden Makoto did not acknowledge him as her son, he was now the sixth harbinger of the Fatui, having made a name for himself. Today should have been a triumphant homecoming, yet it felt more akin to a nightmare. On the way, Scaramouche encountered a stray dog. In a fit of fury, he unleashed his pent-up frustrations upon the creature. Not even sparing it from his wrath, he sought to transfer the humiliation inflicted by Yi Chen onto the hapless dog. To his astonishment, the cursed dog retaliated in kind, The two-legged beast before it must be insane. It seemed to be cursing at me. Unable to contain itself, the dog lunged forward, biting into Scaramouche's calf with unyielding ferocity. Refusing to let go, Scaramouche was taken aback that a mere dog would dare to bite him. In that moment, he had not noticed that he had been bitten. Being bullied by Chen was one thing. But now even a filthy dog dared to attack him. Seeking vengeance, Scaramouche drew his weapon and swiftly dispatched the dog. The creature was dead, yet its jaws remained clamped around his leg, leaving only its head dangling from his limb. Infuriated, Scaramouche brutally finished the task, dismembering the dog completely. Meanwhile, Chen remained oblivious to Scaramouche's encounter with the dog. Watching him depart, he pondered more entertaining pursuits. Miko, what do you think? If I were to gather all the Fatui executives like Scaramouche, would that not be amusing? The Miko was taken aback. Is it possible to do that? Chapter 16. The roots of worry. Gathering all 10 Fatui executives was not merely a fleeting thought for Chen. In the past, he would boast that with 10 raw stones, he could collect the very essence of the world into his harem, but upon truly arriving in Teyvat, he realized that peril lurked at every corner. He had nearly lost his life on 2 occasions since coming to Teyvat. The first was when he was pursued by Hilichurls, nearly leading to his demise. The second was when the Harlequin threatened him into joining the Fatui. He had no doubt that should he refuse, the Harlequin would eliminate him on the spot. The Harlequin Pierrot was a sinister figure, far more terrifying than the doctor's technological madness. And then there was the divine authority. The ruler of this world. Chen possessed not only a system, but also a half-god's perspective as a player of Genshin Impact. If his deductions were correct, once the Fatui gathered the vision, the apex battle sweeping through the entirety of Teyvat would commence as for the divine authority and the gods. Chen felt a strange inclination that the divine authority was not truly malevolent. Should war truly erupt, it was likely that the Harlequin-led Fatui and the Abyss, along with the Archons, would become the greatest antagonists. Thus, Chen resolved to temporarily safeguard the heart of God, deciding to reveal it only when all became clear. If the Fatui truly turned out to be the villains, he would present 10 Fatui executives before them and arrogantly declare, "Come, do you not desire the heart of God? Come and face me." It felt a tad indecent to think so. Indeed, that is rather indecent. After all this time, I've never encountered someone as audacious as you. Chen, you're driving my nephew to the brink of madness. But it is amusing. Chen, let us play again sometime, shall we? Next time, I'd like to take a turn. I've always had a fondness for children. By the way, Chen, how did you create this little Scaramouche? Do teach your sister. I'd like to make a couple to entertain myself at home. Truly, you are quite unique in your interests. Miko. To play with them at home. You are rather mischievous. This, I fear. I cannot teach you. Is that so? Then I shall have to settle the score with you. Do you recall the novel you gifted me yesterday? Mentioning the book made Chen slightly embarrassed. To gift the Miko a risky novel was something only he would dare to do. That he had merely intended to tease her, yet it had gone awry, much like himself. Moreover, having read it overnight, he could not deny she might have enjoyed it. After all, women often found such things intriguing, perhaps even more than men did. However, in the presence of a beautiful woman, Chen was ever bold. Miko, if you liked it, I could write you a couple more when I find the time. You wish to gift me such shameless books again. How could you utter such words? As she recalled the salacious scenes within, the Miko felt a sudden warmth wash over her. Her navet had left her curious about the descriptions, an impulse awakening within her that she had never considered before. Anxiously, she wondered why such thoughts had crossed her mind. That scoundrel Chen. Chen, I must thank you. However, merely reading is rather dull. Why not try something with me? Try something? Or perhaps just try? Yet, observing the Miko's gleeful demeanor, Chen suddenly felt as though the air around him had frozen. Goodness, I nearly fell for that. Miko, please refrain from jesting. While I cannot share the methods of creation with you, I can allow you to play with someone else. Miko? In the next moment, Chen summoned Tartaglia from his backpack. With his golden hair, gray cloak, exquisite features, and that familiar arrogant demeanor, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Tartaglia himself. The Miko scrutinized Tartaglia for a moment before shifting her gaze back to Chen. Her expression one of astonishment. Why, Chen, you truly created a set of these Fatui executives? Not quite. For now, it's only Scaramouche and Tartaglia. For now, implying that in the future, Yi Chun might indeed create all the Fatui executives. Was it not the case that he could then torment them at will? Ah, those poor souls. Although each Fatui executive was far from virtuous, the Miko felt a twinge of sympathy for them. Why provoke Yi Chun for no reason? Yet, glancing at Tartaglia, her interest waned. What fun could a filthy man provide? She regarded him with disdain. Yi Chun, hearing her words, grew anxious. What makes men so uninteresting? There are numerous enjoyable aspects. I nearly wished to impart some enlightening knowledge to the Miko, but realizing her apparent aversion to matters of intimacy, he held back. Miko, it is still feasible to play, huh? You know Tartaglia excels at archery, right? We could use him as a target for our arrows. Tartaglia, I never imagined that my daily practice would lead to becoming a target for others. The Miko considered Yi Chun's suggestion to be rather intriguing. Though the figure before her was not the real Tartaglia but rather a puppet, it would still feel pain, making it all the more entertaining. Unconsciously, she licked her lips. All right, let us give it a try. Soon, the Ye Miko's residence transformed into an archery range. Yi Chun retrieved hundreds of arrows and several bows from his backpack. It seemed he would not relent until Tartaglia was riddled with arrows. However, the kind-hearted Yi Chun took care to ensure the arrows were dulled. He could not truly harm Tartaglia. Though the stove could create executive puppets, these were consumables. Once used, they were gone, and so too was their essence. He still required the Fatui executives as his bodyguards, and besides, the large pot needed their assistance as well. Miko, aim away from the face. We cannot mar such a handsome visage. I have need of it later. Yi Chun, are you plotting something again? Well, if we avoid the face, I could shoot at his mouth. Just have him keep it open while I take aim. Yi Chun? What in the world? Does the fox harbor such peculiar hobbies? Miko, that may not be appropriate, but should you truly have such unusual interests, I could assist you. Upon hearing those words, the divine child suddenly recalled a scene from a novel, her delicate face flushing with a rosy hue. Resembling a ripe apple, beautiful and tempting, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite, but Yi Chun instinctively licked his lips. This vixen certainly knew how to entice. The divine child cast a cold smile at Yi Chun, and suddenly, with a display of elegance, drew her bow and shot an arrow towards the gentleman, not aimed at the mouth, nor the heart, but rather aimed at his lower regions. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Each time she released an arrow, she cast a peculiar glance at Yi Chun, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. The divine child had missed her mark. If she shot again, the gentleman would be ruined. Perhaps a miss was for the best. Yi Chun swallowed nervously. Did your book not state that this was the source of a man's troubles? Those with such a source are burdened with worries. After careful consideration, I believe it would be prudent to eliminate the source. Sister, this would also be an act of kindness. Wouldn't you agree? Yi Chun, Chapter 17. The gentleman. Perhaps I should head to the apothecary for some remedies. The gentleman, Dardalia, swiftly followed Yi Chun as they departed from the land of winter. He had a mission. As the lowest-ranking executive of the Fatui, he bore the responsibility of training their soldiers. Thus his journey to Liyue was to serve as an instructor. After a weary year, he sought a brief respite in Liyue harbor to recuperate. Having left the land of winter and evaded the clutches of Yi Chun, his spirits were lifted, gazing at the sky. With leisurely clouds drifting by, he felt a surge of joy. Even the bright sunlight seemed gentle rather than blinding. Strolling along the streets of Liyue harbor, he felt as though he might float away. Life without Yi Chun was truly delightful. At last, there was no one to challenge him idly. Dardalia couldn't help but exclaimed that in the past, he relished dueling with anyone he encountered, but now, he simply wished to relax. As he hummed a tune by Mr. Yun, he fortuitously crossed paths with Mr. Zhongli. The gentleman's eyes instantly sparkled with recognition. Having previously engaged in trade with Zhongli, the astute gentleman had long surmised that Zhongli was none other than Morix. The Geo-Archon had chosen Liyue as his destination precisely because of Morix's presence. Even the mere knowledge of Morix's existence in Liyue, it brought him an inexplicable sense of security. Although Yi Chun's malevolent gaze had lost its potency, that scoundrel was still cunning, perhaps laying some trap. Regardless, out of sight, out of mind, it was best to keep a distance from him. Upon seeing Zhongli, the gentleman approached with a smile. Zhongli, it has been a while. How have you been? Not bad. Not bad at all. That I have been rather tormented by Yi Chun, he replied with a chuckle. Ha, Mr. Zhongli, I am quite well. Just as he finished speaking, A sudden sharp pain shot through his lower body. What the hell? Who attacked me? Ah, it hurts so much, the gentleman exclaimed, clutching himself in agony. This is unbearable. My legs are clamped tight, and cold sweat beads on my forehead. I am on the verge of collapsing. The gentleman was bewildered. How could he suddenly be in such pain? Just this morning, everything had seemed perfectly fine. Instinctively, he deduced that he had been poisoned, and the only person capable of such a deed was Yi Chun. Could it be? Yi Chun, you've already left, but you still have to set me up? Zhongli, too, was perplexed. Just moments ago, they had been exchanging pleasantries, and now he seemed gravely injured. My friend, are you all right? Ah, no, I'm fine. I don't know why I suddenly felt such intense pain, but it's better now. Where are you headed, Mr. Zhongli? Just passing time. There's a performance by Mr. Yin today. I'm off to the tea house for some tea and to enjoy the music. Just passing time, drinking tea and listening to music. You are the Geo Archon. How leisurely of you. But do you have any money on you? Upon seeing the gentleman, Zhongli had pondered this question as well. By the way, my friend, do you have any money? I left in a hurry and didn't bring any. Heh, no money. I can't help but ask, when has Zhongli ever left home with money? Yet considering his status as the creator of Mora, it isn't surprising. The gentleman flattered, Mr. Zhongli, you may not have money, but I do. Although I didn't bring much, just 200,000 Mora. Please take it for now. And if it's insufficient, just put it on the tab with our northern bank. Someone will come by to settle the account later. Consider it a protection fee. The term protection fee was learned from Yi Chun, who would always put the bill on the gentleman whenever they dined or drank in the land of winter. He claimed it was to protect himself and his family's safety, lest something unfortunate befall them. Unfortunate? This is clearly extortion, but for the sake of his family's safety, the gentleman begrudgingly accepted it. Seeing Zhongli now brought that term to mind. Protection fee, such a curious phrase. Not curious at all. Mr. Zhongli, we are friends, merely assisting each other, mutual assistance. In the event that Yi Chun were to arrive in Liyue, he would naturally seek Zhongli's help, and Zhongli couldn't just ignore him. This was what they called being prepared for a rainy day. Why Yi Chun had said that a man must have a broad vision and not be limited to the present moment. He should look further ahead. It seemed he was beginning to grasp this concept, though he felt he might have misinterpreted it somewhat. It wasn't entirely off base. Upon confirming that the gentleman was unharmed, Zhongli excused himself, stating that Mr. Yun's performance was about to begin, and he would be late for his tea and music. Take care, Mr. Zhongli, I'll treat you to a drink when you have time. Very well, let us share a drink when we can. Hearing Zhongli agree to drink together, the gentleman felt reassured. Zhongli regarded him as a friend, and now in Liyue, he no longer had to fear Yi Chen's bullying. As he watched Zhongli depart, the gentleman planned to rest at the northern bank for a while. Suddenly, he cried out in agony that a sharp pain, even more intense than before, struck him, nearly causing him to faint. Who is plotting against me? Seeing no one around, the gentleman was bewildered. Surely, he wasn't suffering from some grave illness that I must head to the apothecary for some remedies. Meanwhile, in Inazuma, within the courtyard of the Ye Miko's estate, 3 individuals stood in a row. The gentleman Dardalia was at the forefront, followed by the Harbinger, and Yi Chun stood at the back. Moments ago, Yi Chun had audaciously suggested testing the waters with his mouth, provoking the divine child, who then swiftly drew her bow and aimed at the shameless Yi Chun. Prepared, Yi Chun had positioned the gentleman and the Harbinger before him. This was no jest. He had yet to marry, and could not afford to be struck by the divine child's arrowed as an ordinary person. Such a shot would be enough to incapacitate him. Thus, the unfortunate gentleman was born. Seeing Yi Chun shamelessly use the gentleman and the Harbinger as shields, the divine child knew she could not hit him and, in frustration, discarded her arrows. Boring, not fun. Unable to strike Yi Chun and deprived of the pleasure of witnessing the Harbinger's misfortune, she soon lost interest in shooting. It was time to enjoy some snacks and lift her spirits. Noticing the divine child had departed, Yi Chun followed suit, murmuring, "Without twins, a close friend will suffice." Why, Yi Chun, what did you say? I was just thinking how nice it would be to have a daughter. Chapter 18. Who wouldn't want a daughter like Klee? The divine child ventured out for a stroll, and Yi Chun followed closely. Upon arriving in Inazuma, Yi Chun suddenly found his life growing dull. To be precise, it was the loss of his malevolent gaze that rendered things mundane. With no one to torment him, life had become rather tedious. As a traveler, or rather, a being from another world. He had no family or friends in Teyvat, and occasionally felt a pang of loneliness. It seemed he ought to hasten his search for a spouse. The divine child did not oppose Yi Chen accompanying her. Although at times Yi Chen resembled a lecherous rogue, a scoundrel, and a good-for-nothing, his actions did not evoke her disdain. Rather, she found him to be, well, how should one put it, an exceedingly intriguing individual. Furthermore, he possessed an extraordinary appearance. Exuding a carefree demeanor, clad in flowing white robes, when he was not teasing her, he bore a certain scholarly resemblance, as described in books. This created a peculiar sensation, one that was oddly endearing. Moreover, his behavior invariably sparked a flicker of curiosity within her. Despite being the 11th harbinger of the Fatui, his actions appeared to have little connection to the duties of his position. As the two strolled in silence for a while, the divine child, contentedly munching on fried tofu, broke the silence. Yi Chen, are you truly the 12th harbinger of the Fatui? Indeed, without a doubt, he replied. Yet, how is it that you seem nothing like one? Everything you do appears to be in opposition to the Fatui. Yi Chen gazed at the half-eaten fried tofu in her hand and, with a smile, said, Divine child, if you wish to know, simply give me a piece of that fried tofu you hold. The fried tofu, akin to skewered delicacies, consisted of several pieces of tofu threaded onto a bamboo stick, deep-fried, and topped with a drizzle of sauce, making it the divine child's favorite treat. Reluctant, yet driven by insatiable curiosity, akin to a persistent craving, she eventually nodded in agreement. You may have a piece, but only one. That very well. Yi Chen took the fried tofu, took a hefty bite, and savored it. How sweet. The divine child, puzzled, responded. Sweet. It's fragrant with a hint of saltiness. Is it not? Oh, perhaps my taste buds are malfunctioning, he jested. The divine child glanced at Yi Chen, then at the fried tofu he had just taken from her. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. Sweetness. It was merely her own saliva. Yi Chen, you scoundrel. Yi Chen, having anticipated her reaction, made a swift escape as she prepared to retaliate. Teasing the vixen was delightful, but enduring a beating was not. Consequently, the divine child, akin to an irate neighbor girl, commenced a playful chase after Yi Chen through the streets of Inazuma. The two dashed around the streets for a considerable distance until Yi Chen abruptly halted in front of the Adventurers Guild. Upon spotting a child donning a red hood and carrying a small backpack, he was taken aback with delight. Is that not my little Klee? What brings her here? The little girl exclaimed. Come play rock, paper, scissors with me. And if you win, I'll give you candy. Yi Chen, caught off guard, thought. I had not realized Arataki Ito was here too. He was notorious for engaging children in games of rock, paper, scissors, a game so simple that it was often challenging for kids to win. And the losses were genuine. However, why was Klee here? Shouldn't she be in Mondstadt, fishing at Starfell Lake, or studying explosives in confinement? Pouting, Klee replied, I don't want to play rock, paper, scissors. I'm here in Inazuma looking for my daddy. He came to me in a dream and said he's here. If I call him daddy, he will recognize me. The little girl was searching for her father, and Yi Chen thought, if you win against me, I'll take you to find him. Poor Klee had addressed many as her father, yet none acknowledged her claim. Ordinary people were reluctant to assume the role of a little girl as father, and those who knew Klee were wary of pretending to be her dad, especially considering that Alice, that adventurous woman, was known to attract formidable company like Morix, the Geo Archon. Thus, Klee felt quite disheartened. Spotting Yi Chen, she bounced over to him, nervously asking, Hello, are you Klee's daddy? Who wouldn't he want a daughter like Klee? Hearing her pitifully call him daddy melted Yi Chen's heart, with one seeking a father and the other yearning for a daughter. They instantly connected. Yi Chen, taking the greatest risk on Teyvat, joyfully declared, Klee, I am your father. You must have dreamt of me. A benevolent lie. Klee bit her lip, scrutinizing the exceptionally handsome man before her, seemingly confirming his identity. Mama said that daddy is the most handsome and strongest man in the world. He appeared to be the most handsome person she had ever seen. Realizing she had finally found her father after much hardship, tears of joy streamed down her cheeks. Klee had found her daddy. She was so happy. Having never met her father since birth, and with her mother often away on adventures, she frequently found herself alone. Although Jean, Kia, and the knights treated her kindly, she felt a pang of sadness each time she saw other children with their fathers. But now, she had a father too. Daddy, hug me, Klee exclaimed excitedly. Yi Chen immediately enveloped Klee in his arms. gently wiping away her tears with his right hand, his demeanor transforming into one of tender warmth. At that moment, the divine child arrived, panting from the chase, upon witnessing Yi Chen, radiating paternal affection while cradling a little girl. She was momentarily taken aback. Although she had not known Yi Chen for long, she had begun to understand the essence of his character. However, she had never imagined he could exude such genuine warmth and kindness. As if he truly were Klee's father, the twinge of envy stirred within her. If only Yi Chen could be as gentle and sincere with her, might she also come to harbor feelings for this man? The divine child was startled by her own thoughts. Why am I thinking this? How infuriating. It must be Yi Chen's influence. I could never fall for a scoundrel like him to claim one's father upon meeting a child. How many wives could he possibly have? Humph, that scoundrel. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's gaze shifted to Arataki Ito, his eyes narrowing slightly as he smiled. Did you just bully my daughter? You dare to bully my daughter? Klee felt warmth in her heart as she realized her father was upset on her behalf. This was what having a father felt like. Wonderful. Yet, she had not been bullied. She kindly defended Arataki Ito. Daddy? Klee, no need to say anything. I know he must have bullied you. Today, I shall take care of him. Arataki Ito, bewildered, found himself at a loss for words. What has this man been saying? When did I ever bully your daughter? I merely thought the little girl was adorable and wanted to engage her in a friendly game of rock, paper, scissors. Yet here I am, being accused of bullying her. What a ridiculous claim. Klee blinked her large eyes, feeling confused. This big brother hadn't bullied her, so why was he saying such things? Was this what Jean meant when she warned her about people with strange minds outside? Thankfully, she had found her father. Otherwise, Klee would have been at a loss. How frightening. Yi Chen commented, Arataki, you're a decent fellow, just not the brightest. He seemed to attract trouble unnecessarily. Initially, he had considered filming a small project with Ito, believing in the importance of preserving traditional culture. However, seeing his lack of intellect, Yi Chen shook his head and decided against it. If he were to collaborate with Ito, it might not be an exhilarating tale, but rather a source of amusement. Forget it. I'll leave that opportunity for the clown.as for the leading lady. I'll just find a couple of hilichurls for him to play with, he mused, turning his attention back to the divine child. He asked, is it permissible if I were to take his life right here? Arataki Ito, startled, exclaimed, who are you that speaks so boldly? I was merely joking, and now you threaten me. Yi Chen, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, you should have heard of me. My name is Yi Chen, the esteemed 12th harbinger of the Fatui. Upon hearing that name, Arataki Ito was taken aback that he recognized it. It belonged to the infamous villain from the novel produced by Ye Miko, known as Yi Chen, who was nicknamed Young Master. The book depicted this formidable antagonist as ruthless and merciless, instilling fear in everyone from elderly women of 80 to toddlers of 3, who would cry out in terror upon hearing his name. Could it possibly be him? This was, after all, his idol. If one day others were to hear his name and weep in fear, how impressive that would be. You truly are the one from the book. He stammered, pulling out a crumpled copy of The Great Demon King, a book that had clearly been read countless times by him. Idol, is it really you? I am your little fan. My lifelong dream is to become a great demon king like you. Idol, I was mistaken earlier. I was merely boasting that I truly did not bully your daughter. Yi Chen was bewildered. But you are the renowned Dosher, the king of stubbornness. Why would you apologize to me? And why am I your idol? What has gone awry here? The Shinsi covered her face, having never encountered someone like Arataki Ito, who appeared to be a disgrace to Inazuma. Papa, this big brother is a good person. He didn't bully me. Can you please spare him? Klee said, gazing nervously at her father. Yi Chen, unable to resist, planted kisses on Klee's cheeks, eliciting giggles from her. Since my daughter has said so, I shall let you off this time. Papa is the best, Arataki Ito exclaimed. Thank you, great demon king. I truly am your fan. Would you mind signing my book? He eagerly handed over the novel and produced a pen from his pocket. Faced with such fervent enthusiasm from a fan, Yi Chen pondered for a moment, but ultimately signed his name. Arataki Ito beamed with joy, as if he had discovered treasure. Ha! My idol has signed for me. This is fantastic. I will strive to emulate my idol and become a great demon king myself. However, this does resemble Dosher's style, Klee remarked, her large eyes blinking as she observed Arataki Ito. She then whispered to Yi Chen, Papa, this big brother seems a bit off in the head. We should leave quickly. All right, if my daughter says so. Then we shall go. Yi Chun turned to Arataki Ito. There is nothing more for you here. You may take your leave. Reluctantly, Arataki Ito stepped back. He had finally met his idol and wished to learn more, but recognizing that Yi Chun had just reunited with his daughter, he said, then I shall take my leave for now. When you have the time, please bring the little princess to our Arataki gang to guide us in our endeavors, but we'll talk about that later, Yi Chun replied as he carried Klee away. Behind them trailed Skirmouch and Child, while Shinsi walked at the back, watching the duo that truly seemed like a father and daughter, feeling a mix of envy and concern. She knew who this little girl was and was acutely aware of her mother's identity. That mother was a witch who had once bullied her to tears in Inazuma, leaving even Shogun powerless, and had even broken the wings of Kuju Sera Yi Chun. Did you dare to acknowledge her as your daughter? Although she was unaware of Alice's husband, Shinsi was certain it was not Yi Chun. Oh, you really enjoy playing the role of a father? First Scaramouche, and now Klee. Both of their mothers are extraordinary individuals. Klee, nestled in Yi Chun's arms, blinked her big eyes at his handsome face, pondering if this was what it felt like to be held by a father. Papa, 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 Klee incessantly called out to Yi Chun. Her eyes nearly crescent-shaped with joy. Hee, I love calling you Papa. Klee is a Papa now. Klee is a Papa now. I am so happy. Yi Chun affectionately ruffled Klee's hair, sharing in her laughter. His gentle demeanor captivated Shinsi, who found herself momentarily entranced. Yi Chun possessed such a tender side. Unbeknownst to her, she felt a twinge of envy as Yi Chun strolled through the streets of Inazuma. Carrying Klee, they passed a food stall where he bought her some treats. With her hands full of various delicacies, Klee munched away and remarked, Papa, you just said you are an executive of the Fatui, but Captain Jean mentioned that the Fatui are the worst of the worst on Teyvat. Yi Chun sighed inwardly. The Fatui, you say? They have led me astray. After finally finding a daughter, she now perceives me as a villain. Enough is enough. Klee, what do you think makes a great hero? Someone who specializes in defeating bad guys is a hero. Exactly. Although Papa is an executive of the Fatui, I am actually an undercover agent, you see. The bad guys usually hide in their holes, too afraid to come out that if I cannot find them, I must join them to defeat them. Which is why I became an executive. So that's how it is. Papa, Klee also wants to be a hero. Let's fight bad guys together, okay? Yi Chun's eyes flickered. Well, there are many ways to punish bad people. It doesn't always have to involve fighting. We could. As Yi Chun spoke, Shinsi listened closely from behind, feeling increasingly uneasy and somewhat gleeful. The Fatui, what kind of devil have you invited into your midst? I almost feel sorry for you. Chapter 20. The largest kidnapping case in Teyvat's history. The following morning, at the Knights of Favonius headquarters in Mondstadt, in Captain Jean's office, a Vice Captain Jean, Librarian Lisa, Captain Kia, and the sugar-sweet caretaker Sucrose gathered together. With her arms crossed, Jean's gaze was icy as she scrutinized Kia. Kia, have you found Klee? I haven't found her. I've searched Starfall Lake, Windrise, and even the Storm Terror's lair. But there's no sign of Klee. However, Captain, rest assured, I will find her, Kia replied with a wry smile. Klee, you've truly put your brother Kia in a predicament this time. You could have simply said you were going to find your father. Yet you vanished without a trace. Now Captain Jean is in a frenzy. I am doomed. Lisa interjected. This morning, someone from Mondstadt Winery mentioned a lead, stating they saw a little girl in red leave Mondstadt, seemingly heading to Liyue. According to their description, she bears a striking resemblance to Klee. Is it confirmed? Essentially. Then we must dispatch someone to find her immediately. Upon bringing Klee back, I will confine her for 2 weeks. And Sucrose, you must stay by her side at all times. You cannot let her escape again. That if Klee goes missing, how will I explain it to her mother, Alice? Captain, since we have received news about Klee, I will head to Mondstadt right away. Don't worry. I will bring Klee back. Yes, they discussed Klee's disappearance. Scout Amber rushed in, breathless. Captain, I have news about Klee. This letter is from Inazuma's Ye Miko, stating that Klee has arrived in Inazuma safely. There are also 2 additional letters, one from Klee and another from her father. As soon as she finished speaking, the Knights of Favonius stood in shock. Klee had gone to Inazuma? This was utterly astonishing. In just a day, she had traveled so far. But what astonished them even more was that Klee claimed she had found her father. This was almost unbelievable. Jean took the letters from Amber. One was written in Klee's handwriting, while the other bore an elegant yet unfamiliar script, signed by someone named Yi Chun. Jean opened Klee's letter first. Captain, I'm sorry. But Klee has run away again. However, this time, Klee isn't causing trouble. She went to find her papa, and she really found him. Papa is a good person and a great hero. A super great hero. Captain, I'm writing this letter mainly to tell you that I will be a great hero alongside Papa, punishing villains. Papa said this matter requires your cooperation. Also, please don't punish Kia. He is a good person. The brief nature of Klee's letter left even the usually composed Jean at a loss. Klee had gone out to find her father and had succeeded. Could this even be believed? Could it be that Klee has been deceived? The acting grandmaster, Jean, felt a surge of panic. If Klee has truly been tricked, the continent of Teyvat will descend into chaos. The thought of that woman's terror made even the most formidable Fatui harbingers seem inadequate. After perusing the letter, Jean hastily opened the second one. Greetings, Knights of the Knights of Favonius. I am Klee's father, Chen, and I am also the 11th harbinger of the Fatui. The purpose of this letter is to assure you that you need not worry about Klee being deceived. Indeed, I am her genuine father. Klee often tells me that her father is a great hero. As a daughter sees her father as a hero, and as a son-in-law of Mondstadt, I feel compelled to contribute to Mondstadt's welfare. I am acutely aware of the current predicaments facing Mondstadt, be it in economics, education, technology, culture, or military prowess. It has begun to lag behind the other 6 nations. Furthermore, your long-standing grievances with the Fatui are well known. Therefore, after reuniting with Klee yesterday, an idea struck me. First and foremost, I must clarify that this idea does not require your consent. By the time you receive this letter, Klee and I will have already commenced our plan. What I need from the Knights of Favonius is some cooperation, though it may stem from your own inclinations, namely anger. The matter is straightforward. I will feign the kidnapping of Klee in the name of the Fatui, with the mastermind being the 6th harbinger, Scaramouche. What you, the Knights of Favonius, need to do is issue a statement condemning the actions of the Fatui harbinger and threaten that if Klee is not released, you will inform Alice. Additionally, you must demand a compensation of 1 billion mora. I vow, in the name of the 11th harbinger, that this sum will indeed reach your hands. How you choose to utilize it is beyond my concern. Consider it my dowry. However, ensure that the fish fry at Starfall Lake receives increased investment, for my daughter has a penchant for exploding fish. Upon concluding the letter, Jean found herself momentarily bewildered. She understood the content of the letter, yet it left her perplexed. Klee's father is the 11th harbinger. Chen, could this be true? It is rumored that Alice is a descender, and could it be that Chen is also one? Are they truly a pair? Jean found herself in a fog of confusion, yet the details in Chen's letter were paramount. He intends to kidnap Klee in the name of the Fatui. But he is, after all, a harbinger himself. While it is said that he does not share amicable relations with the other harbingers, he remains a member of the Fatui. What advantage does this serve him? Jean set down the letter, rubbing her temples in frustration. Everyone, please take a look at these 2 letters and share your thoughts. Let us discuss this together. Before long, the knights exchanged the letters, each absorbing their contents. Lisa appeared intrigued, while Kia wore a pained expression. Klee, by stating this in your letter, are you not selling out your brother Kia? I can no longer let you sneak out. However, it seemed, now that you have Chen as your father, you need not worry about confinement any longer. That man, though he has only been on Teyvat for a year, has already made quite a name for himself. Jean asked, having read the letters, what are your opinions? Lisa replied, I find the contents of the letter entirely credible. It fits the profile of Alice's partner. Kia added, I too believe the letter's assertions are trustworthy. You may not know much about Chen, but I have gathered a fair amount of information about him over the past year. Teo put it simply, he leaves the impression of a male version of Alice. I find it particularly satisfying to hear of his exploits against the Fatui harbingers. Thus, I deem any actions he takes that might harm the Fatui harbingers as entirely reasonable. Jean was baffled. Why does everyone place such faith in Chen? After all, he is still a Fatui harbinger. What does this mean for us? Lisa interjected. Well, in Chen's eyes, it may be seen as a kidnapping, but for the Knights of Favonius, it could be viewed as extortion. Moreover, this could become the largest extortion case in Teyvat's history. The thought of 1 billion mora is exhilarating. To be involved in such an affair is truly thrilling. Jean felt a bit dazed. Can you all not take this seriously? Chapter 21. Scaramouche. Why is it always me? In Mondstadt, the Knights of Favonius. Ultimately, Jean yielded and issued a condemnation against the Fatui. The Spark Knight of the Knights of Favonius has recently gone missing, suspected to have been abducted by the Fatui Harbinger Skirmouch. The Fatui must provide us with an explanation, or as the acting Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius, I will notify the expedition leader Fargus and Klee's mother, Alice, to return to Mondstadt and declare a full-blown war against the nation of Snezhnaya. After issuing the statement, Jean wearily sank back into her chair. Lisa, is this truly feasible? Lisa smiled. I have faith in Klee's father. I believe we should now consider how to utilize the funds after we rob the Fatui. This sum should be regarded as a dowry from Chen to Mondstadt. In a sense, he is also our son-in-law. Kia chimed in. I too have confidence in that man. You all place such trust in him? Just a gut feeling? Very well, I hope so. However, I have decided to personally venture to Inazuma. I need to ensure Klee's safety. Otherwise, I shall remain uneasy. For the time being, I leave the affairs of the Knights of Favonius in your hands. Meanwhile, in Inazuma City. Early in the morning, a small boy wearing a straw hat was seen flying through the skies of Inazuma City, cradling a little girl in a red outfit. The boy was gleefully proclaiming, I am the 6th Harbinger of the Fatui, Skirmouch. Ha! I have captured the Spark Knight of the Knights of Favonius. In the embrace of the foe Skirmouch, Klee giggled joyfully. Klee is going to be a great hero. This flying is so much fun. It's even better than blowing up fish. On the other side, Chen stood at a height, capturing photographs of his daughter, accompanied by the enigmatic Shinju, who wore a peculiar smile. Chen, Shinju remarked, isn't this kidnapping a bit too frivolous? Can the clever harbingers of the Fatui truly be fooled? Furthermore, you intend to send this message in your name? Chen continued taking photographs. Casually responding, I never intended for them to believe it. Shinju questioned, then how could they possibly acknowledge this as a kidnapping by a Fatui harbinger? They certainly won't pay up, Chen calmly replied. They need not believe my purpose in sending this letter is to inform them that this is merely a ruse. However, they are obliged to pay. Jean has already issued a statement, dragging Alice and Fargus into this. Even if the Fatui harbingers are unafraid of them, do you think they would dare disregard me? Such a declaration was undeniably bold. Unafraid of them, yet still concerned about me? Shinju's brows furrowed as she found it increasingly difficult to see through the man beside her. With her presence, he seemed like a rogue, often teasing her. In front of the Fatui, he appeared as a formidable overlord, and before Klee, he transformed into a gentle, loving father if they were to be together. What kind of man would he become? The thought caused Shinju's cheeks to flush, prompting her to hastily shift her focus. However, this will undoubtedly impact the relationship between Mondstadt and Snezhnaya. Have you not considered this? I have. Once the first payment is made, I will issue a statement declaring that Klee is my daughter and that this was all a misunderstanding. With the payment settled, can they really demand it back? At that point, I shall have a good chat with my esteemed colleagues, stating that I found my daughter, and they must present her with a grand gift. Shinju gazed at him in disbelief. Let us all mourn for the Fatui harbingers. With Chen as a harbinger, you Fatui truly have struck a stroke of bad luck. In Snezhnaya, at the Fatui harbinger's base, Skirmouch, who had been dispatched to Inazuma to retrieve the Gnosis, returned, and all the Fatui harbingers, except for the 11th and Chen, gathered once more. Aside from the jester, none were particularly concerned about the Gnosis. They were more eager to learn whether Skirmouch had managed to eliminate Chen. The jester inquired, Skirmouch, you have returned. Was the mission successful? Skirmouch, donning his straw hat, looked flustered, his face reddened as he stammered. Jester, the Gnosis is lost. What? Skirmouch, repeat that. You lost the Gnosis. The doctor laughed heartily. Ha! Skirmouch, are you a child? We sent you to retrieve the Gnosis, not to challenge your mother, Raiden Shogun. You returned to tell us you lost it? How absurd. Skirmouch was already seething with anger. After venturing out, not only did he fail to subdue Chen, but he also found himself bested by him. To make matters worse, he had not secured the Eye of God and was bitten by a wild dog, while the trashy doctor continued to mock him. Doctor, if it weren't for your incompetence as a slicer, I wouldn't have lost the Eye of God. You are an utter disgrace to our harbingers, the doctor retorted. What's wrong with being a slicer? What does that have to do with you losing the Eye of God? The Harlequin, overhearing Skirmouch's words, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The worst-case scenario he had feared seemed to be unfolding. He had always known that wherever Yi Chen was, trouble was sure to follow. Just as he contemplated inquiring about the situation with Scaramouche, one of his subordinates rushed in, breathless, "My lord, trouble is brewing. A grave matter has arisen. Harlequin, how many times must I tell you not to panic in a crisis? Speak plainly." The Harlequin glanced at Scaramouche, stammering, "My lord, we've just received word that the Knights of Favonius from Mondstadt have issued a condemnation against us, claiming that Klee, the Spark Knight, has been allegedly kidnapped by our faction. They insist that if we cannot provide an explanation, they will recall their commander, Feruzan, and Klee's mother, Alice, and declare war on us. Moreover, our scouts in Inazuma reported that earlier today, they witnessed Scaramouche flying through the skies of Inazuma, holding Klee in his arms for over an hour, exclaiming that he had finally captured her." Upon hearing this, the Harbingers were left in stunned silence. Scaramouche was inwardly cursing. "Damn it, I don't even need to think. It must be that bastard Yi Chen framing me, after being humiliated yesterday. I just returned to Snezhnaya, and here comes Yi Chen again. Can't he grant me even a single day of reprieve? I've called him father already." Scaramouche, overwhelmed with despair, collapsed in the center of the Harbinger's base. Bursting into tears, the others looked on in bewilderment, utterly confused by the unfolding events. Just then, another report came from outside that "My lord, the young master has just sent word confirming that Scaramouche did indeed kidnap Klee from Mondstadt. However, thanks to the young master's diplomatic efforts, the misunderstanding has been temporarily resolved. Yet, the young master has agreed to compensate the Knights of Favonius with 10 billion mora for their losses. Additionally, here is a photo sent by the young master." The Harlequin swiftly moved to his subordinate's side, snatching the photo from his hands, and was momentarily speechless. The image unmistakably depicted Scaramouche, with a foolish-looking Tartaglia standing behind him, flying through the skies of Inazuma while cradling Klee, whose eyes were crescent-shaped in delight. Chapter 22. Celestial Principles. Please come forth and eradicate the devil Yi Chen. The doctor looked on, a cruel smirk adorning his face as he observed the weeping Scaramouche. Scaramouche truly is like a child that he goes out to be bullied and returns only to cry. Columbia, a young lady, brushed her hair behind her ears, her lips curling into a smile, her curiosity piqued. Shedding her previous lazy demeanor, initially worried about Yi Chen's fate, she now felt reassured witnessing Scaramouche's plight. Humph, still the same scoundrel. Only the Harlequin was internally tumultuous. The elder was uncharacteristically anxious. Even when he first learned of Yi Chen's ability to wield the eye of evil and injure him, he had remained calm. Yet now, seeing the photo had thoroughly shocked him that it was not merely because the little girl was the Spark Knight of Mondstadt or the daughter of the witch Alice, but because of the two individuals depicted, Scaramouche and Tartaglia. Tartaglia had voluntarily requested to train in Liyue and had just reported feeling unwell that morning, resting at the Northland Bank. How could he possibly be in Inazuma? This was entirely implausible. If given the choice between challenging Yi Chen and Morix, Tartaglia would undoubtedly choose Morix. The Geo Archon might not kill him, but challenging Yi Chen would lead to a fate far worse than death. He had first-hand experience of Yi Chen's capabilities. Therefore, Tartaglia would never willingly approach Yi Chen. What shocked the Harlequin even more was Scaramouche. He had just returned to Snezhnaya, and simultaneously, there was another Scaramouche in Inazuma. How could this not astonish him? Could it be a similar case to the Doctor's slicers? But it didn't seem so. The Doctor had spent years developing his slicers, but his creations bore significant flaws, even to the extent of betrayal. However, this Scaramouche in Inazuma was surrounded by elemental winds, suggesting that it was more akin to a new incarnation of Scaramouche. If another Scaramouche had indeed appeared, the loss of the Eye of God would make sense. But why was there another Scaramouche? The Harlequin flashed forward, standing before the sobbing Scaramouche, lifting him as easily as one would a chick. Tossing aside his ostentatious hat, and sternly stating, "Scaramouche, this is not the time for tears. Speak. What transpired in Inazuma?" With a pitiful sniffle, Scaramouche pointed an accusatory finger at the doctor. "It's all because of this worthless doctor. He must have given his slicer technology to Yi Chen, enabling him to replicate me. Doctor?" "Scaramouche, stop with the nonsense. I did not provide Yi Chen with slicer technology. I only gave him the failed prototypes." "To hell with your failed prototypes. A failure can't produce someone who looks just like me. A failure can't possess my abilities. a failure can't allow that counterfeit to inflict damage upon the original. The doctor was left dumbfounded. His slicers could replicate the original precisely, but they could never possess the same strength. Moreover, what did Scaramouche mean by inflicting damage upon the original? That sounded terrifying. Scaramouche, what do you mean by this? I don't understand. What is this ability to inflict damage on the original? Doctor, you worthless coward. If you wish to know, then let me tell you today. If I strike that replica created by Yi Chen, I will suffer the same injury. The doctor was taken aback. The Harlequin's eyelids twitched. He was genuinely frightened. The young lady mused. What has Yi Chen created? This feels horrifying. If that scoundrel were to replicate himself, would he not react to his own touch? The thought of it made her cheeks flush crimson. The Harlequin asked, Scaramouche, is what you say true? Why would I lie at a time like this? It's all that doctor's fault. This is impossible. I cannot create something like that. My abilities do not allow for it. Such a creation is even more fearsome than the technology of Kinria. Yi Chen cannot possibly achieve this. The doctor wore an expression of disbelief. Yet, as the chief of the Harbingers, the Harlequin believed him. If what Scaramouche claimed were true, then the loss of the Eye of God could indeed be understood. A counterfeit identical to Scaramouche, wielding equal strength, could easily seize the Eye of God from the deity. Moreover, Tartaglia's sudden illness was likely Yi Chen's doing. What kind of monstrosity was this? For the first time, the Harlequin felt the impending crisis facing the Harbingers. Someone would eventually dare to face the wrath of thunder, and one day, I will trample you fools underfoot. This was a declaration made by the Harlequin after his duel with Yi Chen. At that moment, he had merely chuckled, dismissing it as the boastful words of a reckless youth. Even if Yi Chen could wield the power of the Eye of Evil, that did not equate to his own strength. But now, with Yi Chen creating replicas of them, the situation was entirely different. As Scaramouche had stated, if the replicas suffered damage, the original would too. Yi Chen would be rendered invincible. The purpose of the Harbinger's establishment was to combat the celestial principles. Yet now, the Harlequin sincerely hoped, O celestial principles, please take action and vanquish this devil Yi Chen. With a dejected sigh, the Harlequin tossed the photo into the doctor's hands, saying, Doctor, you and everyone else should take a look at this. It was just sent over by Yi Chen. The doctor was taken aback upon seeing the photograph. Immediately after, the Harbingers were equally astonished. The wealthy individual, clutching the photograph, trembled as he said, Boss, isn't the young master in Liyue? Indeed, he is still recuperating at the northern bank, reportedly injured by the air itself, and the injury is quite severe. The Harbingers. This implies that what Scaramouche said is indeed true. Yi Chen has created something that poses a grave threat to the safety of Teyvat. Puppet. Doctor, based on your level of technological expertise, how many years do you think it would take to achieve this? Me? Wait until I am dead. Moreover, even in death, I could not accomplish it. This transcends the realm of technology. This is sorcery, do you understand? The doctor, in despair, lamented. Where has that old hag of divine justice gone? Aren't you the enforcer of order in Teyvat? Why don't you emerge and eliminate this demon, Yi Chen? Chapter 23. The killing intense silence reigned within the Harbinger's base for an extended period, the air itself laden with a hint of danger. Despair enveloped the group, upon learning that Yi Chen had developed a devilish creation beyond their comprehension. They found themselves at a loss for what to do. Killing Yi Chen might currently be the best course of action. However, they were oblivious to the number of such clones Yi Chen had produced. If he had crafted one for each Harbinger, their chances of confronting Yi Chen would be utterly diminished. How could they proceed? If they attempted to eliminate Yi Chen, he could effortlessly unleash a clone identical to himself. Possessing equal strength, and engaging that clone would result in their own injury. What a futile endeavor. Puppet. Scaramouche, do you know how many such clones Yi Chen has created, besides you and the young master? Are there others? I do not know. When I encountered Yi Chen, it was only I. Jester. Doctor, what is your perspective? Once the doctor regained his composure, he began to contemplate the difficulty of Yi Chen's creation of these clones. In response to the jester's inquiry, he cautiously remarked, given the current circumstances, the technological prowess, or perhaps some form of sorcery beyond our comprehension that Yi Chen possesses is undoubtedly far more formidable than I had imagined. However, the world operates on principles of conservation. For Yi Chen to produce these clones is not a trivial matter. Based on the information we have, it is quite possible that he has only created the young master and Scaramouche. Although we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that he has additional trump cards, but there is one thing I believe you should also consider, given Yi Chen's animosity towards you. If he has indeed created your clone, your situation would undoubtedly be far worse than Scaramouche's. Thus, the doctor's meaning was unmistakably clear: to safeguard their ranks. Jester, you must go and eliminate Yi Chen. The jester understood the doctor's implication as the chief executive of the Harbingers. When faced with the potential annihilation of their organization, I, the jester, shall take the initiative. Furthermore, aside from Scaramouche and the young master, we must mobilize our entire force, aiming for a swift strike to eliminate Yi Chen without harming the young master or Scaramouche. The time for patience has passed. If we do not kill Yi Chen now, opportunities may be scarce in the future. When that day arrives, it will signify the end for the Harbingers. Yes, boss, let us join forces and vanquish this demon. Yi Chen, that we must prepare thoroughly for this matter. But first, we must resolve our current predicament at present. The immediate issue is Scaramouche's abduction of Klee from the Knights of Favonius. Scaramouche, I did not kidnap Klee. Jester, I know, we all know. So what now? So you still kidnapped Klee. Scaramouche, this situation is clearly a scheme orchestrated by Yi Chen, and Scaramouche has endured enough that I will not take the blame for this. Yet I must at that moment. Scaramouche recalled Yi Chen's devilish words. Little one, if you do not behave, a couple of beatings will suffice. If that fails, then I shall beat you more. So this is what it means to be made compliant. Is it? It seems so. Jester contemplated and said, Captain, you shall handle the matter of abducting the Spark Knight from the Knights of Favonius. This is evidently a ploy by Yi Chen, so we will comply with his demands. Additionally, we shall issue a statement asserting that this incident was solely the doing of Scaramouche and has nothing to do with us, the Harbingers. Scaramouche. As for the reason behind his actions, we shall say that Scaramouche, having been abandoned by his mother in childhood, lacked a proper upbringing. Yet sometimes he behaves like a child himself, playful and whimsical. He happened upon Klee, found her adorable, and wished to play with her. When Klee declined, this misunderstanding arose. Scaramouche. Damn it, my reputation is utterly ruined. Captain, in accordance with Yi Chen's demands, we must also compensate Mondstadt with 10 billion mora. Money? We, the Harbingers, are not lacking in that regard. Jester, I do not mean that. I just observed the photograph. In it, Scaramouche is clearly seen playing with Klee in Inazuma. It must be noted that Scaramouche was painstakingly crafted by Yi Chen. He had Scaramouche and the young master accompany Klee. And I cannot shake the feeling that this is not as simple as it seems. That little girl Klee, I believe, is Alice's daughter, isn't she? That woman appears to be a descender. But Yi Chen is also a descender. Do you think there is a possibility? Captain, are you implying that Klee could potentially be Yi Chen's daughter? It is not entirely out of the question. Dispatch someone to investigate immediately. If confirmed, we shall offer Yi Chen 10 billion mora. Stating it as a gesture of goodwill from the Harbingers in celebration of young master Yi Chen's reunion with his daughter, the wealthy individual. I knew this matter could not be so simple. Yi Chen orchestrated such a grand affair for a reason. I am certain Klee is connected to him. Who would have thought? Yet perhaps only a woman like Alice is worthy of Yi Chen. The girl pouted upon hearing this, visibly irked. That witch, what right does she have? She is unworthy. I am the one who deserves him. Humph. Liua, Wang Fengyin. After entrusting the matters of the Knights of Favonius to Kia and Lisa, Jean hurriedly made her way to Inazuma. However, just as she stepped out of Mondstadt, a scout from Wang Fengyin delivered news. Captain Jean, the Fatui have responded regarding Klee. They acknowledge that the incident was caused by Scaramouche, the sixth Harbinger, but they claim it has nothing to do with them. It was entirely Scaramouche's childish antics. Additionally, the Harbingers have decided to compensate us 10 billion mora as a gesture of apology regarding Klee. Upon hearing the scout's report, Jean was utterly bewildered. The Fatui, the most formidable force on Teyvat, had simply yielded. Was it her understanding that was flawed? After all, a mere Harbinger had dared to act against the Anemo Archon. Oh no, against the Bard Vindi, within Mondstadt's cathedral. They had been so arrogant. Why had they suddenly cowered? Jean found herself unable to comprehend the shift. All issues seemed to stem from that man. That Klee's father appears to be a rather terrifying individual. The thought that such a man could so easily compel the Harbingers to bow their heads sent a chill down her spine. Chapter 24. Unlocking New Skills. Women are dangerous. Little Scaramouche flew through Inazuma with Klee in his arms for over an hour. while the young master, Tartaglia, trailed behind, also running for more than an hour. Chen's orders were to ensure Klee's safety at all times. Thus, the young master, recuperating at the northern bank, seemed to have worsened in condition. After their playful antics, Klee returned to the Ye Miko's residence. Having not seen her father for over an hour, she longed for him to tea that moment. Chen reclined on a lounge chair in the courtyard. Reviewing the system. Ultimate Rebellious System. The host has successfully extorted 20 billion mora from the Harbingers, and as a reward, the host receives the following skills: Culinary Master and Danger Alert. Skill: Culinary Master. The host acquires all renowned recipes from Huaxia and can create the most exquisite dishes in the world. Skill: Danger Alert. The host will receive warnings when in life-threatening situations. Chen gazed at the system, clicking his tongue in dissatisfaction. What do you mean by extortion? System, are you malfunctioning? This was clearly an act of redistributing wealth. All right. Even if it were robbery, I have seized 20 billion mora. At the very least, grant me the role of a Harbinger executive as a reward. Why the Culinary Master skill? You want me to be a chef? I am a devoted admirer of various characters, including Xiang Gong, Kaching, Hu Tao, and Kamisato Ayaka. I am indeed a fan of all my beloved characters, as well as a doting father figure. However, I never truly intended to become a chef, as I have yet to find a partner. Nevertheless, having something is better than having nothing. The Danger Alert skill sounds quite promising. Although it does not enhance my strength, it serves as a life-saving ability. Chen noticed a red exclamation mark and a yellow one beneath the Danger Alert and casually opened it. Danger Alert. Danger 1. Fatui Harbinger. Danger level 60. Note: the danger level appears when someone harbors hostility towards the host. A level exceeding 60 signifies that the host's life is in jeopardy. Danger 2. Raiden Shogun. Danger level 50. It is hardly surprising that the Fatui Harbinger harbors murderous intent. They are almost driven mad. If they do not wish to kill me, it would be an affront to their titled, I am prepared for this, and await their arrival. However, what does Raiden Shogun have to do with this? Isn't she currently in seclusion? Where could the danger possibly arise from? After some contemplation, Chen surmised that some of his actions must have been witnessed by his beloved. For instance, when he referred to himself as the father of Scaramouche, it implied that Ye was indeed his wife. Did this woman become angry over such a trivial matter? What is there to be upset about? Nonetheless, this Danger Alert has instilled a sense of caution in Chen. One must be wary of provoking women. Lost in thought, Klee bounced back from outside. Klee, have you had enough fun? How was flying in the sky? Daddy, it was so much fun, but while I was in Scaramouche brother's arms, I couldn't help but think of some rather frightening things, so I didn't dare to play anymore. As she spoke, Klee instinctively touched her belly, revealing her slight hunger. Chen, observing Klee's adorable demeanor, chuckled. Are you feeling hungry, Klee? Sister Kamisato has already had breakfast prepared for us. We shall eat shortly. Hee, great daddy. We will enjoy delicious food with Sister Kamisato. She is a good person. Yes, let us go wash our hands first. By the way, Klee mentioned earlier that she thought of something quite terrifying. What was it? It's just that when I was in the sky, I couldn't help but think about throwing Dodo King down below. Throwing Dodo King. Isn't that akin to launching a bomb? My daughter truly possesses foresight. Klee, noticing Chen's pensive expression, assumed he was upset and nervously said, Daddy, I know that's not good, so I resisted. Sister Jean said we mustn't use Dodo King to harm ordinary people. Obedient, adorable, and well-behaved, Chen unconsciously wore a tender smile. It is indeed essential not to harm ordinary folks, but we can certainly target the wicked. By the way, you have a sister in Sumeru who is being held captive by nefarious individuals. When the time comes, I shall take you to Sumeru to confront the villains. Upon hearing that she had a sister, Klee's eyes sparkled with excitement. Daddy, do I really have a sister? That's wonderful. Klee now has a sister. We can go blow up fish together in the future. Of course, you have a sister named Naida, but we must first rescue her. Daddy, is my sister imprisoned? Indeed, by a group of old men. How dare they imprison my sister? Daddy, let us rescue her. I will use Dodo King to blow up the bad guys. All right, let's prepare, and I will take you to blow up the academia and confront the Grand Sage. Blow up the academia and save my sister. Just as Kamisato instructed the shrine maidens to bring out breakfast, she overheard the conversation between Chen and Klee and was momentarily astonished. Chen had just extorted the Fatui Harbinger and was now planning to go to Sumeru to blow up the academia and confront the Grand Sage a Demon King. She vaguely recalled the witch from her past. They bore an uncanny resemblance. Could it be that Yi Chun is truly Alice's husband? However, the thought of Yi Chun taking Klee to blow up Sumeru's academia filled Kamisato with excitement. It seemed rather entertaining. Moreover, from her understanding of Yi Chun, he would undoubtedly reveal his identity as a Fatui harbinger when confronting the academia. How deep must the enmity be between Yi Chun and the Fatui harbingers? Kamisato was eager to witness the reaction of these harbingers upon learning of Yi Chun's intentions. If only she could accompany him to observe. Breakfast was lavish, featuring rice balls, sushi, congee, and fried tofu among other delicacies. Klee enjoyed her meal immensely, yet she still felt a slight lack. With a rice ball in hand, she munched away while her large eyes gazed at Yi Chun, blinking repeatedly, as if pondering something but feeling too bashful to voice it. Yi Chun smiled and asked, "Klee, is there something you wish to ask?" "Hee, Daddy, do you know a sister named Diana from Mondstadt?" "Diana? I am quite familiar with her. She was my first fully leveled character." "Ah, so you have heard of her. Then you know that Sister Diana has a father who loves to drink, right?" "I know. Rest assured, Daddy will not drink as much as Diana's father. I am not a drunkard like Vinny." That's good. That's good, Daddy. I feel like you didn't quite understand my meaning." Seeing Klee's slightly disheartened expression, Yi Chun realized he might have misinterpreted her intentions, but he was also unsure of what Klee truly wanted. He was reluctant to press her further, as he found her current conflicted yet adorable demeanor endearing. After a moment, Klee could no longer contain herself and spoke up. "Actually, even though Uncle Diana loves to drink, sometimes he is quite good to Sister Diana that I've seen him make breakfast for her with his own hands several times." The emphasis on "with his own hands" was pronounced at why Yi Chun suddenly understood. This little girl had been beating around the bush. She wanted to make him food herself, reflecting on Klee's childhood, where her parents had not been present, watching other children enjoy home-cooked meals and new clothes while she was confined to a room creating bombs. Yi Chun felt a pang of sorrow. Is that so? Then, Daddy will also make food for Klee with his own hands in the future, alright? Daddy, really? That's wonderful. Klee can finally eat food made by Daddy. How delightful. Chapter 25. Jean arrives. Jean had been perusing the information handed to her by the spies regarding Yi Chun during her journey, the 12th harbinger of the Fatui, known as the Young Master. The greatest thief of Snezhnaya, a bully, she had expected Yi Chun to be a fearsome-looking man, even more ruthless than the ladies she had encountered. However, upon her arrival in Inazuma and seeing Yi Chun for the first time, she was taken aback at that moment. Yi Chun was clad in a white robe, one hand holding a pot while the other wielded a spatula, busily cooking. Klee squatted nearby, propping her chin on her hands, assisting Yi Chun with the fire, her face beaming with happiness. The welcoming Kamisato smiled and said, "Captain Jean, you seem surprised? Surprised? That does not begin to cover it. I am utterly astonished and cannot even confirm if this is truly Yi Chun." The fearsome Fatui harbinger, the acting grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius. Jean had encountered numerous capable men, yet all of them were invariably focused on violence. The most ridiculous among them was a bard who did nothing but wander about, neglecting any serious pursuits in Jean's mind. Capable men did not step into kitchens or deal with mundane chores. Yet Yi Chun had completely defied her expectations, even overturning her understanding of what a man could be. Indeed, it is rather surprising. Indeed, I have known him longer than you, which makes my surprise even greater. But I must say, he is quite an intriguing man. Even cooking seems to be an area in which he excels. Jean nodded. "I shall go and greet Yi Chun now." Upon hearing footsteps, Klee finally shifted her gaze from her father. However, she was met with someone who filled her with fear. Captain Jean. Instinctively, Klee burrowed into Yi Chun's embrace. Her expression tense as she said, "Captain Jean, why did you come in person? Let me tell you, I have Daddy with me now, and I absolutely will not go to the confinement room this time. I want to stay with Daddy." As Klee spoke, she tightly hugged Yi Chun. Yi Chun turned to glance at Jean. With her perfect figure and long legs, complemented by an exquisite visage, he could not help but acknowledge that the girls of Teyvat were indeed to his taste. It was also possible that each woman was more stunning than the last. Yi Chun smiled and nodded at Jean. "Captain Jean has arrived. Please have a seat while I finish my task." Jean smiled gracefully. "All right, Mr. Yi Chun, You may attend to your matters first. Chen turned his attention back to his culinary endeavors. It must be said that the skills provided by the system were indeed remarkably powerful. The moment Chen stepped into the kitchen, he felt as though he were possessed by a five-star chef. From recipes to culinary techniques, knife skills to flipping, Chen was able to master them all with remarkable proficiency. Even controlling the precise amount of ingredients with ease. Observing the dishes prepared by the divine child, which he had crafted into beautiful floral presentations, Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. If one could attain stability in this life, who would wish to endure hardship? He began to understand the essence of that sentiment. Marrying several wives and raising a few daughters, wasn't that a splendid way to live? However, since he had traversed to the land of Teyvat, he was acutely aware that such idyllic existence would only be fleeting. The inevitable war would eventually erupt, so it was imperative for him to continue enhancing his strength. Yet, that did not hinder him from savoring the pleasures of the present. As Chen continued to prepare his dishes, he suddenly noticed Klee, her little hand nervously clutching the hem of his clothing. Her large eyes filled with apprehension. Chen had to admit that every time he saw Klee, regardless of what she was up to, this little girl had a way of melting his heart with her sheer adorableness. With a flick of his wrist, he took the opportunity to pat Kelly's head, smiling as he reassured her, "Do not worry, Klee. This time, Daddy guarantees that Captain Chen will not confine you to the punishment room again." "Right, Captain Chen?" Chen chuckled awkwardly. After all, Chen had just extorted 1 billion mora from the Fatui's harbinger for Mondstadt. A little face-saving was certainly warranted. Not to mention, Chen was right there. Chen. "I truly do not wish to confine Klee, but you are aware of her abilities. However, with you looking after her, I feel much more at ease that I am also aware that Klee has some peculiar hobbies. But rest assured, with me watching over her, there will be no issues." Chen felt a twinge of doubt. Chen continued, "Since Klee enjoys playing with explosives so much, I should find a time to take her out to have some fun. Perhaps starting with blowing up the Sumru Academia, and then incinerating the Fatui's bases scattered. Mondstadt is indeed rather impoverished in terms of commerce. Apart from a single Dawn winery, there are scarcely any legitimate enterprises. The cultural and military aspects are even more lamentable. Aside from Wendy, the wine connoisseur, the only notable figure left is Bennett, who is merely a support character, given that this is the homeland of my daughter. Chen feels it is appropriate to lend some assistance to Mondstadt. It seems they are at a loss as to how to spend money. I understand the intricacies of expenditure. However, to be frank, Mondstadt is indeed somewhat destitute." Jean chuckled awkwardly, aware that Mondstadt is truly struggling financially. Chen. "Do you have any suggestions?" she inquired. Given the current circumstances in Mondstadt, enacting change would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Of course, I realize that acting Grandmaster Jean would not wish to see Mondstadt remain stagnant. As the saying goes, to wish for wealth, one must first build roads. Mondstadt's mountainous location necessitates the establishment of land transport routes for economic development. The compensation from the winter would suffice for road construction, yet investing all the funds solely into that endeavor would be futile. I possess a formula for cement, primarily utilized for road construction and building. I can provide it to you when the time comes. The essential materials for road construction are quite straightforward. Mondstadt is abundant in geoslimes, which serve as a plentiful source of materials. Spewing forth small stones, combined with the cement I provide, constructing a wide road would be far from difficult. The primary aim of road construction is to foster economic growth. Aside from wine, Mondstadt indeed lacks products of note. I can propose a few ideas. First, dispatch skilled artisans to Fontaine to learn advanced scientific techniques, and, in conjunction with Mondstadt's ecological environment, create a commercial sphere tailored to your locale. This endeavor would require considerable time and can be approached gradually. Secondly, regarding your wineries, the exquisite wines produced in Mondstadt have gained acclaim throughout Teyvat, though the profits seem rather modest in my estimation. You might discuss with Ludic the creation of a new wine. Its flavor could be somewhat inferior, yet it should focus on being a strong spirit. I have already thought of a name for it. Anemo's Intoxication, for it is a wine that would leave the Anemo Archon inebriated at a mere sip. The Anemo Archon Barbados is well known for his fine wines. Thus, a beverage that could intoxicate him would surely pique the interest of all Teyvat's inhabitants, regardless of its taste. This wine would not merely be for consumption. It would symbolize status and prestige. In essence, This wine is not meant for casual drinking, but rather for ostentation. Therefore, it must not be accessible to everyone. Teyvat has a plethora of affluent individuals, and this wine's primary consumer base would be them. It could be released in limited quantities, perhaps with a cap of only 1,000 bottles per country each year, and priced exorbitantly. First, establish the brand's reputation. Letting people know that such a wine exists, one that ordinary folk cannot afford, reserved only for the wealthy. Once the brand effect is established, it would be appropriate to consider producing a more affordable variant later on. As for the quality and value of the wine, such considerations are unnecessary. With the Anemo Archon's name attached, even if it were filled with urine, people would perceive it as an elixir. This phenomenon is what we call celebrity effect. Throughout the afternoon, Yi-chun imparted a wealth of business insights, and by the end, Jean sat there diligently taking notes as if she were a student in class. Even the Shinsi, usually languid, listened attentively. While Yi-chun spoke casually, the Shinsi felt as if experiencing an epiphany. Klee, however, grew drowsy upon hearing all this, yet she nestled in Yi-chun's embrace, unwilling to move, eventually finding a comfortable position to drift into slumber. As Yi-chun concluded his discourse, he noticed the two beautiful women beside him, utterly astonished, gazing at him with wide eyes. In Jean's eyes, a flicker of admiration began to ignite and grow fervently. As for the Shinsi, she rested her chin on her hand, looking at Yi-chun with a gaze full of affection. To be honest, Yi-chun had shattered the impression he had made on the Shinsi. No longer a villain or a rogue, but rather a skilled cook and an exceptional individual in various aspects. The knowledge he imparted to Jean surpassed anything the Shinsi had previously comprehended. Upon reflection, the Shinsi deemed this a splendid idea. Master, I never imagined you possessed such capabilities. By the way, could you share that cement formula with us in Inazuma as well? Our roads could use some improvement too. Yi-chun smiled knowingly, replying, Shinsi, the reason I provided Jean with the cement formula is that I am the son-in-law of Mondstadt. There is no reason for me to share it with you. How about I introduce you to my best friend? She suggested, referring to the Raiden Shogun. Yi-chun instinctively asked, Are you two planning to be together? As soon as the words left his mouth, the Shinsi's face turned crimson. The audacious Yi-chun dared to entertain such thoughts. The Shinsi giggled. If you wish, it wouldn't be impossible. Haha, I'm merely contemplating, he retorted, coward. Chapter 27. The crisis approaches. What man wouldn't desire the company of the Shinsi and the Raiden Shogun together? Yet even Yi-chun could only fantasize, for he was still an ordinary man, unable to withstand a single blow from the Raiden Shogun. However, teasing the mischievous fox was still within the realm of possibility. Jean, drowsy and confused, failed to grasp the flirtatious banter between Yi-chun and the Shinsi. She was utterly astounded by the business strategies Yi-chun had shared. She had never contemplated such matters. Most of her daily responsibilities involved mundane tasks in Mondstadt, such as locating lost cats or addressing attacks from hilichurls, as well as managing the city's affairs. Yi-chun's words had opened a door in her mind, a door that could lead to the empowerment of Mondstadt. After confirming that Klee had indeed found her father, Jean initially intended to return to Mondstadt that very day to fulfill her duties as the acting Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius. However, she ultimately decided to remain in Inazuma for a while longer, seeking further guidance from Yi-chun regarding Mondstadt's development. Thus, a day turned into two, until the seventh day, when Jean reluctantly resolved to depart. At Inazuma Harbor, on the day of her departure, Yi-chun, the Shinsi, and Klee gathered to bid her farewell. Yi-chun held Klee in his arms, trailing behind as the four long legs ahead shimmered in the sunlight. The Shinsi watched Jean's sorrowful expression with a tinge of jealousy. Although she believed herself to be no less attractive than Jean, the way Yi-chun treated her was markedly different. If acting Grandmaster Jean is reluctant to leave, perhaps she should reconsider. After all, your teacher Yi is here. After 7 days of companionship, Yi-chun had graduated from M.R.Y.E. to teacher Yi. In Jean's eyes, she smiled graciously, not denying it. Over these days, she had indeed been captivated by Yi-chun's numerous admirable qualities. The man who is not only handsome, a talented cook, knowledgeable, witty, and humorous, but also possesses formidable strength. These qualities are undeniably appealing to women. The more she learned about Yi-chun, the more uncontrollable her feelings became. Were it not for her responsibility to revitalize Mondstadt, she would find it exceedingly difficult to leave. However, she had been away for too long, and could not help but worry about the situation in Mondstadt. Furthermore, she intended to apply the knowledge Yi Chun had imparted to her upon her return. Jean disregarded the Shinsi, turning to Yi Chun and stating, "Teacher, I must return to Mondstadt." "Very well, I wish you a safe journey. Additionally, you need not worry about Klee. She will not cause any trouble under my supervision that I feel at ease with you beside Klee. However, before you leave, I wish to perform my apprenticeship ceremony." "The apprenticeship ceremony?" "There's no need for that. I lack nothing." Before Yi Chun could finish his sentence, Jean swiftly approached him, planting a kiss on his left cheek, leaving him momentarily dazed. What just happened? Is this how Mondstadt conducts its apprenticeship ceremony? This feels rather off, that moment. Jean's cheeks flushed crimson as she dashed onto the ship, seeking refuge. Having kissed Yi Chun, it seemed she had expended all her energy to why Yi Chun and the Shinsi were both left bewildered. Klee, brimming with excitement, waved goodbye to acting Grandmaster Jean, declaring, "Safe travels, Jean. I will visit you when I have time." She glanced at her father and added, "When we return, I'll bring Daddy with me." With that, Klee stood there giggling. Jean's face grew even redder as they watched the ship gradually fade into the distance. A tall girl could vaguely be seen emerging from the cabin, gazing toward Inazuma City. Meanwhile, Yi Chun murmured, "Klee, Mondstadt's apprenticeship ceremony is quite intriguing." Upon hearing these words, the divine maiden beside him became anxious. She suddenly stepped forward and planted a kiss on Yi Chun's right cheek. "Isn't the tribute of apprenticeship and the performance of Qin something the cunning fox cannot accomplish?" Yet, Yi Chun's next words nearly drove the divine maiden to the brink of fury. "Divine maiden, what are you doing? Are you being lewd? When Qin kisses you, it is a gesture of apprenticeship. But when I kiss you, it becomes lewdness? Yi Chun, you scoundrel." With that, the divine maiden prepared to give Yi Chun a good beating. However, Yi Chun unexpectedly summoned the Scaramouche and the traveler to stand in front of him as a shield. "Yi Chun, if you have the ability, do not hide." "Not hiding, just standing here to receive a beating? Am I a fool?" The divine maiden stormed off in a huff, while Yi Chun leisurely strolled behind, cradling Klee. "Daddy, it seems both the divine maiden and Qin's sister like you." "Is that so? It appears to be a bit true." "Then, Daddy, who do you like the most?" "Who do I like? Of course, I love Klee the most. My daughter is simply adorable." As he spoke, Yi Chun planted a kiss on Klee's cheek. "Hee, I knew it. Daddy must like Klee the most." "Daddy, now that Qin is left, where shall we go to play next?" "Next? Play? It seems that there will be no time for play. Damn, my good brothers have already begun to stir restlessly. The system's danger alert skill has been continuously notifying me these past few days. The danger level of the Fatui has soared to 90, which means they can no longer restrain themselves from taking action against me." Chapter 28. Determination. Yi Chun had long prepared himself for this moment. The Fatui executives are all ruthless characters. After having bullied them for an entire year, how could they not seek revenge? That they had managed to endure for so long was already a miracle in itself. Of course, this time he had truly pushed them to their limits. Possessing the ability to wield the evil eye was merely a deterrent in terms of brute force, but the creation of the slicer that could influence the essence of their characters was something that the Fatui executives could not tolerate at all. For this signified that the lives of every executive created by Yi Chun were firmly in his grasp. At his mercy, they would be powerless to resist. Ever since the news had reached them, the Fatui executives had been thrown into a state of utter panic. Even the jester Pierrot was no longer composed. This was evident as the danger alert level had initially been at 60, indicating that the Fatui executives had begun to harbor thoughts of eliminating Yi Chun. During the days Yi Chun spent with Qin and the Divine Maiden, the rise of the danger level had been quite intriguing, incrementally climbing from 60 to 61, 62, and then leaping to 65, before suddenly jumping to 70, then gradually increasing to 75, and soon reaching 85. That after a brief pause, it soared straight to 90. From hesitation to resolve, then back to hesitation, and finally to determination. This process, though seemingly short, had tortured the minds of the Fatui executives to the brink of madness. None could ascertain just how many slicers Yi Chun had created. If they truly dared to strike against him, he could effortlessly summon all of the slicers to his side, rendering their efforts futile. By the time they made contact with Yi Chun, they would likely have already been dispatched by their own creations. Ultimately, after repeated consultations with the doctor, They concluded that Chen had likely only created the Traveler and Scaramouche as slicers, at most not exceeding 5 that otherwise, with Chen's temperament, they would have been driven to the brink of insanity. Hence, the Jester, after conferring with the others, decided it was time to take action against Chen. Killing Chen must be done swiftly. In the Jester's view, this endeavor would surely result in casualties. Yet for the sake of preventing the utter annihilation of the Fatui, necessary sacrifices were deemed worthwhile. Death would simply be an unfortunate consequence that, of course, they were not entirely unprepared. This time, as they headed to Inazuma to eliminate Chen, the Fatui executives brought forth all their weapons and hidden cards, ready for battle, determined to fight to the last breath. Upon the deck of the ship bound for Inazuma, the Jester stood at the bow, flanked by the Doctor, the Maiden, the Rooster, the Wealthy Man, and the Puppet. All executives were present except for the Traveler and Scaramouche. The rare occasion had cast a somber shadow over their faces. The Jester seemed to be speaking to himself, having served alongside the great lady for hundreds of years. I, Pierrot, have meticulously planned every detail and never erred. Yet, to be honest, recruiting Chen into our ranks was the singular mistake of my life, the gravest of errors. These past few days, I have been reflecting on why I was so insistent on bringing Chen into the Fatui. Had it not been for my stubbornness, our plans would undoubtedly have proceeded smoothly. However, with Chen's emergence, everything began to spiral out of my control. Doctor, do you also believe I erred in this decision? The Doctor turned his gaze towards the distant island, where thunder rumbled ominously, remaining silent for a moment, his heart heavy with despair. He had always prided himself on being a genius, believing he could manipulate anyone at will, even using Scaramouche as a mere test subject for his experiments. Yet, faced with Chen, he felt utterly powerless. Perhaps this sentiment was not his alone. Those Fatui executives who had been bullied by Chen likely shared similar feelings that in the depths of winter. One could never predict Chen's next move. Yet each time he struck against the Fatui executives, it was akin to a sharp blade piercing directly into their most vulnerable spots, precise, swift, and utterly unexpected. Even those who had yet to be struck by Chen's hand watched on with a hint of morbid curiosity, finding amusement in his methods. But when that blade finally found its mark, they understood the extent of the pain. It was akin to the moment Chen had challenged the Jester. Although Chen had found himself at a disadvantage, when he emerged, laughing triumphantly, the Jester had felt the sting of humiliation. His face bruised. Why do you not go check on him? In that instant, the Doctor could not help but feel a sense of admiration. The Jester, the chief executive of the Fatui, possessed strength that rivaled even the 7 gods. But what of it? Chen dared to challenge him, to strike him, among the executives, who would have the audacity to do the same. The Doctor sighed. If only Chen could wholeheartedly devote himself to serving us in the depths of winter. It would be splendid. Yet, it is now futile to discuss right and wrong. This time, we must eliminate Chen, regardless of the cost. The Jester then turned his attention to the Maiden. Columbia, I can see that you harbor feelings for Chen. But this time, the Maiden interjected. Pierrot, you need not say more de sa Fatui executive. I shall fulfill my duties. I understand that Chen must die. And this time, I will not hold back. However, after killing Chen, I wish to bring his daughter back to Inazuma and care for her properly. The Wealthy Man, Pantaleon, chimed in. Leave Chen's corpse to me. I intend to craft the world's most exquisite coffin for that scoundrel. Meanwhile, Chen had returned to the Ye Miko residence with Klee. Having driven the Divine Maiden away, Chen retrieved paper and pen, beginning to write with great care at a will. Certainly not. He was assigning winter homework to Scaramouche. The skill substitute had a cooldown of 7 days, and he had already decided to gift the Fatui executives a head to amuse them, thus granting everyone a week's holiday. With 7 days of idleness, boredom would surely ensue. Hence, Chen decided to assign some winter homework to Scaramouche. That little rascal spent his days idling and cursing, which was hardly acceptable. Thus, Chen recalled a nightmare he had encountered in his childhood. Question. At Xiaoming's house, there are 2 outflow pipes, A and B, and an inflow pipe C. When pipes A and C are opened, the pool is drained in 20 hours. When pipes B and C are opened, the pool is drained in 30 hours. If only pipe C is opened, it fills the pool in 60 hours. How long will it take to drain the full pool when all 3 pipes A, B, and C are opened simultaneously? Klee interjected. Daddy, is there something wrong with this person? Wouldn't opening both water pipes fill the pool faster? Why would we need to open them all at once? Well, I initially thought the same. But when I went home, your grandparents gave me quite the beating. So that's how it is. Was the beating delicious? Certainly not as delectable as your father's cooking, though I believe Scaramouche might enjoy it. Question, Xiaoming's or is 3 times that of Xiaomi? If Xiaoming gives Xiaomi 160 ores, they will have the same amount. How many ores does Xiaoming possess? Daddy, what is this, or can't we just count it? This seems so tedious and foolish. You make a valid point. Question, Xiaoming has saved up 160 draws in the original world. But his pity pull went awry. Will Xiaoming be able to draw the character he desires? Question, Xiaoming's father was killed by a villain. His father said that in 7 days, he would be resurrected. Do you think Xiaoming can trust his father's words? Chapter 29, Old Friends. The descendant Sang Bing and Gong Zi are the only 2 harbingers who did not venture to Inazuma. Both have been transformed into replicas by Yi Chen. And going there would only be an invitation to death. It is far better to remain at home. Gong Zi, Tartaglia, having just recovered from a serious illness, is preparing to double his training with the Fatui. Blissfully unaware of his own replication by Yi Chen, he remains relatively lighthearted, even attributing his recovery to the effective medicine administered by Chi-Chi. On the contrary, Sang Bing is filled with trepidation. He has fashioned a statue of Yi Chen in his home, lighting incense and praying to his father not to act with cruelty and take his life as well. It is crucial to understand that among the harbingers sent to eliminate Yi Chen, he and Gong Zi are the most likely candidates to perish first. Ultimately, Sang Bing is still a child. Utterly terrified, he wonders if the counterfeit Sang Bing can hear his whispered pleas. Father, I did not go to Inazuma that I do not wish to kill you. I beg you, do not casually take my life. I am your own son. Father, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please spare me if you are displeased. I shall willingly address the Raiden Shogun as mother when next we meet. After a prolonged period of fervent supplication, Sang Bing grows weary. His thoughts drift to Gong Zi, who is merrily enjoying himself in Liua. The harbingers possess means of communication, and upon realizing that he is so frightened while Gong Zi is carefree, he feels a surge of frustration. Gong Zi, I heard you have been unwell lately. Are you feeling any better? Gong Zi, currently at the North Bank, is momentarily stunned by Sang Bing's message. Our relationship does not seem to warrant such private communication. This insolent brat must be relishing my misfortune. He chuckles, how splendid. Just yesterday, I was enjoying music and wine with Mr. Zhongli. Haha, it is truly commendable that the dimmest among the Fatui can still find mirth even when death looms so close. Wine is not a virtue. Excessive consumption renders one exceedingly foolish. I am genuinely curious how one can still indulge in drink when facing imminent demise. Sang Bing, you little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Do not presume that my usual leniency towards you permits such insolence. If you possess any courage, let us settle this in a duel. Dimwit, foolish enough to think of dueling when you are so severely afflicted. Upon hearing this, Gong Zi hesitates. What do you mean by that, Sang Bing? Are you implying that my ailment is your doing? I always suspected that you harbored no good intentions. What exactly have you done to me? You think you are worthy of my schemes? Let me enlighten you. This is all the work of Yi Chen. Why Yi Chen? Impossible. Do not presume I am unaware. He is still in Inazuma. He may be in Inazuma. But your life is already in his grasp. What do you mean by that, Sang Bing? You foolish Tartaglia, utterly oblivious. Let me clarify. Yi Chen has created several replicas of the Fatui harbingers that I do not know what sorcery he employed. But if these replicas are harmed, their originals will suffer the same fate. Both you and I have been replicated by Yi Chen, hence our lives are currently at his mercy. Replicas that can affect the original? Preposterous. Such technology does not exist. Even the doctor cannot achieve that. Dio, you doubt it. Perhaps you should inquire with the roosters. They are currently en route to Inazuma to eliminate Yi Chen. Based on my understanding of Yi Chen, even if the clowns manage to slay him, we will not survive. What? The leader is also heading to Inazuma. They truly intend to kill Yi Chen. How was I unaware of this? You fool. What good does it do to know now? Then why are you telling me this? Nothing much. I merely wish to share the taste of fear with you, for I feel unbalanced. He grows weary of further communication with Sang Bing and hastily seeks confirmation from the roosters. The rooster, who brought himself to the Fatui, simply responded that Sangbing's claims are indeed true. Gongzi, you should prepare a coffin at the Wangxing funeral parlor just in case. Upon hearing this, Gongzi's composure shatters entirely. He has not provoked Yi Chun. How has this calamity befallen him? Could it be that he has exhausted his fortune in previous years? The clown often states that life is unpredictable and death is predetermined. Yet, to perish without reason would leave anyone unsatisfied. Reflecting on this, Gongzi considers his friend, Zhongli. Perhaps he is the only one who can save him at this hour. His friend should be enjoying a drink at the Wangxing funeral parlor. Gongzi hurriedly rushes out, eager to inquire of Zhongli whether such absurdities truly exist. What on earth are these replicas? At that moment, Zhongli is indeed at the Wangxing funeral parlor, leisurely enjoying a lavish meal. Seemingly oblivious to the fact that he has forgotten to bring money once again, no matter, they allow credit here. Upon seeing Gongzi, Zhongli calmly remarks, "My young friend, you appear rather hurried. Have you encountered some trouble?" Mora, "No, Mr. Zhongli, I know you are well-versed and knowledgeable. There are certain matters I wish to consult you about, pertaining to our 12th Harbinger, the young master. Are you familiar with him?" "Oh, you refer to him. In truth, I became aware of his arrival on Teyvat the very day he descended. He is a being who has traversed the heavens and crossed the starry seas. I have known him for quite some time. With this appearance, I believe he has returned bearing memories of the future." "What? Memories of the future?" Gongzi is taken aback by this revelation. Indeed, memories of the future as a descendant. They are always extraordinary. And perhaps he is the only one capable of descending twice upon Teyvat. A descendant who has descended twice, even bringing memories of the future? Who exactly is Yi Chun, my young friend, if your inquiry pertains to him? I regret that I cannot divulge much. However, I must caution you. Do not provoke this individual. He is rather peculiar. Even I have suffered losses at his hands. Indeed, it is a most unforgettable memory. Gongzi's legs tremble slightly. The revelations of the day have utterly upended his understanding. Replicas capable of harming their originals. Yi Chun being a two-time descendant with memories of the future, and even having bested the Geo Archon. How can this not induce a sense of dread? Am I truly on the brink of death? Mr. Zhongli, do you not have any means to save me? I seem to be on the verge of death. My young friend, are you suggesting that he intends to kill you? I believe he would not. If he wished for your demise, you would have perished long ago. What a heartwarming comfort that is. Moreover, he has previously stated that a descendant cannot arbitrarily alter the history of Teyvat. Thus, do not worry excessively. The day you are destined to perish is when you will meet your end. That if you do not die, it signifies that you still possess value in living. Value in living? Is that even a coherent thought? Yet Gongzi understands that this is merely Zhongli's kind-hearted consolation. With a vacant stare, Gongzi wanders through the streets of Liyue, uncertain of his next course of action. He feels utterly powerless, as though his life is entirely at Yi Chen's mercy. What can he possibly do? Hu Tao, Wangxing Funeral Parlor is offering a special promotion. Buy one, get one free. Buy two, get three. The more you buy, the more you receive. Welcome to make your selections. Sir, I notice your complexion is ashen and your eyes dim. I believe you require a package from our Wangxing Funeral Parlor to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Gongzi glances at Hu Tao and suddenly waves his hand decisively. Hu Tao, bring me 10 coffins. Chapter 30. I shall consider it a dog bite. Had Yi Chun overheard Zhongli's description of him, he would undoubtedly have discerned some truths at that time. The system rewarded him with the ability to create replicas of the Fatui Harbingers, and he had inquired whether he could create himself. The system's response was that he was too powerful for the furnace to replicate. He recalls scolding the system at present. He is merely an ordinary person. What strength does he possess? At present, Zhongli has divulged certain secrets, though he remains unaware for the time being. Meanwhile, Yi Chun is at home assigning homework to Scaramouche. Initially, he intended to jot down a few lines merely to amuse the child, but as he wrote, those haunting memories swarmed back like countless flies drawn to a scent. Recalling the endless assignments he faced during every winter and summer vacation, and juxtaposing that with Scaramouche's carefree days, Yi Chun felt a surge of irritation. Consequently, he became increasingly engrossed in his writing, ultimately spending an entire day at home crafting assignments for Scaramouche, to the extent that he had no time to venture out with Klee. In the end, he produced 5 hefty volumes, satisfied only after his laborious efforts. 7 days, a notably lengthy holiday. This will suffice for now, yet the time felt too brief. Future preparations must be made in advance, stepping out with a refreshed spirit. He noticed that his daughter Klee was still outside playing. She had befriended a little girl in Inazuma, and upon hearing from the Shinzu that the two were getting along splendidly, Chen felt reassured. Children should not be confined to the company of a single adult. They ought to have multiple companions, for that is the essence of childhood. By the way, where has that pesky fox gone? I seem to have not seen her all day. Chen pondered. Ever since Jean arrived in Inazuma, that fox spirit had stuck to him like a stubborn adhesive, but now that Jean had departed, so too had she. Women. Unbeknownst to Chen, at this moment, Shinzu had made her appearance in the eternal space where Ye was in seclusion. Ye had been engrossed in her pursuit of eternity within this realm, rarely allowing even the Shinzu, a follower of the Raiden Shogun, to disturb her. Yet today, for Chen's sake, Shinzu had taken the initiative to seek out why. Ye opened her eyes from her meditation. Her stunningly cold gaze betrayed a hint of perplexity. The Shinzu, who typically returned to tease her, was unusually subdued today, and Ye sensed a vague unease emanating from her expression. Pesky fox, it has been quite a while since you last visited me. Has something significant occurred in Inazuma? Shinzu stepped forward, linking her arm with Ye's, and nervously stated, Ye, it's not a matter concerning Inazuma. It's about me that I might need your assistance. What has happened? Ye inquired, sensing the Shinzu's shyness. I think I may have developed feelings for a human. Ye stifled a laugh, amused by the revelation that their pesky fox had fallen for a human. How intriguing. Ye, please don't mock me. Quickly help me devise a plan. What is there to contemplate? If you like him, pursue him. However, I am quite curious. Who is this man capable of capturing our Shinzu's heart? The Shinzu recounted the details of her acquaintance with Chen. Truthfully, I am unsure what it is that I like about him that I was initially infuriated. During our first encounter, this scoundrel handed me an adult book and frequently teased me. Yet, despite that, I cannot help but like him. He is just slightly handsome, his cooking is somewhat palatable, and he possesses a modicum of talent. Occasionally, he shows a hint of tenderness, though not directed towards me, and there is nothing particularly extraordinary about him. Yet, I find myself inexplicably drawn to him, which is rather peculiar. Moreover, I become anxious whenever I hear he is in danger. Ye shook her head, as if recalling something. There are those who, upon first glance, spark joy. An inexplicable phenomenon. It is the one who does not reciprocate affection that causes the deepest sorrow. However, Shinzu, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but if what you say is true, that 8 harbingers of the Fatui have arrived, then I might not be able to help. Although I am one of the 7 archons of this realm, you are well aware of my capabilities. The strength of the Fatui harbingers is formidable. I could at most hold my own against the doctor, while I am no match for the jester. Yea, you cannot even contend with the jester? Indeed. Then there is little we can do. Shinzu, her expression now dejected, departed from Ye's realm, her former pride dissipated. Upon returning to the Ye Miko shrine, she observed Chen still preoccupied with preparing dinner, and a gentle light flickered in her eyes. If only she could spend each day in such close companionship with Chen. It would be rather delightful. Biting her lip, she resolved to make a bold decision. Scoundrel, I bring you good news. Your Fatui companions have formed a group to visit you, and by the looks of it, they will arrive in Inazuma late tonight. You are about to be reunited. Chen turned to face the Shinzu, who wore a worried expression that he chuckled inwardly. Women, so soft yet so fiercely stubborn. It seems, Shinzu, that you are eager for my companions to hasten my demise. Humph, of course. Once you are gone, I wish to savor the taste of the scoundrel's ashes. How malevolent. Moreover, I heard from Ye that the jester's power is so great that even she cannot contend with him. You are likely to meet a grim fate, even seeking Ye for help. No wonder I have not seen you all day. Are you truly concerned for me? How curious. Chen grinned, studying Shinzu's face for any telltale signs. At that moment, Shinzu clenched her fist, nervously declaring, Chen, you must be frightened, but I have a plan to save you, provided you agree to one condition. A condition? Then I shall decline. After all, I have committed many wrongs in my life. And perhaps this is my retribution. Absolutely not, Shinzu insisted. Then you must reveal to me your plan to aid me. After all, if even Ye cannot handle the jester, your strength must be inferior to hers. I cannot guarantee success, but it is worth a try. Oh, what is this plan? Yi-chun, first you must tell me, is everything written in that book you gave me true? Book? What book? Yi-chun gasped. Could it be the adult book he had given her? The one that claimed she could evolve into a nine-tailed fox to combat the jester. This foolish fox dared to dream. Even if she could transform, she would still be no match for the jester. Besides, he had merely penned that as a jest to deceive her. Noticing Shinzu's flushed face, Yi-chun cautiously asked, what if the book contains nothing but lies? Shinzu gazed at Yi-chun in disbelief. This scoundrel, a master deceiver. I knew he was tricking me with that book. Shinzu glared at Yi-chun, exasperatedly stating, but didn't your books say, at worst, I could claim to have been bitten by a dog? Bitten by a dog? Am I some sort of canine? Furthermore, if I survive the bite and the fox spirit offers herself to me, what of my many wives? I cannot allow them to be widows. Shinzu gazed at Yi-chun with a tinge of shyness, awaiting his response. This was the only potential solution she could envision to save him. Yet she was mistaken. Suddenly, Yi-chun pulled out a substantial stack of books from his backpack. Shinzu was taken aback. Why, Yi-chun, you are on the brink of death, yet you still have the presence of mind to bring out so many books? You have offended so many, and now you are facing death. Do you not realize that you might be beaten to death, yet you still have the gall to read? Your heart is truly bold. With an uncharacteristically gentle expression, Yi-chun replied, Shinzu, I know you have been thinking of ways to assist me. Perhaps even seeking out but I am a man. When faced with trouble, should I rely on women to intervene? I cannot do that. I will handle the matter concerning the Fatui myself. I am capable of resolving it. So do not worry. What I have here are some practice papers I devised. It has been several days since I last saw Scaramouche, and I miss him a bit. Before I depart, I wish to leave him some legacy. These are his death assignments. If he fails to complete them before my return, I shall ensure he experiences a fate worse than death. However, I do need your assistance. That I must ask you to look after Klee. I may need to disappear for several days. The Fatui should not pose a threat to a little girl like Klee, but I fear she might act impulsively by presenting the practice papers for Scaramouche. He signaled to Shinzu that he still had the leisure to prepare assignments, indicating that he would not perish. Shinzu gazed deeply into Yi-chun's eyes. Bewildered, Yi-chun, I am somewhat at a loss. What do you mean? You are on the verge of death, yet you still have the energy to assign work to Scaramouche. Yi-chun smiled. What if I were to revive? Yi-chun would certainly not disclose to the godly child that he possesses an almost invincible life-saving skill known as the death substitute. This is his ultimate trump card, one he will not reveal to anyone on the Teyvat continent. Upon hearing this, the godly child's expression brightened. Why Yi-chun implied that he had another card up his sleeve, conveying his confidence in surviving the ambush by the Fatui harbingers. This meant that Yi-chun was essentially invulnerable, and the godly child realized her concerns about this scoundrel were unfounded. Reflecting on her previous words, a blush crept across the godly child's fair face. Humph, I was not concerned about you. I was merely testing your intentions towards my sister. I suppose you have passed this time. That I will assist with Klee's matters. But for now, I shall take my leave. Where are you going? This is your home. After all. Yi-chun chuckled inwardly as he watched the godly child's departing figure, amused by the little fox's stubbornness. Godly child, your words are problematic. I am not a dog, but I do bite. Scoundrel, be quiet. The godly child retorted without looking back. Well, if you are willing to bite, that would be even better. As he watched the godly child hastily retreat, Yi-chun smiled, pondering how the fox's tail might feel to the touch. During dinner, the godly child returned with Klee in tow. Upon hearing that her father was going out to work, Klee, though reluctant, obediently followed her sister. Meanwhile, the Ye Miko residence was left with only Yi-chun. As night fell and the moon ascended the treetops, Yi-chun sat alone in the pavilion of the courtyard, idly playing a game of chess with one hand holding black pieces and the other white, passing the time in monotony. Meanwhile, on the ship of the Fatui harbingers, the captain spoke. Jester, we have just received word that Yi-chun remains in the Ye Miko residence. But that little fox has already taken her daughter Klee away. It seems he is aware of our full mobilization. The wealthy one felt a twinge of anxiety. Since Yi-chun knows we are coming, he must realize we intend to kill him. Why hasn't he fled? Does he truly believe he can handle so many of us alone? The jester calmly nodded. As long as Yi-chun hasn't escaped, that is what matters. Everything else is secondary. For the Fatui, once Yi-chun creates a being capable of affecting their very essence, It signifies the necessity of a desperate struggle against him, a fight to the death that cannot be avoided. If Yi Chen is not eliminated, they would forever linger in his shadow, their lives held precariously in his hands, with the constant threat of death looming over them, something the Fatui Harbingers cannot abide. Thus, this battle is inescapable, a pivotal moment for their very survival. Regardless of Yi Chen's hidden cards, regardless of how many Fatui Harbingers might survive this clash, they must engage. The Fatui have thrived for centuries, dominating the Teyvat continent, yet they find themselves reduced to this state due to a single Yi Chen. That a sense of lamentation filled their hearts. The ship gradually approached Inazuma Harbor, with the jester leading the descent, followed closely by 8 harbingers, and accompanied by all of the Doctor's creations, including the upgraded version of the puppet, the one-eyed little treasure. This time, the Fatui Harbingers had emptied their coffers, revealing all their trump cards, solely to eliminate Yi Chen. However, as they disembarked, they found themselves inexplicably tense. The closer they drew to Yi Chen, the more anxious they became. This was the lingering intimidation Yi Chen had instilled in them over the past year. The wealthy one, in particular, found his hands trembling. There was no escape. Over the past year, Yi Chen had become his inner demon. The jester observed the reactions of his companions and couldn't help but reflect. If only Yi Chen could genuinely work for the Fatui, the Empress's grand ambitions would be assured, and they would dare to face the heavens. Alas, their paths diverged irreconcilably. Now that we have arrived in Inazuma, let us not dwell on it further. Yi Chen once said something quite insightful. To the victor belong the spoils. I believe victory will once again belong to us, the Fatui, with the Empress's blessings. Yet, deep down, the jester felt a pang of anxiety. He also questioned whether Yi Chen's decision to remain was due to having created replicas of all the Fatui members. The thought was terrifying. It would mean their first joint mission could end in total annihilation. With heavy hearts, the Fatui Harbingers stepped onto the soil of Inazuma, while the young girl maintained her languid demeanor, occasionally glancing at the grand cherry blossom tree atop Inazuma City. From a distance, she spotted a small fox with pink fur, exuding an air of flamboyance. The girl huffed in dissatisfaction. Fox spirit. Soon, footsteps echoed from outside. Yi Chen lifted his teacup, took a sip, and suddenly laughed. Since you're all here, come in and sit. I've missed you all terribly. Those words. The Fatui members instinctively slowed their advance. Chapter 32. The intricate game of chess as the Fatui Harbingers stepped into the Ye Miko residence. Astonishment painted their faces. Yi Chen, do you not realize we have come to kill you? How can you sit there so calmly, playing chess and sipping tea? Do you not regard us at all? But upon deeper reflection, they were intimidated by Yi Chen's composed demeanor. Instinctively, they drew their weapons, adopting a defensive stance. Disquieting thoughts surfaced in their minds. Could it be that Yi Chen has truly manufactured replicas of all of them? If that were the case, what was the point of fighting? The agony would be doubled. It would be better to end it all instead. Yi Chen observed their panicked expressions, feeling somewhat bewildered himself. I have resigned myself to my fate, ready to let you kill me. Why are you the ones trembling? Were you not here to kill me? Just act, and in mere moments, I shall be gone. Suddenly, a realization struck Yi Chen, and he sighed with a wry smile. Fear not. I assure you, I have only managed to create 2 replicas after great effort. The wealthy one, upon hearing this, felt a surge of urgency. Yi Chen, you scoundrel, I know you all too well. You must be trying to deceive us even now. I knew it. That's why you haven't fled. You must have a contingency plan. Yi Chen, stop your charade. You couldn't possibly have only made 2 replicas. You must have created replicas of all of us, which is why you appear so confident. Quit pretending. Just show us our replicas. If you do, there would be no need for violence today. I could simply end it here. Even before any attack commenced, the wealthy one was already prepared to surrender, exclaiming Yi Chen's epithet repeatedly at this moment. Yi Chen's demeanor was enough to unnerve anyone. Did he truly wish to end his life and deliver himself into their hands? Such a notion was absurd. Yi Chen was not one to act in such a manner. Little did they know, Yi Chen was indeed serious. He had come to willingly offer himself to be killed, but not without a price. To kill me once, and in return, a divine heart would not be too much to ask. Would it? With a divine heart, I could create another replica of a Fatui Harbinger. The jester feigned calmness. Yi Chen, we have known each other for over a year. We understand each other quite well. Enough, Jester. Don't speak nonsense. I have no intention of getting to know an old man like you. If I were to deepen my understanding, it would be with the young lady here, wouldn't it, among the gathered? The young lady was the only one who had not drawn a weapon, appearing languid as she surveyed Yi Chen's abode. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, she narrowed her eyes. Is that little fox not enough for you? By the way, I heard you managed to retrieve a daughter. Rest assured, after your demise, I shall take care of her. Then I thank you in advance. Sensing the young lady's agitation, Yi Chen quickly shifted the topic. Jester, I know the purpose of your visit to Inazuma is to kill me. That is fine. I will allow you to do so. But before I meet my end, I have a small request that I hope you, as my colleagues, can assist me with. Alas, Yi Chen spoke with such ease that it was evident he had crafted our puppets. The sense of despondency enveloped the crowd. Even the jester began to mentally apologize to Her Majesty. This time, it felt as though the Harbingers were truly on the brink of ruin. Yet, at this juncture, they could not allow the Harbingers' morale to falter. Well then, Yi Chen, do enlighten us, whatever assistance you require. As colleagues, we shall strive to provide. That would be splendid. Although it is not of great consequence, I am merely aware that you intend to kill me. That I am confident I cannot escape. So after a day of hasty preparations, I have assigned a death assignment to the Scaramouche. This, he gestured to the stack of books on the table. You may have heard, Scaramouche once played the role of my son. As the saying goes, once a father, always a father. With my impending demise, I wish to leave him a legacy, hence, the exam I devised for him. Once I have passed, ensure that this exam reaches Scaramouche, and instruct him to complete it diligently. Otherwise, I shall certainly find a way to retrieve it. As his words fell, the Harbinger's officials were left dumbfounded. This a jest? Yi Chen, you are aware of your impending fate, yet rather than seeking to preserve your life, you prepare a death assignment for Scaramouche? How malevolent of you! Can't you simply act like a normal person? However, recalling Yi Chen's usual antics, it indeed seemed quintessentially him. Such a scheme was well within his capabilities. Scaramouche, tucked beneath his blankets, sneezed. Ordinarily, he would have cursed, but today he did not dare utter a sound. That I shall endure for now. We will address it once that scoundrel Yi Chen is gone, the maiden interjected. Allow me to handle this. I shall ensure that Scaramouche is properly disciplined. The jester inquired. Yi Chen, do you have any last wishes? None, save for this one. The Harbinger's officials, after much deliberation, could hardly contain their incredulity at Yi Chen's singular dying wish being to assign a death assignment to Scaramouche. Is this truly your only desire? Indeed, is it not rather simple? The officials were at a loss for words. They had come to kill, and the atmosphere was supposed to be tense. Yet Yi Chen's antics rendered the situation almost absurdly comical. The jester, still unwilling to believe that matters would be so straightforward, pressed, Yi Chen, truly no other wishes. None. However, if you are not in too much of a hurry to end my life, you old rascal, why not join me for a game of chess? The jester glanced at Yi Chen and, bracing himself, nodded. Regardless of Yi Chen's ulterior motives, today the jester would accompany him to the end. Perhaps there would be no tomorrow. With measured steps, the jester approached Yi Chen's pavilion. Standing before him, Yi Chen smiled and said, Now, jester, this game is renowned in my homeland. It is the exquisite Qinglong chess from the Tianlong saga. That as a child, I was captivated by it. Yet I could never fathom why, with only one move left on the board, so many were unable to solve it. Save for one. Upon reflection, I deduced that the solver must either be the son of destiny or the unluckiest wretch in the realm. Now, jester, would you be so kind as to resolve it? The jester grasped a white piece, his gaze fixed on the board, momentarily frozen. Just as Yi Chen had described, only one position remained. Placing the white piece there would secure his victory. Yet, something felt amiss. This game seemed to mirror the current plight of the Harbingers, with Yi Chen as the black piece, severing all avenues for the white pieces. The sole means of breaking the deadlock was to eliminate Yi Chen. Just as Yi Chen had created their puppets, they were left with no choice but to kill him to preserve the Harbingers. And this very move appeared to be a gradual compulsion orchestrated by Yi Chen himself. In that moment, the jester felt a tremor in his hand as he held the white piece. Gazing at Yi Chen's triumphant expression, the jester hesitated. You recall, jester, our first encounter when I nearly perished at the hands of the Hilichurls? It was you who saved me. I remembered I was compelled to join the Harbingers by your hand. Indeed, a life for a life. Then, thus, when you placed the white piece, I, Yi Chen, shall remember that you owe me a life." The jester remained silent. "This debt is one I forced upon you. So, in due course, I shall ensure it is repaid." Chapter 33. Truly dead. The jester was perplexed by Yi Chen's words, yet witnessing Yi Chen's exuberant demeanor filled him with an unsettling dread. Almost instinctively, the jester placed the white piece in the only available position on the board. He wished to seize communication with this devil. With a resounding click, the piece was set down. Yi Chen abruptly stood, applauding the jester with glee. "Bravo, jester, congratulations, you unfortunate soul. You have finally won against me." But then, his expression shifted. All 10 Harbinger's officials emerged now. Before he could finish, the jester acted first, wielding no weapon, but swiftly severing Yi Chen's head with a horizontal strike. Blood splattered, and Yi Chen's head rolled off the table, shattering a teacup, cascading down the steps of the pavilion until it came to rest in the courtyard center. The jester was splattered with blood, but he paid it no mind, staring in disbelief at Yi Chen's severed head, murmuring, "Yi Chen, is this how you perish, just like that?" The Harbingers stood in stunned silence. Yi Chen, the tormentor who had plagued them for a year, had so easily met his end. No one could believe it. The moment of confrontation. They had envisioned a fierce battle, with heavy casualties on their side, even contemplating that Yi Chen might obliterate several of them. Yet, none had fallen. The only casualty was Yi Chen, and so effortlessly at that, felled by the jester's hand. Yi Chen was dead, truly dead. The doctor wore an expression of disbelief. No one could accept that this demon had so easily succumbed. Meanwhile, the jester, regaining composure from his shock, crouched down to inspect Yi Chen's body. After a thorough examination, he nodded with a smile to the others. "I can confirm this is indeed Yi Chen. He is truly dead." The jester possessed an enigmatic power, akin to the time he had discerned the cessation of Yi Chen's cursed abilities. The Harbingers were all too aware of this, with the jester's assurance. It was clear that Yi Chen's demise was genuine. The captain exhaled a sigh of relief. Yi Chen was finally dead. The doctor, stepping on Yi Chen's head, scoffed, "Yi Chen, you scoundrel, to die in such a manner is a disgrace." The rooster mused, did he choose this dignified death knowing he could not overcome us? He was indeed a capable man. What a pity. The puppet reflected, I had longed for this scoundrel's demise, yet witnessing it firsthand. Why does it stir such sorrow? The maiden lamented. He truly is dead. I had believed he would survive. You rascal, you remain oblivious to my feelings for you, yet you choose to die. The wealthy man produced a coffin he had long prepared for Yi Chen. Laughing heartily, good riddance, quickly, gather Yi Chen's body. Let us cremate him without delay. He must not be allowed to return. At that moment, having activated his substitute skill and still cloaked in invisibility, Yi Chen stood not far from the maiden. Jotting down notes. Doctor, upon my death, you trod upon my head. Rooster, claiming I could not defeat them. Puppet, I shall refrain from bullying the little girl. Maiden, this truly is a significant dilemma. Wealthy man, just wait for me. The jester, relieved by Yi Chen's death, exhaled. All right, let us clean up the courtyard and depart swiftly. I sense Thor's gaze upon us. Let us treat this as if Yi Chen never existed, and remember to deliver those books to Scaramouche. Let us ensure he completes them as our final tribute to Yi Chen. Soon, under the guidance of the jester, the wealthy doctor carried Yi Chen's coffin away. They had arrived with heavy hearts. But on the return journey, a sense of relief began to wash over everyone. The devil that was Yi Chen had finally perished, and the immense burden that had weighed upon their hearts was finally lifted. At that moment, the young girl suddenly distanced herself from the crowd, making her way alone to the sacred sakura tree. Meanwhile, the divine child remained transfixed by the scene in the courtyard, a strong intuition gnawing at her. Yi Chen had not truly died. Yet anxiety still clung to her heart. Hearing footsteps behind her, the divine child turned, offering a smile to the approaching girl. That it was indeed the girl, a rare visitor. Humph, a vixen, the divine child remarked dismissively. Her expression one of provocation. The two women locked gazes for a brief moment, sparks flying, as if they were on the verge of a fierce confrontation. Yet, unexpectedly, the girl burst into a triumphant laugh. I know you have feelings for Yi Chen, but your efforts will be in vain. I just confessed to him. Yi Chen belongs to me now, and you cannot take him away. With that, the girl strutted away. A look of triumph etched on her face. Approaching the divine child, she seemed to have done nothing yet everything at once. That of course, The deeper implication of her words was that she was certain Yi Chun was alive, more so than anyone else. Yi Chun, you scoundrel, even if you can deceive the jester, you will not fool me. You cannot escape. Suddenly, an idea struck the girl, and she squinted her eyes, laughing joyfully. The invisible Yi Chun personally saw off the colleagues of the Fatui Harbingers. He even waved at them, though they could not see him. It was a gesture of goodwill. Now that the cooldown for his death substitution ability had begun, Yi Chun resolved to find a place where no one could discover him. To quietly spend 7 days before emerging to surprise his Fatui colleagues. He had already identified a small house situated halfway up the hill beneath the sacred sakura tree. The house was modest, consisting of only 2 rooms, but Yi Chun had observed that it was typically uninhabited, and his instincts told him it was the safest spot in Inazuma. Hence, he decided to rest there for a week. Of course, Yi Chun was not overly concerned for his own safety. Having witnessed the departure of the Fatui Harbingers, he felt assured that with the protection of the small samurai and Tartaglia in Inazuma, his safety was sufficiently guaranteed, provided he kept a low profile. Thus, the invisible Yi Chun stepped into the house he had chosen. However, upon entering, the system began issuing alerts incessantly. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have found the lost memory fragments. Memories are beginning to merge. Invisibility ability has been disabled. What nonsensical memory fragments? Is the system playing tricks on me? How could I have forgotten anything? As he cursed inwardly, Yi Chun suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if his entire being had been frozen. Instinctively, he sensed danger. In the instant he raised his gaze, he locked eyes with a woman bathing in a wooden tub. She was a woman skilled in the art of the creamy blade. Though she bore no weapon at that moment, Yi Chun felt goosebumps cover his skin. Chapter 34. So, am I a scoundrel? One can never predict when unexpected events or tomorrow will arrive, just as Yi Chun could not foresee whether the creamy blade or the woman would strike first. Or perhaps the creamy blade herself. The moment he saw her, Yi Chun's mind buzzed with confusion that he had envisioned a day when he would encounter Zhongli, Veni, and Raiden Shogun in Teyvat, but he had never imagined it would unfold in such a manner. For at that moment, Raiden Shogun was indeed bathing. The scent of cream pervaded his senses. In that fleeting exchange of glances, rage seemed to erupt. A blazing fire appeared to engulf Yi Chun entirely. Yet, curiously, the instinctive terror within him dissipated, replaced by a primal urge that it felt as though he had encountered such a scene before, more than once. What the hell is happening? Why am I not thinking of escape, but rather moving forward? The phrase "the sword above the character" rings true. This truly feels like a self-inflicted wound. Amitabha, Buddha, please save me. I no longer wish to be a bath attendant. System. Congratulations, host. You have successfully merged the lost memories. You have acquired the ability to wield Electro, and your strength has risen to that of a Tartaglia. The long-desired power has finally been granted, yet at that moment, Yi Chun overlooked what mattered most to him. For in the instant of memory fusion, countless vivid scenes flooded his mind. Particularly, the final image seemed etched upon his very heart that it was a spring day approximately 500 years ago, when he and Cheyenne stood shoulder to shoulder beneath the sacred sakura tree. A pink fox playfully hopping between their shoulders. Traveler, I may no longer accompany you on your journey through Teyvat. I have only just learned that my sister truly fell during the cataclysm to protect me and Inazuma. Though she never explicitly stated it, I know she wished for me to inherit her position and become the new Raiden Shogun, safeguarding our Inazuma people. So, Cheyenne, you have made your decision? Yes, but I fear I may not be fit for the role. I wish that you could. It's all right. Before dawn breaks, there will always be someone to shed a glimmer of light that I believe you will succeed. But I don't apologize. When we first met, I mentioned that encountering one another is the most beautiful thing in life, that we have fulfilled that promise, and now it is time for me to depart. The traveler walked away without looking back, leaving Cheyenne, who was heartbroken, silently weeping in place. Cheyenne attempted to wave a few times, but the words hung unspoken on her lips. Thus, in the very first second of reclaiming his memories, Yi Chun was left dumbfounded. The traveler was himself, and the 2 instances when Cheyenne was interrupted were her attempts to say, I want you to stay in Inazuma and help me. I need you. Yet, he had callously abandoned her, becoming a heartless cad. Surely, this must be the truth. Though reluctant to accept it, Yi Chun could nearly confirm it as fact. Inwardly, he grappled with the realization until he reached a temporary conclusion. So, am I a scoundrel? Yet, there lingered an unsettling feeling that the matter was not so simple. The recovered memories were but a fragment. There seemed to be a missing thread connecting it all. However, Chen could no longer afford to dwell on these thoughts. After reviewing the memories, he uncovered something far more shocking that he instinctively swallowed hard. The descender. No, he should be called a second descender, centuries ago. Perhaps even millennia. He had descended upon Teyvat once before. Furthermore, significant events had transpired that he could not presently recall. Why Chen began to take seriously the system's earlier notification. Host too powerful. The cauldron cannot be constructed. If I recover all my memories, my strength may surpass that of the jester. But what consequences would come with fully reclaiming my memories? Chen felt a growing dread. One Raiden Shogun had already filled him with guilt. What if another, 2, 5, or even dozens were to emerge? And what of Klee? Why had Klee come to Inazuma searching for her father? Why was she so adamant that he was indeed her father? Could it be true? The more truths he uncovered, the more terrifying it became. So, what exactly has the system concealed from me? System. So, host. Do you wish to know how many transgressions you have committed? Silence. I wish to sever ties with you now. Do you intend to exploit me? Do you truly believe the ability to wield the evil eye is something one can casually pick up on the street? Or that a Fatui harbinger can easily fabricate? I regret to inform you. The system is bound and cannot be undone. Chen had no genuine desire to sever ties with the system. That would be foolish. Would one simply discard such a powerful artifact? He was merely venting his frustration, seeking an outlet. And in that moment of distraction, a blinding white light suddenly flashed before him. In the next instant, a complete figure of Raiden Shogun materialized before Chen. The movement was so swift that he caught a glimpse, yet it felt as if he had seen nothing at all. Raiden Shogun gazed at Chen with an impassive expression, and after a moment's silence, she finally spoke. Long time no see. Long time no see. Ying smiled faintly and nodded, suddenly realizing that she no longer knew how to address him. Can I still call you Traveler? Traveler, farewell. That is but a scoundrel. I can hardly recall how much debt I accrued under the guise of the Traveler. Let us stick with Chen, shall we? A flicker of disappointment crossed Ying's gaze, vanishing almost immediately. Why Chen? Could it be that you are the Chen that the little fox spoke of? If there are no others, then it must be me. No wonder the deity has taken a liking to you. You are indeed the one who delighted in stroking her tail as a child. By the way, is your current identity that of the 12th harbinger of the Fatui? Master, indeed I've heard that your relationship with the girl is quite amicable. We are merely colleagues, though. And what of Klee? Is she truly your biological daughter? As Ying posed this question, she wore a smile that appeared exceedingly friendly. Yet Chen could not help but shiver involuntarily. Why Chen let out a wry chuckle and replied honestly, I would love to have a daughter as adorable as Klee, but I truly do not know if she is my biological child. That must be the case. I have met Alice, a remarkably beautiful and intriguing woman. You would surely like her, such heavy killing intent. Ying, to be truthful, I do not remember. I seem to have lost some fragments of my memory. Do you remember this place? I built this house. Ying's face lit up with joy. Indeed, this house was constructed while you were still the Traveler. You mentioned wanting a home of your own in Inazuma. Oh, and this bathtub, you crafted it with your own hands, saying that it was just right for two to soak together. There's no escaping it now. The scoundrel's identity can no longer be concealed. Chapter 35. Intermittent Dark History. Chen approached the wooden tub, caressing the well-preserved bucket, and remarked, This bucket has been remarkably well maintained. Indeed, there were several occasions when I contemplated splitting it, yet I could not bring myself to do so. Are you implying that you wish to cleave me in two as well, but lack the resolve? Haha, let us keep it. It serves well for bathing. The two exchanged glances at the tub, and suddenly fell into silence. That a couple from 5 centuries past reunited, the atmosphere awkward, and even contemplated cleaving Yingxiang Mountain. She had never anticipated that he would appear in Teyvat, in Inazuma, or that they would meet again in this very place. She recalled the time he sought the cherry blossom hydrangea here and nearly tumbled off the cliff. She had saved him, which led to the construction of this small house. Occasionally, Ying would return to their little abode. Unable to forget those deeply etched memories, she sought eternity, yet he remained her eternal nightmare. As she reminisced, her hands, hidden within her sleeves, clenched nervously. She yearned to return to the days of their youthful acquaintance. But he was no longer the Traveler, he was Chen. After a considerable time, Ying snapped back to reality and said, "By the way, Yi-chun, I heard from the deity that the harbingers have gathered to come to Inazuma to kill you." Upon mentioning the Fatui, Yi-chun's feelings of guilt dissipated in an instant. They, indeed, have been dealt with. Then who stands before me now? Ying, you do not understand. My good brother, the wealthy one, even spent lavishly to craft a coffin for me. I saw it. It was entirely made of crystal, exceptionally beautiful. They are now carrying my corpse back to Snezhnaya. I personally saw them off onto the ship moments ago. They are coming to kill you. Yet you still regard them as good brothers? And you even saw them off yourself? He remains as humorous as ever. So, they were actually after a fake. Ying immediately deduced the truth that might be an oversimplification. It is akin to the deity's tail. One has been severed, yet there are many remaining. But you were still injured, correct? You returned here to recuperate, didn't you? Ying's gaze was laced with a deadly intent. It is nothing serious. I merely need to rest. Yi-chun da. I may not triumph over the harbingers, but fear not. I shall not let them escape unscathed at Yi-chun. He began to doubt his own nature as a scoundrel. Otherwise, why would Ying treat him so kindly? Truly unnecessary. This matter I can handle on my own. Ying said with a hint of melancholy. Yi-chun, you are still as you were, such a chauvinist. Nevertheless, I believe in you. Once you regain your former strength, dealing with the harbingers will undoubtedly pose no problem. Former strength, no problem with the harbingers. Goodness, I must have been extraordinarily strong before. Just earlier, upon entering, I was still an ordinary person. Now, having retrieved some memories, I have acquired the ability to wield the electro element, merely possessing a fraction of the 11th's power. Yet how has the 11th become a unit of measurement for strength? Never mind that, I must ponder how to enhance my abilities. It appears to be related to recovering my memories. Upon encountering Ying, I gained the ability to wield the electro element if I were to meet Zhongli. Vinny, might I acquire the ability to wield Geo and Anemo as well? And let us not forget the Dendro Archon. It seems I cannot linger in Inazuma much longer. However, I did not offend anyone upon my last arrival. Did I? Vinny and Nahida should be fine. But if I were to provoke Morix, that would be troublesome. Ying, I mentioned earlier that I have lost most of my memories. Could you share with me what you know of our past? Back then, information was scarce, and I was unaware. However, during our meeting of the 7, I inquired of Morix, and he said, "What did he say?" Yi-chun asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. "He said you owe him a great deal of money." Morix, Zhongli, that fellow who never carries money when he goes out, claims I owe him. Defamation. This is pure slander. Yet, from what it sounds, their relationship must be quite good. Is there anything else? Yes. Barbados also mentioned that you owe him a considerable amount for wine. That should be all, right? After that, when everyone learned I was inquiring about you, the gathering dispersed. Yi-chun, is this what they call, when a brother is absent from the world, tales of his exploits continue to circulate? They must miss me. Ying glanced at Yi-chun with a mischievous smile. Perhaps Yi-chun gazed at Ying, sincerely remarking, "Ying, you look truly lovely when you smile." Ying paused for a moment. "So, do you wish to bathe with me?" Yi-chun was taken aback. What was he saying? Yet many years ago he had indeed deceived Ying in such a manner. However, given the current circumstances, Yi-chun dared not speak carelessly to no. No, it was merely a heartfelt compliment. "It has been many years since we last met, and I did not expect you to remain so beautiful." Ying shot Yi-chun a deadpan look before turning to return to her bedroom. Slamming the door shut with force. Is she angry? Did I provoke her with my words? Or, the thoughts of a woman are truly difficult to decipher. Yi-chun found a stool to sit upon, needing to calm his thoughts. Yet it was not long before Ying's melodic voice resonated through the room. Yi-chun, I heard that you are now an exceptional cook. The deity has tasted your dishes. But I have yet to try them. Ying, please wait a moment. I shall prepare something for you right away. Also, I forgot to drain the bathwater. I shall do so now. Yi-chun, do you still remember my preferences? I remember, sweet or exceptionally spicy. Very well, all is well. I shall rest now. You should hurry and get to cooking. Ying lay on the bed, her lips curving upward as she heard Yi-chun's response. Rolling around happily on the bed, her legs flailing about, the previous traveler was clumsy and a bit of a chauvinist. Now he seems much more obedient. Daring to flirt with the deity and even bring back a daughter. This time he shall not be easily forgiven. Moreover, who knows how many others he has flirted with outside. Allowing him to cook a meal is too lenient. Outside, wisps of smoke curled gracefully into the air. While inside, Raiden Shogun, like a little girl, lay on the bed lost in thought, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Chapter 36. The matter of the bed, a woman abandoned for 5 centuries. Still the embodiment of the Raiden Shogun, upon their reunion, did not meet her end by a blade. Chen felt fortunate enough as it was. The mundane tasks of running a bath and preparing a meal felt trivial in comparison. At this hour, it was already past 2 in the morning. The moon shyly concealed itself, leaving only the twinkling stars to witness the plight of a man who had begun cooking at such an early hour. Alas, he was hardly deserving of pity. From the reaction of Xing, he sensed a subtle shift. As he cooked, he tentatively inquired, "Xing, it's quite late now. Will you be heading back tonight?" Listening to Chen's words, Xing's heart raced like a startled deer at a solitary man and a woman under the same roof. What did Chen intend with such a question? They were not strangers to each other's past. "This is my home as well. Where else would I go? I might be staying here for a few days. After all, I built this house. You may stay if you wish, but the tub is already filled. You can reside in it. I am not accustomed to sleeping in a tub, but you have reminded me that I do need to bathe before bed, and after bathing, I shall retire to bed." "Which bed?" "There is but one in this house. If it is inconvenient, I can sleep on the floor. If that is the case, I may as well embrace a shameless lifestyle." That Chen still held on to a shred of confidence. "Very well, you prefer the floor. Then tonight you may sleep outside. That if you dare enter, do not blame me for taking action. By the way, Chen, it has been a while since we last sparred. Would you care to try my Wuchang blade? Isn't it more melodious to call it the milk fragrance blade?" Chen sighed deeply, sensing his probing had failed. Approximately half an hour later, Chen had prepared the meal. 2 sweet dishes, cherry blossom tempura and cherry blossom cake. 2 signature dishes from Inazuma, street stew and butter crab, each infused with plenty of absolute cloud chili, tailored to Xing's palate. The rich aroma wafted through the air. Xing emerged, not sparing Chen a glance, washed her hands, and sat at the table. She picked up a piece of cherry blossom cake, took a delicate bite, her eyes narrowing in delight as she began to indulge. Observing this, Chen took a seat beside her. Xing glanced at Chen, devoid of the anticipated outburst, simply stating, "I am hungry. Wait until I am full before you eat." With that, she abandoned her ladylike demeanor and began to devour her food ravenously. No wonder the divine child was fond of Chen. His cooking was truly exquisite. Chen sat quietly beside her, a smile curving his lips. The memories brought back not only the past, but also the echoes of their former affection. At that moment, Chen contemplated how delightful it would be to live like this with Xing every day. The 4 dishes on the table quickly vanished as if swept away by a bandit. Noticing Chen's dazed expression, Xing playfully grinned, suddenly grabbing the sleeve of Chen's clothing and wiping her mouth on it. "The food was delightful. Do continue tomorrow. That I will return to my room to sleep now. Remember to tidy up the table." With that, Xing dashed back to her room, this time leaving the door slightly ajar. Chen felt no hunger as he gazed at the disarray on the table. Chuckling softly, he waved his hand, sweeping the remnants into the trash bin. He had no intention of cleaning the table. His thoughts began to spiral. Earlier, he noticed the bedroom door was ajar. Did that mean Xing permitted him to enter and sleep together? Chen turned off the lights, plunging the room into darkness, save for a few abandoned stars twinkling above. This moment, sleep eluded him, and he paced back and forth at the door, indecisive. Xing, lying in bed, found herself amused by Chen's antics. Chen, why aren't you sleeping? "I'm just digesting after my meal. Oh, is that so? Then be sure to digest well out there. Should I come inside to explain about Klee's mother, or perhaps your relationship with the divine child?" "Xing, I assure you, my relationship with the divine child is entirely innocent." "Oh, innocent, you say? Then how does the divine child claim to have feelings for you?" "A vixen indeed. Just wait. Once I recuperate, I will have my reckoning with you." "I know nothing of that. Is Klee truly your daughter? I have heard of that adorable little girl. She resembles you quite a bit. Moreover, your relationship with the maiden is not so straightforward, is it? By the way, I have heard you and Jean get along quite well. Truly, women cannot escape jealousy, not even the Raiden Shogun." "Xing, I am feeling tired. I shall retire for the night." "Already tired? Then sleep quickly. Did you grant me an opportunity or not? Can't you be clear?" Chen casually found a spot, pulled out a makeshift bed from his backpack. and lay down to no more discussion. I fear you might draw your blade. Eyes shut, Yi Chen, restless, began pondering his future, seeking distraction. Zhongli claimed he owed him money. Vinny insisted he owed him drinks. His name had surfaced at the meeting of the Seven, which had become overcrowded. Could it be that the Dendro Archon was not merely a fresh sprout plucked from the branches, but also my daughter? The more Yi Chen thought, the more vexed he became. Wishing to lash out at Scaramouche in a foul mood, he contemplated striking his son. However, after some reflection, he decided against it. If he were to confront Scaramouche now, the Fatui would undoubtedly realize he was still alive, and they might retaliate. While Yi Chen was lost in thought, Xing suddenly spoke from within the room. Yi Chen, are you asleep? I am doubt if you cannot sleep. Why not tell me about the Fatui? It would be strange if I could sleep. There is a delicate beauty lying in the room, teasing me. How could anyone possibly sleep? Had it not been for the absence of the substitute skill, you would see whether I would enter. However, since Xing sought to inquire about his affairs, Yi Chen chose not to conceal anything. Engaging Xing in conversation seemed beneficial, especially since he truly could not sleep. That as for the Fatui executives, I was coerced into joining by the Harbinger. He forced me because he coveted my use of the evil eye. The subsequent events unfolded much like the rumors outside. My power surged after employing the evil eye, and I began my retaliation. Is that so? However, I have also heard that you had that little rascal Scaramouche call you father. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's heart tightened. This woman was not merely discussing the Fatui. She was settling scores. After all, he had not added vinegar to the dishes he prepared. Well, that little brat has a foul mouth. I merely intended to teach him a lesson. Teach him, and then have him call you father? Perhaps it is my unrecovered memories at play, really? Could it be that there is a possibility you have never forgotten and have been deceitful all along, simply avoiding seeing me? Yi Chen, think carefully before you speak. Otherwise, you will never enter this room again. Why Yi Chen had never faced such threats from a woman. He felt his temper flare. Suddenly, he leaped from the bed, strode to the door, and kicked it open. At that instant, Xing, lying on the bed, swiftly darted away. Why Yi Chen, I'm sorry. I have yet to sort out my thoughts. Xing's voice echoed from a distance. Chapter 37. Scaramouche. This is your father's legacy. Yi Chen gazed at the vanishing shadow of Xing in the air, sighing helplessly. Very well. I can understand. If we could truly return to the days of yore, there would be no need for meals, and our reunion would be unreservedly shameless. There would be no need for such hesitation. 5 centuries have passed. Even if feelings remain unchanged, in a certain sense, I am no longer the traveler I once was. Both of us need to gradually adapt. It will come naturally. What were you thinking when you enticed me? Yi Chen grumbled to himself in frustration. Just then, Xing's silhouette materialized outside the window, her big eyes sparkling mischievously like a playful little girl, giggling. I am willing. You haven't left, though. I forgot to mention, remember to prepare breakfast tomorrow. As she spoke, Ying once again vanished from sight. Observing her disappearance, he paid no heed to whether the woman would return. Instead, he climbed onto the bed where Ying had previously lain, enveloped himself in the quilt that still retained her fragrance, and promptly succumbed to slumber. For now, I can avoid this woman. Surely, sleeping is permissible. Why Yi Chen found himself entangled in a repetitive struggle with Ying in Snezhnaya. At the base of the Fatui, Scaramouche also received news from the Joker, stating that Yi Chen had been killed. Had it been any other Fatui executive, Scaramouche might have pondered the validity of such claims. However, since it was the Joker who spoke, he naturally believed it. The Joker would not deceive them. That scoundrel Yi Chen, at least you had a shred of conscience, refraining from dragging me down with you before your demise. Yet, you were astute enough. Otherwise, when I grow up, I would not spare you. If you are dead, then so be it. Your numerous misdeeds have led you to this fate. It is merely unfortunate that I did not deliver the final blow myself. Upon receiving the news of Yi Chen's death, Scaramouche felt an unanticipated lightness in his heart, overwhelmed with joy and eager to find something to occupy himself. Thus, he retrieved all the fireworks he had purchased in Inazuma. Previously, he had thought it amusing to set off fireworks, but now it was simply a celebration of his escape from torment. Consequently, that night, the coastline of Snezhnaya was ablaze with fireworks for a full 3 hours. The following afternoon, the Fatui Executive's ship docked sooner than anticipated. Scaramouche, having stayed awake all night, approached to greet them. The noble and the doctor descended first, carrying a coffin that a young girl followed behind alone. Upon seeing the coffin containing Yi Chen, Scaramouche rushed forward. "Noble, open it, and let me see. Is it truly that bastard Yi Chen inside?" The noble reassured him, "Rest assured, it is indeed Yi Chen inside. Dealt with personally by the Joker. The body was prepared by the doctor and me. There can be no mistake, and we even checked multiple times after boarding. No, I am still not at ease. You must open it for me to see." The Joker nodded at Scaramouche, prompting the doctor to lift the coffin lid. "See, there is no mistake. It is indeed your father inside." Scaramouche gazed anxiously at the coffin, where he indeed found the lifeless form of Yi Chen, his body remarkably preserved. With the head already affixed, a smile involuntarily spread across Scaramouche's face. He is truly dead. How wonderful, yet how detestable that even in death his face bears a smile. "All right, I have seen enough. What is there to look at in a corpse?" The young girl, holding the assignments Yi Chen had left for Scaramouche, squinted and smiled. "That foul-mouthed Scaramouche. Your audacity is quite impressive. I heard you set off fireworks all night in Snezhnaya yesterday. You can expect your father to return and deal with you." The Joker, seeing everyone halted, quickly urged, "Enough standing around. Let us hasten to carry the coffin back to the base." Regardless of anything else, Yi Chen was one of our Fatui executives, and he deserves our respect. Scaramouche watched the coffin lid close. A grave thought crossed his mind. Wait a moment, Joker, since Yi Chen is dead, what about those sliced individuals he created? They should be in his backpack, but I have tried. His backpack won't open. Once we hold Yi Chen's funeral and cremate him, they will be lost. Do not worry, Scaramouche. The doctor and I have researched this, and there will be no issue. Scaramouche suddenly shook his head, sensing something amiss. That it seemed this matter was not as simple as it appeared. Could such a cunning individual as Yi Chen be so easily dispatched by the Joker? Yet, gazing at the corpse in the coffin, he could not discern where the danger lay. Meanwhile, the young girl approached him. She casually snatched Scaramouche's hat and, with an icy tone, said, "Scaramouche, although your father is dead, he still thought of you before his passing. Look at these books in my hand. They're the inheritance he left for you. Why Yi Chen thought of me and left me an inheritance? Has everyone lost their minds? He could do such a thing. It would be a miracle if he didn't beat me up." Scaramouche replied warily, "Young girl, do not jest. That scoundrel Yi Chen could not possibly leave me anything. I am not joking. We all saw it on the ship. These books are indeed your father's legacy. He is not my father, though. Right. They are all left to you by Yi Chen." As she spoke, a mischievous smile appeared in her eyes. That rascal. Only you could think to assign Scaramouche such bizarre assignments. I spent the entire night on them, and there were so many things I could not solve. Scaramouche hesitantly reached out to touch the young girl's books, lightly brushing against them before retracting his hand. With a face full of uncertainty, he asked, "Young girl, is this truly left by Yi Chen? There are no traps, right? Scaramouche, are you done yet? Take it already." Scaramouche shook his head vigorously. "I don't want it. Whether you want it or not is your concern. However, your father." "No." Yi Chen specifically stated that if you do not take it seriously, even in death, he retains the ability to take you along with him. Moreover, this was the only request he made after meeting us. "Scaramouche, are you sure you do not want it?" Scaramouche unconsciously glanced at the Joker. Seeing him nod slightly, he finally accepted the large stack of books from the young girl. He casually opened the first page. "Scaramouche, Daddy knows he cannot escape and is nearing death. Before he dies, he has many regrets, but my greatest regret is not having educated you properly, such a foolish and dim-witted son. Thus, before dying, Daddy has left you a death assignment, and you must complete it diligently. Strive to be a smarter fool. That if you do poorly, even in death, Daddy retains the ability to take you with him." Scaramouche stood there, stunned, holding the books. "Why, Yi Chen, are you out of your mind? You are dead and still assigning me homework? Do you think I am a child?" Chapter 38. Scaramouche, take good care of Yi Chen's corpse. Scaramouche tossed aside the thick stack of books Yi Chen had left him. Noticing the shocked expressions of the Fatui members, he took a few steps before scurrying back to retrieve the books, tossing them into his backpack, reluctant to do the work yet too intimidated to discard them. He found himself in a quandary. Then, humph, moving so slowly. "Doctor, have you not eaten?" "Noble, what use are you? You are so corpulent that you cannot even lift a coffin." "Rooster, do not expect me to rely on you. Why are you staring at me?" "Captain, do you think you are worthy of carrying Yi Chen's coffin?" He even found fault with the weather. "Heavens, are you blind? What a splendid day. Why not let it snow a bit to celebrate? The young girl regarded Scaramouche with a peculiar expression. Do not be angry. The child has just lost his father. We should understand his feelings. Saying this, she produced a pen and a small notebook to jot down something. Scaramouche, what are you writing? Tell your father that his son Scaramouche is very happy he is dead. I will burn this for him when I get back. Scaramouche shot her a dark glare. The young girl did not relent. What are you staring at? Do you want to fight? Young girl, do not think you are stronger than me. I want a duel with me. Scaramouche sensed that the girl genuinely seemed to want to hit him, which was perplexing. I can't be bothered with you. The Joker, watching Scaramouche, felt a headache coming on. This child needed Yi-chun to handle him. Enough of the noise. Let us hurry back. The jester began to speak. Silence fell upon the crowd, who hoisted Yi-chun's coffin and made their way step by step toward the base of the Fatui. Not far into their journey, snow began to fall. Flakes, as large as goose feathers, cascaded from the heavens, settling on the coffin and upon the shoulders of the mourners, adding an extra chill to the air. Scaramouche donned his hat once more, disdainfully blowing away the snowflakes, feeling as though this heavy snowfall carried the unwelcome essence of Yi-chun. The group continued until they reached the Fatui's base, where the gates creaked open, as if the scene had reverted to that fateful winter night of folly. It was the funeral of Lady Rosalind. When Yi-chun appeared before them clad in a white robe, a long sword at his side, adorned with hundreds of evil eyes. Yet today marked the occasion of Yi-chun's own funeral. Even the Fatui officials could not help but feel a twinge of sentiment, though more so a sense of relief. The demon that had tormented them for a year was finally dead. The coffin was placed in its original position within the base, and the crowd gathered. Some standing, some seated. Only the young girl stood apart, a slight distance from the coffin, fearful she might succumb to the urge to kick the false body inside. She alone among the Fatui officials knew the secret of Yi-chun's survival. A secret she would never divulge. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of seductresses, gods, shadows, and the multitude of fox spirits beyond. The very thought filled her with a bitter resentment. At that moment, the jester commenced his eulogy. The capable often believe themselves omnipotent. We should now understand the ethics behind those foolish deeds. In this battle, there are no mere pawns. For this game of chess, the king's death is not the conclusion. The deceased deserve our remembrance, and Yi-chun is entitled to our respect. His passing serves as a reminder that the Fatui are not infallible. The captain declared, "Today we gather to honor our dear companion. His sacrifice is indeed a cause for universal celebration in our realm of frost, yet his actions still warrant our respect." The rooster added, "As a companion, I do not condone his deeds, yet I admire his methods." The doctor remarked, "His abilities are truly commendable." The rich man admitted, "His means of amassing wealth have inspired me." Scaramouche interjected, "Can you all cease your hypocritical displays and proceed with the cremation?" The jester continued, "Regarding the cremation of Yi-chun, I have given it considerable thought along the way, and we must temporarily set it aside, for the young master's death has brought great calamity to us, potentially jeopardizing the Empress's grand ambitions." The jester's words snapped them from their revelry, for in their celebration of Yi-chun's demise, they had nearly overlooked a pressing matter, the god-heart of Raiden Shogun. Scaramouche's failure to retrieve the god-heart in Inazuma indicated that it had fallen into Yi-chun's possession. With Yi-chun's death, the backpack remained sealed, meaning the god-heart was effectively inaccessible. This was a loss the Fatui could not afford. The jester continued, "I have contemplated this. Yi-chun must have stored the god-heart within his backpack. Each of our backpacks belongs to a secondary space. I possess some knowledge of spatial theory. Yet accessing Yi-chun's backpack will require further study. Thus, in the interim, his body must not only remain uncremated, but also be meticulously guarded." Scaramouche, feeling the jester's gaze upon him, began to curse inwardly. It can't be. Not again. Even in death, the ordeal wasn't over. He was to be diligently watched over. You need not explain, Scaramouche. The failure to procure the god-heart is your responsibility, so this task shall fall to you. The boy was on the verge of madness. In Inazuma, halfway up the mountain, in a small wooden cabin, Yi-chun found himself ensnared in his bed early that morning. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the enchanting figure of Shirori, who stood before him. Yi-chun stared in astonishment for a moment. Today, Shirori was adorned in a flowing purple robe, revealing a dazzling expanse of white. Her long, ink-black hair was styled atop her head, and her exquisite oval face bore a hint of makeup. complemented by the black stockings that Chen adored. She was utterly mesmerizing. Chen licked his lips. Shirori, you've come so early. Didn't you wish to see me? No, I just didn't sleep well, she replied. And what then? Shall we sleep a little longer together? Chen suggested tentatively. First, let us discuss my sword. In a flash of white light, the blade was unsheathed. Chen instantly envisioned the ensuing scene. Dazzling flashes of steel, and then he would become a corpse once more. A scenario he had experienced countless times before. He swiftly leapt from the bed. Haha, I seem to have lost my drowsiness. Observing Chen's movements, Shirori chuckled to herself, finding amusement in his familiar mischievousness. As she watched him dress, she casually remarked, I received word from the Fatui today. The jester and the Fatui officials have taken your corpse back to Frost. Moreover, last night, Frost set off fireworks that illuminated the night until dawn. Chen stepped down from the bed, adjusting his clothing as he mused. Fireworks? Surely that was our son celebrating. He must have been overjoyed to hear of my death. Our son. Shiori's expression softened at the term. Scaramouche is not my son. But what do you plan to do next? If the Fatui officials learn you are alive, they may very well return with a vengeance. The mention of the Fatui filled Chen with glee. Right now, they must be examining my corpse. Chapter 39. Shirori. Having a daughter would be quite lovely. Shirori, curious about Chen's peculiar smile, inquired. What are you laughing about? Just recalling some amusing events, he replied. Tell me about them. Nothing much, just pondering how my Fatui companions will treat my corpse. Yuri dead, albeit a fake corpse. What use would they have for it? That is not certain. You see, the Fatui covet what still resides within me, and they would not easily relinquish my body. What is that? Your god heart. Isn't your god heart with the godson. The godson promised the jester to hand it over to the Fatui, but I intercepted it using a decoy skirmouch, so the god heart is actually with me. Shirori blinked in surprise, her attire taking on a more playful demeanor. What do you intend to do with my god heart? Chen approached her, smiling. I'm not entirely sure. I simply desired it at the time. So I let Scaramouche take it. Honestly, I didn't think too deeply about it. Your claws? My apologies, it's a habit. With a cold laugh, Shirori retorted. Chen, let me enlighten you. I am not that naive little girl anymore. I will not be deceived by you again. Chen could only shake his head in a wry smile. It seemed that since Shirori ascended as the Raiden Shogun, she had indeed grown wiser. Yet, to claim she had entirely forgotten him would be untrue. Otherwise, she would not have revisited their shared sanctuary in pursuit of eternity. There must still be some affection lingering, though it was undoubtedly tainted by resentment. Given that he had wronged her for 5 centuries, hence, her recent flirtations were perhaps acts of retribution. What was once easily attainable was now withheld, deliberately tormenting him. Alas, the path to a shameless existence is fraught with challenges. He mused that moment. Shirori spoke up again. Chen, I'm hungry. Very well. I shall prepare a meal. Your culinary skills are solely at your disposal. After crafting a sumptuous breakfast, the moment the dishes were set upon the table, Shirori began to devour her food ravenously. As if she hadn't eaten in ages, Chen picked up his chopsticks, intending to join her, but she exclaimed, You must not eat until I am full. And so, he found no opportunity to touch his food, as she surveyed the empty plates. Shirori shot Chen a triumphant smile, stroking her belly as she pouted at him, as if to say, I am full now. Kindly wipe my mouth. She displayed an adorable, girlfriend-like demeanor. Chen obliged, gently wiping her mouth with his white robe. He could only accept the consequences of his own actions. What else could he do? He was no match for her. Just the thought of Shirori in this state made him wonder how things might be if there were more. Once her mouth was wiped, Shirori stood and declared, I am full now. I have matters to attend to. I shall return at noon. Then, Ing swayed her thighs and walked away. This time, Ing truly left, but instead of returning to her own Raiden space, she went to find the divine child. At that moment, the divine child was sitting on a swing, observing 2 little girls quarreling. Klee exclaimed, Little raccoon, stop hiding behind the book and sleeping lazily. I've already found you. Hee. Early Yuzu rubbed her eyes and angrily replied, Klee, how did I even end up in the tree? Since you can find me, please let me sleep for a bit. I'm so tired. And Klee already told you. Early Yuzu is early Yuzu. I'm not some little raccoon. Clearly, you're a little raccoon. Come down quickly. I'll take you to go blow up fish. What's the point of sleeping all day? I'm really tired. I don't want to blow up fish anymore. It's so boring that, in no way. Daddy said that if people sleep all the time, they'll become foolish, and that applies to little raccoons too. Klee, I've already said. Don T mentioned Daddy. Talking about him makes people sad. Klee blinked her big eyes in embarrassment, realizing that early Yuzu wasn't as fortunate as herself. She didn't have a father. I'm sorry, early Yuzu. I forgot. But it's okay. You can consider me your sister. A sister's father is your father too, so now you have a father as well. Let me tell you, Daddy is the best in the world. Is that really possible? Chen knew that Klee had found a little companion in Inazuma, but he never expected it to be the adorable early Yuzu. However, even knowing this, he was not surprised. After all, there weren't many who could play with Klee in Inazuma. It wouldn't do to let Klee play with Arataki Ito, would it? What he perhaps least expected was that Klee had managed to convince early Yuzu to be her daughter. The divine child, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but display a maternal smile. No one could refuse the charm of having two such little daughters at that moment. Ing suddenly appeared beside the divine child. And it seemed that having a daughter like Klee was indeed a delightful affair. The divine child, looking at Ing with surprise, found it hard to believe. Ing, how did you come out? Just a bit annoyed. Needed to clear my mind. Still thinking about eternity? Eternity? What is that? No, I was pondering some other matters. She couldn't very well tell the divine child that the person on her mind was someone else. Instinctively, she didn't want to bring up Chen in front of the divine child. However, she didn't think there was anything wrong with the divine child having feelings for Chen. After 500 years, for someone like the divine child to fall for another was not easy, much like how she had been unable to forget someone for 500 years. That was just that they were far too familiar with each other. Familiar enough that there were no secrets between them. The thought that Chen might have something happen with the divine child, and her mating shy and somewhat hesitant to speak. With the divine child observing her curiously, Ing could only shift her gaze to Klee in the distance. Divine child, is that girl with the little backpack Chen's daughter? Indeed, she is an utterly adorable little darling. Klee, early Yuzu, come here, the divine child called out to them. Klee, holding early Yuzu's little hand, obediently approached the divine child. Klee blinked her big eyes, curiously examining Ing. Divine sister, who is this sister? I am Ing. You can call me Ing. And you must be Klee, right? Yes, I'm Klee. Anne is a friend of your father, but from now on, don't just call her divine sister. You should also call her Aunt Divine. Otherwise, your divine sister might end up calling Chen daddy too. The divine child suddenly thought of something, her face turning shy. What nonsense was Ing spouting? Yet, Ing seemed to have changed slightly. She used to tease the divine child. But today, it felt reversed. Klee pondered for a moment and agreed with Aunt Ying's reasoning. Since the divine sister was a friend of her father, that made her an elder, and one couldn't address elders casually. Hello, Aunt Divine. Hello, Aunt Ing. I'm Klee. My father is the great hero Chen. He is the best father in the world. Since you are friends with my father, then you are both good people. Ing, gazing at Klee's adorable demeanor, couldn't help but smile warmly. Klee, you're so well behaved. I heard you like blowing up fish. Why don't you go play with early Yuzu? In Inazuma, you can blow up wherever you like. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Klee displayed a glimmer of anticipation, then shook her head. Daddy said, this is Inazuma, and you can't blow things up recklessly. The Raiden Shogun would be angry, and no worries. With Aunt here, no one will be angry. Go play to your heart's content. The two little ones joyfully ran off hand in hand, leaving the divine child astonished as she turned her gaze to Ing. Ing, have you had a problem with your training? Are you feeling unwell? Ing lowered her head and softly replied, actually, having a daughter like this is quite nice. Chapter 40. The Task of Death. After Ing left, Chen tidied up his desk, took out a reclining chair from his backpack, and went to the yard to bask in the sun. After acquiring the ability to wield the electro element, he realized that he didn't really need to eat. Meals had transformed into a process of savoring food. Now that Ing had left, he was too lazy to cook for himself. What a hassle. Lying on the reclining chair, enjoying the warmth of the sun, Chen began to contemplate his upcoming journey. This had become a habit since his return to Teyvat. Otherwise, with his brashness causing a ruckus in Snezhnaya, he wouldn't even be able to exit it now. Sometimes, one can be audacious or foolish, but one must not be truly foolish. Otherwise, he would genuinely find himself lying in a coffin. Reflecting on his current situation, Chen decided to remain in this courtyard for the time being. at least until the cooldown for the substitute skill had passed. Next, he thought. He wanted to test the power of Ying's fragrant blade. If Ying was willing to make a move, then he would have to endure a period of shamelessness. Should Ying truly take action, he would find another place to wait for the cooldown of the substitute skill. Eventually, Chen still needed to leave Inazuma. Since regaining his memories could enhance his strength, he would never simply sit and wait, even if it meant encountering challenges akin to Ying. However, facing difficulties, Chen was not one to sit idly by and await his demise. He would confront them head-on, just as he had with Ying. Having regained his memories with Ying, he acquired the ability to wield the electro element, and if this continued, it was highly likely he would gain the ability to wield all 7 elements. Or perhaps even other elemental powers. The bottom line remained that strength was the most crucial aspect in Teyvat. However, thinking about his relationship with the 7 gods made Chen feel a headache. Damn it, Zhongli, that poor fellow, actually claimed that I owe him money. ISNT, that pure slander, and that drunkard Vinny, did I steal his wine? The most troubling thing was that it seemed he had some entanglement with the Ice Queen. This was indeed a frustrating return. Yet, these paths were ones Chen must traverse. Furthermore, he had the strongest rebellious system, which he needed to utilize effectively, since he and Zhongli and Vinny were old friends. Then let me take 2 lives. That should be reasonable, and let us place the blame on the Fatui. After all, Zhongli had died once already. What's the harm in dying a couple more times? The Fatui Harbinger. Could you act like a human, please? The matters at hand were not many. First, he needed to recuperate, and then await the appearance of the next life. Without a doubt, he would continue his extortion. You killed me once, so you owe me something. That is only fair. With that thought, Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The good brothers of the Fatui were still guarding his corpse, suddenly hearing that he had resurrected. Wouldn't they be terrified? Oh, right, there's also Scaramouche, the assignment I left for you. If you don't do it well, I'll have to have a serious talk with little Scaramouche. At that moment. In Snezhnaya, Fatui's base, all the Harbingers had left. Only Scaramouche remained, tending to Chen's corpse that it must not rot, must not have any issues, and he had to turn Chen over from time to time. Scaramouche stood before the coffin, cursing for over an hour, his mouth dry, yet he couldn't swallow his anger. Why should I have to take care of you even after you're dead? Do I, Scaramouche, have no pride? However, it seems that the remaining face is rather scant. Even more aggravating is that little wildcat, who, before leaving, threatened that I must complete the assignments assigned to Chen, or else I would undoubtedly face grave trouble. The girl typically presents a languid demeanor, rarely speaking unless prompted, which alerted her and immediately put Sanbing on edge. Sanbing even entertained an exceedingly bizarre notion. Could it be that that scoundrel Chen is still alive? The mere thought sent chills down Sanbing's spine, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. He then began to reassure himself that Chen must be dead. After all, he was still overseeing his corpse. That surely couldn't be mistaken, could it? Yet, once that thought emerged, the seed of fear began to sprout within Sanbing's heart. 2 little figures in his mind commenced to quarrel. Although Chen was a rogue, his strength was formidable. Could he truly be so easily slain by the clown's blade? Perhaps, for the clown was indeed quite powerful. But why Chen would not have simply sat idly by, allowing himself to be killed? Such behavior was uncharacteristic. It would be normal for him to acknowledge his defeat, preserving some semblance of dignity. But if he held both me and Gongzi as his puppets, why wouldn't he eliminate me? After all, they are father and son. Get lost. You get lost. Even with Chen's corpse right before him, Sanbing felt as if he were hallucinating. Always sensing that Chen's spirit lingered, he began to frighten himself. Ultimately, as the torment became unbearable, Sanbing reluctantly retrieved the assignments that Chen had assigned. Then, question, Xiaoming currently possesses only 100 powder balls. If he fails to draw Sanbing, will he resort to violence against him? Question, in the morning, Xiaoming takes the clown out for a walk and encounters someone named Sanbing, who scolds the dog. Will the clown bite him? Question, if Sanbing carries Xiaoming through the skies and suddenly runs out of strength, will he fall to his demise? Question, one day, if Xiaoming dies and his son Sanbing refuses to behave and complete his assignments, do you think Xiaoming would take his son along? Upon reading this, Sanbing completely broke down, sitting on the ground with vacant eyes, muttering to himself, damn it, who on earth is this Xiaoming? And Chen, are you even human? Posing such questions? Just take me away. Will you? Sambing once again tossed aside the assignments left by Yi Chen. Finally, after glancing at Yi Chen's corpse, he dejectedly picked up the assignments once more, with tears of grievance streaming down his face and anger in his heart. He furiously wrote answers on the lid of Yi Chen's coffin. After a while, he encountered the problem of filling a pool with water. A moment later, he faced a riddle. After working on it for a time, he unexpectedly came across a drawing of Yi Chen. Question: Is the man before me handsome? Question: Sambing, does he deserve to be your father? Question: If he is dead, will Sambing feel sorrow? Question: If Sambing misbehaves, it is only right for his father to educate him, isn't it? Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Sambing set fire to all the assignments left by Yi Chen. Enough is enough, let it be. Otherwise, if these assignments remain incomplete, Yi Chen would surely drive him to madness. Early the next morning, the girl returned with a pile of books. The girl said, Sambing, Yi Chen was worried you might accidentally lose the assignments, so he had us arrange for 100 more copies. Chapter 41. The simple-minded Gongzi Dardalia. If heaven were to grant him another opportunity, Sambing would undoubtedly confront Yi Chen with a fist when the clown brought him to the Fatui base. If he could overpower him, he would deliver a fatal blow to that scoundrel Yi Chen. If not, then he would simply acknowledge him as his father. After all, he did not wish to live in this miserable state. Sambing's hair was nearly pulled out in frustration. He could not fathom why, despite Yi Chen being utterly dead, he could still be toyed with like a monkey. What did he want to do? Yi Chen seemed to understand his intentions better than he himself did. How could one continue like this? Even now, it appeared that Yi Chen had no intention of letting him go, even in death. Sambing sat despondently on the ground, tears streaming down his face like they were freed. He resembled a child bullied by an older one, feeling both wronged and helpless, reflecting on his arrival in the Fatui from Inazuma. He had once been brimming with confidence. He could look down upon all beings with disdain, hurling insults indiscriminately, only to find himself reduced to this pathetic state now. Sambing began to question whether he had insulted too many people and brought this retribution upon himself. In a fit of pique, he glanced at the pile of worthless books brought by the girl, and in the next moment, he appeared a bit deranged. Since he had burned them once, he could certainly do it again. The girl timely remarked, by the way, Yi Chen also mentioned that if you were to destroy the assignments he left behind the first time, he would consider you a child who does not understand and would not hold it against you. However, should you dare to do so a second time, you will undoubtedly suffer a most dreadful fate. Sambing stubbornly retorted, I'm not afraid of him. The girl lazily chuckled, why don't you give it a try? I am quite eager to see the outcome. Humph. I will not allow you to have your way. One day, I will make all of you kneel before me, so you will know the consequences of offending Sambing. The girl cast a disdainful glance at Sambing, truly a child for speaking such brash words. Yi Chen's coffin remained at the Fatui base, and now and then, Fatui executives would visit to pay their respects. The wealthy Pantanef came daily without fail. Only by seeing Yi Chen lying in the coffin could he find peace to carry on with his work. The doctor would also come, even going so far as to touch Yi Chen's corpse. Like the clown, he sought to access Yi Chen's backpack. The clown desired the god's heart of Raiden, while he aimed to obtain the sliced figures Yi Chen had created for the Fatui executives. Confident that he too could replicate the process, even the puppets, the rooster, and the captain would often wander aimlessly around the base. Each time they came, they would see a small boy wearing a straw hat, hunched over Yi Chen's coffin, biting his pen, desperately working on his assignments. They were all aware of the assignments and initially thought that the rebellious Sambing would not heed Yi Chen's words. Surprisingly, he was quite obedient. In fact, when they arrived, Sambing wouldn't even look up at them. Truly peculiar. Liyue Harbor. Gongzi Dardalia was the last to receive the news of Yi Chen's passing, conveyed to him by Sambing, who inquired whether Yi Chen had assigned him any work. For reasons unknown, upon learning that Yi Chen had only assigned work to him, Sambing's resentment noticeably dissipated. Meanwhile, Gongzi Dardalia genuinely felt a sense of relief. According to current information, Yi Chen had only created 2 sliced figures for the Fatui executives, namely for himself and Sambing. At that moment, Gongzi was on the verge of collapse, feeling as if his life was entirely in Yi Chen's hands, subject to his whims. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would be killed by the clown? After repeatedly confirming with his colleagues in the Fatui, he first discarded the medicine purchased from Bulu. then changed into festive attire and set out to find Zhongli for a drink. After living in constant trepidation for so long, he could finally relax. Zhongli was still at the second-floor window of Wanmin Hall, leisurely sipping wine alone, listening to the most popular opera, enjoying the most melodious nightingale, and indulging in exquisite food and drink without spending a single penny. It seemed that such a life was his best sanctuary. The reason for choosing Wanmin Hall over Xinyue Pavilion and Lili Pavilion was that this was the only establishment designated by Hu Tao for him. Primarily, it was cost-effective, gazing through the window at the bustling street outside. Zhongli felt quite content. His old friend's words rang true. When a strategist reaches a point where there is no longer a need for divine intervention, it is time to entrust governance to the people. He could retire and enjoy a peaceful life if he desired. He could indulge in music and revelry without hesitation. This man always did peculiar things, speaking nonsensically, yet upon reflection, they often held profound meaning. It was strange. Despite having no concept of money, he found himself frequently reminiscing about past debts. Since he had returned, it was time for those who owed him to repay their dues. Speaking of which, it had been many years since their last meeting. Each time spent with him brought forth some regrets. Truly a nostalgic scoundrel. His reverie was interrupted by the exuberant Gongzi. Zhongli, I knew you'd be here drinking at this hour. Zhongli regarded the young gentleman who had just arrived with a hint of confusion, pondering the fact that they did not seem particularly acquainted. Nevertheless, he politely greeted, my young friend, it has been quite some time. The gentleman, exhibiting a familiarity that bordered on audacity, took a seat opposite Zhongli and remarked with a sense of nostalgia, indeed, it has been a long while. Recently, the Fatui encountered some minor issues, which I took the liberty of resolving. However, they were trifling matters, easily dealt with, such as purchasing some medicine from the herbalist, and then hiding away in the North Bank, too timid to venture outside, merely consuming medicine day by day. Well, that's a relief, Zhongli responded. By the way, allow me to share a significant secret with you. Just a couple of days ago, our 12th harbinger, Lord Chen, was murdered. Lord Chen, you mean? Precisely, it was he. This information comes from the jester, and I assure you it is accurate. That scoundrel has finally met his comeuppance. Zhongli observed the gentleman's animated demeanor, reminiscent of someone witnessing folly to Mr. Zhongli. What is it that you? A former friend once imparted a profound truth to me. Some people may die, yet live on in our hearts, while others may exist, yet be dead in spirit. The gentleman pondered this for a moment. Mr. Zhongli, though your friend's statement lacks logical coherence, upon reflection, it does possess a certain wisdom. Take Lord Chen, for instance. Although he has passed, I believe I shall never forget him. My former friend added another remark. What was that? That some individuals, even in death, may return to life. Upon hearing the term return to life, the gentleman's eyes widened, as if Lord Chen had somehow resurrected before him. The cup he had just raised fell abruptly from his grasp, shattering into countless pieces. Only then did he realize his folly, awkwardly smiling at Zhongli. Mr. Zhongli, you truly have a knack for jesting. How could one possibly return from death? Indeed, I often ponder this as well. But enough of such musings. Let us drink. Upon this, the gentleman began searching for a cup, only to be met with the sight of the shattered vessel on the floor. For reasons unknown, his previously buoyant mood evaporated in an instant. Mr. Zhongli, since this cup is broken, I shall refrain from joining you for a drink. I just recalled I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Rest assured, the cost of today's libations is on me. With that, he hurriedly departed, not forgetting to settle the bill as he exited the hall, leaving the innkeeper utterly bewildered. What is the meaning of this? He arrives only to leave, and he even pays the tab. What a curious fellow. Once outside the Wanmin Hall, the gentleman sprinted towards the North Bank. Feeling insecure, he sought refuge in a box located in the back on the second floor. Zhongli was right. What if he did return? This was a feat others could not achieve, yet for Chen, it was entirely plausible. Better to hide for the time being. Chapter 42. Is this considered a failure? If Chen were to learn of the gentleman's actions, he would undoubtedly raise a thumb in admiration, exclaiming, impressive. Being often remarked that the gentleman was brawn over brains, yet he was undoubtedly the luckiest among the Fatui's 12 harbingers, managing to evade perilous situations. Chen busily recorded notes in his ledger. In recent days, he had received a multitude of messages concerning his colleagues, diligently documenting each one. Once he was fully restored, he would tally the accounts. He had been rather idle lately, spending his days in a quaint cabin, alternating between cooking and enduring the teasing of Ing, Her attire grew increasingly daring, and her words became ever more suggestive. Yet whenever he sought to draw nearer, she would brandish a blade. Thus, it is said that one should never lightly provoke a woman, especially one of formidable capability. You never know when she might transform from a gentle lamb into a ferocious wolf. Chen savored this bittersweet torment. However, he was not anxious. Today marked the 7th day. And once midnight passed, the cool-down for his sacrificial skill would conclude. Dare you provoke me again? Ing sat beside Chen, observing his scribbles with amusement. Chen, with so many notes, are you planning to settle scores? He glanced at her revealing attire, chuckling. Not only these. I have another tally in my mind. Once I am fully revived, we shall address it all together. As he spoke, he casually placed his hand on Ying's thigh. And when she showed no response, he even squeezed it lightly. Ying could hardly contain herself. Chen, do you wish to lose that hand? Forgive me. I was unaware. I thought I was merely squeezing my own thigh. How strange that I felt nothing. As he withdrew his hand, Ying shot him an exasperated glance. You coward, if you felt nothing. In truth, Ying relished their current flirtatious dynamic, reminiscent of their early days when Chen would tease her endlessly, leaving her blushing and flustered. Now, the roles had reversed. She provoked him, and he occasionally retaliated with boldness. Both were subtly intrigued, yet they seemed to be in a stalemate, as if the first to act would lose. However, as time passed, Ying sensed Chen drifting further away, as though he would flee at the slightest release of her grip. She understood that someone with Chen's ambitions would not remain in Inazuma. A mere speck on the map, he would inevitably depart. Yet she felt a nagging sense that his departure was imminent, perhaps coinciding with his so-called resurrection. Gazing at Chen's handsome profile, she inquired softly. Chen, have you indeed resolved to leave Inazuma? Chen had indeed made that decision. If reclaiming his memories would enhance his strength, he could not linger in Inazuma. The search for the divine gnosis would commence with the harbingers, heralding the prelude to the grand conflict on Teyvat. Ying, do you understand? I cannot remain. This sentiment echoed a question she had posed 500 years prior. That time, the traveler Chen had countered. Would you relinquish your identity as the Electro-Archon? They each bore their own duties and responsibilities, thus neither would yield. T was an answer devoid of resolution. Consequently, on the day of his departure, she refrained from pleading for him to stay. Today, however, Chen offered a different response. You have your responsibilities, and I have those I wish to protect, but I shall return one day. I trust that it shall not be long. Upon hearing this, Ying's heart fluttered with joy, for it confirmed that Chen would indeed come back. Yet, as a woman, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy. Who do you wish to protect? Is it Klee or those other vixens outside? I truly do not recall, but I can assure you that among those I wish to protect, you are certainly included. A blush crept up Ying's neck, for his words struck at her vulnerable core. She was uncertain of her own desires, yet Chen's promise felt worth any sacrifice. Nevertheless, she feigned indifference. I am the Electro-Archon of Inazuma. I do not require your protection. Chen replied with a playful smile. Then you may protect me instead. In your dreams. You are just as obstinate as the Shogun. Chen? I am hungry. Then I shall prepare a meal. Now that is more like it. With the skill of a culinary deity, cooking was a task of utmost ease for Chen. He wondered how his culinary prowess would compare to that of the god of cooking. Chen had resolved that upon reaching Liyue, he would undoubtedly challenge Guoba to a culinary duel. What? Has Guoba's divine power waned? In Chen's heart, Guoba will forever be the culinary deity. Defeating Guoba would make him the second food god. Typically, for each meal, Chen prepares 4 dishes, which suffices to satisfy Ying's hunger, leaving her slightly full. If there was more, it would not be for him. Today, however, Chen decided to prepare an additional 4 dishes, allowing himself a taste of the culinary delights while also building up his appetite, ensuring he would have extra strength for either farming at night or making an escape. Ying sat at the table, gazing in astonishment at the lavish spread before her. She cast a surprised glance at Chen but said nothing, diving into the feast with zeal. Chen also picked up his chopsticks and joined her. The atmosphere at the dining table felt distinctly peculiar, yet neither spoke, devouring their food as if a slight reduction in intake would signify defeat. Once satiated, Ying wiped her mouth with Chen's sleeve, a look of contentment gracing her features as she retreated to the room. Chen took on the task of clearing the table and making the bed as usual, everything appeared unchanged. He slept in the outer room while Ing occupied the bed. In the stillness of the night, Ing lay on the bed, her slender legs swaying back and forth, her mind awash with the delightful image of Klee, which only served to heighten her agitation. Meanwhile, Chen reclined in a chair, hands behind his head, leisurely observing the moon rise gradually until its glow illuminated his face. At that moment, he felt a shift in his mind. The strongest rebellious system announced. Host. The death substitute skill cooldown has completed. It is now available for use. This message resonated within Chen's mind like a signal. Almost simultaneously, Ying's sultry voice drifted from the room. Why Chen, are you asleep? Shall we have a chat? Chen flipped over, leaping from his chair and kicking the door open. Chat? How about you go to your grandfather? Yet, the instant he burst into the room, Ing ambushed him. Playfully pulling him onto the bed, a dangerous aura enveloped Chen in an instant. Just when he thought he might flee the cabin, Ing whispered shyly in his ear, Chen, shall we have a daughter? Chapter 43. Transforming into a butterfly and taking flight, the moon hung high, unaware that thunder was rumbling in the distance. The sound of thunder echoed ominously, yet the rain held off until over an hour later, when it seemed the clouds could bear no more, releasing a torrential downpour that came and went in an instant. Moments later, the clouds gathered once more, shifting location, unleashing another deluge upon the tranquil night sky. This cycle repeated, as if the clouds had forgotten their weariness, until a sudden crash within the house briefly restored silence to Chen. The wooden barrel has broken, no need to worry. It's time for a new one. Chen replied. All right, I'll follow your lead. The next morning, Chen awoke bright and refreshed, glancing at Ing, who was still peacefully asleep. A victorious smile crept across his face as he murmured, Brother, we finally secured our first victory. He rose, prepared a breakfast for Ing, and stepped out of the room. It was time to deliver some astonishing news to his companions. Ing, cocooned in her blankets with only half her head visible, squinted at Chen's retreating figure, her face beaming with happiness. 500 years had passed, yet her affections remained unchanged, as if nothing had altered. Simultaneously, at the Harbingers of Winter Base, the clown had spent 7 days and nights studying in his room. He finally unraveled the spatial structure of Chen's backpack, which meant he could now access it. Not only could he seize the vision from Chen, but he could also acquire Chen's techniques for crafting Harbinger puppets, potentially uncovering even more secrets hidden within Chen. The clown, Pierrot, felt an unusual excitement bubbling within him, reminiscent of youthful exuberance. Despite the weariness etched on his aged face, it seemed to pale in comparison to his exhilaration. Donning his mask anew, the clown informed the Harbinger executives to gather at the base, preparing himself for departure. Today was destined to be a momentous occasion in his narrative within the Harbingers. Although he no longer needed to prove himself, unlocking Chen's backpack would represent a victory over him on another level. The Harbingers had been suppressed by Chen for far too long. Even he yearned for a form of release. The clown was the first to arrive at the base, excluding the ever-watchful Scaramouche, who lay exhausted atop Chen's coffin, clutching a hefty tome, a frown etched across his features. As though he were stumped by a particularly perplexing problem, the clown couldn't help but shake his head at the sight. All the executives of the Harbingers were ruthless, yet even he had to admire Chen for his ingenious methods, which not only pierced the heart, but also left one gnashing their teeth in frustration, ultimately rendering them powerless against him. The clown approached Scaramouche sympathetically, ruffling his hair. Scaramouche, wake up, everyone will be here soon. Scaramouche rubbed his eyes, nodding drowsily before rising. Just then, the remaining 7 executives filed into the base. Doctor, true to your name, clown, you've actually devised a method to unlock Chen's backpack. Splendid. However, clown, remember, once you unlock it, the puppets of Scaramouche and the Eliezer must be handed over to me. I wish to take them back for experiments, and I am confident I will soon unravel Chen's techniques. Scaramouche froze at the doctor's words. The clown had figured out how to unlock Chen's backpack. The doctor wanted to claim the puppets for himself. If he handed the puppets over to the doctor, it was akin to surrendering his life completely into the doctor's hands. Sooner or later, that fool would be the cause of his demise. Panic surged through Scaramouche. Could this be Chen's final gambit? He knew the clown would unlock his backpack and guessed the doctor would demand his puppets, gradually leading to his own downfall. Scaramouche glanced at the assignments in his hands, feeling immense regret. Had he completed the tasks assigned by Chen, perhaps this predicament could have been avoided. Yet, he resolutely refused to allow his puppets to be handled by the doctor. Fuming, Scaramouche pointed an accusatory finger at the doctor. "You garbage! You think you'll get your hands on my puppets? Even if the clown unlocks Chen's backpack, those puppets rightfully belong to me." The clown remained silent. He had already contemplated this scenario. If he could unlock Chen's backpack, he would indeed hand over the puppets of Eleazar and Scaramouche to the doctor, if the doctor could decipher Chen's techniques for crafting puppets. The benefits for the Harbingers and the Harbingers of Winter would be immeasurable. That as for the safety of Eleazar and Scaramouche, they seemed less significant. As an upper echelon figure, he bore no mercy. Maximizing benefits for the Harbingers of Winter and the Harbingers was his primary concern. "Doctor Scaramouche, this matter does not rest upon your consent. Should we obtain your puppets and those of Eleazar, I believe everyone here will agree with my proposal for the good of the Harbingers and the Harbingers of Winter. For only I can truly unlock their potential. Scaramouche, you should consider how to cooperate for your own survival. Rich man, the puppets are of no concern to me. Clown, if you can unlock Chen's backpack. I only wish to reclaim the items he stole from my home over the past year. Puppet, in that case, I shall take Chen's materials. Young girl, you can divide the remaining items. I only want Chen's corpse." Before the backpack had even been opened, they were already scheming how to divide Chen's legacy. Scaramouche glared intently at the clown, seeing the clown remain silent. He surmised that the clown had already devised a plan for what to do next. Abandon himself, and Eleazar die. In other words, they were now mere pawns. Scaramouche felt a surge of hatred, but was also helpless. At that moment, he even wished Chen were alive, for then he would not become the doctor's experimental subject. Little did he know that he was already the doctor's experiment. The clown spoke in a low voice. "Let us set aside this discussion for now. I cannot yet guarantee that I can unlock Chen's backpack. Let's give it a try first." With that, the clown approached Chen's coffin and gently pushed it, causing the lid to slide open slowly. However, when everyone looked into the coffin at Chen, they found it empty save for his clothing. He was nowhere to be seen. No, to be precise, the body of the deceased was no longer there. The clown instinctively questioned, "Where is Chen's corpse?" Scaramouche was equally stunned. Chen's body had been there just the previous night. The clown, somewhat enraged, exclaimed, "Then why has he vanished? Did you secretly hide the scattered soldiers?" I did not take him," came the reply. The doctor retorted, "You are still lying. Scattered soldier. Why Chen's corpse was entrusted to your care, and now it has gone missing. Are you suggesting that the body simply ran away on its own? Or, as Chen posited, transformed into a butterfly and flew away?" The girl gaped in disbelief, fully aware that Chen was not dead, yet she could scarcely fathom that a body, entombed for 7 days, could inexplicably disappear. At that moment, the jester rushed in frantically. "Sir, something terrible has happened." A familiar scene unfolded, causing all the executives to tremble with trepidation. The clown implored, "Jester, please do not tell me that the young master is resurrected." The jester stood frozen, mouth agape, unsure how to articulate the truth, for indeed, the young master seemed to have truly risen from the dead. Chapter 44. What if he has resurrected again and assigned us another task? The clown glared with fury, locking eyes with the jester. Even as the principal executive of the Harbingers, he found himself yearning for a what if. What if the young master the jester spoke of was not the same as the one they all envisioned? That would be a relief. Jester, tread carefully with your words. If you dare utter a single incorrect syllable today, this time next year will mark your demise. In that moment, the clown finally grasped the depth of the scattered soldiers' despair. "I have not slept for 7 days and nights, studying the dead, and I am still uncertain if I fully comprehend them. Now you tell me that this dead person is alive, after enduring countless hardships and a resolute determination to kill Chen in Inazuma. Nearly a week has passed, and now I must confront the reality that I killed the wrong person. I cannot accept it, utterly cannot accept this truth. At my age, as an old man, how can I be treated this way?" The Harbinger's executives stared in shock at the jester, who knelt on the ground, utterly at a loss. The true answer already resided in their hearts. They fervently wished that this was merely a dreadful nightmare, that upon waking, they would discover that everything was false and that Chen had indeed turned to ashes. The doctor interjected, "It is impossible, impossible. We witnessed with our own eyes Chen being slain by the clown's own hand. He is undeniably dead. He cannot be alive. I no longer wish to see him." The wealthy man added, "You mentioned that the clown easily dispatched him with a single strike. Thus, hearing that he is alive does not surprise me in the least. Yet we clearly carried his corpse back with us. The corpse, where is it now?" Do you really think it could transform into a butterfly and fly away? The scattered soldier sank to the ground in despair. So, he never truly died. All these tasks he left for himself were intentional. He has been toying with us all along that I cannot take it anymore. I must return to Inazuma and find my father. I can forego my mother, but I must acknowledge my father. He is far too cruel. If I do not, I will be beaten to death. The captain remarked, for us Harbinger's executives, today is indeed a day of utter despair. The clown dejectedly returned to his chair. Jester, read it aloud for me. Loudly. I wish to know what this Yi Chun has to say. The jester looked up at his master, his smile more akin to a grimace, and with trembling hands began to read the letter Yi Chun had sent. Dear companions, I have good news for you. By the time you receive this letter, I will have already returned to life. The jester could not continue. The weight of the moment threatened to crush him with fear of his master's wrath. The executives of the Harbingers could not help but express their various exclamations of shock. Hiss. The puppet could bear it no longer. Jester, you need not read further. We all understand now. Yi Chun. He has truly resurrected. As for the subsequent words, I believe no one desires to hear them. The clown urged. Continue reading. Oh, I am delighted to share this joy of resurrection with all of you. I trust that upon receiving this news, you too will be overjoyed. Therefore, since everyone is so pleased, dear clown, would it be too much to request a divine heart? If you do not comply, I may have to conduct some experiments to create a slice person for you. In that case, I will send you, the scattered soldier, and the gentleman together to Li Yue's Hall of Life. It is said that their hall master, Hu Tao, is currently running a promotional discount. Buy 2, get 1 free. You 3 would fit perfectly, and I could save some money. The jester hesitated. Sir, do you still wish for me to read on? Continue. Having addressed the important matter, I have a small personal request. Please convey to the wealthy man that I greatly appreciated the coffin he sent me, and I would like him to custom make 10 more. After all, we are family. Family, yes, must be kept together. The wealthy man, the jester glanced at the clown. The clown, astonished, asked, Is it finished? To the master, It is finished. The scattered soldier nervously inquired, Jester, have you completed the reading? Did the letter not mention me? To the scattered soldier, it did not. That should not be the case. I have not yet completed my tasks. Is Yi Chun not supposed to be furious, given his temperament? He should be striking the child by now. The clown nonchalantly waved his hand, and the letter fell into his grasp. After a careful reading, confirming that no word had been omitted, he spoke once more. Jester, you must immediately arrange for someone to verify whether Yi Chun has truly resurrected. Yes, sir, I shall attend to it at once. Once the jester departed, the Harbinger's base fell into a profound silence, everyone's gaze fixated on the letter in the clown's hands. Not daring to breathe too heavily. It seemed that mishandling that letter could easily result in a death sentence. After a while, as the clown emerged from his contemplation, he was the first to speak. Since the letter has arrived at this moment, I can reasonably deduce that Yi Chun is indeed not dead. As for the whereabouts of his body and how he has come back to life, since we cannot fathom it, let us not waste our energy pondering it. What we must consider now is how to proceed. The doctor, clown, I feel that Yi Chun's demands today do not quite resemble him. Doctor, do you believe Yi Chun's demands are overly simple? Indeed, in the letter, Yi Chun merely stated one condition. The price for our killing him is just a divine heart, which feels entirely uncharacteristic of him. I have my doubts as well, but now I have come to understand. Since Yi Chun joined us Harbingers, he has done but one thing. Anything detrimental to our interests. For the Harbingers, he has accomplished nothing of merit, only mischief. Listening to the clown's words, everyone suddenly came to a realization. Yi Chun's joining the Harbingers as an executive seemed only to impede their efforts, or to bully them for sport. Not one of the 10 Harbingers executives escaped his scrutiny. He even devised a slice person for them. Later, upon entering Snezhnaya, he began to sabotage their plans. Now, he seeks a divine heart, which is yet another attempt to undermine the Harbinger's most crucial strategy. The captain declared, the clown is right. For over a year, Yi Chun has indeed been engaged in one endeavor, to take revenge on us. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to the clown. They blamed him. Had he not insisted on forcing Yi Chun to join the executives, none of this turmoil would have arisen. The clown sighed, acknowledging his misstep regarding Yi Chun. I admit it was my error, but it is too late for regrets. What we must do now is find a way to resolve this troublesome issue of Yi Chun. The wealthy man interjected, So, clown, do not tell me you expect us to attempt to kill Yi Chun once more. Indeed, Yi Chun must die. Otherwise, each of us, including myself, shall forever live in the shadow of Yi Chen. The last attempt was merely a miscalculation. This time, we shall devise a comprehensive plan that I believe we can eradicate this malignant tumor known as Yi Chen. The doctor concurred. I support the clown's proposal. The scattered soldier, now indifferent, simply asked, what if you succeed in killing Yi Chen, and then he resurrects again? Will he assign me yet another death task? The young girl gazed at the foolish demeanor of the harbinger, unable to suppress her amusement, and let out a soft chuckle. Chapter 45, one in the left hand, one in the right. Yi Chen now resembled a tumor, obstructing the path among the ranks of the Fatui's harbingers. Utterly unmanageable, after much contemplation, they resolved to excise him. Yet within a few days, he re-emerged, potentially growing even larger. If they chose not to remove him, he would intermittently inflict pain upon them all. Such torment is unbearable for anyone. Thus, eliminating Yi Chen appeared to be the sole solution. But as the harbinger pointed out, what if he resurrected once more? Yi Chen had returned to life once, so it was plausible he could rise again. Nonetheless, the malignant presence of Yi Chen must be eradicated. Otherwise, they would inevitably face their demise at his hands. Thus, on the very first day of Yi Chen's revival, plans for a second northern campaign to eliminate him were already underway. Yi Chen was to be slain, but this time, a more flawless strategy was imperative to ensure absolute success. Harlequin, I will consider the plan. We shall discuss it collectively later today. As for the conditions proposed by Yi Chen, let us acquiesce to his demands. I will relinquish the divine heart of the Geo Archon to him, and additionally, the wealthy will commission 10 coffins for Yi Chen. Wealthy man, Harlequin, are we truly to have 10 coffins made for Yi Chen? What other choice do we have? The wealthy man fell silent, a pained expression crossing his face, feeling as though these 10 coffins were being prepared for them instead. Now, there remained but one final task. Who would deliver the divine heart to Yi Chen? Such a precious item could not be entrusted to subordinates, so it had to come from among the 10 harbingers. This was a task no one wished to undertake, having just slain Yi Chen. Who would dare to appear before him, unafraid of death? Rooster, since the divine heart of Morix was retrieved by the young master Tartaglia, why not let him deliver it? The young master, absent from the base, became the last unfortunate soul. Wealthy man, I concur with Rooster's opinion. Whoever retrieves it should take it to him. It makes sense, Doctor. I also believe the young master is the most suitable candidate. Although Yi Chen often seeks him out for duels, it must be noted that Yi Chen is the most lenient towards him. Young master, I shall show you leniency. You have allowed Yi Chen to challenge you dozens of times a year, each time leaving you battered and bruised. Just as Harlequin was about to speak, the harbinger suddenly stepped forward. Harlequin, allow me to take on this task. Upon hearing the harbinger's words, everyone was taken aback. What was happening? Was the harbinger truly so foolish as to throw himself into the lion's den? The harbinger thought, since he could not contend with Yi Chen, he might as well kneel and acknowledge him as his father. Harlequin regarded the harbinger with surprise. If he was volunteering for the task, then let him proceed. Meanwhile, in Inazuma City, after a night of relentless battles, Yi Chen appeared once more, invigorated, though he was dubbed the milk-scented blade. His prowess was not particularly remarkable. However, recalling the moment when Xing asked for mercy, stating, Yi Chen, how about we both take you on together? Yi Chen found himself rather intrigued. His formidable strength was one aspect. Yet he also discerned Xing's intentions. She was facilitating the young master. Why Yi Chen considered this to be a commendable idea, even pondering whether to write a volume on the young master's friendship with Bai Jia as a gift for her. Yet, while en route to the Ye Miko's residence, Yi Chen suddenly became enraged. Kamisato Ayato, I knew your intentions were impure when you approached the young master. During the bright day, what business did you have pulling her around in the streets? How dare you attempt to undermine me? Kamisato Ayato, young master, I brought you some novels I gathered in Liua. Knowing you enjoy reading them, I specifically delivered them to you. In that case, I shall not hold back. As I have been quite bored lately, the young master, unexpectedly feeling bored, thought to herself, why not seek me out? I have been researching Bai Jia's friendship recently. I could send you a copy. Upon hearing Yi Chen's voice, the young master turned to see the man with a mischievous smile. Joy flooded her face, her eyes glistening with emotion. Why Yi Chen? You have returned. Kamisato Ayato, seeing the sudden appearance of Yi Chen and the young master's delighted expression, instantly recognized the situation. He understood that had he not known Yi Chen had been staying at the young master's home, he would not have dared to pursue her. At that moment, Chen approached with a cheerful demeanor. Addressing Kamisato Ayato. "Ah, you must be the young lad from the Kamisato clan. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen, the 12th harbinger of the Fatui. Additionally, I would like to remind you, if the shogunate were to catch fire or explode, we Fatui shall take responsibility for it." Kamisato Ayato. "Is this how you greet someone?" The young master burst into laughter. Why Chen? Why are you scaring him? I assure you, I speak the truth. Kamisato Ayato, maintaining a calm expression, retorted, "Young master, is it? I have heard of you, and of your numerous deeds in Snezhnaya. But you must understand, this is Inazuma. And so, therefore, if Chen finds the shogunate unsatisfactory, it may well cease to exist." Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the sky, and in the next moment, Xing appeared beside Chen. Kamisato Ayato instinctively knelt. "General." The young master, puzzled, glanced between Chen and Xing. Struggling to comprehend the situation, it appeared as though Xing and Chen were quite familiar with one another. Chen observed Xing, who suddenly winked at him, as if to say, "Dear husband, I am here to assist you." Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, the women of Inazuma truly possess an unparalleled upbringing. Chen chuckled. "Since Xing has arrived, let us spare this fellow, Kamisato Ayato, for today. Kamisato Ayato, you ought to express your gratitude to Chen." Kamisato Ayato looked up at Chen, his expression one of bitter resignation. "Kamisato Ayato expresses his gratitude to you, Chen." As Kamisato Ayato walked away, the young master could no longer contain her curiosity. "Xing, what is your connection with Chen?" Xing glanced at Chen. Her earlier commanding demeanor now replaced by shyness. "Young master, follow me to a tranquil place." With that, she swiftly departed. The young master cast a glance at Chen, eager to inquire about the events of his disappearance over the past few days. "Young master, no need to ask. Xing will inform you. By the way, where is Klee?" "Klee? She is probably by the river, fishing. Oh, good. I shall go find Klee then." Chen strolled towards Inazuma Harbor, spotting a small green ball rolling rapidly towards him, exclaiming, "Klee, Xiaoyu, will never be captured by you." In the next moment, he was seized by Chen. "Little raccoon, where do you think you are running off to?" Xiaoyu was bewildered. "Who is this? Why is he grabbing me?" Meanwhile, Klee, upon seeing her father, excitedly scampered towards Chen. Daddy, you are back." Chen released Xiaoyu and scooped Klee into his arms, showering her face with kisses, eliciting gleeful laughter from the little girl. "Klee, did you miss Daddy during my absence?" Yes, Klee missed Daddy so much. Fishing wasn't as enjoyable without you." Klee hurriedly introduced, "By the way, Daddy, this is my newly recognized sister. Her name is Xiaoyu, and she is a cute little raccoon." Xiaoyu looked up at Chen and Klee, a hint of envy in her expression, for she had no father of her own. "Klee, I have told you many times, do not call me little raccoon." Klee blinked her big eyes adorably. "Xiaoyu, if you let me call you little raccoon, I will convince Daddy to adopt you as my sister." Chen. "This little girl, I brought back an aunt, and she is offering me a sister in return." However, gazing at the adorable Xiaoyu, Chen thought that having another daughter would not be such a bad thing after all. One day, they could gather the 6 little daughters of Teyvat and the benevolent deity, together launching an assault on the Sumru Academia, leaving even the grand sage bewildered. Where did these children come from? Xiaoyu looked at Chen with hopeful eyes. Is that possible? Chen extended his other arm, lifting Xiaoyu into his embrace, smiling as he replied, "Of course." Chapter 46. Reincarnation through the ages. Has the strongest of all perished? The divine child arrived at the tranquil realm of one heart alongside Ing's and gazed at the perpetually unchanging scenery before her. She appeared somewhat dazed. The divine child was engulfed in turmoil, choosing to remain silent for the moment. Astute as she was, she had already surmised much. At this juncture, Ing spoke softly, "Divine child, what do you believe to be eternal?" The divine child refrained from responding, fully aware that Ing had yet to conclude her thoughts. "For 5 centuries, I have strived to transform Inazuma into a realm of eternity. However, this necessitates first grasping the essence of eternity myself. The corporeal form will eventually return to dust, and I had thought to substitute it with that of a puppet. Yet, it appears that I have failed miserably over these years, that I overlooked a crucial point. Puppets lack emotions. If I wished to turn Inazuma into an eternal nation, then its citizens too would gradually fade, devoid of emotions. That a nation without feeling, what merit does such eternity hold?" The divine child interjected. "So, Ing, are you suggesting that you will abandon the pursuit of eternity? Why? Has this not been your aspiration all along? Because I have chosen emotions now, Ing replied. The divine child looked at her in disbelief. So, it is you, Chen, isn't it? Indeed. Who would have thought that after 5 centuries we would meet again? Ing, what do you mean by that? You have known each other for a long time. In truth, you know him too. You just may not remember. When you were young, he loved to tug at your tail and tease you until you were in tears. Little fox, how pitiful. Ing recounted a tale spanning 5 centuries. By the time she finished, the divine child finally understood who Yu Chen was. Ing, I comprehend now. I will no longer intrude upon you both. Divine child, you misunderstand that I brought you here and spoke to you not to bid you farewell. I need you. The divine child looked at Ing in astonishment. Ing, what do you mean by that? Do you know Klee? She is the daughter of the witch Alice, and she should also be Yu Chen's daughter. There are several such women outside, and I cannot handle them alone. The divine child was taken aback. Ing, you cannot possibly mean. I am aware of your affection for Yu Chen. We share an unbreakable bond as best friends. Together, we will surely have some advantages. The myriad of vixens outside are far too formidable. Unexpectedly acquiring an adorable daughter, Yu Chen excitedly retrieved a small boat from his backpack and set out to sea with his 2 little daughters for some fishing. Klee stood at the bow of the boat, tirelessly tossing dudu keks, while Zhao Yu nestled in Yu Chen's embrace, soon succumbed to slumber. Zhao Yu was not lazy. As a young raccoon cat, her sleep was also a form of cultivation. The trio frolicked upon the sea until dusk approached, and Yu Chen decided it was time to return with his daughters to tea. That moment, a large ship sailing from the land of winter approached them. Yu Chen was taken aback. Rubbing his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken, he realized the figure aboard was the Harbinger. The Harbinger also spotted Yu Chen. His first reaction was one of despair. Yu Chen was indeed alive. That a thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps he should sink Yu Chen's boat. After a moment's contemplation, he extinguished that dangerous notion. If he failed to sink it, he was certain he would meet a grim fate. He then shouted from a distance, Father, don't leave. I am the Harbinger. Klee, upon hearing the voice, looked perplexed. Father, I think I just heard someone call you father. Do I have an older brother? Yu Chen's expression darkened. So soon to be tidied up? I am not done playing yet. No, that is an orphan. You must have misheard. The Harbinger's ship swiftly approached Yu Chen's small boat. With a grin, he exclaimed, Father, I have come to deliver the goddess heart. Yu Chen smiled warmly. Harbinger, have you completed the homework I assigned you? Not yet, but I will finish it soon. As the Harbinger said this, he flew toward Yu Chen's small boat. However, midway, Yu Chen stepped forward and kicked him directly into the sea. You haven't finished your homework. What gives you the right to play? Father, I came to deliver the goddess heart. Throw it over, but I do not acknowledge you as my son. The Harbinger, feeling aggrieved, climbed back onto the boat, now too wary to fly to Yu Chen's vessel. He simply tossed the goddess heart to Yu Chen. The instant Yu Chen received the goddess heart, a familiar system resonated in his mind once more. Ultimate Rebel System. Congratulations, host, for seizing the second goddess heart from the Fatui. The host receives a reward, schematics, and materials for the wealthy's creations. Additionally, the host is reminded that upon collecting 4 goddess hearts, the host will unlock the memories of the first 100 reincarnations, revealing how the host perished in the strongest incarnation during the 100 lifetimes on Teyvat. Collecting 4 goddess hearts to unlock the memories of the first 100 lives? This meant that during his last descent, he had indeed reincarnated 100 times. No wonder Ing claimed familiarity with the 7 gods. Moreover, it seemed that he might truly be a scoundrel. However, the main takeaway was how he met his end in that first life. As a transmigrant who had reincarnated 100 times, who could have caused his demise? It couldn't possibly have been that celestial being, could it? Yu Chen meticulously noted this matter. It appeared he needed to recover his memories swiftly and enhance his strength while continuing to gather goddess hearts. The waters of Teyvat were indeed deep. Looking up, Yu Chen saw the Harbinger's woeful expression and suddenly chuckled. You little rascal, today is your day of reckoning. After a moment's thought, Yu Chen spoke. Harbinger, since you are here, let us visit Inazuma for a while. You know about the shogunate? Yes, it is managed by Kamisato Ayato, correct? Precisely. That is his household. Once we reach the shore, you will go in the name of the 6th Harbinger to smash his residence. Wah. What? I haven't completed my homework yet. Enough of that. Why are you still hesitating? All right, I shall go now. As the Harbinger departed, Klee and Zhao regarded Yi Chun with curious eyes. Klee. Father, that was little Harbinger. Right? No, that was big Harbinger, doe. Then why does he call you father? Perhaps he wishes to become my son, oh. Father, what are you writing? Seeing that the Harbinger had no father was quite pitiful, she wanted to send him some gifts. Harbinger, I truly thank you. Chapter 47. It is time to meet Zhongli. That old sixth, the small boat gently approached the shore, the setting sun casting its glow upon the rippling azure sea, creating a fantastical and beautiful scene. Yi Chun held Zhao in his left arm and Klee in his right, a radiant smile of happiness illuminating his face. That on the way back to the Yamiko shrine, Yi Chun encountered the defiant Harbinger, who was waiting for him at the road's intersection. Upon seeing Yi Chun with his two daughters, the Harbinger couldn't help but feel envious. Had he known to acknowledge a father earlier, he would not have to endure such a wretched existence. At this moment, he was at a loss as to how to address Yi Chun. Calling him father felt intimidating, while young master seemed odd. Referring to him simply as Yi Chun would come off as impolite. I have already smashed the shogunate. They are a bunch of useless fools that I destroyed their home in front of them, and they did nothing to stop me. Yi Chun smiled at the Harbinger. Your sharp tongue remains unchanged. I suppose I failed in my upbringing. Well done. Keep up the good work next time. The Harbinger gazed at Yi Chun, elated, realizing he had received praise. He had never been commended by Yi Chun before. Ah, of course, Yi Chun, observing the Harbinger's foolish expression, squinted and smiled. Since you have called me father, I am not one to be stingy. I shall gift you something. With that, Yi Chun produced a book thicker than the entirety of Chinese history, spanning 5,000 years. The Harbinger was left dumbfounded. A gift? This thing? Harbinger, do you not like it? And no, I like it. Then that is splendid. You are still young. You must study diligently. Otherwise, how will you inherit my legacy when you grow up? Your inheritance is something even ghosts would shy away from. Scaramouche offered an awkward smile, one that was more pitiable than tears. If he couldn't discern the contents of this book, he would indeed be a fool. He couldn't fathom why Yi Chun was so fond of such peculiar oddities, as he had never heard of them in the land of Teyvat. And that scoundrel named Xiaoming, how he longed to hang him up and give him a good beating. Scaramouche, do you find it peculiar that I consistently leave you these items? I am somewhat curious, because your father endured similar trials during his youth. I have suffered, so must I not seek to reclaim that which was lost from you? I have braved the rain. Do you still wish to hold an umbrella? Scaramouche, is this even human discourse? Enough. Take your things and hurry back to Snezhnaya. I still need to plead with your mother, who remains unwilling to acknowledge you as her son. Just yesterday, she expressed a desire for another daughter. Scaramouche stared at Yi Chun in disbelief. So, Yi Chun is indeed my father. Watching Yi Chun depart with two little girls in tow, Scaramouche nervously opened the book gifted to him. The last assignment was still incomplete, and now, here comes another one. However, having work to do is certainly preferable to being toyed with by Yi Chun. Having been reprimanded frequently, he had seemingly grown accustomed to it. Scaramouche cursed himself internally, truly pathetic, upon noticing that the book contained only a few brief lines, with the rest left blank. Scaramouche couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, grateful to be free from that troublesome Xiaoming. Yet, after perusing the contents, Scaramouche was utterly bewildered. An essay, titled, My Wonderful Father, with the requirement to extol your father using the most resplendent language, the most exquisite sentences, and an abundance of praise, demanding no less than 100,000 words. After finishing, Scaramouche felt darkness envelop him, collapsing right there on the streets of Inazuma City. Klee, upon hearing the commotion, turned to glance at Scaramouche. Daddy, it seems big Scaramouche has fallen. Oh, it's nothing, don't mind him. He must be too overjoyed. Yi Chun returned to the Yamiko shrine, where only Shadow was present, leisurely sipping tea in the courtyard. She had donned a new purple kimono, cut short to just above her thighs, perfectly showcasing her exquisite figure. The air around her radiated a cool and noble aura, evoking a sense of refined femininity. This reminded Yi Chun of various scenes from Inazuma's films. Shadow, noticing the intense gaze from Yi Chun, shyly remarked, Yi Chun, are you somewhat disappointed not to see the Shogun? Yi Chun chuckled and shook his head. Though the Shogun often appeared cheerful, her eyes always held an enchanting allure. Yet this vixen was remarkably reserved. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remained single for 500 years. The last time she had spoken so boldly was out of concern for her own demise. Now that she was aware of her safety, that courage had likely dissipated. Not to mention the idea of having a relationship with Shadow felt like an exceedingly daunting challenge. Moreover, Chen currently harbored his own concerns. After discovering the memories tied to Shadow, he sensed that many of his spontaneous actions bore the weight of cyclical narratives. For instance, their serendipitous encounter, or how, upon activating the death substitute skill, he felt an inexplicable sense of safety in the small room where Shadow resided. Even his disdain for Kamisato Ayato seemed to stem from a deeper narrative. When coincidences abound, they cease to be mere happenstance, as if they were intertwined with threads of reincarnation and sentiment. Regarding the Shogun, Chen had an instinctual belief that he could indeed aid her in transcending to become a nine-tailed fox. This would be a mutually beneficial endeavor. However, within him lingered a reluctance to pursue this path. At least for now, he harbored a vague sense that he could not alter the fates of any individuals in Teyvat as he knew them, lest he provoke an uncontrollable butterfly effect. Chen gently set his daughters down, allowing Klee and Saya to play in the courtyard while he rose to prepare a meal, taking Shadow along with him. Observing the slight furrow in Chen's brow, Shadow approached him with concern, grasping his arm, and inquired, Chen, is it the matter with the Shogun that troubles you? Shadow, do I seem like the kind of person who would be affected by such things? Not really, but you are rather timid. Otherwise, on the first day we met. Chen, so, Shadow, does that mean I could have acted without restraint on the very first day? Chen, do you truly have the leisure to discuss this? What exactly has transpired? Shadow pressed with genuine concern. Today, I recalled a fragment of my past. During my period of utmost power, I was slain. The mention of death caused Shadow's heart to lurch painfully, as though her very skin had been flayed. Slain? By whom? Who was it? I do not know, but I am certain that I perished at some point. Chen, do not fret, as long as I am here. I will ensure your safety. Chen tenderly caressed Shadow's face, smiling as he replied, Silly girl, my concern is not for that. I am apprehensive about the Shogun. I suspect that if I were to be with her now, it could trigger unforeseen changes. The Shogun? Indeed, I suspect there lies within me a power capable of assisting her in transcending to become a nine-tailed fox, helping the Shogun become the legendary nine-tailed fox. Surely that is a good thing? No, my intuition warns me that this is perilous. Why? I fear it may disrupt the balance of power in Teyvat. I do not understand. While Teyvat appears peaceful now, a crisis is brewing. The current equilibrium is maintained by a balance of power, akin to a scale where both sides of justice and evil possess equal strength. However, if I were to enable the Shogun to transcend into a legendary nine-tailed fox, it could shatter this balance. Are you implying that the Shogun would face annihilation by the divine order, akin to Kanria? Perhaps not the divine order, but it could very well be the rules of this world. Chen articulated his deduction. Upon hearing this, Shadow suddenly recalled something. Chen, during our last meeting with the seven gods, Morix mentioned to me that until absolute power is attained, neither he nor you wished for any significant changes in this world. Morix, Zhongli. No wonder he seems so laid back. He is not idle, he merely observes the unfolding events. That rascal Dai seems time to pay a visit to this old friend. I wonder what stories we share. A most peculiar feeling indeed. Chapter 48. Departure from Liyue that night. A long-awaited deluge descended upon Inazuma. The rain was torrential, in harmony with the tempest. Raiden Shogun's shadow actively summoned the voice of thunder, which rumbled on ceaselessly. By the time Chen awoke the following morning, Shadow was already dressed, standing alone on the cliff outside the wooden cabin. The morning sun cautiously kissed her face, imbued with a hint of sanctity. Reflecting on Shadow's proactive demeanor from the previous night, Chen realized she must have sensed something. Rising to change his attire, he approached Shadow from behind, gently wrapping his arms around her slender waist as they admired the sunrise together. After a long silence, Shadow finally spoke softly. Chen, have you made your decision? I have. Then go. I will stay home to care for Klee and Saya. You're not angry. Will your anger prevent you from leaving? Chen fell silent. Since you've made your decision, you should depart quickly. The sooner you go, the sooner you will return. I will be waiting for you at home. All right. Should I inform Klee and the others? Perhaps it's best not to. I fear I might find it even harder to leave. Chen boarded the small boat leaving Inazuma, the moment of departure having arrived. He feared that if he lingered any longer, the courage he had painstakingly mustered might be swept away by the gentle breeze of familiarity. As he stood on the boat, casting a glance back at Inazuma, Chen couldn't help but murmur to himself, "It seems I truly am a scoundrel, leaving after having shared a night." Just then, a pink figure appeared on the shore. In a daze, it seemed a small fox. but in the blink of an eye, it transformed into an exquisite beauty. The shogun gazed at the departing Yi Chen, suddenly covering her mouth with her hands, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, return soon. My sister and I await you at home." Yi Chen waved at the sun, his words lingering on the tip of his tongue. Yet he found himself at a loss for how to begin. He could only lament that scoundrels seemed to fare better than honest men. At the base of the Fatui, the Scaramouche had returned from his mission, appearing relatively unscathed. The doctor, finding humor in his own misfortune, remarked, "Scaramouche, you ventured to Inazuma, and your father did not lay a hand on you." Scaramouche, simmering with pent-up frustration, felt provoked by the doctor's audacity. A cold smirk escaped his lips as he retorted, "Doctor, you still have the nerve to mock me. You are unaware, I presume, that Yi Chen is already researching your puppet. I heard that each year, you offer a part of your own body for experimentation. I wonder, when the time comes for Yi Chen to punish you, will your puppet share in your suffering? You must have hundreds of puppets by now. Just imagining that scene fills me with anticipation." The doctor, intending to retort, was instead gripped by fear upon hearing those words. The thought of Yi Chen beginning the creation of his own puppet sent a chill down his spine. Moreover, he harbored a deeper fear than Scaramouche. Many of his puppets had developed a semblance of self-awareness and had already begun to betray him. If Yi Chen were to torment him further, it wouldn't be long before these puppets revolted. The grim possibility that he might become the first victim of his own creations chilled the doctor to his core. Yet, in a moment of resolve, his gaze hardened. Yi Chen must die. It was imperative. Observing the doctor's despondent demeanor, Scaramouche felt a surge of pride. For the first time in their exchanges, he had gained the upper hand. Reveling in this realization, he thought, after all, they lacked a father figure like Yi Chen. The mere thought of Yi Chen emboldened Scaramouche even further. "Rich man, what are you laughing at? Upon my return, my father warned me to be cautious. He has already completed your puppet." The rich man, upon hearing this, was so startled that he collapsed to his knees. Panic etched across his face. My puppet? He has completed it. Indeed, so listen well, you gluttonous fool. From now on, behave yourself, or I shall have my father deal with you." The clown gazed at the now arrogant Scaramouche, momentarily taken aback. After a brief outing, he hardly recognized this little rascal. His confidence had grown tremendously. Was this the power of having a father? However, upon recalling that Yi Chen had completed the rich man's puppet, the clown and the doctor exchanged knowing glances, both aware that they needed to hasten their plans for the second northern expedition against Yi Chen. Scaramouche, observing the alarmed expressions of those around him, raised his head with pride, finally feeling a sense of vindication. Only the girl remained in her languid demeanor, just as he was about to direct his ire towards her. She suddenly opened her eyes and sweetly inquired, "Scaramouche, have you finished your homework?" Scaramouche, the clown, always the peacemaker, interjected, "Enough with the bickering. Scaramouche, you have entrusted the heart of God to Yi Chen, have you not?" "I handed it over to my father," Scaramouche replied. At that moment, the clown hurried in, noticing the unfriendly gazes directed at him. This time, he had learned his lesson. Cautiously glancing at the clown, he mustered a smile and said, "My lords, I have something to report." "Speak. It has been confirmed that Lord Yi Chen has indeed been resurrected. We are already aware of this. There is another matter I must inform you about." "Proceed." "According to reports from our spies in Inazuma, just moments ago, Lord Yi Chen has set sail, heading towards Liyue." The girl exclaimed, "Yi Chen is going to Liyue?" "Yes, my lady." She pouted, muttering to herself, "Humph, he must be off to seek those vixens. He certainly has no shortage of rivals." Simultaneously, in Liyue, at the Northland Bank, the Harbinger Tartaglia received the news of Yi Chen's resurrection, causing him to spring from his seat in shock. Yi Chen, he truly has come back to life. Truly, he was worthy of the title Morix. He had foreseen this. Thankfully, he reminded himself to be cautious, or he too would have faced dire consequences. Yet, what could Yi Chen possibly want in Liyue? It seemed he was seeking Zhongli. Only by remaining close to him could he find a semblance of safety. The journey from Inazuma to Liyue was lined with azure waves and rolling tides. During the vision hunt decree, Yi Chen had once attempted to sneak across, only to fail miserably. Since then, he had opted for the more conventional route of sailing. Fortunately, the journey was still pleasant, accompanied by the waves and the sun, and Yi Chen was not idle. The workshop had already commenced crafting the rich man's puppet. By the time they reached land, the third Fatui Harbinger's puppet would likely be completed. Seated at the bow of the boat, Yi Chen began to ponder his past interactions in Liyue. The affluent Ningguang, the master of beef skewers Kaching, the funeral director Hu Tao, and others like Ye Miko, Yinjin, Xiangling, and even the likes of Kuki Shinobu, Chi-Chi, Xiao, and Annie Ping, though not, rather, Sister Ping. Yet, the most significant connection remained Zhongli. All signs indicated a familiarity between them, one that suggested they could share a pair of trousers. The following morning, after a day of meandering on the sea, the small boat finally arrived at Liyue Harbor. Upon disembarking, Yi Chun was accompanied by a strikingly handsome puppet. The rich man Pantalone. Old Pantalone, I need a favor. What can I do for you, young master? Please visit the Northland Bank and withdraw 10 billion mora, then head to the funeral parlor and ask master who to plan a grand funeral event. Prepared for 10 individuals. Understood, young master. Watching the rich man depart, a smile crept onto Yi Chen's face. Robbing a bank felt too crude. It was far simpler to simply retrieve what was his, considering the Northland Bank was fully under the rich man's control. As Yi Chen checked the time, nearing noon, he made his way toward the one-in restaurant. With no one treating him to a meal, given Zhongli's usual habits, he could only afford to dine at one-in. Yi Chen's assumption proved correct. Zhongli was indeed at one-in, though now accompanied by Tartaglia, who had taken it upon himself to shadow the esteemed Morix. Upon hearing of Yi Chen's journey to Liyue, he had clung to Zhongli, seeking safety in his presence. The shadow of Yi Chun loomed over him, haunting every corner of his being. Although he relished dueling with others, he certainly did not wish to be on the receiving end of a beating. Especially with his life hanging in Yi Chen's hands. Zhongli drained his cup of Mondstadt wine, and, noticing the cheerful expression on Tartaglia's face, kindly cautioned, young friend, today is not an opportune time for you to be here. Mr. Zhongli, I understand your concern. You've forgotten to bring money again, have you? No worries, I'll cover the bill today. All expenses are on me. Zhongli glanced at Tartaglia's oblivious demeanor and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. Just then, Yi Chen entered Wanmin. The chef greeted him warmly. Welcome, esteemed guest. How many are you? Chef, it's been a while. The chef scratched his head, struggling to recall their acquaintance. So it's you. What would you like to eat today? No need. Someone is treating me today. Is Zhongli here? Zhongli, that name sounds familiar. He is the one who never brings money when dining. You mean him? He is here. He comes every day to dine here without paying. You must be his friend. The chef's expression fell instantly. After a lifetime in the restaurant business, he had never encountered someone like Zhongli, who consistently dined without settling the bill, always leaving it for Hu Tao or some other acquaintance to cover. Recently, he had seemingly found yet another generous benefactor willing to pay for his meals. All right, chef, I'll head up to find Zhongli now. Yi Chen ascended directly to the second floor of Wanmin Hall. As soon as his head cleared the staircase, he caught sight of Zhongli sitting by the window, his strikingly handsome visage as vivid as it was in his memories. His hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and he was clad in the timeless gray and black tailcoat. Upon laying eyes on Zhongli, Yi Chen momentarily disregarded the gentleman beside him who was casually sipping wine. The strongest rebellious system announced, congratulations, host, for successfully retrieving the memories of Morix, the Geo Archon. The host has acquired 3 items from an old friend, a mora, a photograph, and a pair of shoes. As the memories swiftly fused in his mind, Yi Chen found himself utterly astonished. In that fleeting moment, the steadfast persona of Zhongli crumbled entirely within his heart. It was a time from their childhood. On Zhongli's 8th birthday, Yi Chen had dressed him up as a young lady, adorning his hair with 2 braided pigtails, a touch of rouge on his cheeks, a red dot on his forehead, and a pink dress. He then snapped a photograph of Zhongli with a click. At-18. The 2 spirited youths had painstakingly climbed to the summit of Qingyan Mountain. Zhongli, the wind is strong today. Let us see who can urinate the farthest against the wind. Thus, the infamous pair of shoes became muddied. Millennia later, having ascended to become the Geo Archon, Morix gifted himself the very first mora as he approached death. These 3 vivid memories represented distinct phases of Zhongli's life. In essence, during their lifetime together, Yi Chen had watched Zhongli grow up and had played some rather indescribable pranks on him. Oh, Zhongli, how surprising to discover this side of you. He quickly corrected himself. No, I misspoke. We are not acquainted. The moment Yi Chen laid eyes on Zhongli, their gazes locked. Unlike the icy demeanor he exhibited towards Xiao, Pingjie, and Guoba, Zhongli's eyes were filled with a complicated mix of emotions, joy, nostalgia, inner turmoil, and even a hint of evasion. Meanwhile, the pensive gentleman, engrossed in his drink, noticed Zhongli's gaze staring blankly at the staircase and, intrigued, glanced toward the entrance. That single fleeting glance nearly caused him to faint. He finally understood why Zhongli had remarked that he should not have come today. It was because Yi Chun had arrived. Before he could utter another word, Yi Chun, with a cheerful demeanor, approached him directly. The gentleman's instinctive reaction was to hide beneath the table, thinking that if he could evade the devilish Yi Chun, he would remain unseen. Ultimately, however, he managed to muster a strained smile and said, "Young master, you have come to Liyue as well." Zhongli, upon seeing Yi Chun, greeted him with a smile. "Old friend, it has been too long." Yi Chun coldly retorted, "Who are you? It seems we are not familiar." Zhongli paused momentarily. "Indeed, we are not well acquainted now, but in my memories, you will forever shine like gold." Yi Chun shot Zhongli a glance, uninterested in engaging in flowery conversation, seeing his childhood friend, his companion, and the guardian he remembered so fondly. Yi Chun felt a warmth in his heart, albeit tinged with disappointment, as he realized he had yet to unlock the ability to wield Geo elements. "You are the Geo Archon. Return my ability to use Geo." Yi Chun lamented, frustration evident as he playfully slapped the gentleman beside him. "Ah, my dear friend, it has been ages. I have missed you dearly." The gentleman, caught off guard by Yi Chun's playful gesture, slid off his chair and landed unceremoniously on the floor. "I do not miss you. Not only do I not wish to see you, I do not even want to hear your name. Haha, young master. I miss you too," the gentleman replied, his expression one of pure grievance, on the verge of tears. Chapter 50. An encounter with an old friend. The heavens stirred. Half a minute later, Yi Chun found himself seated beside the trembling gentleman, casually draping an arm over his shoulder in a show of camaraderie, while completely ignoring Zhongli across from them. "My friend, it has been too long. Let us reminisce today. Let us speak of the past." "Zhongli," the gentleman interjected, "I do not wish to reminisce. What past do we share? Every time we were in the same room, I ended up with a bruised face, as if I were your son being disciplined." "Very well, young master, we shall discuss whatever you desire. I know you have always cared for your siblings. Let us share some amusing tales from our youth. Did you ever have your hair braided or a dot painted on your forehead?" The gentleman was taken aback by the question. What on earth was Yi Chun talking about? Surely he was not proposing another duel. Tentatively, he responded, I do not recall very clearly, but I believe my sister did braid my hair when I was quite young, and she even painted a dot on my forehead and made me wear her pink dress." Zhongli, his expression darkening, took a swig from his cup in silence. Yi Chun chuckled. "So, dear friend, when you grew a bit older, did you ever try urinating against the wind?" "Absolutely not. I am not foolish. Urinating against the wind would only result in getting it all over myself. Besides, that would be disrespectful to the Anemo Archon, who punishes those lacking in reverence." Zhongli clenched his fists. "You will pay for this debt, you drunkard." Yi Chun retorted, "Never tried urinating against the wind. How dull. We are not of the same ilk. I shall not converse with you further. By the way, who is this person across from us? I feel a sense of familiarity." Zhongli replied, "We are not acquainted." "Ha, Mr. Zhongli, have you forgotten your old friend so quickly? You truly are forgetful. Surely you remember that I once photographed a little girl in a pink dress?" In everyone's perception, Zhongli was a youthful figure, stoic and knowledgeable, yet seemingly indifferent to everything, making it difficult to discern any emotion on his face. However, when faced with Yi Chun, the emotions he had suppressed would suddenly awaken. Zhongli exhaled. "I yearn to buy osmanthus flowers and drink wine together. But alas, my old friend, we can no longer meet. After so many years apart, you wish to chase me away upon our reunion. That cannot be. No, this verse is incorrect. It should be I yearn to buy osmanthus flowers and drink tea while strolling about. That too is wrong. The next line should be, the heavens stir and the myriad phenomena shake for an old friend. That does not seem quite right either. Could it be I yearn to buy osmanthus flowers and drink wine? 3.14159? Zhongli offered a resigned smile. Old friend, that is enough. Zhongli, do you still have some spirit left? Do you truly dare to challenge me? Look at you now. Aside from drinking tea and strolling about, what else can you do? Did I not teach you how to succeed? If you were to become an Archon, you would be a ruler, not mentioning the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards with 72 concubines, at the very least. Find me a few daughters-in-law. The gentleman finally grasped the situation. It turned out Yi Chun and Zhongli were not only acquainted, but quite familiar with one another. However, witnessing their impending quarrel made him instinctively want to flee. One was the Geo god, Morix, and the other, the devilish gentleman from the Fatui. He could not afford to provoke either. Young master, it's nothing. I shall go settle the bill. Sit down, Yi Chun exclaimed, his voice filled with irritation. Very well, I shall sit. Zhongli, I ask you, where is Guizhong? She is my old friend, and Ping Lao Lao. A Ping is also my old friend, and Guoba, an old friend as well. All old friends. Then what about me? You are my brother. Upon hearing this, the gentleman was rendered speechless. What? Yi Chun and Zhongli are brothers. Surely not. It was as if the gentleman had stumbled upon a grand secret that Yi Chun, having bottled up his anger for millennia, had not yet released it. Yet, that single word, brother, struck him deeply. Meeting Zhongli's sincere gaze, he raised his cup in frustration and downed its contents in one go. That single utterance was enough. It felt comforting. Forget it. I shall not bother with you anymore. Let us drink. Zhongli gazed at Yi Chun, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips, as the scene before him seemed to transport him back to his childhood. Back then, both he and Yi Chun were mere children. Yi Chun, being 2 years his senior, appeared to possess an understanding far beyond his years, imparting much wisdom to Zhongli. Of course, there were moments when Yi Chun's playful mischief would torment him. Yet those were undoubtedly the most joyful times of his life. As the Geo-Archon, Morix, his existence had often been solitary. But the presence of Yi Chun illuminated his loneliness entirely. It was only when Yi Chun was on the brink of death that Zhongli discovered he was a time traveler. Having traversed the perilous currents of time to find him, accompanying him through the darkest periods of his life, the two locked eyes and began to drink, each cup raised in honor of their distinct journeys over the years. Yet, they remained brothers, were they not? Before long, both Yi Chun and Zhongli felt a hint of inebriation. Just then, a girl adorned with a Chinquan Taigua hat, sporting twin ponytails, and clad in small black boots, dashed towards them, her voice brimming with excitement. Zhongli, I knew you would be here. Don't drink just yet. We at the Wangxing Funeral Parlor have received a major business deal today. The strongest rebellious system, locating memory fragments. Currently queuing for unlocking. Yi Chun looked at the familiar yet strangely unfamiliar Hu Tao, his face a mask of surprise. To think that he knew Hu Tao as well. She was his most cherished childhood companion. However, with memories still in the queue for unlocking, it seemed that he and Zhongli had far too many shared experiences, given they had known each other for over a millennium, although Zhongli felt slightly tipsy. His mind remained clear. Hu Tao had indeed secured a significant business opportunity. Yes, indeed, a deal worth 10 billion mora, he remarked. Young master, is the funeral business truly so lucrative? A 10 billion mora funeral deal? Zhongli cast a curious glance at Yi Chun and asked, what kind of grand business opportunity could it be? Just now, a peculiar gentleman approached us, producing 10 billion mora and requesting that we at the Wangxing Funeral Parlor organize a collective funeral for 10 individuals. The bizarre part is that he made no specific demands, merely stating that the scale should accommodate a farewell for 10 people. Zhongli, we have never conducted such a collective funeral, so I hope you can assist us. Yi Chun glanced at the young master beside him, took another sip, and replied with a smile, so it's you, Hu Tao. This funeral was my request. Feel free to handle it as you see fit. Just find a place to burn them and bury them afterward. Upon hearing this, the young master's heart quivered. Yi Chun's request for a collective funeral for 10 individuals at 10 billion mora? It sounded suspiciously like a preparation for the harbingers of the Fatui, who now, apart from Yi Chun, consisted of merely 10 harbingers. The young master nervously pressed his lips together. Hu Tao, just accept the money. The execution of this funeral seems unimportant. Silence. How can it be unimportant? This is what I have prepared for you. Yi Chun retorted. The young master. Listening to Yi Chun's words, Hu Tao gazed at him in astonishment. In her memory, Zhongli did not seem to have such extravagant friends. Yet, at that moment, when Hu Tao laid eyes on Yi Chun, her heart couldn't help but flutter. Sir, do we know each other well? Chapter 51. Young master, if it's too much, shall we just consider you my elder sister-in-law? On the roads of Teyvat, if one were to seek a girl for romance, Hu Tao would undoubtedly be the most fitting choice. With her sweet appearance and charming personality, she possessed a quirky, spirited demeanor that could bring uncontainable joy to those around her. More importantly, Hu Tao could sing. Each time Yi Chun witnessed her perform the Qiqing ballad, her large eyes twinkling like stars, his heart melted. Thus, I must apologize. Hu Tao's mind. Yi Chun offered Hu Tao a gentle smile, a visage so captivating that she found herself reluctant to blink. She appeared even more enchanting than the ever-serious Zhongli. So it is Miss Hu Tao. I feel a certain familiarity with you, though I have recently suffered from amnesia and some memories seem to have eluded me. Yet, I am convinced that we must have crossed paths before. It feels oddly familiar, but I truly cannot recall. A thought sparked in Yi Chun's mind. If Ying and Zhongli still remembered him, why was it that Hu Tao did not? Could it be related to one's strength, Perhaps only those with formidable power could retain certain memories. It seemed prudent to inquire about this with Zhongli later. No worries. Miss Hu, since you have forgotten. Today we can get to know each other anew. Indeed, I must thank this gentleman for providing us at the Wangxing funeral parlor with such a significant opportunity. Miss Hu, my name is Yi Chen. Very well, Mr. Yi Chen. I would like to inquire if you have any special request regarding the funeral. The cost is quite substantial, and I worry about not executing it properly. Fear not, Miss Hu. I came here specifically for the reputation of your Wangxing funeral parlor. If you truly do not know how to proceed, just dig a large pit and bury them therein. Young Master Tartaglia, we are, after all, harbingers of the Fatui. Our name strikes terror in the hearts of many. Yi Chen, do you merely wish to dig a hole and bury us? Are you even human? Is there no basic respect? At the very least, Lady Rosalind received a proper burial. We cannot be treated so carelessly. Hu Tao, feeling somewhat conflicted, responded, Mr. Yi Chen, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Yi Chen turned to the young master, a playful smile gracing his features. Young master, do you have any objections? Young Master Tartaglia, objections? I have many. But given your inquiry, do I dare to voice them? No. After hastily replying, he noticed Yi Chen's displeased expression and quickly added, Miss Hu, I think this arrangement is quite acceptable. Miss Hu, you see, even the involved party finds it agreeable. Hu Tao blinked in surprise, her large eyes alternating between blinking and widening in disbelief as she adorably asked, He is one of the 10? The young master felt a wave of dread wash over him. But then he bravely declared, Indeed, that is allow me to introduce myself. I am Tartaglia, the 11th harbinger of the Fatui, one of the 10 coffins. I hope to count on your support, Miss Hu. Hu Tao glanced between young Master Tartaglia and Yi Chen, feeling as though the events of the day had taken an exceedingly odd turn. First, there was the dashing gentleman claiming to be wealthy, desiring to spend 10 billion more on a comprehensive funeral service. Then, she encountered Yi Chen, a name and face that felt intimately familiar. Finally, she met this harbinger of the Fatui, young Master Tartaglia. Aside from Yi Chen, who seemed normal, the other two were exceptionally peculiar. Hu Tao's gaze shifted to Zhongli, who, after observing Yi Chen, stiffly remarked, Miss Hu, a funeral is but a ritual, the spirit remains. How you handle it is a matter for afterlife considerations. You may proceed as you wish. Regarding the 10 billion mora, do not worry. Consider it a gift, akin to a dowry. Zhongli, perceiving Yi Chen's reaction, surmised that in some lifetime, Yi Chen must have been quite close to Hu Tao, much like their own brotherly bond. However, it was evident that their connection could not be categorized in sibling terms, since it was an established fact. He, as the younger brother, felt compelled to comment. Hu Tao, confused by the term dowry, felt her heart race at the mention of it. Stealing a glance at Yi Chen, whose intense gaze was fixed upon her, her heart raced even faster. What dowry? I don't understand. I have things to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, Hu Tao hurriedly fled. Observing Hu Tao's retreat, the young master glanced at Yi Chen, as if a sudden realization had dawned upon him. Hu Tao, could she possibly be your elder sister-in-law? The scoundrel, Scaramouche, had reportedly acknowledged a father figure, and it seemed he was reveling in his newfound status. Perhaps he, too, should consider claiming an elder sister-in-law, if only to secure a favorable resting place after death. As Hu Tao departed, the young master decided it was time for him to leave as well. Rubbing his nose, he awkwardly smiled. Young master, I'm feeling a bit unwell. May I take my leave? Yi Chen, intending to engage in a meaningful conversation with Zhongli, nodded with a smile, permitting the young master to depart. After Hu Tao dashed away, once outside the Wangxing funeral parlor, she wandered aimlessly through Liyue Harbor, clutching her twin ponytails and muttering to herself that Yi Chen feels so familiar, yet why can't I remember him? Moreover, there is this peculiar sensation. Whenever I see him, my heart races uncontrollably. Could this be what Keqing meant when she spoke of encountering someone special, causing one's heart to leap? And what of Zhongli's remarks regarding dowries? Although she didn't fully comprehend, she felt it was something that would bring great joy. Suddenly, Hu Tao clenched her small fist and struck the air twice, exclaiming in frustration, Oh dear, how vexing. I have never felt so troubled before. Cursed betrothal gifts. After the young master dashed out of Wanmin Hall, he began his search for Hu Tao throughout the bustling streets. Coming to a realization, he thought, since the luckless wanderers could become Yi Chen's sons, having a big sister-in-law wouldn't be so bad after all. There was no choice but to survive, for his very life was currently in Yi Chen's hands. While he possessed the courage to die, should Chen decide to end him with a single blow, it would indeed be a form of liberation. Yet, he was terrified. They, the foolish crowd, were all too aware of Chen's true nature. If he chose to end his own life, Chen would undoubtedly seek vengeance on his siblings. Without a doubt, when Chen had sought him out for a duel, he had refused, fully aware that Chen was merely using it as a threat. It was this suffocating feeling of being too afraid to die that tormented the young master the most. Thus, he needed a strong ally. Standing in the street, the young master soon spotted Hu Tao and excitedly raced towards her. Calling out at the top of his lungs, big sister-in-law, please don't go. Wait for me. Hu Tao thought to herself. That voice sounds so familiar. Upon turning around, she saw the young master, Doctor, laughing heartily as he approached her. Could he be calling me? I am not his big sister-in-law. As the young master reached her side, Hu Tao's face flushed uncontrollably. Shyly, she pointed at him and stammered. You. Why are you calling me that? I am not your big sister-in-law. Big sister-in-law, my brother is Chen, which makes you my big sister-in-law. From now on, I shall stick with you that I truly am not. Big sister-in-law. You are. Truly. I have never seen my brother show such care and generosity towards any girl. You must be my big sister-in-law. You are speaking nonsense. Do you want me to hit you? If you hit me, you are still my big sister-in-law. Hu Tao, feeling sulky, turned to walk away, only to notice that the young master was still trailing behind her like a shadow. Unconsciously, she asked, what kind of person is your brother, exactly? Chapter 52, The Last Life. That old scoundrel, the young master replied. One day, my big sister-in-law asked me what kind of person my brother Chen is. I wanted to tell her that Chen is no longer human. He is a devil. However, for the sake of my younger siblings, I chose to submit. Big sister-in-law, you are asking about my brother. Right. I mean Chen, that is my brother. Forget it. I won't ask anymore. Big sister-in-law, let me say this. My brother Chen is undoubtedly one of the most powerful individuals I have encountered in this world. You have heard of the Fatui, right? I have heard of them from Keqing. She said they are not good people. The young master responded. Well, that is true. The Fatui are indeed not good people. However, their strength is formidable. And my brother Chen is so powerful that even the Fatui's harbingers fear him. Moreover, he often educates these harbingers. Hu Tao nodded in agreement, thinking that educating evildoers to become better was indeed the mark of a good person. Suddenly, she paused, turning her wide eyes to Doctor. You seem to be one of the harbingers, don't you? I suppose I am, but I am a good person now, thanks to the education from my brother. Oh, then it seems he is indeed quite impressive if he can reform a villain. I, on the other hand, have tried to catch Chi numerous times, but she always escapes. I am only looking out for her well-being. Seeing Hu Tao's approval, the young master continued. Not only is my brother powerful, but he is also just and never greedy for wealth or lust. There was once a girl who tried to seduce him, but he didn't even glance at her. What a decent character. In truth, Chen had been the one who ventured into the girl's bathing area. Additionally, there was a wealthy person among the Fatui who had accumulated ill-gotten gains, which my brother robbed to help the needy. Such a sense of justice. The reality was that Chen had been robbing the wealthy for an entire year during the winter season, not once pausing despite the harsh weather. Regardless, the young master had resolved to go all in. Meanwhile, at Woman Hall, Zhongli, upon hearing the young master call out for a big sister-in-law in the street, remarked with a peculiar expression, Young master, you are quite amusing. Why? Chen smiled at Zhongli. Indeed, it is amusing, but not as amusing as our Morix. Zhongli's expression darkened. He knew Chen was teasing him. Hastily, he changed the subject. How about we discuss you instead? Your memories have returned somewhat, but not completely, correct? Chen glared at Zhongli, realizing that this old fox knew a great deal. I encountered Ing, and that was when my memories began to resurface. From this perspective, it seems you have a long journey ahead in this life. You appear to know more than I do. Morix. Zhongli turned to gaze out at the bustling crowd, sighing, before your last life came to an end. You sought me out. I sought you out in my previous life? How did I find you? Those who have lived too long can only seek out old friends in their memories. Yet you are different. Although you did not speak of it, I suspect you found me through the river of time. When I encountered you, your life was already on a countdown, but I had a feeling that the you of that time was even stronger than I. The river of time? Chen, you do not believe that Teyvat only has 7 gods and thus 7 elements, do you? Of course not. There should be space and time, and perhaps even other elemental forces. Indeed, if my guess is correct, the you of your last life likely mastered the powers of time and space, enabling you to find me. However, I can tell that you must have sustained serious injuries at that time. It is said that the Archons created 4 Archons at the beginning, among them the Archon of Time and the Archon of Space. The fact that the me of my last life could wield the elements of time and space likely stems from the knowledge gained from those 2 Archons. Truly, I was quite clevered out of course. This also serves as a boon for those who descend or traverse worlds, as they possess knowledge of some secrets unknown to the people of Teyvat, and no wonder my last life was deemed the most powerful. It turns out I had mastery over the elements of time and space. Yi Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Everything made sense now. The version of himself that commanded the powers of time had likely traveled to the future, sustaining injuries during a confrontation, before managing to escape back. Upon returning, the version of himself in his last life sought out Zhongli to convey certain matters. Zhongli, what exactly did my last self tell you? Chen inquired urgently. Those who descend cannot alter the predetermined trajectory of Teyvat. Otherwise, Teyvat will descend into chaos. The harbingers of the Fatui should not recklessly slaughter. Let them fend for themselves. Imu. But you are not me. You may choose your own path and protect those you wish to safeguard. Upon hearing the last sentence, Chen felt a surge of anger. What hypocrisy! How could he claim to be me while I am not him? It was very likely that this life was orchestrated by that old scoundrel, suddenly arriving in the winter, endowed with the power of the evil eye, and then being forced to join the Fatui. Along with the most powerful rebellious system he had acquired, Teyvat had numerous alchemists. With the capabilities of his last life, he might truly be able to concoct something akin to a system. And the power of the evil eye, the core of the evil eye, is to unearth all the potential within a person's body and unleash it through the medium of the evil eye. Why could he use it infinitely? It was likely that the version of himself in his last life stored some of his powers in a certain space, and when that power was depleted, his ability to wield the evil eye would vanish. That space was likely placed in winter by the self of his last life. Once the power of the evil eye was exhausted, he would undoubtedly have to flee, which meant that encountering Ing was also part of the last life scheme. Knowing the connection between himself and Ing, he was meant to help him recover his memories. Once he acquired the second god eye, he would inform himself that in the strongest life of the cycle, he was killed. Given the previous self's knowledge of him, or rather, of himself, he knew he would not sit idly by. So he would definitely seek out Morix. Damn it, that scoundrel still claims there was no arrangement. Noticing Yi Chen's increasingly dark expression, Zhongli spoke again. By the way, your last self also mentioned that when you found me, he had already completed his final protection for you, and how you choose to proceed from there is entirely up to you. To hell with him. I don't need his protection. Yi Chen could not help but curse. However, upon reflection, he began to comprehend the meaning of his past life. He perceived his newly arrived self in Teyvat as a defenseless child, and throughout his journey, he had been protected until he emerged from the cold of the winter, reached Inazuma, and ultimately found Zhongli. Now, having awakened certain powers, though not overwhelmingly strong combined with the system, he felt sufficiently capable of safeguarding himself. In essence, he had matured, or so it seemed. Thus, the so-called strongest rebellious system was likely crafted by his past self, with the missions possibly preordained as well. Furthermore, the rewards within, such as the fragment of the Fatui Harbinger, might have already been prepared, stashed away in some corner of space. Observing Yi Chen's gradually softening expression, Zhongli inquired with concern, Yi Chen, have you come to terms with it? To which Yi Chen replied, indeed. So, Zhongli, do you know where I was buried in my past life? Zhongli, taken aback, stammered, I must go and unearth that old bastard's grave. Yi Chen, recalling a statement from his past, remembered, he said you would never find his grave, and when you do, you would choose to forgive him. Chapter 53, Morix, I can be resurrected, and so can you. Through the cycles of 100 lives, regardless of the identity one bears or the trials one faces, fundamentally, it is still oneself. Only one truly knows oneself best. Yi Chen could hardly muster the energy to speculate on what other misdeeds that old bastard had committed in his previous life. Now that he had met Zhongli, he felt he possessed the means to survive in Teyvat, and thus he resolved to live this life well. Of course, he was also aware that, at some point in time and space, he would inevitably journey toward the destination his past self had foretold, where he would confront the foe capable of defeating him. After countless reincarnations, the number of individuals he wished to protect was overwhelming. Akin to the traveler's longing to save his sister, it was a burden they bore. Yet, since altering the known trajectory of the plot was impossible, he would seize the opportunity to explore Teyvat. Time was still on his side, and life was long. He must savor the experience. 10 minutes later, As Chen and Zhongli departed from the one in hall, preparing to settle the bill, they simultaneously exclaimed, Chen, Zhongli, I forgot to bring money today. Zhongli regarded Chen's helpless expression with a deep sigh of resignation. He recalled that the habit of leaving without money was something he had learned from Chen. Ironically, while Chen carried an abundance of more worth billions in his backpack, he steadfastly refused to pay. Lost in nostalgia, Chen suddenly realized why Zhongli had also left without money. As the creator of Mora, Moryx should have been the wealthiest god on Teyvat. However, he had long since given it all away. It was not merely that he had produced all the Mora in Teyvat, but rather that in the lifetime when he first met Zhongli, he had gifted the very first Mora to himself, which, in his heart, symbolized all his wealth. Henceforth, he had never carried money again. In his mind, as the Geo-Archon and god of contracts, he had given away all his coins, leaving him penniless. This was why he had told Shadow that he owed him a considerable sum. Indeed, he had taken all of Moryx's wealth. However, apologies were in order. He could not settle that debt. Money was meant for his wife to spend. No man would touch a single Mora of his. Chen smiled at Zhongli. Master Mao, since you ordered the food and drinks, it's only fitting that you cover the bill today. Zhongli retorted, you drank the wine, you ate the food. You can pay too. I have no money. Neither do I. Master Mao, witnessing the two drunken men squabbling at the counter, angrily exclaimed, you two, stop bickering. I'll treat you both this time. Is that all right? Chen and Zhongli replied in unison. Then thank you, Master Mao. Watching the two run off, Master Mao felt a swell of emotion. It has been ages since I've seen Zhongli this happy. Half an hour later, Chen and Zhongli strolled along the seaside. Chen, with an arm draped over Zhongli's shoulder, exclaimed in frustration, Zhongli, I've regained my memories with Shadow and acquired the ability to wield Electro. Yet, as fellow Archons, why have I not regained the ability to manipulate Geo? Zhongli, are you intentionally withholding it from me? Zhongli paused, contemplating Chen's words, before providing a rather satisfactory answer. Perhaps you simply do not favor men. Your affections lie solely with women. Zhongli, you old rascal. Yet, there seems to be a kernel of truth in that. So, if you wish to reclaim your Geo abilities, you may need to seek someone else. Zhongli had an inkling of where that power resided, and Chen seemed to have an idea as well. Zhongli reflected on how, in the past, Chen had urged him to take multiple wives. Yet here he was, still single, while Chen appeared to have gathered quite the harem. Chen mused, something feels off. Zhongli, you know Jean from the Knights of Favonius, right? By my calculations, I should be quite familiar with her. Why is it that I haven't regained any memories associated with her? I even feel that my ability to wield a Nemo should be connected to her. Retrieve the ability to wield a Nemo. You might want to consult that drunkard. Vinny, calling him a pauper would be more fitting. Among the seven, he is undoubtedly the poorest. Speaking of money, my dear friend, it seems you still owe me quite a bit. What do I owe you? Have you imbibed too much? You are now spouting nonsense and demanding money from me. Are you hoping to celebrate a birthday, or perhaps seeking a breeze atop Qingyan Peak? Just so you know, I still have all the evidence. Chen interjected. Wait, Zhongli, don't speak. I just remembered something. By the timeline, isn't the rite of dissension about to commence? The rite of dissension has already passed. Last year, Moryx died, so this year, Ningguang has decided not to hold the ceremony. That simply won't do. How can it not be held? Besides, just because someone has died doesn't mean they cannot be resurrected. I died not long ago, and look at me now. I have returned. Chen countered. You once told me that if one day, Liyue no longer required Moryx, you would retire. Well, I dare say you are retired now. And Liyue's people are faring quite well. Indeed, and for Liyue to thrive even more, you must be resurrected once again. Chen. All right, it's settled then. You find an opportunity to speak with Ningguang and suggest that this year's rite of dissension be held once more. Just tell her you have returned. That cannot be. A man cannot say cannot. Chen, why don't you go? I cannot go. My memory awakening is still in line, and I have no idea when it will be complete. You go. I am not familiar with Ningguang. Then you must tell me what you wish to do. Nothing much. I just want to see you retire once more. I missed your honorable departure the last time I was absent, and I feel a twinge of regret. You speak nonsense. Chapter 54. Kill Chen, steal Zhongli. The scenery of Liyue Harbor was breathtaking, with the slanting sun casting shimmering reflections on the flowing water and the spring rain creating a misty ambience, evoking a poetic languor that seemed to lull the world into slumber. Chen and Zhongli sat upon a small boat anchored by the sea, gazing at the gently rippling waves, one beaming with joy while the other wore a troubled frown. Zhongli remarked, Chen, you once told me that the end of the world is retirement. I have now arrived at the world's end. Ha. I once said that the end point of life is a little black box. You've lived so many years, yet you still haven't entered it. Moreover, I also stated that Teyvat is round. Upon reaching the end, you must start anew as of now. I merely wish to be an ordinary citizen of Liyue. Morix, do you remember the time I took you to climb a wall and watch the widow next door bathe? Zhongli's expression darkened that if the greatest regret of the Fatui Harbingers was recruiting Chen into their ranks, then Zhongli's most profound regret was being led astray by Chen in his youth, resulting in a series of events he would prefer to forget, yet remained deeply etched in his memory. Chen grinned at Zhongli. Oh, are you glaring at me? Are you angry? Shouldn't you be thanking me? Without me, your youth would lack any cherished memories. No wonder Hu Tao calls you an old relic. In Chen's eyes, Zhongli was once the god of rock, the god of contracts, and the Rex Lapis, possessing profound knowledge and an extensive understanding of the world. Yet, he remained indifferent to it all. Being in his company instilled a sense of security, though he resembled a wooden figure, lacking in warmth and human connection. Therefore, in their next encounter, Chen took Zhongli to partake in many foolish activities he had enjoyed in his childhood. Having experienced the rain himself, he insisted that the emperor accompany him in getting drenched, a peculiar whim of Chen's. Zhongli remarked, you are acquainted with Ningguang. You could seek her out personally. Why must it involve me? Moreover, upon meeting Ningguang, you might regain the ability to wield the Geo element. Ningguang, the wealthiest woman in Teyvat, with fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs, was indeed someone Chen wished to meet. However, he found himself overwhelmed by the multitude of encounters since regaining his memories. Feeling utterly unprepared to navigate the complexities of emotions, it was akin to an array of delectable pastries laid before him, each requiring careful savoring. Furthermore, he was still in the dark regarding Hu Tao's situation. If he were to encounter Ningguang, and perhaps Kuching and Xiangling, it might result in a chaotic scenario in Liyue, leaving him utterly shattered. Given his disposition, Chen deemed this a likely outcome. I cannot go. You are the Rex Lapis. Only your presence can restore Ningguang's ceremony, he continued. Zhongli, if you are reluctant to go, I shall expose your childhood photographs, Chen teased. Zhongli, feeling helpless, understood that Chen's words were immutable, just as they had been in their youth. I can seek Ningguang, but you must clarify your intentions first. Nothing much, just thought you seemed bored, so let us find some amusement together. Why not head to the Yujing Terrace and listen to Mr. Yin sing? That would be far more enjoyable. That sounds like a sordid affair. Today is uneventful. Indulging in music at the brothel was something you taught me. How has it become a sordid affair? Chen chuckled. Zhongli, I seem to recall we have never engaged in anything particularly serious. Zhongli felt exasperated. After a moment, he could not resist asking, I can approach Ningguang regarding the ceremony, but I have grown accustomed to my current life and do not wish to pursue change. Just say it plainly. You are retired and living comfortably, unwilling to endure further toil. Why? Chen patted Zhongli's shoulder reassuringly. Rest assured, you retired from the last ceremony in the same manner. This time will be no different. In the specifics, for now, I have set a modest goal, to render the Fatui as reviled as a rat in the street. I intend to have the 11th Fatui Harbinger child eliminate you during the ceremony. Zhongli pondered this, and the situation became clear. Ever since it was confirmed that the 11th Fatui Harbinger was Chen, all of Chen's actions were intertwined with the Fatui. In Chen's words, this was what he termed a rebellious spirit. This was a task handed to you from a previous life. That old rascal, whether true or not, I enjoy this approach. It is quite entertaining to bully the villains daily. So, you want Child to kill me, thereby inciting hatred towards the Fatui among the people of Liyue, essentially, and perhaps collect some minor gifts along the way. In Sneznaya, the Fatui executives have convened yet again. Since Chen joined the ranks, they have accomplished little of substance. Yet, the focus remains solely on him. Today, aside from Chen, 3 others have not been summoned, the Wanderer, Child, and the Wealthy. These 3 have been transformed into puppets by Chen. And the clown fears their potential rebellion, hence their exclusion. The clown stated, I have gathered you 6 here today because I believe we all understand our next course of action. We can no longer allow Chen to develop unchecked. Otherwise, we shall inevitably become his puppets. For the sake of this operation's secrecy, I did not even notify the Wanderer, the Wealthy, or Child to ensure our success. The doctor concurred, indeed, we must eliminate Chen. This scourge. If we do not, he will surely become our formidable foe, growing ever more troublesome. Agreed. 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 Well, since there are no objections, let us discuss Chen's situation. According to my information, he arrived at Liyue Harbor this morning, withdrawing 1 billion mora from the Northland Bank using the wealthy's puppet to procure a coffin for each of us in the Fatui. A collective gasp arose among the crowd. Is he plotting our demise? Next, Chen sought out a man named Zhongli, alongside Child. The three of them shared drinks at noon before Chen departed with Zhongli. Let me elaborate on Zhongli. He is currently a guest of the Wangshan funeral parlor, a well-known streetwise figure in Liyue, fond of tea, birdwalking, and listening to music. Reports indicate he is not a serious individual, yet he is remarkably knowledgeable. After compiling various intelligence sources, we can conclude that Zhongli is essentially an ordinary person. Although I am uncertain why Chen sought Zhongli upon entering Liyue, I suspect that his technique for creating puppets may originate from this individual. Thus, our task entails not only eliminating Chen but also bringing Zhongli back to Snezhnaya. The doctor affirmed, "Rest assured, clown, I shall handle Zhongli. Regardless of whether he is an ordinary person or who he truly is, I will find a way to extract Chen's puppet-making secrets from him." Very well, the matter of Zhongli is entrusted to the doctor. Now, let us focus on Chen. I believe our previous mission was successful, though we underestimated Chen's capabilities, based on my analysis of his corpse. It is highly probable that it was but a mere avatar. Crafting an avatar is exceedingly challenging for an individual, leading me to suspect that Chen possesses only this one. If we succeed in eliminating him this time, it would signify his true demise. The puppet opened its mouth, poised to inquire what they would do if Chen had another avatar or several. After contemplation, it chose to remain silent, even though it recognized the clown's words were not entirely trustworthy. It was the only course of action available to the Fatui executives. Failing to eliminate Chen would grant him ample time to create puppets of everyone, leaving the Fatui with nothing but a name. Life or death rested entirely in Chen's hands. Furthermore, with 3 individuals absent from today's gathering, should they fail to eliminate Chen, few would remain at the Fatui's base in the future. The wanderer faltered, beginning to capitulate. The wealthy, though handsome in the sunlight, exhibited a timorous demeanor typical of the wealthy in Chen's absence. This trait had been amplified to an extreme. Even when his most cherished possessions were seized by Chen, he dared not utter a word. The most disgraceful was Child, who had already shared a drink with Chen, seemingly having betrayed them. As for Zhongli, the streetwise figure mentioned by the clown, he was not yet regarded as a threat. Little did they know that this Zhongli had once been the emperor of Liyue. A young girl suggested, to ensure the success of this mission. Shall we not choose a name? Let us call it Kill Chen, Capture Zhongli. Clown, what say you? Chapter 55. The gradual transformation of Zhongli into Chen. When old friends reunite, there are always countless stories to share, especially after 5 millennia apart. What began as a poignant reminiscence quickly devolved into Chen's nonsensical banter. Morix, I see you are quite worn down. Should the day come when you become as foolish as a pet rock, you can follow me. Even a little girl like Xiangling has a god of food as her companion. I must have a deity by my side as well. At your age, remaining a bachelor is unacceptable. I shall find you a wife soon. Rest assured, my taste is impeccable. What do you think of Ping Ping? She was quite beautiful in her youth, and though time has left her wrinkled, her beauty endures. Perhaps you should consider her. Morix, wait, are you serious? Are you truly contemplating striking your old friend with celestial forces? Chen, I am going to seek out Ningguang. You can amuse yourself. It is truly unbearable. The emotions that had been worn away and erased seemed to have revived in an instant. In my youth, I was blissfully carefree with Chen, finding joy in every game we played together. Now, all I desire is to engage in combat. The anger within me is uncontainable. With Zhongli gone, I fear that if he remains, Chen may provoke me to the brink of breaking. Nevertheless, I will honor my commitments to Chen, for as the god of contracts, Zhongli is known for his unwavering word. Within the Chuanyu Pavilion, in Ningguang's office, a long table is arranged, laden with numerous neatly stacked scrolls. A silver-haired woman sets down a scroll and, with her right hand pressing against the table, gently rubs her forehead. She is Ningguang, the master of the Chuanyu Pavilion. It is strange. Today, I feel an unsettling restlessness, as if I have forgotten something of great importance. But what could it be? I do not believe I suffer from forgetfulness. Just then, a sudden knock resounds at the office door. Is Bai Xiao seeking me? Lady Ningguang, there is a gentleman named Zhongli outside who wishes to see you. He instructed me to deliver this jade pendant to you, stating that upon seeing it, you would undoubtedly agree to meet him. Oh, Zhongli, is he the renowned street performer of Liyue? He wishes to see me. Indeed, my lady. With that, Ningguang presented the jade pendant with both hands. Upon seeing the pendant, Ningguang sprang to her feet in excitement. Her eyes fixated on it, mouth agape in astonishment that it bore the likeness of the god of contracts, the Geo-Archon. Yet, this pendant is not merely an ornament. It is a token belonging to the protector of Liyue, the Geo-Archon himself. But did not the Geo-Archon pass away during the rite of ascension? How could Zhongli possess an item of the Archon? In an instant, Ningguang's keen mind grasped the implications. Could it be? Bai Xiao observed Ningguang's astonished expression and felt a twinge of curiosity. Surely this jade pendant must hold a deeper significance. Lady Ningguang, shall I invite this gentleman Zhongli in at once? No, it is unnecessary. I shall greet him personally, Ningguang replied, her excitement palpable. Outside, Zhongli gazed upon the opulent Qiwenyu pavilion with a tinge of melancholy and nostalgia, though Chen often seems frivolous. He once said something wise: those who labor with their minds govern others, while those who toil with their hands are governed by them. Only the retired know true happiness. Observing the newly restored Qiwenyu pavilion, Zhongli felt that entrusting the governance of Liyue to humanity was indeed the wisest decision he had made in his lifetime. Ningguang is truly remarkable. At that moment, the grand doors of the Qiwenyu pavilion slowly swung open. The figure that emerged was a strikingly beautiful woman, her platinum hair elegantly styled with black and gold hairpins. Clad in a custom-made golden outfit that exuded grace and luxury. Greetings, Mr. Zhongli. May I inquire about this jade pendant? It belongs to me. Upon hearing this, Ningguang stared at Zhongli in disbelief, her heart racing. I was not mistaken. It seems the Archon truly lives, merely weary and in need of rest. Before Ningguang could speak, Zhongli continued, I have come today to assign you a task. First, the rite of ascension will be held as scheduled this year, and I shall make an appearance. Second, the Fatui have grown increasingly audacious, sending numerous operatives to light the Tianquan. You must keep a close watch on them, especially on the 12th Harbinger, Chen. He is unscrupulous and may cause untold chaos in Liyue. You must personally monitor him. Also, do not disclose my survival to anyone for now. Very well, I shall take my leave now. With that, Zhongli turned with a flourish and departed. Quickly, I must leave. Staying here may trap me. After spending a brief time with Chen, Zhongli felt himself beginning to adopt Chen's mannerisms. Zhongli then recalled some entertaining thoughts and sought out his secretaries, Ganyu and Keqing, to relay his orders. Keep an eye on the 12th Harbinger, Chen, and emphasize his unsavory character. It had been far too long since he had gifted his friend a token of friendship. Previously, Chen had confided that the most terrifying sight he had ever encountered was not the inevitability of aging and death, but the chaos of a battlefield. Perhaps it was time for him to experience that firsthand. With Ganyu, Keqing, and Ningguang, three of the most significant women in Liyue accounted for, Zhongli felt he need not visit the Qiwenyu pavilion to hear Mr. Yun's melodies for a while. Half an hour later, Zhongli returned to the spot where he had parted ways with Chen, who was still lounging at the bow of the ship, basking in the sun. Upon seeing Zhongli, Chen appeared momentarily dazed. Why? Because he beheld Zhongli's eternally stoic expression, and it brought a smile to his face. Why Chen instinctively widened his eyes. Suddenly alarmed, it seemed Zhongli had learned to embrace mischief. Zhongli. How peculiar it is to witness you smiling. It's so strange that I smile. Shouldn't I feel joy at reuniting with a friend? Chen grinned. Pray tell, what have you been up to during this time? By my calculations, after your meeting with Ningguang, you should have returned promptly, a matter of 10 minutes at most. What, then, occupied the remaining 20? Zhongli regarded Chen silently, his lips betraying a suppressed smile. Refusing to speak. Very well, allow me to guess. You met with Ningguang, speculated about my connection with her, and then proceeded to visit Keqing? Seeing Zhongli momentarily taken aback, Chen pressed on, and finally, did you not also meet with Ganyu? Zhongli was left speechless. Chen, have you been following me? Chen sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhongli. Zhongli, you rascal, you have orchestrated a veritable battlefield with 3 participants. Wait, if we include Hu Tao, that makes 4. Zhongli, is this your form of revenge? Noticing Zhongli's amused gaze, Chen realized he had hit the mark. Both men exchanged broad smiles, their expressions seemingly molded from the same cast. Zhongli, you must be quite pleased with yourself. A tad. He admitted with a chuckle. I thought as much. So, do you suppose I have been diligently soaking up the sun here? This time, Zhongli was at a loss for words. Chen, you, just now. Fear not. Zhongli. I did not engage in anything nefarious. While idling, I replicated a photograph of a little girl, and arranged for it to be distributed to every household, with the resurrection of the Geo-Archon. Such splendid news warrants a nationwide celebration, does it not? Zhongli, for the first time in ages, let loose a string of curses. Yi Chen, you scoundrel. Zhongli, you scoundrel. Isn't this merely mutual harm? This was a trick I taught you in our youth. Chapter 56. The tale of the little card. Yi Chen possesses a rather unique ability. His antics have an uncanny tendency to provoke annoyance, limited to men, from the moment Zhongli met him. This has been the case, and upon their reunion, things remained unchanged, regardless of whether he is the Geo-Archon, the god of contracts, or the deity Morix. He cannot seem to control his emotions. Of course. After riling him up, Yi Chen has an uncanny knack for swiftly turning the tide, lifting spirits, and even evoking tears not limited to the Fatui operatives, just as Yi Chen could don the guise of a little girl with braided hair. He could just as easily conjure a delectable birthday cake. There is no recourse. One cannot simply unleash chaos upon Yi Chen in a fit of anger. However, Zhongli felt a genuine sense of embarrassment. He is the revered Geo-Archon of Liyue, and the thought of his childhood photos circulating throughout Liyue Harbor dressed as a little girl is quite mortifying. Yet, considering the impending chaos Yi Chen would soon face, Zhongli felt he had finally balanced the scales with him. He gazed at Yi Chen, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, while Yi Chen returned the gaze with a radiant smile. In the contest of merriment, Yi Chen would undoubtedly prevail. When it comes to eccentric antics, he also emerged victorious, though Zhongli remains unaware of the full extent of Yi Chen's capriciousness. Oh no. Rather, how well he treats him. Otherwise, Yi Chen would not escape unscathed from a tempest of chaos. Just before Zhongli departed, Yi Chen summoned the Harbingers, including Scaramouche, the 11th Harbinger, and a few others, presenting them with the photographs and instructing them to develop them at the photography studio in Fontaine, ensuring each image would find its way to every corner of Liyue Harbor. But that was not all. Each photograph bore the caption, "Sweet, adorable little girl available for home services. Contact, guest of the Wangshan Funeral Parlor." Zhongli.as for the chaos Zhongli predicted. Upon receiving the answer from Zhongli, Yi Chen devised his strategy. In ancient tales, 7 celestial maidens descended to the mortal realm. He would craft a story titled Yi Chen Descends to Save the 7 Celestial Maidens. In addition to Ningguang, Keqing, and Ganyu, he could easily add Hu Tao and several other characters. With Yi Chen's literary prowess, he felt confident this predicament could be resolved. Zhongli found himself unable to watch any longer. Yi Chen, if you continue to smile like that, you might find yourself on the receiving end of a beating. Haha. Well, I shall refrain from laughter. Zhongli, do not be angry. If you truly feel upset, then you might as well bring Hu Tao along. I shall attempt to resolve these 4 perplexing problems all at once. Yi Chen, if you speak thus, I shall not hold back. Alas, Zhongli, I was merely jesting. You truly intend to depart. Please, do not go. Very well. If you must leave, I implore you to show some mercy. As Zhongli strode away without a backward glance, Yi Chen, with his hands in his pockets, felt a surge of invincibility, believing himself to be unmatched. He had deliberately sent Zhongli back to the Wangshan Funeral Parlor. Otherwise, if those with peculiar inclinations stumbled upon this place, he would undoubtedly be crushed into the depths of the earth by a pillar. With Zhongli's departure, Yi Chen took on a buoyant demeanor, but as he walked along the spacious and pristine streets of Liyue Harbor, he sensed something amiss. From time to time, a leering man would fixate his gaze upon him. Without Yi Chen's antics to distract him, Zhongli returned to the Wangshan Funeral Parlor with an unruffled expression. However, before he could even cross the threshold, a man emerged from a narrow alley beside the parlor. The newcomer stood about 6 feet tall, but was quite portly, clutching a small card and grinning lecherously as he approached Zhongli. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhongli? I found you through this little card. May I inquire if the young lady is currently occupied?" Upon hearing the term young lady, Zhongli's expression darkened instantaneously. "How did you locate me?" Mr. Zhongli, I found you through the contact on this card." "Let me see it." "Certainly." Upon receiving the card from the rotund man, Zhongli's lips twitched as he examined its contents. Fortunately, Yi Chen had not disclosed the identity of the girl in the photograph as being himself. Otherwise, even the heavens themselves would not be able to resolve this predicament. At that moment, Zhongli understood why Yi Chen had been so gleeful. It was truly shameless. How could brothers engage in such antics? It was only now that he comprehended Yi Chen's final plea for leniency. To even consider bullying a girl under 10 years of age was utterly disgraceful. With a single strike, Zhongli dispatched the man without a second thought. In the courtyard, upon hearing the commotion, Hu Tao rushed out, only to find what appeared to be a person lying before Zhongli, albeit flattened. "Zhongli, what is this?" she inquired, astonished. "A stone fell and crushed him. I felt pity. So I thought we might as well give him a free burial." Hu Tao regarded Zhongli with a hint of suspicion, sensing something was amiss. "But he certainly is quite pitiful. Perhaps the parlor head could show a moment of kindness and handle this matter. Yet, he really has chosen quite the spot to meet his end, right at the entrance of the Wangxing funeral parlor." Zhongli gritted his teeth and replied, "That is indeed the case." Hu Tao, twirling her ponytail, shyly asked, "By the way, Zhongli, why are you back? Weren't you still drinking with your friend Chen?" "You mention Chen. I am not particularly acquainted with him, but I distinctly saw you looking quite cheerful at noon. He gave me the impression of being a decent fellow. Some individuals may appear amiable, yet their hearts remain inscrutable." Hu Tao, "It is wise to exercise caution. Then, where is Chen? I was hoping to discuss funeral matters with him." Seeing Zhongli's peculiar expression, Hu Tao continued, "Zhongli, please do not look at me that way. I mean no harm. After all, Chen is our Wangxing funeral parlor's most significant client. Some people simply vanish while walking." "He must have departed," Zhongli responded, unable to utter something as shameless as Chen might. "Oh, he left so soon. He must be quite busy, considering the substantial sum of more required for a funeral. He must be a person of great importance. I did not expect you to know such a significant figure, Zhongli. At this moment, I do not wish to be acquainted with him." Meanwhile, on the bustling street, Sister Ping also received a small card. Upon inspecting the image on the card, she stifled a laugh with great effort. Zhongli had indeed changed, but she had seen his previous self. Yet, when she read the contents of the card, she could no longer contain herself. It seemed that a certain esteemed individual had returned, and her old friend would likely be pleased. Perhaps, he might not be entirely overjoyed either. Nevertheless, it appeared that Liyue was about to become lively once more. It had not been so bustling in many years. Chapter 57. Wandering about with Zhongli, the 11th Harbinger, Tartaglia was still meandering through the streets of Liyue, having reluctantly recognized his elder sister, granting him a semblance of security. However, as he walked, he found himself in a stupor. Across the street, he spotted another person who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. This was the first time he had encountered the doppelganger Chen had created. It had been this very doppelganger that had led him to mistakenly believe he had contracted some odd illness, prompting him to purchase numerous remedies from the pharmacy. "This is my doppelganger?" Tartaglia gazed at the other version of himself, his heart sinking further into dread. At that moment, neither his elder sister nor Zhongli could provide him with any reassurance, for this mere imitation held the power to dictate his fate. What is he doing?" A nearby fruit vendor, noticing Tartaglia's bewildered stance, kindly elucidated, "That gentleman must be your twin brother. You two look strikingly alike. They are distributing little cards like this one." Tartaglia casually accepted the card from the vendor. Observing the sweet-faced girl depicted upon it as he read the contents, his hand began to tremble violently. Just earlier, he had heard Chen narrate a story about a little girl. Now, confronted with the card's contents, he sensed he had unearthed a secret he wished he had never encountered, that the girl on the card must be Morix in his youth, and furthermore, a girl that I think I can't see anymore. I am blind. I didn't see anything. With that, Tartaglia discarded the card and covered his eyes, fleeing towards the Northland Bank. A mere doppelganger could very well cost him his life. If the cunning young Master Chen were to discover that he was aware of Morix's little secret, it would spell his doom. He had already managed to provoke enough individuals he ought not to have trifled with. Better to avoid confrontation altogether. Even his elder sister could not save him now. Meanwhile, Hu Tao was off to give the portly man a farewell. Having been crushed and without family, she chose to perform a good deed. Now, only Zhongli remained at the Wangxing funeral parlor as evening descended. Chen strolled leisurely to the Wangxing funeral parlor. He was well acquainted with Liyue, particularly the parlor itself, having once assisted Hu Tao in conducting door-to-door funeral sales. Buy one, get one free, buy two, get three. Thanks to Hu Tao's popularity, he had managed to avoid being struck, for the most part. Reflecting on it now, such absurd tactics, far more outrageous than those in his previous life, were likely lessons he had imparted to Hu Tao. Sigh, one could only wonder how many lives he had inadvertently led astray as a time traveler. Chen arrived at the entrance of the Wangxing funeral parlor and called out, "Mr. Zhongli, are you there? I've come to find the little lowly." Upon hearing Chen seeking him out, Zhongli initially felt a flicker of joy, akin to the delight of a child when a playmate arrives. However, upon hearing the term little lowly, He could not suppress the tightening of his fists. The grand doors of the parlor soon swung open to reveal a Zhongli with a darkened expression. The little lowly is no more. The heavens have sent you one for free. Ha ha. Zhongli, are you jesting? Zhongli's gaze bore into Yi Chen coldly as he replied, just moments ago, the individual seeking the little lowly has become one of our esteemed guests. Yi Chen chuckled. That is only fitting. No need to thank me. Zhongli exhaled deeply. Yi Chen, could you not act a bit more serious? Serious? Have you ever witnessed me in a serious light? In truth, Zhongli had seen him in such a manner, twice. Both times when he had been on the verge of death. Very well. What brings you to seek me out? Zhongli, the sky has darkened. It is time for dinner. Are you treating? I have no mora. Neither do I. In near perfect unison, they both proposed, shall we head to Wanmin restaurant instead? Yi Chen replied, forget it. Master Mao has a hard time running a shop. Let us choose another place. Which place? I have already thought of one. Zhongli, come with me. Zhongli followed Yi Chen as they journeyed along the path. Halfway through, he could no longer contain himself and remarked, Yi Chen, I can't shake the feeling that you intend to deceive me. Yi Chen reassured him, rest easy, my dear brother. How could I ever betray you? Should we encounter Wendy, I shall not hold back. Zhongli retorted, such words hardly inspire confidence. So, will you accompany me? Yi Chen inquired. Zhongli remained silent, yet continued to trail behind him. They had not wandered far when they arrived at a foam mountain, where an elderly lady of stout stature awaited them. Zhongli hesitated, but Yi Chen approached her with a friendly greeting. Sister Ping, it has been far too long. Upon seeing Yi Chen, the lines on Sister Ping's weathered face softened into a smile. Ah, it is Master Yi Chen. What a pleasant surprise, though I have aged considerably. It is heartening to see you still in your prime. In my heart, Sister Ping shall forever embody unparalleled grace, replied Yi Chen with a chuckle. She then turned her gaze toward Zhongli. Ah, Zhongli, you have come as well. It has been a while, dear friend. Have you too come to seek me for something? Yi Chen responded with a smile. Sister Ping has a minor errand. Zhongli insisted on treating me to a meal. But in his haste, he neglected to bring any money. Zhongli frowned. So it is this matter. It seems you always forget your wallet. Zhongli. Not to worry, Sister Ping interjected. I have a little something on hand. Take this pouch for now, and should you require more, do not hesitate to return. Just as Zhongli was about to decline, Yi Chen had already taken the pouch from Sister Ping's outstretched hand. Thank you, Sister Ping, he said graciously. Zhongli, with a scowl, muttered, I knew I would be taken advantage of by Yi Chen. As they walked, Yi Chen began counting the money. Zhongli, Sister Ping is indeed generous. She gave us 100,000 mora. Zhongli chose to ignore him. Yi Chen continued. Zhongli, surely we have many old friends in Liyue Harbor? Zhongli was taken aback, realizing that 100,000 mora would suffice for a meal at Chuanyu Pavilion. This felt like a blatant robbery. I don't recall, he replied tersely. I do remember that Xiangling's guoba is the food deity's creation. Perhaps, Yi Chen interjected, the guoba has suffered enough already. Indeed, let us spare him this time. It appears he is genuinely out of money. Then tonight, we shall dine at Wanmin Hall. As you wish. Once more, they found themselves at Wanmin Hall. Upon spotting Zhongli and Yi Chen, Chef Mao feigned anger. You too, there shall be no complimentary dinner tonight. Oh, Chef Mao, do you truly believe my brother Zhongli would partake in a free meal? Yi Chen teased. Doesn't he seem like the type? Chef Mao countered. However, we must discuss something. Although Zhongli covered lunch, you invited us. Hence, it is only fair that I treat you to dinner tonight. We cannot be biased, can we? Chef Mao was momentarily at a loss, having spent his life in the restaurant business. He had never encountered such audacity, yet the logic in Yi Chen's words was undeniable. I knew it. Yi Chen's return bodes no good. He sighed. Very well, hurry along. This is your last meal. If you keep eating like this, Wanmin Hall will surely close down. That evening, they resumed their seats from lunch. Zhongli, head bowed, grumbled. Yi Chen, you are truly shameless. Yi Chen bristled at this remark, retorting, nonsense. I am merely fostering a bond with Chef Mao. If he did not wish to host us, do you think he would allow us in? Moreover, if we are speaking of shamelessness, you are the one who never brings money when dining out, always relying on credit or shamelessly asking for favors. Zhongli fell silent. Realizing the truth in Yi Chen's words, he often forgot his wallet, but he was equally impoverished. Unable to win the argument, he resigned himself to the conversation. Their meal arrived swiftly, complemented by fine wines from Mondstadt. Soon, they were engrossed in their drinks as the hall filled with patrons discussing the latest gossip. Hey, I heard some exhilarating news today. It seems that the venerable deity who has protected Liyue for millennia has recently resurrected. Indeed, my cousin works at Chiwenyu Pavilion, and he returned to inform me that the deity is alive and that this year's Festival of the Lost will resume. Is that true? Splendid. I knew our deity would not abandon us. I shall go home and offer my prayers. Zhongli, cup raised, froze at the last comment. Though he continued to safeguard Liyue, the word abandon stirred feelings of guilt within him. After all, he had watched over the land for millennia. While he rarely made appearances, the people had grown accustomed to his presence. Yet, in times of peril, they always thought of him first. He had become a symbol of faith for the people of Liyue. Observing Zhongli's contemplative demeanor, Chen spoke earnestly. Every power comes with its price. 1,000 privileges are accompanied by 1,000 responsibilities. As a deity among mortals, you have fulfilled your role splendidly. It is now time to entrust Liyue to its people. Though they will miss Morix, one day, time will transform longing into cherished memories, and that will be your finest sanctuary. Zhongli regarded Chen and downed his drink in one gulp, his expression returning to a placid state. He felt a sense of reassurance that Chen had a way of being infuriating, yet whenever he required support or solace, he was always at Zhongli's side. This, Zhongli believed, epitomized brotherhood. That I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude. No need for that. Now, let us indulge in some seafood. Zhongli nearly regurgitated his previous meal at the mention of seafood. The very thought was a nightmare to him. Decades spent vanquishing sea monsters at Liyue Harbor had been the most torturous period of his life. Yet, hearing Chen mention seafood brought him a strange sense of relief. As the Lord of Liyue, he had indeed sacrificed much, so perhaps retirement was warranted. They continued drinking for quite some time. Leaving Wanmin Hall with a pleasant buzz, the moon had quietly ascended to illuminate their shoulders, once again bearing witness to the reunion of two inebriated friends. This long-awaited encounter had spared much of the nostalgia, leaving only joyous memories. In that moment, Zhongli comprehended Chen's intentions and actions. After thousands of years apart, why dwell on the unhappy past? He remained himself, and Chen remained himself. They could still revel in each other's company as brothers, surpassing all else in the world. Upon returning to the Wangxing funeral parlor, Chen randomly chose a room and fell asleep. That night, Hu Tao stealthily made her way to Wuwang Hill, observing a nearby hilichurl peacefully slumbering on the cliff's edge. She found a perch of her own. Swinging her slender legs, she could not shake the tumult of emotions swirling in her mind. After encountering Chen earlier that day, she felt a peculiar urge to know him better, to engage him in conversation, as if countless questions lingered unasked. It felt as if they shared an intimacy that allowed for playful banter, for him to tug at her long braids, and for hand-holding. What a vexation it was, even more so than her fruitless pursuit of Chi-Chi. Hence, she found herself at Wuwang Hill, where only in this place could she find solace, gazing at the distant hilichurl. She began to sing a song of her own composition. The great hilichurl is ill, the second hilichurl observes, the third hilichurl gathers herbs, the fourth hilichurl brews. Her voice rang out, inadvertently rousing the nearby hilichurl, who groggily rubbed its mask, grumbling in discontent. That moment, a sudden sound of a soft puff emerged from behind Hu Tao. Unable to contain herself to her surprise, she heard Hu Tao singing the Qiuqiu ballad on the spot. At this juncture, Chen's memories of Hu Tao had resurfaced, and, well, how should one articulate it? It was indeed a complex sentiment. Upon hearing the sound, Hu Tao's heart suddenly conjured the image of Chen. She turned around and, sure enough, there he was, clad in a white robe, standing not far behind her, secretly mocking her. Instinctively, Hu Tao felt an urge to punch him twice. At that moment, her memories also awakened. Brother Chen, while I was sleeping just now, you stole a kiss from me. Therefore, when I grow up, you must marry me. If you don't marry me, I shall sing the Qiuqiu ballad for you. Brother Chen, when will you return? Once I captured Wei Gu, I will come back. And when will you marry me? Wait until you bury Chi-Chi as the 77th head of Wangxing funeral parlor. You must first achieve success in your career. At that time, Chen was merely a year older than Hu Tao. She was 13, and he was 14. Thus, Chen truly did not spare even the young maidens. Moreover, he was aware that Hu Tao ultimately did not sell Chi-Chi, meaning he had deceived even the little girls. Of course, there was a plethora of nonsensical chatter, which even made Chen feel somewhat embarrassed. Hu Tao gazed at Chen, her expression one of incredulity. It turned out they truly knew each other, and she had to insist that Chen marry her. No, those were merely tricks that Chen had played on her when she was too young to comprehend. Blushing, Hu Tao consoled herself. After all, she was a prodigy who could perform handstands and recite ancient poetry at the age of 3. How could she be easily deceived? Thus, it must have been a willing submission. Hu Tao fixed her gaze upon Chen, her familiar large eyes, one wide open and the other incessantly blinking, giving her an appearance reminiscent of a star and a moon, an adorably whimsical visage. Chen, you big bad guy. I am not. Still denying it. You haven't even found a way. How could you return? Chen pointed at the Chiu behind Hu Tao and said, because I have already found that scoundrel. Chapter 59. The trickster in Hu Tao's memories. Chen looked at Wei Chiu, who was about 10 meters away, wearing a mask and hunched over, muttering to himself, and he was enveloped in a peculiar excitement. After countless lifetimes, within the confines of his temporarily limited memory, he had finally located that man, or rather, the Chiu known as Wei, after drawing the scattered troops and misfiring the old Lord Lu. Chen had been genuinely vexed as to why his card draws always yielded mere non-emperors. Others would draw gold on their first try, double gold on 10 draws, or even the absurdity of quadruple or quintuple gold. While he, in pursuit of his favorite character, was met with a resounding sorry, please enjoy the big guarantee. Lacking funds to indulge in gacha, he had to toil away on tasks, search for treasures, and grind through the forest books, accumulating 110 entanglements over half a month only to be met with disappointment. That time, Chen had harbored thoughts of cornering the man named Wei in a restroom to demand an explanation. Fortunately, after perusing the tales of Mihuyu, he conceived the idea of reading those stories aloud to Wei. This fixation persisted even as Chen traversed to the Teyvat continent. And he had not anticipated encountering him tonight while seeing Hu Tao. What a remarkable coincidence. Hu Tao observed Chen's peculiar expression as he fixated on the Chiu behind him, her heart once aflame with excitement, plummeting to despair. As she regained her memories alongside Chen, she had come to realize who he truly was. The year her grandfather passed away, she was merely 13. Even at such a tender age, she had already ascended to the position of the 77th head of Wangxing Funeral Parlor. During the day, her cheerful demeanor was dedicated to managing the affairs of the parlor, yet each night, burdened by thoughts of her grandfather, she would gather provisions and water and venture to Wuwang Hill. Wuwang Hill served as the boundary between the human realm and the netherworld. If a departed soul had unfulfilled wishes, they could meet one last time there. Hu Tao visited every day, yet she never encountered her grandfather. Instead, she met a boy clad in white robes with remarkably handsome features. Upon seeing the head of the parlor, he approached her with a benevolent smile, a smile that, in hindsight, was unmistakably mischievous. He sat closely beside her, prompting her to instinctively shift away. When he leaned closer again, she retreated once more, and eventually, he ceased encroaching and instead initiated conversation. You must be Miss Hu Tao. Hello, I am Chen. At that moment, the head of the parlor did not acknowledge him. Sensing something peculiar about him, he continued to speak to himself. Miss Hu Tao, do not be alarmed. I am not a bad person. The reason I know your name is that a kind old man entrusted me with a dream. He mentioned he is enjoying his afterlife in the netherworld and is worried that his granddaughter suffers in the mortal realm. He fortuitously entered my dream to ask me to look after you. This statement was, of course, met with skepticism. Who would deceive a child? I am not a child. Everyone awakens from dreams, forgetting them upon waking. Yet the dream I experienced felt strikingly real. You cannot imagine how frightened I was. Thus, I sought out the village elder, Granny Exine, renowned as a fortune teller across Teyvat, and I desired her assistance in interpreting the dream. Guess what she said? At that moment, I was so preoccupied with my grandfather's affairs that I unwittingly fell into his fabricated tale, merely echoing. What did she say? In retrospect, from the moment I responded to him, I had already been deceived. What a scoundrel! Granny Exine interpreted the dream thus. The heart resembles a double silk net, entangled with countless knots. 1,000-mile bond is tethered by a single thread. Night blooms with yearning, sorrowing the years of youth. What does this mean? Hu Tao inquired curiously. Granny Exine proclaimed that upon reaching the age of yearning, a heavenly match would arrive. This was fate sending me my destined partner. Naturally, I did not believe her, so she instructed me to visit Wuwang Hill that night, where a lovely girl awaited, destined to be my wife. I thought to myself, is Granny Exine merely teasing children? Thus, I dismissed the notion, but for some reason tonight, I felt compelled to visit Wuwang Hill to admire the night scenery and unexpectedly found you here. You are indeed Hu Tao, correct? The old man in my dream mentioned you by name. Despite being quite clever, the head of the parlor, upon hearing his words, failed to recognize that he was being entirely deceived. He even harbored a modicum of belief in his words since he had mentioned her name and referenced her grandfather. The words of her grandfather were something the head of the parlor would always trust. Then it was he who spoke again. "Miss Hu Tao, while I have indeed seen you here, I can now confidently assert that Granny Xin was deceiving me. I have read numerous books that state when one sees a girl they admire, their heart will flutter like a fawn. I did not experience such a sensation, did you, Miss Hu Tao?" At that moment, the head of the parlor foolishly placed her hand over her heart and shook her head at him. "No, I told you. It's all a lie." Later, he disclosed that he had wished to touch her heart to ascertain whether she was deceiving him. When he reached this point, he fell silent, leaving the head of the parlor in a state of turmoil, reluctant to engage him in conversation. After a while, as she rested her chin in her hands and gazed up at the stars, he imitated her gesture and also looked up at the stars, then began to console her. "Miss Hu Tao, do you know, the elders in our village say that when a person passes away and enters the netherworld, their soul transforms into a star in the sky, watching over their loved ones, guarding them and blessing them, hoping they remain joyful every day. Is that true? I have never heard of such a thing." "Indeed, just look at the sky. The brightest star is your loved one, watching over your every move. Therefore, you must not be unhappy. Otherwise, your departed loved one will also feel sorrow. It was the first time that the master of this hall foolishly believed his words. Subsequently, he sat beside me and began to recount the stories he knew. He spoke of a time when the underworld was plagued by numerous malevolent spirits, beyond the control of its deities. Eventually, a monkey was summoned to subdue those wicked souls, casting them down into the 18 layers of hell. From that moment, the inhabitants of the underworld began to live joyous lives, even happier than those in the mortal realm. The master of this hall began to trust him, believing that his grandfather, who had ventured into the underworld, was also leading a blissful existence, watching over me from the heavens, urging me to find happiness. Aware that I was managing the Hall of Rebirth, he began to offer advice, stating that no business could thrive by merely waiting for customers to arrive. One must actively promote their offerings, especially during festive seasons when crowds gather. This, he claimed, would raise awareness of the Hall of Rebirth and improve its fortunes. He also suggested that if business was slow, one could hold discount promotions or even offer comprehensive pickup and delivery services. That first night, we gradually became acquainted, and I discovered that despite being of similar age, he possessed a wealth of knowledge, an impressive young man. It wasn't until I was about to part ways that I learned his name was Yi Chen. That day marked the happiest moment since my grandfather's departure. Merely conversing with him had dispelled my inner turmoil with his occasional humor. As I prepared to leave, he inquired whether I would return the following day. The master of this hall hesitated slightly before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Though he did not particularly enjoy his company on the following night, he arrived before me that I was astonished to see that he had somehow procured a large stone, as wide as a person, placing it at the edge of a cliff, with thick cushions set on either side. The nights at Wuwang Slope were too chilly, and sitting on the ground was detrimental to one's health. The cushions would offer greater comfort. That moment, I found him quite considerate, for he was the first to show concern for me since my grandfather's departure. That evening, he sang a song to himself, a peculiar melody that was truly enchanting, particularly the line, "The sky is awaiting the misty rain, while I await you." Upon hearing it, my heart began to race. He then started to teach me how to sing. And I, the master of this hall, proved remarkably talented, composing a tune titled Choo Choo Ballad in a single night. As he listened to my singing, his joy was infectious, and I too felt elated. Days passed, and under his guidance, the business at the Hall of Rebirth flourished, while I found my days filled with fulfillment and happiness. However, I noticed that the large stone that had once separated us was gradually diminishing in size. When I inquired about it, he claimed it had accidentally fallen, and he found another stone of similar size. The stone shrank. The distance between us drew closer. That winter, heavy snowfall blanketed Wuwang Slope, and the stone vanished. Observing the snowflakes cascading before us, he remarked that two individuals leaning against each other could share warmth, thus warding off the chill. Though I possessed the eye of the gods, I still chose to heed his fanciful tales. Consequently, the distance between us vanished entirely on the night of the Liua Lantern Festival. I could not discern whether he accompanied me or I accompanied him. That night was spent together. He had somehow acquired an abundance of fireworks, adorning the cliffside with vibrant blossoms of color. Gazing at the fireworks exploding in the sky, surrounded by the splendid hues of the blossoms and by Yi Chen's presence. I felt an overwhelming sense of romance, an inexplicable anticipation welled within me, hoping he would speak to me of fortune-telling, love, and entrustments, just as he had on our first meeting. Yet, he appeared quite serious, standing beside me and asking if I thought he was handsome. I looked up, smiling at the brightest star in the sky, silently assuring my grandfather that I was doing well and happy, that he need not worry. At that moment, he suddenly turned to me, calling my name. Hu Tao. I realized my heart was racing. You don't believe me? Feel for yourself. Don't just look. Go ahead and touch. Upon hearing this, my heart felt as though it might leap from my throat. I assumed he was about to confess his feelings. I obediently placed my hand on his heart, which indeed raced rapidly, causing my cheeks to flush involuntarily. He then said, "Since you touched me, I should touch you too. That would be fair." I was taken aback. Before I could react, a handsome hand was already resting on my heart, and to my astonishment, he squeezed it firmly. I couldn't quite recall my expression at that moment. My eyes must have widened, my mouth agape, and my face surely flushed with disbelief. Yi Chen had always appeared so honorable. I never anticipated he would engage in such audacious behavior. Could this be what it meant to be fond of someone? Yet, this rascal touched me and then ran away, seemingly uninterested in confessing it all. That evening, I bit him in frustration. After the Lantern Festival, spring approached. He claimed to have learned fortune-telling from Granny Xin and sought to teach me, subsequently tricking me into holding his hand. Once the snow had completely melted, he began to take me back to his quaint village. The villagers, elders, and aunts alike, were friendly and warm-hearted. However, conversing with him proved to be entertaining. Upon meeting me, they warned me that Yi Chen was a rascal and urged me not to be deceived by him. Though I could see the joy in their eyes. It was a rather peculiar atmosphere. As time passed, his antics became even more outrageous. He began taking me on escapades to pilfer items from the villagers, be it julienne peppers, dried radishes, or even chicks. When he asked what I wanted to eat, he would steal from household to household, brazenly, akin to a bandit, even deliberately making noise to alert the occupants inside. The families would curse him from within, calling him a rascal, yet none ever pursued him. Only after he left did Granny Xin reveal that Yi Chen had helped the villagers greatly. He refused their gifts, claiming that the stolen goods tasted better. A bizarre quirk, yet stealing with him was undeniably thrilling and immensely fun. As spring arrived, he grew restless, often touching me and asking if I had grown at all, requesting I touch him as well. Such indecent remarks, naturally, I would not acquiesce. He had yet to confess his feelings. Consequently, we often bickered. He delighted in tugging at my long ponytail, which prompted me to pinch his ear in retaliation. Occasionally, we would cook together, and I would blend julienne peppers into juice for him to drink, causing his mouth to swell like a wild boar. While I watched from a distance, laughing heartily. He would feign anger, claiming that nothing could be resolved without a kiss, and I would fall for his tricks yet again. Eventually, I discovered he was fully aware that the drink was made from julienne peppers. He simply wished to kiss me. The mischief of his true nature began to surface. This way of life continued for an entire year. One night, he finally spoke the truth. He confessed that from the very first day we met, he had been deceiving me, for he had already known me then. He admitted that he had liked me from that moment, but did not know how to express it. So he fabricated a story to trick himself. Tales of the underworld, stars, and fortune-telling were all merely his ruse. He was, indeed, a grand deceiver. Yet, despite being tricked, I felt no anger. On the contrary, I was elated because he had finally confessed his feelings to me. On that day, he announced his intention to embark on a journey, which might last a long time, leaving me infuriated. Having held my hand, touched my heartbeat, and stolen kisses, how could he simply leave? I inquired when he would return, and he replied that he would come back once he found a creature named Dawei Chio. I then asked when he would marry me, to which he responded that it would be when I caught Chi-Chi. That year, I was 14, and he was 15, and many years passed without a sight of him. He never found Dawei Chio. Regrettably, I also failed to catch Chi-Chi. I had come close several times, even once managing to half-bury Chi-Chi. Yet he still managed to escape. Eventually, for reasons unknown, I gradually forgot the events concerning Yi Chen. Little did I know that today, all those memories would resurface. However, seeing Yi Chen fixated on the Chio people, oblivious to my presence, I glared at him with wide eyes, pouting in displeasure. Yi Chen withdrew his gaze from Dawei Chio, smiling as he looked at me, unconsciously rubbing his nose, a rare expression of guilt crossing his features. Damn it, how many girls had he deceived back then? Not calling you Brother Yi Chen anymore, are we? I was genuinely upset. Hu Tao, it's been a while. The master of this hall was now quite angry. I shall escort you back to the village to pilfer some food. The esteemed leader does not approve. Why don't you recite a poem for me? Is it customary for the poetry of the Xiaoxiang sect to be casually recited to peculiar individuals? Or perhaps I could accompany you in capturing Chi-Chi. Upon hearing this, Hu Tao's large eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Capturing Chi-Chi and marrying the esteemed leader sounds rather appealing. The esteemed leader must contemplate this further. After a brief pause, Yi Chun, the esteemed leader, has made up her mind. Let us proceed to capture Chi-Chi together. If you fail to catch her, I shall reward you with a bottle of absolute cloud juice. No, wait, you must catch Chi-Chi first. With memories restored, those familiar scenes returned. Yi Chun smiled and said, I will do my utmost, not merely to try. It is imperative. So, Hu Tao, do you know where Chi-Chi is? I do. Let us hurry, for if we delay, that little slippery one might escape. This time, the esteemed leader shall certainly capture her, or rather, Yi Chun, you must seize her. Yi Chun turned to glance at the great hilichurl, saying, Hu Tao, wait a moment while I deal with this hilichurl. With that, Yi Chun summoned the Scaramouch from his backpack. Scaramouch, go and unleash your specialties upon this great hilichurl. Feel free to insult him. Obediently, Scaramouch approached, and soon, foul language left Hu Tao utterly dumbfounded. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chun moved beside Hu Tao and grasped her small hand. It had been quite some time since he had last read fortunes. He was unsure of how accurate his predictions might be. Chapter 60. Gaining the ability to utilize geo-elements. Hu Tao's small hand was suddenly captured by Yi Chun, causing her petite face to flush crimson. She hadn't anticipated that Yi Chun would dare to act so boldly. How could he be so mischievous upon their initial meeting? After being away for so long, the esteemed leader still bore some lingering annoyance. Yi Chun squeezed Hu Tao's tiny hand. It was delicate and soft, while the proximity of their bodies was fragrant. With his other hand restlessly attempting to delve deeper, Hu Tao blinked and suddenly bit down on Yi Chun's hand. No, it was that hand that committed the misdeed. As she spoke, she seized Yi Chun's other hand and bit it as well. No, that's incorrect. Let me have another go. Yi Chun smiled wryly at Hu Tao. Allowing her to gnaw at him as she pleased, It was all in good fun. Letting her vent her frustrations was acceptable, especially considering he was prepared for such antics. Nevertheless, he cautioned, Hu Tao, your hands are dirty. I know they're dirty. If they weren't, I wouldn't bother biting. After several playful nibbles that lacked any real force, Hu Tao seemed somewhat unsatisfied. With both hands gripping Yi Chun's waist, she gradually exerted pressure, simultaneously glaring at him with her beautiful large eyes while singing, Ouch, it hurts. I truly am in pain. But you are the one pinching me, are you not? Where does it hurt? Yi Chun's lips twitched. Having bitten and pinched him, Hu Tao quickly calmed down. Her naturally optimistic disposition shone through. Yi Chun looked at her and said with a smile, Hu Tao, it seems you have grown since we last met. Hu Tao blinked and disdainfully huffed. The esteemed leader was always quite mature. You shan't deceive me again, or I shall bite off your claws. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. She had caught on. Oh no, she has grown cleverer. At that moment, Hu Tao darted away from Yi Chun's grasp and approached the great hilichurl with curiosity, pointing at him. Yi Chun, this hilichurl is quite peculiar. Why is he hiding his face and wearing a mask? Is this truly the great hilichurl you've been seeking? He'd be in deeper trouble if revealed. Strength yields miracles. The great hilichurl is no mere saying. When these fellows get serious, they can surely cause havoc. To think there exists a hilichurl who cannot show his face. What a trickster. Watch as the esteemed leader removes his mask. With practiced skill, Hu Tao employed her claw-like hands, her 10 slender fingers reaching for the great hilichurl's face. Yet no matter how she pulled, the mask refused to budge. Yi Chun, how strange. Why can't I remove this mask from the hilichurl? He is surprisingly well behaved, not retaliating no matter how I prod. Truly a curious little creature. Seeing Hu Tao playfully toying with the great hilichurl, Yi Chun kindly reminded, Hu Tao, shall we not pursue Chi-Chi? If we delay further, she may very well escape. Hu Tao tapped her forehead. Oh no, I almost forgot. Yi Chun, let us hurry. That little rascal Chi-Chi is hiding beneath Amber Mountain, thinking I wouldn't find out. She has fled all the way from Liyue Harbor to Amber Mountain. You are aware of this. Poor Chi-Chi. By the way, Yi Chun, what about this hilichurl? Shall we take him along? No need. I'll leave him to Scaramouch to keep an eye on. He'll take good care of the great hilichurl until I can fetch a clown to film a movie. Alas, I wonder if the great hilichurl is male or female. It matters little. The clown wouldn't mind die in the dead of night in Liyue. a man and woman hurried along the uneven mountain path. Hu Tao leaped ahead, while Chen followed closely behind, contemplating how to address the potential chaos ahead. Point one would be troublesome. What if four appeared together? Although he had prepared in advance, it might not suffice. Some arrangements must be made. Suddenly, Hu Tao halted in her tracks, indignantly exclaiming, Chen, you promised to read my fortune. Have you forgotten? Chen was taken aback. After so many years without fortune-telling, if he failed to deliver, the esteemed leader would certainly not let him off lightly. Chen's lips twitched as he grasped Hu Tao's small hand. This girl was indeed endearing. Chen, that foul-mouthed little rascal from earlier must be your son. He was quite entertaining and adept at insults. He must have learned from you. Noticing Hu Tao's fingers tightening slightly, Chen chuckled. Hu Tao, he is not my son. He is a segment of an executive from our Fatui. Oh, is that so? Of course. How could I possibly deceive you? You've deceived me plenty, haven't you? Just a tad, perhaps not a tad. Aside from when you departed, you have deceived me at every moment. And what of that 10 billion more today? I recall Zhongli, that ancient relic, stating it was merely a bride price. What is a bride price, anyway? A bride price is a splendid custom from my homeland. To marry a little fairy, one must offer a great deal of it. Upon hearing Chen describe himself as a little fairy, Hu Tao's spirits lifted. Oh, I see. So is 10 billion more a substantial amount? By the standards of both our worlds, it is indeed an exorbitant sum. So much? Then I shall reluctantly accept it. However, since you've given me all your money, do you still have any left? Truthfully, I don't require much money and no matter. I spend little when I venture out. Even if I run out of funds, I have the Northern Bank at my disposal to spend freely. Rich person, that belongs to me. The pair walked swiftly, soon arriving at Amber Mountain. Chi should be hiding around here. Let us search for her. This time, the esteemed leader shall ensure she is hidden in a place where no one can find her. The base of a small hill, a little girl adorned with talismans and clad in a purple dress trembled upon hearing Hu Tao's voice. Hu Tao, it's Hu Tao. She has come again to capture Chi. Just then, Chen spotted a familiar figure clad in black, stealthily escaping from a certain location, as if he had committed a misdeed. Chen froze. That partially visible profile was all too familiar. It was the doctor. No, it should be referred to as the doctor's segment, for this person possessed weak abilities. Chen stroked his chin, pondering, what brings the doctor's segment to such a desolate place in the dead of night? Amber Mountain is already on the outskirts of Liyue. Could the doctor be heading to Sumeru? But wait. This segment seems to have emerged from the Varukasha tree, and the Lord of the Waters. Chen's heart raced. At that moment, the strongest rebellious system in his mind suddenly chimed. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully retrieved the memories of the Lord of the Waters and gained the ability to wield geo-elements. Your strength has increased, now equating to that of 2 Fatui harbingers. Now it was Chen's turn to be bewildered. What in the world? The one who restored my ability to use geo-elements isn't Ningguang, but rather the Lord of the Waters. As Chen witnessed the memories of the Lord of the Waters, he was genuinely stunned. Did I not spare even a dragon? Chapter 61, Ultimate Torment, the Shameless Humanity in the Depths of Memory. It is revealed that long ago, in Liyue, there existed a colossal dragon, not one that soared majestically through the skies, but rather a venerable stone dragon, its massive form as imposing as the mountains themselves. This dragon lay in slumber, nestled among the peaks near the South Heaven Gate, becoming one with the rugged terrain. Yet, despite being a dragon, he was blind. It was then that Chen sought him out. At that time, Chen, feeling a sense of ennui, fancied the idea of having a dragon as a steed to enhance his stature and thus contemplated the idea of the Ruatua Dragon King. It is well known that the Geo element possesses the strongest defensive capabilities, and Chen understood that confronting this obstinate creature head-on would yield little compliance. Thus, he devised a cunning plan, adopting the role of a chemist. The primary component of stone is calcium carbonate, which can be corroded using strong acids and bases. Chen embarked on a quest to concoct a potent acid. After numerous attempts with various ingredients, he finally succeeded in creating a solution known as concentrated sulfuric acid. He produced an ample supply, excavating a lake adjacent to the South Heaven Gate, filled entirely with his concoction of concentrated sulfuric acid. With everything in place, Chen commenced a relentless routine of pouring the acid onto the Ruatua Dragon King's tail day after day. Due to the immense size of the Ruatua Dragon King, he remained oblivious to the peculiar occurrences at first, until the corrosion left him with barely half of his once mighty tail. It was only then that he felt pain. That day, an extraordinarily strange battle erupted at the South Heaven Gate. A gigantic, blind dragon raged, the earth trembling with its fury that a seemingly insignificant human darted about in the air, wielding a pipe as thick as an arm, tirelessly dousing the dragon with concentrated sulfuric acid. Yet, the cunning human evaded capture, slipping away each time the Ruatua pinpointed his location. This confrontation persisted from dawn until dusk. The foolish human, ultimately exhausted, declared a retreat, promising to return the next day. The Ruatua Dragon King, believing that Yi Chun had fled out of fear of defeat, smugly returned to his slumber. Little did he know, this relentless cycle continued for 100 days, with the diminutive human appearing daily to engage him in battle. As time wore on, the dragon's injuries compounded, leaving him fatigued and devoid of respite. On the 100th day, the Ruatua succumbed to Yi Chun's relentless assault. He had never envisioned being bested by such a diminutive human. It was not that he lacked the strength to overcome him. Rather, the human's audacity was unparalleled. The dragon could not even touch him, yet he was grievously wounded by a strange liquid, nearly losing his tail. The human even threatened that should he not submit, he would harm the dragon's brethren. 100 days, a blind dragon, tormented for a full century by a mere human. Even the Ruatua was on the brink of collapse. Humanity, I concede. I, the Ruatua Dragon King, yield. I implore you, spare my brother. He is my lifeline. Very well, Yi Chun replied. Though I had intended to eliminate your brother today, I shall let him be for now. However, you must agree to 2 conditions. What are they? As long as my brother remains safe, I shall acquiesce to anything. First, you shall serve as my mount for a time, and once I tire of the amusement, I will release you. Amusement? I am a dragon, a magnificent divine dragon. No, I, the Ruatua Dragon King, shall never serve a mere human. Think of your brother, Ruatua. We shall discuss this further. I will serve. Yes, I shall. Ah, good. Once I have had my fill of entertainment, I will let you go. And what is the second condition, esteemed human? I see you are a blind dragon, enduring much. I can have my friend restore your sight. But you must fight alongside him and protect him. Upon hearing of the possibility of regaining his sight, Ruatuo's heart leaped with joy. If his vision were restored, perhaps he could eliminate the insufferable human before him. However, fate had other plans, as he soon encountered that very human again. This individual was formidable yet surprisingly amiable, certainly more agreeable than Yi Chun. From that day forth, Ruatua became Yi Chun's steed. Albeit for a brief period, as Yi Chun grew weary of the arrangement after merely 3 months, subsequently handing Ruatua over to Morix. Having relived this significant memory, Yi Chun found himself astonished. Did I truly engage in such actions? How utterly unprincipled of me. Yet, it struck him as somewhat unsurprising, eliciting a chuckle. And as for the wealthy, I plundered their abode for an entire year. Perhaps such perseverance was honed through these experiences. Nearby, Hu Tao observed Yi Chun's dazed laughter with a frown. Why, Yi Chun, are you still coming with me to find Chi-Chi? If we delay any longer, that little girl will surely escape, with a smile. Yi Chun responded, Hu Tao, I've encountered an unexpected matter. Let us postpone our search for Chi-Chi today. I wish to introduce you to an old friend of mine. Hu Tao widened her eyes, suddenly blinking. Why, Yi Chun, have you forgotten your promise to me? I have not, but this matter is truly pressing. There are those who wish to see me harmed. Startled at the mention of a threat against Yi Chun, Hu Tao demanded, who is it? Do they believe they can intimidate the head of the Wangxing funeral parlor? Seeing Hu Tao's fierce demeanor, Yi Chun chuckled. Fear not. It's but a trivial issue. I genuinely have a friend eager to meet you. Besides, Chi-Chi has been at the Buba pharmacy. Capturing her will be a simple task. Hu Tao pondered this, realizing Chi-Chi would not evade capture. Will you take me along to meet your old friend? Of course, my friends are inherently yours as well. Very well. We shall temporarily spare that little rascal, Chi-Chi. Below, Chi-Chi listened intently to their conversation, exhaling a sigh of relief. This time, Yi Chun, brother, has saved Chi-Chi. I shall not forget. She promptly jotted down the event in her little notebook, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Yi Chun had initially come to capture her. Yi Chun took Hu Tao's hand once more, and together they made their way towards the Flaw Tree. This moment, within the grand hall of the Flaw Tree, a colossal stone dragon lay contentedly in its lair, lost in thoughts of a female dragon. The diminutive human, referred to as the Doctor, had recently approached him, presenting a wondrous technique. He could use his science to create counterparts of his kind, who would assist in crafting a female dragon for him. All for the price of eliminating a mere human. A Fatui Executive, my lord, Reflecting on the humanity he had slain over the years, he dismissed the executive's significance, feeling rather fortunate. A female dragon. After 6 millennia of solitude. I have waited far too long. Chapter 62. Ruwa Tua. Here's a playmate for you. The blue door slowly creaked open. In the Ruwa Tua, Dragon King raised his proud head, his blood-red eyes fixated on the entrance. In walked a pair of exquisitely matched individuals, an enchanting couple. The man wore a smile that was utterly detestable, while the girl regarded him with curiosity. Insignificant humans, have you come to seek your demise? The Ruwa Tua Dragon King mocked. Chen, casting a glance at the Ruwa Tua, replied with a smile, Ruwa Tua, it has been quite some time. Have you truly forgotten me? As soon as the words escaped his lips, the Ruwa Tua shrank back in fear, his body instinctively coiling in trepidation as he fixated on Chen. Though he had never seen Chen's visage, that voice was indelibly etched in his memory. It was the source of his greatest anguish. Chen, it's Chen, that shameless human. How has he returned? You. No, it is you, my lord. You have returned, Hu Tao exclaimed. Wow, what a massive creature. It looks like so much fun. Chen ignored the Ruwa Tua and turned to Hu Tao. Would you like to play? I can have him serve as your mount for a while. Could I ride him to capture Chi? I believe that would expedite the process. That girl had quite the fixation on capturing Chi. Seemingly intent on marrying me. I fear that may not be possible. Allowing him to roam freely is perilous. This divine dragon has a rebellious spirit. Should he dare to stir up trouble, I would be compelled to expend effort to subdue him. The Ruwa Tua Dragon King gazed blankly at Chen, a chill running down his spine. Here we go again. He has returned. My lord, I harbor no rebellious thoughts. I have always been your steed. Oh, is that so? By the way, didn't I just see a human emerge alive from your vicinity? Human? No human has emerged. The humans who entered have all perished. Ruwa Tua, have you forgotten how your tail has been shortened by half? I am well aware of the stones you possess, though you still dare to deceive me. My lord, I would not dare. I truly would not. Chen, holding Hu Tao's hand, slowly approached Ruta, the Dragon King, and suddenly patted his head, chuckling. Rana, if you do not speak soon, you may find the opportunity slipping away. My lord, I shall speak. I shall. TSK, still lacking any backbone, just as in the old days. Ruwa Tua replied. Who could dare to have a temper when you have set your sights on them? Then, do tell. A diminutive human just entered, seeking to broker a deal with me. What kind of deal? He claims to possess the most powerful technology in this world, capable of replicating a small female dragon for my amusement. However, he has set a condition. I must kill a human, specifically the 12th harbinger of the Fatui. I thought, being just a mere human, I could agree to this. Upon hearing this, Chen laughed. As expected, my companions in the Fatui have not forgotten about me. Even after I have taken refuge in Liyue, they still wish to kill me. Fearing they cannot succeed, they have resorted to seducing a dragon. How amusing. Yet, this also served as a reminder to Chen that the Fatui harbingers remain relentless in their pursuit of him. Have they mentioned when they plan to act? They did not specify, but they will come for me, and they have designated this mission as kill Chen and seize Zhongli. Kill Chen and seize Zhongli. While killing me is one thing, why would they wish to take Zhongli? Surely they do not think I learned my techniques from Zhongli upon arriving in Liyue. Am I not worthy of my own technological prowess? Excellent, excellent, they truly look down upon me. Yet, this is somewhat understandable. My furnace is indeed quite extraordinary, capable of crafting the harbingers, and it even inflicts the same damage upon their true forms that Chen suspected that in a past life. He may have taken something from these harbingers or perhaps altered something, or even that one of his past lives was dedicated to such endeavors. Truly, I am Chen. In truth, the reason the Fatui harbingers are wary of him is not his strength, but rather his ability to create harbingers. Should he succeed in crafting them, they would become his playthings. Being constantly on edge would be far worse than death for them. Their eagerness to eliminate him is thus understandable. However, for the sake of the Queen of Winter, a little play would suffice. He could not truly end their lives. After all, if he were to have an impure relationship with that individual, these harbingers would be considered his own. How perplexing. Furthermore, the old scoundrel from his previous life had already cautioned him. Playing is permissible, but one must not genuinely take a life. Chen chuckled. Rata, you agreed to all this for just a small female dragon? When did they become so worthless? I have lived for over 6,000 years and have yet to see even a single small female dragon. I have, however, encountered that a Nemo dragon, though it was male. I did not dismiss him. Why would he refuse to play together? What is so significant about it? Ruatua looked at Yi Chun with some confusion. My lord, does that person have a connection to you? Unfortunately, I am currently the 12th harbinger of the Fatui, Yi Chun. With a thud, Ruatua, the Dragon King, fell to his knees in shock. How could those foolish humans dare to deceive me? Ruatua, the Dragon King, claiming that the young master is merely a minor character whom they could easily crush. If I were to stamp my foot, Yi Chun could very well render my limbs, if not all 5 of them. Useless. My lord, I truly did not know it was you. No harm done. Ignorance is no crime. I am quite magnanimous. Upon hearing this, the great Ruatua nearly lost control of himself. By the way, Ruatua, do you know who Zhongli is? In fact, you are acquainted with him. You met not long ago. And no, it cannot be. It is best you do not speak of it, lest he arrive shortly. Ruatua felt as though he might perish. Were these Fatui harbingers truly so foolish? Why target these 2 ancestors? One is the Geo-Archon Morix, whose might is beyond measure, and the other, no need to elaborate, simply a devil. Such a pity for my small female dragon. It seems there will be no opportunity for us to meet. Observing Ruatuo's obedient demeanor, Yi Chun clapped his hands, saying, I shall not hold this matter against you today. Just wait for them to arrive. And you shall accompany me in a performance. Yes, my lord, I shall heed your command. Hu Tao, standing aside, listened intently yet comprehended little, only knowing that Yi Chun seemed quite formidable, having frightened even the large creature before them. Yi Chun, it is about time to return. Would you like to ride him for a while? No, thank you. He defecates everywhere. Ra? At that moment, Yi Chun spoke again. Ruatua, do not dwell on your small female dragon. I cannot produce one, and those fools certainly cannot either. However, I shall send you someone to play with. With that, Yi Chun tossed a wealthy individual before him. I know you can transform into a human. Let him help you clean up. Remember to wash thoroughly, and if you find he is thirsty, reward him with some dragon's water. And do not let him die from your play. Chapter 63, When It Gets Serious. Even I wield a blade, Ruatua. Humans, haha. Insignificant humans, I, Ruatua, have arrived. The wealthy individual dreamed of Yi Chun before him, taking away all his mora in box after box, before being dismembered by Yi Chun. At the moment his head was severed, he gasped in horror and suddenly awoke from this nightmare. Glancing around his familiar room, the wealthy individual wiped the cold sweat from his brow in relief. Thank goodness, it was just a dream. After moistening his lips, feeling parched, he got up to fetch some water. Just as the cup approached his lips, his pupils widened in terror, as if he had discovered something horrifying. His mouth could not close, seemingly blocked by a large stone, which also pressed insistently, as if attempting to pierce through his body, observing the water cup in his hand, which he could not move. The wealthy individual quickly realized the truth. Why Yi Chun? It must be Yi Chun. That devil has stuffed a stone in my mouth. Does he wish to choke me? This torturous agony soon passed, lasting only a few seconds before Yi Chun. The Abyss Mage. Hu Tao exclaimed. This time it was Yi Chun who was taken aback. He had just meticulously surveyed his surroundings and found not even a single bird. So where on earth did this Abyss Mage come from? At this hour, cursed all. To spend all day hunting geese only to be pecked blind by them. Yi Chun released Hu Tao and turned around, only to behold an Abyss Mage clad in a blue cloak standing before him. In that moment, Yi Chun felt an overwhelming urge to dismantle this wretched creature piece by piece. Just as he was about to take action, Hu Tao brandished the staff of Homa and swiftly dispatched the Abyss Mage with ease. Once she had finished, the young girl cast a glance at Yi Chun and fled, her heart racing. Yi Chun's demeanor had been utterly terrifying. She felt as though he might devour her. Moreover, that peculiar sensation lingered. She had felt entirely defenseless. Allowing the wicked Yi Chun to bully her, the master of the domain would never be at the mercy of others, not even Yi Chun. Meanwhile, Yi Chun gazed at the desiccated branches of the earth's veins below, a slight smile gracing his lips. The strongest rebellious system. Congratulations to the host for reclaiming the memories of Dainsleif. The torrent of fragmented memories began to coalesce, revealing a striking boy with golden hair and large blue eyes. Around 5 or 6 years old, wielding a hefty sword and practicing his swordsmanship in an open field, with none other than himself standing beside him. He was the master of Dainsleif. Lace, haven't you eaten? You can barely hold the sword. The little boy wore a pitiful expression. Master, this sword is so heavy, I can't lift it. Let me see. It seems I've given you the wrong one. Here, take an even heavier one. Master, I've already practiced 1,000 strikes today. Can I go play with Sister Lingdang now? You promised me so soon. Then practice 1,000 more strikes. But, no buts. Master, why must you be so strict with me? Yi Chen gently stroked Dainsleif's little head and replied solemnly, because you are Dainsleif, the sword of the last light, the captain of the royal guards of Kinria, a man who had lived in torment for 500 years without ever emerging from it. In his memories, the master and disciple spent every day teaching and practicing swordsmanship together. The master was exceedingly stern, while the disciple was quite obedient. This was the most serious memory Yi Chen had temporarily regained. Perhaps the only aspect reflecting Yi Chen's personality was that he called Dainsleif Lace, a somewhat awkward name. Suddenly, Yi Chen looked up at the sky, where a pair of blue eyes were intently fixed upon him. Lace, aren't you coming down? Must I keep looking up at you? A shadow descended like the wind, landing silently before Yi Chen, dressed in a familiar blue cloak, with golden hair and a right eye covered by a patch, revealing a pair of sapphire-like crystalline eyes and an exceptionally handsome face. The man before him bore a look of helplessness. Master, it truly is you. Yi Chen attempted to jest. If you have no other master, then it must be me. Little Lace. It has been a long time. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Dainsleif suddenly knelt, banging his head 3 times on the ground with a loud thud. To Yi Chen's astonishment, he burst into tears. The mere utterance of Little Lace, it has been a long time, ignited a blaze that shattered the fragile strings of his heart. After 500 years. Amidst pain and despair, no one knew how Dainsleif had managed to hold on, until the moment he laid eyes on his master. The tension in his heart finally snapped. Yi Chen watched as Dainsleif knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, and felt a twinge of discomfort. He inwardly chastised himself. I can be quite ruthless, even to myself. Yet, this sting of pain felt all too real. Chapter 64. Hu Tao's doubts. After running for a while, Hu Tao realized Yi Chen was nowhere to be found. An unease suddenly gripped her heart. Could it be that Yi Chen is angry with me? But who could blame him for being so wicked? Touching her so brazenly? The master of the domain would not allow such bullying. Perhaps it was best to return and search for him. The forest felt eerie and perilous if he were to perish. She would have to recover his body, and he hadn't even compensated her. Thus, with a tangle of emotions, Hu Tao turned back, only to catch sight of Yi Chen cradling a man in his arms. Weeping profusely, Hu Tao was taken aback. What? That's a man. Why is he crying in Yi Chen's embrace? It seemed the two shared a deep intimacy. In an instant, Hu Tao felt as though she had stumbled upon a great secret. Yi Chen was quite familiar with Zhongli, and now this man as well. Could it be that Yi Chen has a preference for men? No, she must hide and observe carefully. If it were true, what would she do? Dainsleif continued to cry in Yi Chen's arms for over half an hour before finally ceasing, releasing his hold and wiping away his tears, offering an awkward smile akin to that of a child caught misbehaving. Hu Tao thought to herself, that man smiled. He actually smiled. There must be something going on between them. Yi Chen had long since noticed Hu Tao hiding in the grass, her large eyes blinking incessantly in the moonlight. And he felt a pang of bitterness. Now he had been caught in Dainsleif's predicament. However, he couldn't bring himself to interrupt Dainsleif. In Yi Chen's heart, he was the most pitiable soul on Teyvat. Moreover, he was his disciple. Yi Chen patted Dainsleif's shoulder and sighed. Go ahead and cry. It will do you good. Dainsleif, moved, said, Master, I am sorry. I have disappointed you. I failed to protect Kinria. Yi Chen shook his head. The past events of the Moonlight Palace concealed many secrets of Teyvat, not to mention the Primordial War, the Archon War, which ceased following the establishment of the Seven, and then the downfall of Kinria. Civilization begins with wisdom, and wisdom leads to destruction. When humanity possesses boundless wisdom, it breeds insatiable ambition, even daring to encroach upon the realm of the divine, ultimately leading to the demise of Kinria. How could the gods permit the denizens of the land of mud to tread upon their sacred garden? For the gods, such an act would tarnish their divine dignity. Kinria was a powerful nation built solely by humans. Proud of its unprecedented prosperity and splendid civilization, even to the point of madness, drawing upon the powers of the abyss. Thus, the downfall of Kinria was inevitable, as their ambition and strength were fundamentally mismatched. Yi Chen found a clean spot to sit and patted the ground beside him, signaling for Dainsleif to join him. He then produced 2 bottles of wine from his space. Hu Tao thought. Are they going to drink? After drinking, will they engage in some bizarre activities? Dainsleif sat beside Yi Chen, taking the wine he offered, and the two began to drink in silence. Dainsleif had so much he wanted to say to his master. Yet upon seeing him, all words were washed away with his tears. Indeed, what was there to ask? The past was just that. The past. Seeing his master was a rare joy in itself. Chen did not wish to broach the subject of Kenrya with his disciple. It would only deepen the sorrow. It was best to simply live, without overthinking the rest. Master, I understand. The reason for my presence here today is that the Harbinger sought you out, correct? Dainsleif and the Harbinger were both remnants of Kenrya. So it was no surprise they were acquainted. Now that the Harbinger sought to eliminate him, having even dispatched the doctor to contact the Hydro Dragon King for assistance, it was within Chen's expectations. The only surprise was that Dainsleif turned out to be his disciple from a previous reincarnation. How intriguing. Kill Chen, capture Zhongli. Zhongli is the Geo Archon, Morix, and he has assembled two formidable allies, the Hydro Dragon King. Once his steed, and Dainsleif, his own disciple. Chen could hardly bear to imagine the scene when they next meet. Their audacity was indeed remarkable. Yes, master, the Harbinger wants me to assist them in killing someone. Is it me? Chen took a sip of wine, his lips curving into a charming smile. Master, I did not know the person he wanted me to kill was you. Do not worry. We shall face it together. When I was strict with you in your youth, did you not wish to retaliate one day? Recalling the moments from his childhood when Chen practiced swordplay with himself, Dainsleif's countenance visibly softened. How splendid it would be if he could remain as he was in those innocent days, free from the torment he has endured for over 5 centuries. No, he would neither wish for nor dare to entertain such thoughts. Chen chuckled gently and replied, Then do remember to come by, when the time comes. Do not disappoint the jester. Indeed, master. I promise I shall stand before you then to no need. Merely come to observe the spectacle. Very well. Are you curious as to why I became an executive of the Fatui? I must admit I am somewhat intrigued. Just like teaching you to wield a sword, it was merely out of boredom that I sought someone to pick on. Dainsleif, master, could you refrain from being so candid? Have I ever been honest with you? Reflecting on his experiences of being tormented by his master in his youth, he realized that honesty was hardly a fitting description of their relationship. From a distance, Hu Tao observed Chen and the peculiar man drawing closer. Unable to contain her curiosity, she approached them directly. Master, do you require my company? Hu Tao. Indeed, just as I suspected. Chen regarded Hu Tao's astonished expression and smiled wryly. Hu Tao, it is not as you think. Chen. Do you know what the head of our organization is contemplating? I suspect it is nothing favorable. Hearing the exchange between Chen and the young lady, Dainsleif hurriedly rose and inquired, Master, is she your wife? Not yet wed. Nevertheless, she is still considered your wife. Greetings, I am Dainsleif, the disciple of Master. So nervous. It is evident that the two of you harbor secrets you dare not disclose. I do not believe you. The head of our organization has nothing to do with him. Even if there is, it is merely a commonplace business interaction. Dainsleif, displaying his perceptiveness, remarked, Master, I have matters to attend to. Perhaps I should take my leave. Go ahead, but do ensure you return. Master will treat you to a splendid show. Chapter 65. Finally remembering that he is an executive of the Fatui, Hu Tao watched Dainsleif depart, appearing as though he were a thief caught in the act. Her conviction that there was something amiss between Chen and Dainsleif grew stronger. Her large eyes blinked curiously, searching for answers on Chen's face. Chen, are you not going to explain? Explain what? You still wish to deceive me. I saw it all. You embraced that man just now, and you held him for quite a while, and you even made him cry. Chen chuckled, and then, it seems there is no then. No. Wait, you cannot deceive me. Did you sense that I was watching, which is why you refrained from doing anything improper? What constitutes improper? Chen teased. Just what you did to me earlier. What did I do? Ew. You laid hands on me. Did you witness me laying hands on him? Not exactly, but Chen rose, playfully tapped her on the head, and laughed. Little girl, what nonsense fills your mind? He and I are truly master and disciple. It has merely been 5 centuries since our last meeting, hence his excitement. Hu Tao stared wide-eyed. 5 centuries? You are quite the ancient relic. Not quite. Like the tales that circulate within your organization, I have experienced many cycles of reincarnation, thus meeting numerous individuals. I see. So that is how you came to know me, sort of. Chen. To think you were so ancient, and yet you would attempt to deceive me, considering the cumulative age from his reincarnations. Chen was indeed older than Zhongli, rendering him a true antiquity. And so, thus, you are the most ancient and nefarious villain in existence. Can this villain not offer our esteemed Hu Tao a fortune-telling? Recalling the fear she had just felt, Hu Tao anxiously clasped her hands behind her back. You shall not deceive me. Upon seeing Yi Chen's disappointment, she hurriedly added, "At least not tonight, the Yi Chen. In that case, allow me to take you to meet some intriguing individuals." Given that the jester had contacted many individuals wishing to harm him, as a companion, he felt compelled to contribute something to the Fatui, especially since he was still the 12th Executive, after all. Eager to witness the helpers the Executive had summoned, all of whom were familiar faces, Hu Tao anticipated that the jester's antics would surely be entertaining. It certainly will. Yi Chen and Hu Tao walked along the path leading to the Luyun Borrowing Wind Cave, where Hu Tao finally dispelled her misconceptions about Yi Chen. Yi Chen, that Dainsleaf truly seems pitiable. In terms of pity, those who encounter me, or whom I encounter, often find themselves in unfortunate circumstances, with certain exceptions. Observing Hu Tao's sorrowful expression, Yi Chen smiled. In a sense, I too am rather pitiable. Why is that? Because the head of our organization is unwilling to allow me to assist with her fortune-telling. Humph, Yi Chen, you wicked villain, seeking to deceive me again, I shall not fall for it a second time. You truly offer no opportunity, absolutely none. After walking for a while, Hu Tao suddenly spoke again. I observed the night sky earlier and noticed that the moon is rounder than ever. Yi Chen? A round moon. Is this your attempt at composing a whimsical poem? It seems a fortuitous day for fortune-telling. I shall begrudgingly allow you to give it another T or Y. Yi Chen. However, since you have come all this way, I shall not refuse. Hand in hand, they arrived at the cave of the Luyun Borrowing Wind, where Hu Tao curiously inquired, Yi Chen, is this not merely a cave? I have heard that such places are typically inhabited by immortals. Who do you seek here? I seek a celestial crane. I am uncertain if I know it, but after today, I believe it shall remember me for a lifetime, the strongest rebellious system. Congratulations to the host for successfully recalling memories of the Luyun Borrowing Wind. The host has obtained a memory item, a cloak made from the feathers of Lu Yunjin. A deluge of memories flooded his mind again, though this time there were not many. Most of the time, it was he plucking feathers from the Luyun Borrowing Wind. It was difficult to determine which cycle of reincarnation it was, but after enduring countless iterations, the complexities of emotions nearly drove him to madness. This cycle was merely one of recuperation. Yet unexpectedly, he encountered a young female crane who looked down upon him. Later, he learned that this figure, called Luyun Borrowing Wind, was the master of his little aunt Shen He. And he intended to craft a cloak for her a cloak made from her master's feathers. Little Luyun, come out. It is time for your grooming. A year has passed, and your feathers should have grown back. Let us do this one last time. I assure you it will be the final occasion. Luyun, I must tell you, having too many feathers can lead to bacteria. It is healthier to pluck them. Congratulations, Luyun. We are nearly there. Just one more pluck will suffice for my cloak. This cloak will serve as the dowry when I marry your disciple, so be sure to find me a lovely apprentice. Looking back at the memories, even Yi Chen, who knew himself well, felt a bit sheepish. After all, Luyun Borrowing Wind was a female crane, and he had plucked all her feathers. Very well, I can understand my own actions. Yi Chen, you seem a bit off. Not at all. I merely recalled some unforgettable memories, a touch of nostalgia, that is all. After speaking, Yi Chen suddenly called out towards the entrance of the Luyun Borrowing Wind Cave. Little Luyun, it has been ages. You must have missed me dearly. Inside the cave, a celestial crane, resting, flapped its wings instinctively at the sound, preparing to flee. A demon. It is the voice of a demon, that demon. He has returned. He has come to pluck my feathers again. Run. Just as she took flight into the sky, the painful memories flooded back, causing the Luyun Borrowing Wind to helplessly descend once more. Run, but where can I escape to? She had attempted countless times before, yet never succeeded. In her youth, she was a noble celestial crane, brimming with pride, never deigning to regard mortals, only to find her suffering commence after she had mocked that man a few times. Yet, surely plucking feathers should not be a task reserved for her alone. At that moment, Yi Chen continued, Little Luyun, I know you are inside. Come out, or I shall have to come in and fetch you. After a while, a celestial crane gracefully opened the entrance to the Luyun Jiefeng cave abode. Upon seeing the familiar silhouette, the true monarch of Luyun Jiefeng lowered his head and softly spoke. Lord Yi Chen, is it you who has returned? Is there something you wish to discuss with this humble crane? It's nothing of great consequence, merely a small favor I require your assistance with. Upon hearing this, Luyun Jiefeng's true monarch fixed his gaze tightly on his own feathers, and, in a fit of fright, hastily took 2 steps back. He has come again. He wants to pluck my feathers again. I swear. Just this once. My lord, You said the same thing last time. Oh, is that so? I seem to have forgotten, but I assure you, this will certainly be the last time. Perhaps I should swear another oath. With a chuckle, Hu Tao could no longer contain her laughter. Yi Chen, you were truly incorrigible, but how amusing. Far more entertaining than capturing that little ghost Qi. It really, the last time, Shalu Yun. If you dare to chatter any longer, do you believe I won't come again? The true monarch of Lu Yun Jiefeng forced a bitter smile and said, My lord, do as you wish, pluck away as you please. With that, he presented his rear end. Yi Chun felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of that lifted backside. My hands are not convenient. You shall have to do it yourself. Lu Yun Jiefeng, True Monarch. Chapter 66. It's all the foolish people's fault. Yi Chun was aware that Lu Yun Jiefeng, True Monarch, was female, yet the act of presenting such a position for feather plucking was beyond his capabilities. He possessed no peculiar inclinations. As for why he could do it in the past, asked the former Yi Chen. He had no answers. Hu Tao watched in a daze as Lu Yun Jiefeng, True Monarch, discarded feather after feather, soon transforming into a plucked crane. She felt a twinge of pity, yet found it amusing. The now featherless Lu Yun Jiefeng, True Monarch, had a pristine white backside that tempted her to touch it. Her fingers fidgeted restlessly, finally leading her to ask, Mr. Lu Yun, may I touch it? You little girl, you dare wish to touch my rear. Do I have no dignity as the true monarch of Lu Yun Jiefeng? She shot a proud glare at Hu Tao. Just then, she shivered as Yi Chun had already taken action. Initially reluctant to pluck the crane's feathers, he couldn't resist the urge to touch the smooth white surface of the crane. It was akin to having a small white cat at home, so beautiful and always teasing him, and if he didn't give it a few strokes, he felt he would be remiss. But truth be told, the sensation of this crane was quite pleasant, smooth, warm, and soft, prompting Yi Chun to give it a gentle squeeze. Lu Yun Jiefeng, True Monarch, felt the reaction and her eyes turned red. How could my rear be touched by a mere human? What a tremendous humiliation. Yi Chun paid no heed to her turmoil. Having finished his exploration, he took Hu Tao's hand and placed it on the crane's rear. Hu Tao, this backside feels rather nice. You should give it a try. Had I known earlier, I would have chosen Lu Yun Jiefeng as my mount instead of the Lord of the Dragon, despite being weaker. Riding would be much more comfortable. Lu Yun Jiefeng, True Monarch. You can touch me, but you wish to ride me as well? Hu Tao. The sensation is delightful. After her exploration, Hu Tao began to feel guilty. Mr. Lu Yun Jiefeng, I'm sorry, I truly couldn't resist. I apologize. Lu Yun Jiefeng, True Monarch, closed her eyes, striving to maintain her composure. Otherwise, she feared she might lose control and crash her head against a rock. Yi Chen, too, felt regret after his actions. After all, this was the master of his aunt, Shen He. What if something were to happen with his aunt in the future? He pondered, yet found it quite thrilling. All right, I admit it. I am not only a scoundrel but also a bit of a pervert. After plucking the feathers, Yi Chen did not keep them for himself. Shalu Yun, you may cherish these feathers as a token of our friendship over the years. Consider it a gift. Additionally, go to the Chiwenyu Pavilion and inform Ningguang about this. Tell her that the 12th Harbinger of the Fatui plucked your feathers and ask her to seek justice for you. Trust me, they will surely compensate you. Lu Yun Jiefeng, True Monarch? My feathers, those were mine. You had me pluck my own feathers and then present them as a gift to myself, claiming they symbolize our friendship. What kind of friendship do I have with a great demon like you? Lu Yun Jiefeng, True Monarch, was on the brink of exasperation, yet ultimately nodded in resignation. Yes, Lord Yi Chen, I understand. I shall go to Chiwenyu Pavilion and seek out Ningguang. She hoped that Ningguang of the Tianquan Star would help her reclaim her dignity. Though the chances were slim, it was worth a shot. After bidding farewell to Lu Yun Jiefeng, True Monarch, Yi Chun intended to take Hu Tao to the mountains to seek out more companions, whether familiar or not, to bolster their confidence. However, as he rummaged through his memories, his mind momentarily went blank, accompanied by a dull ache. The strange sensation was indescribable that it felt akin to the end of a long winter vacation. Having enjoyed oneself thoroughly only to face the impending return to school, staring at the assignments lying quietly on the desk, a source of immense dread. To engage or not to engage, the dilemma was palpable. Strongest rebellion system. Danger alert. Due to the excessive memories retrieved by the host, the brain is approaching a shutdown state. Current physical condition of the host is concerning. Negative distance movement cannot be performed. Solution. Read more books. Knowledge can expand brain capacity. Note. The admissions for the Sumeru Academy will commence in half a month. The host may consider participating in the examination. Upon reading the system's notification, Yi Chun felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. What a useless system. You didn't alert me before I retrieved my memories, and now that I have a problem, you decide to notify me? Is this compelling me to attend the academy for an exam? I was hoping to find some time to blow that wretched school up with a few kids. Moreover, why could he not perform negative distance movement due to a brain issue? What did that have to do with his brothers? He was increasingly convinced that this system was crafted by an insufferable fool who knew all his vulnerabilities. He fully understood. Surely, he had entangled himself with numerous young ladies. What if he were to falter? Damn it all. Yet Sumeru was indeed a must-go. After all, the last divine I still resided in the possession of the little Dendro Archon, Nahida Dada. Nahida, so petite, soft, and fragrant, a little lowly. He felt the urge to elevate her status. Just a little more growth, and perhaps he could consider her as a little wife. However, that could wait until she matured. Atad to Hu Tao, observed Yi Chun, noting his shift from a furrowed brow to a peculiar grin, undoubtedly conjuring some mischievous thought. Reminded of her previous encounters with Yi Chun, where she felt utterly powerless, she swiftly tugged on his ear. Yi Chun, what wicked scheme are you concocting now? Yi Chun grasped Hu Tao's hand, smiling as he said, I was just stargazing and suddenly had an epiphany. I feel my fortune-telling abilities have significantly improved. Come, Hu Tao, let me read your fortune now. Upon hearing that Yi Chun intended to read her fortune, Hu Tao's heart raced uncontrollably. I don't want to, that won't do. This time, we must have a reading. Now, extend your hand. Oh no, I meant your palm, so I can feel your bones. Before he could finish, Hu Tao forcefully withdrew her hand and bolted away. Yi Chun stood there, sighing. This little girl is wonderful in every respect, yet lacks a bit of mature enthusiasm. If I said that to Ying, she would have crushed me under her 2 mountains. Yet even if she did, it wouldn't matter. He was already finished. Damn it, it's all the fault of those foolish people. When you come, just wait and see how I deal with you. Chapter 67. Yi Chun, the most infatuated person in the world in the Chuanyu Pavilion. Ningguang's office, as the dawn that would dispel the dark night approached, the jade-balanced star, Ningguang, was still working late into the night. It wasn't exactly work. She was engrossed in a free novel about Liyue Harbor that had suddenly gained popularity at dusk. Titled To Save the 7 Immortals, I, Yi Chun, will sacrifice myself. The title of the book is rather crude, lacking any semblance of culture. The only reason Ningguang is aware of this novel is due to her secretary, Bai Xiao. Instead of focusing on her work, she has been hiding in the office, engrossed in a novel, showing no response when called. Upon stepping outside, Ningguang discovered the young lady seated in a chair, holding a book. Tears streaming down her face, completely absorbed in her reading, with a handkerchief soaked from her tears. Out of curiosity, Ningguang inquired further. Bai Xiao explained that at 10 in the afternoon, someone was distributing this novel at Liyue Harbor, claiming it was free if deemed uninteresting, which led many to take a copy. As she passed by, she spotted the storyteller, Tian Tizui, sitting at the distribution stall, extolling the book as the most touching tale he had ever read. Intrigued, she took a copy for herself and soon became captivated. Had it been merely that, Bai Xiao's obsession wouldn't have reached such depths. She claimed that the female protagonist of the first story seemed to reflect her own experiences, which she found difficult to resist. A novel would ordinarily not pique Ningguang's interest. Her focus lay solely on Mora. However, upon discovering that the title featured a character named Yi Chun, her curiosity was inevitably stirred. She felt an inexplicable familiarity with this name, further piqued by the reminder from the Emperor. Thus, she returned to her office, and after completing her tasks, she began to read the novel, losing herself in its pages until dawn broke. In terms of the book, its story, plot, pacing, and prose, it was undoubtedly the finest novel she had ever encountered. Even upon finishing the first story, she found herself moved to tears, as the female lead seemed to be crafted from her own essence, while the male lead was simply magnificent. His greatness was so profound that it felt almost unreal, yet there was a sense of empathy that led her to believe this might indeed be Yi Chun's own tale. The man, originally a celestial being, was forbidden from experiencing love, yet he succumbed to an uncontrollable affection for a mortal woman. In pursuit of a blissful life together, he descended to the mortal realm, only to face the harshest divine punishment on their wedding day. He was cast into reincarnation. In each cycle, he encountered a girl he believed to be his former beloved, dedicating everything to her. Ultimately, she achieved greatness, yet he would discover she was not the one he sought, and by then, he had already fallen for her, leading to yet another reincarnation. Time and again, he remained steadfastly devoted to love. Yet he could no longer find his cherished one. While the number of women he grew fond of only increased, the story bore no conclusion, leaving Ningguang to speculate whether Yi Chen's punishment was still ongoing, or if the author had intentionally left it unfinished. Regardless, after reading the entire novel, her impression of Yi Chen remained vivid. Ultimately, he was merely a lovesick man who had committed no wrongdoing. Her only lingering question was why the protagonist bore the name Yi Chen and what connection he had to the 11th harbinger of the Fatui. Moreover, why had the emperor specifically warned her to be cautious of Yi Chen? It had been quite some time since she felt so troubled. Meanwhile, Keqing, tucked beneath her blankets, had been moved to tears by the very same novel. The emperor's words were not necessarily accurate. The Yi Chen in this narrative was indeed a good man. Although he had feelings for many girls, his heart remained true and devoted. He was simply a victim of love as punishment. Ganyu remarked, "This novel is peculiar, yet this man is undeniably infatuated, evoking a sense of shared sorrow." While Ningguang was lost in thought, a celestial crane suddenly alighted by the window, causing quite a commotion. Turning her gaze, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Was that the true monarch of Liu Yun's borrowing wind? The proud deity responded, "Indeed, it is I. Where are your celestial feathers?" Ningguang inquired. "I have come to seek your assistance." Esteemed Ningguang. My celestial feathers have been completely plucked by the 11th harbinger of the Fatui, Yi Chen. I hope you will advocate for me. Ningguang was taken aback. Yi Chen again. This 11th harbinger had suddenly arrived in Inazuma. What could his intentions possibly be? Regardless, the audacity of Yi Chen to pluck the feathers of the 7 adepti of Li Yue was a matter that could not be overlooked. Do you know where Yi Chen is now? I shall immediately summon our Li Yue adepti to apprehend him. Humph, that rascal vanished after plucking my feathers. By the time I regained my senses, he had already hidden away. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him myself. And not troubled you. Then what do you propose? I suspect Yi Chen is quite slippery and will be difficult to capture. However, since he is also an 11th harbinger, this matter must be related to the Fatui. I hope you will issue a formal statement demanding compensation from the Fatui for my plight. Ningguang pondered for a moment. The Fatui had recently dispatched numerous harbingers to Liyue, though she was unaware of their intentions. It was prudent to issue a warning. This is Liyue, not a place where the Fatui can run rampant. Upon returning to the Wangxing funeral parlor, it was already morning. Hu Tao had run off and had not returned. At that moment, only Zhongli was in the parlor, leisurely sipping tea. Ningguang couldn't help but think how relaxed he appeared. "Zhongli," Yi Chen remarked, "you seem remarkably idle." Noticing Yi Chen's weariness, Zhongli teased, "Who were you with last night? You look rather drained. It must not have been a pleasant affair." "Zhongli, you, an old bachelor, dare to mock me? How absurd. To be honest, I did meet several old friends last night, Dainsleaf, the Lord of the Waters. And even that little crane, Liu Yun's borrowing wind. Why did you meet them? I received news that my companions from the Fatui are planning to come to Liyue to kill me. Did you know? They even boasted about a code name for their operation. This matter concerns me as well, does it not? Indeed, they likely suspect that I conspired with you upon my arrival in Liyue, so they intend to take action against us." "And what was this code name?" "Operation. It must have a name to boost morale. Much like an adventurer's quest, the code name is linked to me. It seems the code name is Kill Yi Chen, capture Zhongli." Zhongli sighed. "I suspect the correct code name is Kill Zhongli. Capture Yi Chen. It conveys the same meaning." Zhongli shot Yi Chen a disapproving glance. The disparity was quite pronounced. Observing Yi Chen's relaxed demeanor, Zhongli sensed he had already devised a strategy. Nevertheless, he inquired with concern, "Do you require my assistance? I'm fine if anyone attempts to capture you. Just ensure you beat them to the point where I wouldn't recognize them." "Isn't that a bit too lenient? Perhaps I've influenced you since our reunion. However, it's a good change. Being a relic of the past is rather dull." "Well, do as you please. Just don't kill anyone. By the way, since we have no pressing matters today, shall we seek some amusement? Mr. Yun is on break, and the music has lost some of its charm. Why not attend a storytelling session? The storytellers in Liyue are quite skilled." Yi Chen replied, "Zhongli, you've truly gone astray. What nonsense do these storytellers spout? Do you think I haven't heard it all? It's nothing but praise for the Go-Archon, boasting of their own exploits. But alas, I'll soon be heading to Sumeru to study. So let us indulge Zhongli's whims for once." Dressed in a white robe, Yi Chen complimented Zhongli's black cloak, creating a striking contrast. As they strolled through the streets of Liyue, they resembled a pair of charming specters, attracting the attention of numerous young ladies. Yi Chen jested, "Zhongli, I see those girls are quite plump. perfect for marrying. Why not choose one? I'll cover the bride price. Zhongli replied sternly, women are like garments. Brothers are akin to family. If you dare buy me clothes, I shall sever our brotherhood. Why does that sound so strange? If you don't want one, then just say so, and no need to threaten. Two individuals made their way to the storytelling house, and upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of several round tables and chairs arranged within. The tables were already set with freshly brewed tea. As it was still early, the audience was sparse, with only a handful of people scattered about, approximately 7 or 8 in total. Above the table stood a platform where a storyteller was poised. A scholar clad in simple attire, appearing to be in his 30s IT that moment. The storyteller was deftly handling a folding fan, and upon noticing Zhongli's arrival, he audibly struck the table, initiating his performance with a fixed opening poem. It seemed as though this storyteller had been waiting specifically for Zhongli's presence. One could only wonder what purpose there was in waiting for this impoverished soul, for he had no money to offer in reward. Celestial beings and Buddhas remain elusive, only aware of the restless nights. He began. Today, I shall refrain from recounting the tales of our esteemed Yin Wang Di Jun, for I suspect you all are weary of such narratives. Zhongli interjected. I come here daily to hear my own stories. Today, I have brought Yi Chen along. Will you not grant me this favor by refraining from your usual tales? Then let us share a different story with you all. The storyteller continued. Today's tale involves a truly extraordinary individual, whom I shall designate as the world's most devoted lover. His name is Yi Chen, a celestial being from ancient times. Why Yi Chen? Came Zhongli's startled queried. Why heavens, could it be that my novel from yesterday has been mistaken for a story? Yi Chen exclaimed. The world's most devoted lover? Me? Zhongli pressed on. Yi Chen. Is he referring to you? Do you truly hold me in such disdain? Chapter 68. To the ends of the earth, through drought and decay, if a phrase could encapsulate Zhongli's current sentiments. He would have risen, pointing at Yi Chen, declaring, I have never encountered such audacious shamelessness in a person. How could one stoop so low? The number of women he could associate with Yi Chen amounted to no fewer than 10. With children to boot, the audacity of Yi Chen to present himself as the world's most devoted lover was astounding. Zhongli found that even seafood paled in comparison to his disgust now. He knew this tale had to have been concocted by Yi Chen, and the key was that the storyteller, Tian Tiezu, believed it. Once uttered from his iron tongue, this tale would soon spread throughout Liyue. And Yi Chen would indeed become known as the world's foremost devotee. The usually composed Zhongli could not help but wear an expression of shock. Why Yi Chen? How did you manage this? How could you engage in such shameless acts? Deep down, Yi Chen felt a twinge of surprise as well. He had merely intended to uplift Zhongli's spirits before departing for Shumi to pursue his studies, never anticipating that accompanying Zhongli to a storytelling session would lead to the recounting of his own story. Damn it, this is quite splendid, Yi Chen mused, smiling slightly. This story is delightful. You will see once you listen. Zhongli. I do not wish to hear it anymore. I cannot absorb it, Zhongli replied, a frown on his face. Yet, he was undeniably curious about how Yi Chen had managed this. Now, Yi Chen, once a deity from the divine realm, had emotions despite the stereotype of celestial beings being devoid of them. One day, he descended into the mortal realm and fell in love with a remarkable woman of the world, as Tian Tiezu recounted this poignant tale. His expressive storytelling captivated the audience, and by the conclusion of the 4-part narrative, the storytelling house was filled with weeping. It is worth noting that the majority of the attendees were idle, boisterous men. For a story to evoke tears from such a crowd speaks volumes of its profound impact. That moment, a rather unsightly man abruptly slammed his hand on the table and stood up, exclaiming, Tian Tiezu, I have been coming to this storytelling house for over a year, and today's tale was exceptional. Yi Chen truly deserves the title of the world's most devoted lover. He is a model for us men. Indeed, today, I, oldly, have finally grasped the essence of love. I vow that when I find my wife, I shall emulate Yi Chen's fervor. So moved was he that even this burly man could not help but shed tears for Yi Chen's plight. Having been so touched by the story, Zhao Gao declared, Today, all expenses shall be on me. Young Master Zhao, everyone, indulge freely, and let us toast to Yi Chen. The attendees were swept up in emotion, unable to contain their feelings, while Zhongli merely stared at them, bewildered. You have been deceived. At that moment, Yi Chen struck the table and stood, applauding vigorously. This storyteller has performed splendidly. For such fine work, I shall reward you with 100 million mora. From now on, recount this story for me, from the ends of the earth to the end of time. The storyteller was taken aback. 100 million mora, what an astonishing sum, before he could fully comprehend the situation. Chen had already begun to bring forth boxes filled with mora to the front of the stage. As he watched Chen depart, Tian Tiezu, recovering from his shock, called out, "Young master, I vow that from now on, I shall only tell this one story in the storytelling house." Zhongli, who had been following Chen, nearly stumbled at these words. "From now on, this place shall no longer exist in my world." Once outside the storytelling house, Chen stretched with vigor and turned to Zhongli with a smile. "Zhongli, I am famished. Shall we go for a meal? I am not feeling well today." "I feel nauseated and cannot eat," Zhongli replied, his expression darkening. "Nauseated? You are not ill, are you? Then it is all the more reason to eat." "I meant you." "I am aware," Chen replied. Zhongli sighed. "I am truly at my wit's end with you. Since you do not wish to dine, let us seek out someone instead." Zhongli, with a wary expression, asked, "Who?" "Why, a wealthy individual, of course. Having just spent 100 million. He ought to reimburse me 10 times that amount, or else what use is he?" In the Fatui space, another meeting was underway, attended by 7 executive officers. However, today was not a day when the clown had deliberately neglected to inform the wealthy and the harbingers. As the wealthy was nursing injuries at home, meanwhile, the harbinger was occupied with homework, begrudgingly scribbling away at an essay titled My Good Father, which had already reached 10,000 words, with 90,000 still to go. Words had run dry, yet he had no choice but to write on. This morning, he learned of the wealthy's grave injuries, clearly a reminder from his father that if he did not finish his homework soon, he would be next in line. He was not foolish enough to ignore that. Staring at the towering stack of books before him, he found himself utterly devoid of words to praise Chen. He had exhausted them all. When it came to insults, he could write 1,000,000 words, but when it came to compliments, even a single word felt excessive. As for Prince Doctor, he remained hidden in Liyue, concealed within a box at the North Country Bank, having not emerged for an entire day. The clown remarked, "I just received news from Ningguang of the Liyue Qixing, stating that Chen plucked all the feathers from the borrowing wind and flowing clouds true monarch last night in Liyue. We must provide an explanation to the Fatui. Let us deliberate on how to proceed." A chuckle escaped the lips of the girl upon hearing this. This is quintessential Chen. He even leaves no celestial crane unscathed, stripping them of their feathers. The captain responded, "I have heard of the borrowing wind and flowing clouds true monarch. He is one of the 7 celestial beings of Liyue, possessing formidable strength, clown. Since we have decided to launch a second attack on Chen, shall we also recruit the borrowing wind true monarch? Being robbed of his feathers is a grievance he would not let go unavenged. I am certain he would assist us," the rooster added. "The captain's words hold merit. Though we have sought some allies, we all know how cunning Chen is. Every bit of strength we can muster is a safeguard." The doctor concurred. "I also believe this is a viable plan. I shall take responsibility for capturing Zhongli. As long as you eliminate Chen, this operation will be flawless." The clown interjected, "I ask you how to resolve the matter with the Liyue Qixing. Yet each of you speaks only of surrounding Chen." However, the clown understood that if Chen was not dealt with swiftly, the Fatui's executives would lose focus on other matters. The time to eliminate Chen was now. And with only 7 executives remaining, any further delay would leave them without trustworthy allies. Given the urgency to eliminate Chen, it was best to act swiftly. They had already secured several powerful allies. This time, success was assured. As for the timing, it was set for tonight. Everyone was to prepare and then set off, opting to travel directly through Mondstadt to Liyue Harbor. As for Ningguang, they would present her with Chen's head as an explanation. The young girl listened intently to the jester's words, her eyes narrowed slightly. At last, it was my turn. Chapter 69, Eradicating Chen. Season 2. Accompanied by the grandiose praises of the storyteller, Tian Tizui, the most infatuated man in the history of Liyue. No, in the entire history of Teyvat, made his entrance. His name was Chen. Those who had heard of him were aware that he had once loved numerous young women. Yet this did not diminish his reputation as the most ardent lover in the hearts of the people. He was a paragon for men and the beloved of women. His devotion was truly remarkable. Despite having loved many. While Chen and Zhongli wandered through the forest, their leisurely footsteps harmonizing with the melodious chirping of birds, creating a uniquely soothing ambience. However, while some felt joy, others were engulfed in despair. Zhongli was even reluctant to accompany Chen. He found Chen's audacity utterly shameless. Originally, Zhongli had hoped to finally outsmart Chen, allowing him to experience the trials of romantic turmoil. With his knowledge of Ningguang, Keqing, Ganyu, and Hu Tao, He was certain it would be a veritable hell on earth. Yet, this only resulted in the loss of yet another source of entertainment. Was he to spend his days listening to Tian Tizui recount tales of Chen, the world's most devoted lover? He feared that a heavy pillar might crash down and obliterate the storytelling house. Having traversed nearly half of Liyue from Liyue Harbor to the Fuyuang Tree, Zhongli's heart gradually found peace as he reminisced about the days when Chen would often bully him. He had grown accustomed to it. Before reaching adulthood, he had endured far worse. Upon arriving at the Fuyuang Tree, Zhongli exclaimed in surprise, "A wealthy individual is here." "No, merely a slice of life scholar, likely the work of some old scoundrel." He continued. With an air of seriousness, Zhongli nodded. "In truth, you two bear a striking resemblance to Chen." Upon hearing this, felt discontent. "I can tolerate self-deprecation, but Zhongli, must you also insult me so subtly, assuming I wouldn't notice? Very well, I shan't hold it against you." He felt a twinge of pity. As the blue door creaked open, both Chen and Zhongli instinctively covered their noses. "Why does it smell like seafood?" Zhongli inquired. Chen cursed under his breath. "This lecherous dragon, in just a day, has turned the Fuyuang secret realm into this state. Does he not fear exhausting his vitality?" Inside, the Ruatua Dragon King, engrossed in cherishing his little toys, grunted in displeasure at the sight of the open door. However, upon seeing the two newcomers, he was startled, and subsequently, the wealthy individual began to spew forth a stream of complaints. "Morix, Chen, you have come." Chen frowned at the wealthy individual. "The Ruatua is for your amusement, but could you please maintain some hygiene? Your grace speaks wisely. I shall attend to it immediately." With that, the Ruatua Dragon King unleashed a torrent of urine upon the wealthy individual. Chen gazed skyward, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. The distinction between man and beast was indeed stark. How unsanitary. "Ruatua, go wash yourself in the nearby stream." Eureka fishy odors. In a swift motion, both dragon and human dashed from the Fuyuang secret realm. Ruatua, approaching Chen, cheekily asked, "My lord, may I bathe with this little darling in the river?" "Damn it." Faced with Ruatuo's final request, Chen sighed. "Fine, but remember to clean up afterwards." As Zhongli observed the scene unfold, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Chen, this is all you're doing, isn't it? Chen, growing anxious, retorted. "Zhongli, do not falsely accuse me. This lecherous dragon has learned this on his own. Dragons are naturally indulgent and extravagant. This is an undeniable truth, and his talent is remarkable." The two exchanged words. Dainsleif suddenly descended from the heavens, glancing at Chen, then at Zhongli, hesitating to speak. Chen smiled. "Dane, if you have something to say, do so. This is Zhongli, my brother. Zhongli, may I pretend not to know you?" "The Sword of the Apocalypse, Dainsleif, I have long admired your name." "Greetings, Mr. Zhongli." Dainsleif nodded at Zhongli before continuing. "Master, the jester just informed me that preparations for action are underway tonight, and I was sent to monitor you." "Tonight? Such urgency. Indeed, quite urgent. Damn it, it's so urgent that I haven't even decided where to bury myself yet." "Zhongli?" "Dainsleif?" Zhongli remarked. "Chen, if you believe you are not a match for them, I can step in." Dainsleif looked at Zhongli in astonishment. Is this the Zhongli described by the jester, incapable of harming a chicken? When he says he can intervene, it sounds as though he intends to gather the Fatui to deliver a beating. Had I not encountered my master, I might have been ensnared this time. After spending too long in the abyss, he felt the ground was unsafe upon emerging. "Master, I can handle one of the harbingers without issue." No need. Why worry so much? I was meant for them to kill. If they do not, I would be displeased. After all, it has been a while since we last met. I ought to bring some joy to my companions." "Jester, I thank you," Dainsleif said with concern. "Master, they are here to kill you. I can tell the jester is quite determined this time. No worries, let them come. After they finish, I shall resurrect, and then let them kill me again. I will rise once more, tormenting these scoundrels to no end." Zhongli blinked, silently mourning for the comrades of the Fatui. Encountering Chen was an ill fate indeed. Dainsleif remarked, "I have never heard of such a thing, dying and coming back to life." "Truly, you are my master." "Then, master, what shall we do tonight?" "You all may simply enjoy the show. Last time there were no spectators, and I regretted it immensely afterward. This time, I invite everyone to witness." Zhongli interjected. "Chen, are you treating us like spectators?" However, upon reflection, Zhongli realized that tonight, it was indeed the case that everyone else would merely observe while he took action. Chen shook his head. "How could that be? I will also join the fray." We brothers shall fight side by side. After a considerable time, the Ruota Dragon King and the wealthy individual finally returned, freshly cleaned. The wealthy one appeared pale, his eyes bloodshot, and his mouth agape, stretched beyond its natural limits. Noticing that the Ruota Dragon King was still gazing down at the wealthy individual, Chen promptly stored the wealthy one away in his bag. He feared that if this lecherous dragon continued, the wealthy individual might meet a dire fate at his hands. The Ruota Dragon King, reluctantly watching the wealthy individual being put away, suddenly recalled an important matter. My lord, while I was bathing, I received a notification from the scholar. He instructed me to prepare for tonight's operation. How dare those insignificant humans be so disrespectful to you? My lord, shall I capture him for you? This dragon was becoming increasingly unhinged. Capturing the scholar would either lead to playing with him or attempting to toy with a young dragoness. Chen chuckled. No need. Let Zhongli handle the scholar. As for the matter of oneself, should one engage in a prelude for their companions, it is rather exhilarating, yet one fears they may not withstand it. Chapter 70. A Grand Welcoming Ceremony. Ningguang possesses an almost encyclopedic knowledge of all affairs concerning Liyue Harbor. Not only is she well acquainted with the personnel of Yujing Terrace, the Qianyan army, but even the children frolicking in Liyue Harbor serve as her informants. When Chen and Zhongli visited the Yueyang Pavilion, Ningguang promptly discerned Chen's whereabouts. Initially, she intended to send someone to invite the 12th Harbinger of the Fatui, but upon learning that Chen was in the company of the Lord of the Contracts, and that the two were leisurely strolling together, appearing quite amiable, she abandoned this notion. After all, he is the Lord of the Contracts. Upon confirming Zhongli's identity as the sovereign of Liyue, Ningguang discreetly gathered considerable information about him. Zhongli, in addition to being a guest elder of the Wangxing funeral parlor, leads an exceedingly simple yet refined life. He prefers to listen to the most renowned opera singers, seeks the most exquisite thrushes for bird walking, and insists on personally supervising the kitchen to ensure the perfect balance of shrimp and fish in the authentic Mingwei eggs. Moreover, while the sovereign appears affable to all, he possesses no true friends in Liyue. The intelligence she has received indicates that Chen shares a profound bond with the sovereign, almost as if he plays the role of an elder brother to him. How peculiar. Even more bizarre is the sovereign himself. Morix, the god of contracts, who has never before indulged in speaking ill of others, yet now it is Chen who occupies that role. Their camaraderie is evident. Chen is indeed an intriguing character. Having reviewed the dossier of the Fatui Harbinger, it is clear that despite being the 12th Harbinger, he exhibits a rebellious spirit. With every action, he takes seemingly detrimental to the Fatui's interests. Additionally, he arrived in Liyue just yesterday, having plucked all the feathers from the borrowed wind sovereign's plumage. Earlier that morning at the Yueyang Pavilion, he generously bestowed 100 million mora upon Tian Tizui. Extolling him are Chen as the world's most infatuated romantic. It appears he shares the same name. Could he be the protagonist of the tale? Ningguang finds herself increasingly skeptical. Just moments ago, she received news that the Fatui Harbinger, under the guidance of the Harlequin, is en route to Liyue with the intent of eliminating Chen, this scoundrel. What an eccentric individual. Ningguang is now filled with profound curiosity about Chen. Were it not for the necessity of monitoring the Fatui Harbinger, she would have considered meeting this Chen privately. Surely he would not balk at spending tens of millions of mora on a meal together. There are two routes for the journey to Liyue from Sumeru. One may traverse the sea, taking a longer route, while the other follows the land, passing through Mondstadt to reach Liyue, both arriving by evening. Captain Dr. Rooster advocates for the maritime route, as it is more convenient and less prone to complications. The young lady, however, insists on the overland path, wishing to admire the scenery along the way. Eventually, when neither party could reach a consensus, the Harlequin resorted to divination. The augury suggested that the overland journey would surely succeed. Thus, the group set forth, each member laden with mixed emotions. The 7 travelers, hurrying through desolate and remote areas, encountered a youth clad in green attire and donning a green hat upon their arrival at Mondstadt Starfall Cliff. This sight startled them. The lady had made significant contributions to Sumeru. Yet the most substantial was confirming that the bard of Mondstadt, Venti, is indeed the wind god Barbados, and this very person is Barbados himself. The Harbingers were taken aback upon seeing him, should a confrontation arise. Even united, their 7 would suffer grievous losses against the wind god. Venti regarded the group. Though not intimately familiar, he recognized their identities and even knew their purpose in Lee. He could not help but muse. What a band of fools. While one might employ props for monkey tricks, these 7 monkeys have willingly stepped forward to be toyed with. Contemplating this, Vinny felt a surge of irritation. Why, Chen, you may have gone to meeting first. But why not come to see me before that ancient relic Zhongli? It is truly disheartening. By the way, you still owe me a lake of wine. You swore an oath all those years ago. The Fatui harbingers, noticing Vinny's lack of greeting, quickened their pace to distance themselves from this troublesome place. Shortly after their departure, a green-clad youth also set foot on Li Yue's soil. Although somewhat reluctant to meet Zhongli, he felt compelled to reclaim that lake of exquisite wine from Yi Chen. While the hope seemed slim, it was still worth pursuing. At the very least, he desired an invitation to share a drink. Reluctantly, he admitted to missing that friend. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had arrived at the seaside of Ganyu's pavilion with Zhongli and 3 others. The area was sparsely populated, nestled between mountains and sea, an ideal location for a funeral, a place where Yi Chen resolved to meet his demise. Should he contemplate death again, he would certainly seek a more suitable location in advance. At that moment, the Scaramouche, the affluent, and the young master had donned suspenders, each holding an embroidered ball, practicing dance under Yi Chen's guidance. Welcoming important guests typically entails expressing oneself through song and dance. How could he allow his dear brothers, the Fatui harbingers, to miss witnessing his most cherished dance? It would be nothing short of neglect. Thus, Yi Chen imparted the dance of his beloved idol to the 3 harbingers. True to their reputation, they mastered the world's most challenging dance in a single attempt, performing it commendably. Not bad, not bad. They danced quite well. Yet, it seemed to lack something. Music. This dance is utterly soulless without a melody. As he spoke, glancing at the curious Zhongli, he retrieved a harp from his bag. Zhongli, could you do me a favor? Yi Chen inquired politely. Upon seeing Yi Chen's courteous demeanor, Zhongli could only anticipate that his request would not bode well. Should I decline? If you choose not to assist, then so be it. I merely wish to inquire. Zhongli was momentarily taken aback by this response. It was entirely uncharacteristic of Yi Chen. Speaking of which, Zhongli, I have heard that Ningguang frequently hosts auctions in Lai. You suppose I could fetch a handsome sum for the shoes that Morix has urinated upon? Zhongli's expression darkened. Surely Yi Chen did not still possess those shoes, considering that he had kept a photograph of himself. Retaining a pair of shoes seemed entirely plausible. Barbados, you had better brace yourself. Next time we meet, you shall not escape my wrath. Zhongli, frowning, inquired, what exactly do you wish for me to assist you with? Yi Chen assured him, rest assured, this time I truly do not intend to swindle you. I swear, your silence makes me doubt. Even the ghosts of the underworld would not trust your oaths. Pray tell, what assistance do you seek? Zhongli, observe how splendidly they danced. Zhongli's lips twitched. This could hardly be termed dancing. Zhongli, do not belittle my idol. He is my utmost favorite. You speak nonsense. Now, what do you wish for me to assist you with? You see, while they dance remarkably well, they are missing an accompaniment. I wish to request your assistance in providing them with a musical backdrop. You attend performances daily. I believe you are the most suited for this task. Would you return that pair of shoes to me? I assure you. But I am not skilled in this. This is a simple task. I will teach you, and you shall surely learn it in one go. As he spoke, Yi Chen picked up the wind instrument and began to sing and play an all too familiar tune. Chicken, you are too beautiful. Oh baby, chicken, you are too beautiful. Oh baby, chicken, you are simply too beautiful. Oh baby, one more glance. Enough, enough. This shall suffice. The rest is merely a repetition. For the latter part, he could not continue, fearing he would tarnish the image of his idol with his own lackluster singing. Zhongli, what do you think? Quite simple, is it not? Zhongli was utterly perplexed by Yi Chen's antics, yet the melody was indeed straightforward. He grasped it after a single hearing. Why, Yi Chen, is it truly this simple? Of course, it is this simple. Then, one song for a pair of shoes. No problem, a trivial matter. Once this is resolved, I shall return them to you. At the seaside of Ganyu Pavilion, a peculiar scene unfolded. A strikingly handsome youth stood atop a large boulder. Pressing his mouth tightly shut, his eyes fixated on the beach, his entire body trembling. On the beach, a scattered group of soldiers found themselves caught in the middle, flanked by the wealthy Pantaro and the dashing young master Alia, who danced joyfully, while Mr. Zhongli serenaded them with Chicken You Too Beautiful. The sun-drenched beach rendered this tableau exquisitely captivating. Yi Chen observed the scene twice, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his stomach. He discreetly retreated to tend to his own affairs, wary of gazing any longer. Previously, when the Fatui Executive visited Inazuma, time was of the essence, and he had been woefully unprepared, failing to properly entertain the companions of the Fatui. This time, Chen resolved to honor his comrades. Thus, he dismantled 2 homostaves, 2 mist-cutting refrains, and 4 end of the poem of sorrow, along with some precious materials and inventions from Fontaine, combining them with his inherent knowledge, and crafted himself an electric wheelchair. After sitting in this wheelchair once, surely you'll believe it now. Zhongli, standing nearby, curiously inquired, "What is this you have created, Chen?" "This is called a wheelchair, a luxury for the affluent. Observe, with a mere press of this button, it moves automatically, and my hands can control its direction. Isn't it splendid?" As Zhongli watched Chen glide away in his wheelchair, a flicker of envy crossed his gaze. Having lived for over 6 millennia, he had never encountered such an intriguing contraption. The fact that it could transport him without his own effort was astonishing. The materials used for the wheelchair, he noted, were indeed quite valuable. Befitting only the wealthy. It was undeniably fascinating. Perhaps he should ask Chen to craft one for himself as well. Chapter 71. Opening Theme. You're too beautiful. Upon the arrival of the Fatui Executive in Liu, a brief respite was taken at Yaoguang Shoal. Shortly thereafter, a massive, earth-colored dragon strode forward, head held high, emitting a thunderous sound, exuding an air of grandeur that completely dispelled any semblance of subservience it had shown before Chen. The Harlequin and the Doctor, along with other executives, could not conceal their delight at the sight of the Hydro Dragon King, this formidable being ranked among the ancient deities. And even though Chen possessed numerous slices of Fatui executives as leverage, with the Hydro Dragon King intervening, Chen's fate seemed sealed. Their only concern lingered in the back of their minds. What if Chen resurrected in a few days? The only solution was to eliminate him once more. The young girl observed the Hydro Dragon King with a slight smirk. If her memory served her right, this being had merely been a mount in the past. "Greetings, Hydro Dragon King. We are immensely grateful for your assistance this time. The Fatui shall never forget your friendship," the Harlequin proclaimed. "Insignificant humans, cease your prattle and tell me where that little insect named Chen is, that I shall crush him underfoot. And do not forget the promise you made to me." The doctor reassured him. "Rest assured, Hydro Dragon King, the Fatui will fulfill our promises. If not, we shall face your wrath." Their fear of Chen stemmed from his command over the slices of Fatui executives. The Hydro Dragon King was merely a slightly more powerful deity. Just wait a moment. 2 more friends will arrive shortly. Just then, a featherless crane soared into view, though its feathers had been plucked. The proud Lu Yun, the wind-borrowing true monarch, held her head high. Unfazed by the Fatui executives before her, she scoffed at their presence. "Now that the Fatui executives have arrived, when shall we strike?" "Please hold on, Lu Yun. Another friend is on his way. Once he arrives, we shall depart immediately." Suddenly, a pair of emotionless eyes appeared in the sky, and the Harlequin exclaimed, "The target has been located, at the seaside of Ganyu Pavilion. Besides Chen, Zhongli is also present, along with 3 of your Fatui executives." Upon hearing this, a hint of ferocity emerged on the Harlequin's masked face. Since the target had been found, they would set off at once. With their numbers, Chen's demise was assured. Meanwhile, numerous individuals had gathered atop the peaks of Ganyu Pavilion. The stars of Yuheng, Keqing, and Tianquan, Ningguang, along with Secretary Ganyu, had all arrived. Given the Fatui executives' mobilization in Liyue, they had resolved to personally supervise, lest the Fatui harbor any nefarious schemes. Should anything go awry, Ningguang mused, they could simply demolish the Chuanyu Pavilion again. On another mountaintop, then he sat at the cliff's edge, gloomily sipping wine, occasionally casting envious glances at the 2 figures on the beach. "They didn't even invite me. How inconsiderate." However, Vinti, ever perceptive, refrained from joining the fray. Truth be told, he could not contend with either of them. Zhongli gazed at Chen in the wheelchair, enviously remarking, "Chen, do you feel the call of the wind? Or are my 3 wives more charming? Could you not be so frivolous?" Zhongli chided. "If I were serious, then he would come demanding his dues. I've heard from Ming that I owe him a great deal of wine. So you have no intention of repaying?" "Repay? What nonsense. The debts of my previous life have nothing to do with me. If he wants it, let him seek out that old bastard." Zhongli chuckled. "How about I assist you in dealing with him?" "Zhongli, if you wish to confront him, go ahead. Just don't say you're helping me. After only 2 days, you've learned to be so cunning." Zhongli looked up at the coast, suddenly feeling melancholic. Indeed, each time he met Chen, he seemed to transform into another person, even when angered. He still retained a semblance of humanity, capable of feeling emotions. Yet, the erosion of power, even as one of the 7 archons, could not be resisted. Zhongli sighed. After tonight, you shall depart again. One to you? In truth. Yi Chen did not wish to leave. Many memories remained to be reclaimed, but he had no choice. As the new school term approached, if he did not study diligently, he would lose his brothers. Damn that old bastard. Moreover, he sought to collect 4 divine hearts as soon as possible. Only then would he uncover many secrets. I shall depart tonight, but once I'm on break, I'll return. At that time, I'll personally see you off at the immortal sending ceremony. Zhongli, feeling a desire to strike someone, contemplated for a moment and decided to reserve it for another time. While they conversed, a sudden tremor shook the shoreline. The imposing Hydro Dragon King led the charge, striding forward with a thunderous presence. The 7 Fatui executives lined up beside him, their demeanor resolute. Eye in the sky, Lu Yun. The wind-borrowing true monarch, and Dane floated above. Yi Chen gradually turned his wheelchair around, smiling as he greeted his companions. Harlequin, you've arrived. I thought you might be longing for me. The Harlequin felt a rush of alarm upon hearing this. Last time, it had been something similar. Damn it. Yi Chen, you can't possibly resurrect again, can you? Oh, Harlequin, you've made some progress this time, bringing along a few good brothers to join in the hunt for me. Welcome, welcome. The Hydro Dragon King, attempting to intimidate Yi Chen, was cut off abruptly. Shut your mouth, you wretched creature. At Yi Chen's words, the Hydro Dragon King trembled with fright. The surrounding Fatui executives were momentarily taken aback. Their formidable ally seemed unnerved by Yi Chen's remark. Something felt amiss. As they stared at Yi Chen seated on his peculiar chair, a sense of foreboding began to creep in. Just then, Yi Chen suddenly spoke, somewhat bashfully. Oh, Hydro Dragon King, I got a bit carried away earlier. I hope I didn't frighten you. My apologies, my apologies. Please do not rush. I have prepared a little performance for everyone today. With that, Yi Chen clapped his hands, and the wealthy Pantaro, the scattered soldiers, and the dashing young master Alia took their places between the 2 factions. Noticing this, Zhongli picked up his harp. As the music began to play, the 3 scattered soldiers commenced their dance with practiced grace. A melodious tune flowed from Zhongli's lips. Oh, chicken, you too beautiful. Oh, baby. Chicken, you too beautiful. Oh, baby. You are simply too beautiful. Oh, baby. In that instant, everyone stood in stunned silence. What? Chicken, you too beautiful? What on earth is this? Chapter 72. Murder with a twist. The clowns collapse in the dark of night. With the wind howling ominously, enemies faced each other, the atmosphere heavy with foreboding. It was evident that a fierce battle was about to commence. Suddenly, 3 individuals erupted into a fervent dance between the 2 factions, while Zhongli's melodious voice resonated, singing, Chicken, you're too beautiful. Anyone witnessing this spectacle would be left utterly bewildered. A formidable assembly emerged, including the surviving Ruochuo Dragon King from the demon god, Dane, who had struggled with hatred for 5 centuries, the ancient adept of Liua, Liyun Jiefeng Jinjuan, and the ruthless 7 harbingers of the Fatui. They had encountered countless bloody scenes in their time, yet none prepared them for this absurdity. Some were astonished, while others were taken aback. Ruochuo Dragon King was clearly gripped by fear. Yi Chen, we are here to kill you. What on earth are you doing? The Fatui harbingers drew their weapons upon witnessing Yi Chen's applause. The clown whispered a command. If Yi Chen makes another move, we strike immediately. I, Clown Piero, have followed the Winter Queen into battle countless times. Yet I have never encountered such a farce. I am truly alarmed. On a nearby peak, Vinny held a wine jug, suspended in midair, his large eyes fixed below, dazed for quite some time. Yi Chen, there's no need for such extravagance. You actually had the luxury to have Morix accompany you? Suddenly, Vinny recalled something. Trembling slightly as he lowered his head, Yi Chen had previously mentioned that when they met again, he would dress as a girl to entice Morix. I don't want to watch anymore. I want to flee. But after some contemplation, he resolved to stay and watch, reasoning that he could escape later at his own pace. However, Vinny soon realized that Mondstadt felt far more comforting, as it was his own territory. On another peak, 3 stunning women widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene below. Kaching, you said this place was dangerous, yet the Emperor is singing. This song is even more terrifying than my slaughtering of beef. Indeed, today's events are proving quite peculiar, Ningguang replied, astonished. Ganyu, Kaching, the more I gaze at that person seated on the peculiar chair, the more familiar he seems. Yet, oddly enough, I can't recall why. Ganyu remarked, I feel the same way. I wonder if it's influenced by that novel, she added. Meanwhile, Yi Chen reveled in the Fatui Harbinger's dance, his peripheral vision scanning the group, his lips twitching as he struggled to contain himself. That Wei Chen clapped his hands. And Zhongli's song abruptly ceased. Instantly, the three harbingers were returned to his backpack. Upon witnessing this, the Fatui members collectively sighed in relief. The cursed song and dance had finally come to an end. Yet, as they turned to look at Chen, their hearts began to curse. The last time they had attempted to kill Chen, he had unleashed his crafted harbinger puppets against them. Now, he had retracted the puppets of the skirmishers once again. Facing certain death yet not going all out, it was as if he was brazenly declaring, "Brothers, I'm sorry, but I can still resurrect." After much effort to recruit three powerful allies, they had marched forth with great fervor to slay Chen, only to be met with the revelation that their efforts were merely a game for him. The clown's face was etched with despair. He had faced many formidable foes, yet none had displayed such audacity as Chen. Killing him seemed futile, yet they could not afford to let him live. If they spared him, the Fatui would be utterly toyed with. After all, they had just witnessed the harbinger puppets perform. Killing him was pointless, yet not killing him was impossible. Who could endure such a dilemma? The clown gazed at Chen, his voice lacking strength. "Chen, just tell me honestly, if we kill you today, can you resurrect?" Chen replied candidly, "Clown, we are good partners, good brothers that I truly cannot bear to deceive you. I can indeed resurrect this time, but I swear, this will be my last." Zhongli's lips curled into a charming smile. "Here we go again," he asked, swearing once more. "Clown, I've given you the answer. Even if you kill me, I will resurrect. According to physics, that's futile effort. Why not just leave with your people now? We can still be good colleagues in the future. Besides, I've contributed quite a bit to the Fatui. So how can you turn on a companion like this? It would be hard to maintain order. Wei Chen, you contributed to the Fatui. You might as well buy a coffin and bury all 10 of us inside." Yet, upon receiving the answer that Chen could resurrect, the clown felt a sense of relief, akin to being liberated after torment by a devil. It was preferable to the thought of Chen's corpse transforming into a butterfly and flying away. The clown touched his mask and coldly stated, "Chen, had you not created the harbinger puppets, I might have spared you. Now you must die. You can only blame your own exceptional nature. Today, even if you can resurrect, I will kill you again. Trust me, since we have the power to kill you once or twice, we can certainly do it 10 or 100 times. I refuse to believe you can keep resurrecting." "What if I can?" Chen mused, uncertain himself. "Clown, is there truly no other way? There isn't. You, Chen, must die. Wei Chen sighed deeply from his wheelchair. "Clown, your words truly wound me. We are brothers, as close as siblings. How can you be so ruthless? You know, I heard that after being a bachelor for over 500 years, you've been unable to find peace. For 5 centuries, with your qualities, how could you not find a wife? How pitiful. Now that you're an old man, I thought of finding someone for you. Clown, what a coincidence. I've actually found someone." The clown clenched his fists, on the verge of collapse. "We came to kill you. And now you're trying to play matchmaker?" Yet, knowing Chen's unpredictable nature, he hesitated to act. "I'll just watch you, Chen, and see what you are truly up to. Clown, do you know what your future bride looks like? Let me describe her. She is also a descendant of Kenria, with an oval face, a slender figure, a lovely voice, and a kind heart. Albeit a bit lazy and fond of sleeping, I think you two would make a fine pair. By the way, she also enjoys wearing masks, and her mask bears a character for greatness. I believe she seeks a great man, and you seem quite suitable. I don't know if you prefer men or women, but she is open to either, so you needn't worry on that front. Oh, and I just remembered, everyone likes to call her a hilichurl. She is special, and they refer to her as Great Wei Chiao. But for finding a spouse, it ultimately depends on your feelings. If you agree, she will definitely be fine with it." Upon hearing about the hilichurl, the clown could no longer contain himself. "Oh, you're finding me a bride and a hilichurl as well? Chen, have you finished your nonsense? It's time to send you on your way." The clown angrily raised his weapon. "Almost done. Just let me say a few more words. I heard your mission has a ridiculous code name. Kill Chen. Steal Zhongli's dog. Is that right, girl? It's called Kill Yi, all right? All right, girl. Don't say any more. It's all the same." With that, Chen patted Zhongli on the shoulder. "Brother, don't be mad. Just take care of the doctor later. This old schemer before us is actually a puppet. Zhongli, all right? All right. We've nearly finished talking. Let us get down to business. How do you plan to kill me today? Will it be like last time? A straightforward decapitation? Or do you intend to dismember me? After all, we were once brothers and comrades. Please be gentle. I'm quite timid, truth be told. Seeing that enormous worm terrifies me to no end." "Right," Ruochuo Dragon King. Should be so. I see that enormous worm now scares me tremendously. Upon hearing this, the Ruochuo Dragon King hurriedly took 2 steps back. This has nothing to do with me. Yi-chan. You brought me here. Chapter 73, Zhongli. Doctor, I hear you're here to steal from me. As the Ruochuo Dragon King took 2 steps back, the earth trembled with a considerable commotion. This sudden turn of events startled the harbingers of the fools. Their hopes of eliminating Yi-chan relied entirely on this colorful dragon. However, before any action could be initiated, a mere word from Yi-chan sent the Ruochuo Dragon King fleeing in fright. What an absurd situation. In truth, when Ruochuo encountered the harbingers once more, he contemplated whether to join forces with them to eliminate Yi-chan, seeking vengeance for past grievances while also hoping to bring home a little dragoness. After all, they were numerous and possessed substantial power. Yet upon arrival, witnessing Yi-chan's calm and composed demeanor extinguished that thought immediately. This version of Yi-chan, Ruochuo had seen many times before. Those who opposed him inevitably faced misfortune. Not to mention, standing beside Yi-chan was Morix, who was even singing a tune. How terrifying. And then there was the foolish doctor, who sought to seize Zhongli, a figure capable of shaking the very heavens. Moreover, Tevelin's master was watching the spectacle from above. This Dragon King was not foolish. Ruochuo Dragon King, the doctor began. We had an agreement. Help us eliminate Yi-chan, and I shall certainly craft you a little dragoness. If that seems insufficient, I could even create a pair of twins for you. Humph, this Dragon King embodies righteousness. I hardly covet a mere dragoness. How dare you, insignificant human, test my loyalty to my master with such trivial offerings? Do you seek death? Upon finishing, Ruochuo's face glimmered with thick crystal, and he extended his tongue, grinning sheepishly at Yi-chan. My lord, I harbor no ulterior motives. I am merely here at your behest to observe. Yi-chan understood the Ruochuo Dragon King all too well. This dragon possessed a rebellious spirit, which was why he would intentionally attempt to intimidate him. Ruochuo, how could I not trust you? Now, be off to the side. Yes, my lord. Ruochuo complied, striding over to a corner and obediently lying down, extending his large tongue in a rather servile manner. The harbingers, witnessing this, were utterly dumbfounded. This was the formidable ally they sought. And before the battle had even begun, he had already defected. Such supposed righteousness was nothing but a fade, as evidenced by his pitifully subservient demeanor. The clown glanced between Yi-chan and Ruochuo, his mind momentarily stalling that he instinctively glanced at Lu Yun, the true monarch of borrowing wind, who flapped his wings and landed beside the Ruochuo Dragon King. This gesture seemed to convey an apology, indicating that they were indeed on the same side. Then, this proud crane spoke nervously. Yi-chan, I have completed the tasks you assigned to me. Truly, Lu Yun, the true monarch of borrowing wind, proved to be more reliable than the Ruochuo Dragon King. Rest assured. I will never pluck your feathers again. Ruochuo gazed longingly at Yi-chan, wondering why he was not as trustworthy as this diminutive wild crane. The clown then shifted his gaze to Dane, who coldly responded, Clown, I cannot assist you today. Upon hearing this, the captain was utterly frantic. Did they intend to mock him, believing the harbingers were easy prey? The Ruochuo Dragon King twisted his neck disdainfully. Compared to our lord, you harbingers amount to nothing. Speak further, and I shall crush you beneath my foot. Hastily, he sought to appease Yi-chan, realizing that his petty schemes had been uncovered. This was truly absurd. The Ruochuo Dragon King had played his part convincingly. So how could Yi-chan have discerned his thoughts? The clown was infuriated. Anyone would feel exasperated upon meticulously orchestrating a plan to summon 3 helpers, only to witness them defect before making a move. He could not help but look at Yi-chan again, despair flickering in his eyes. Why, Yi-chan? So today was all part of your scheme. And you intentionally toyed with us. Clown, Yi-chan replied. Do I seem like such a person? You don't seem like it? You absolutely are. The clown finally realized that Yi-chan was simply toying with them. This was the same scenario as before. Seeing the clown's disbelief, Yi-chan continued, I genuinely wish for you to kill me. This is no deception. However, I have a condition. How about you hand over the god heart of the Anemo Archon? Clown, you must believe that this deal will not leave you at a loss. I have but one chance at resurrection left. Should I die now? If you were to kill me again, I would be truly dead. Trading half of my life for a god heart seems quite profitable, does it not? As he spoke, Yi-chan produced a misty blade and held it to his neck. Moreover, I will not even require you to lift a finger. Simply provide me with the god heart, and I shall take care of the rest myself. Not only that, But do you see Zhongli beside me? My technique for creating clones was taught to me by him. And doctor, I know you desire it. I shall include him in the deal as well. Everyone present was left in a state of bewilderment upon hearing Yu Chen's words. Was this truly how it was to be played? They had come with the intent to kill him, only to find themselves ensnared in a web of despair, while he casually proposed a business arrangement involving his life. The clown's mind raced. Struggling to comprehend the situation, what he initially believed to be a meticulously crafted assassination plot had been completely unraveled by Yu Chen's insight. The hope of eliminating Yu Chen had dwindled significantly. Yet Yu Chen was now offering to trade his life for a god heart. To be honest, the clown found it rather advantageous for the Harbingers. After all, 2 of the 3 god hearts had already fallen into Yu Chen's possession. Granting him another seemed inconsequential, as once the god heart was in Yu Chen's hands, reclaiming it would be nearly impossible. Yet, the clown still sensed something amiss. The Empress desired the god heart, so why did Yu Chen covet it as well? What purpose did he have for such an item? While the clown pondered this, Yu Chen spoke again. Clown, I knew you would distrust me. Since you desire Zhongli, how about I deliver him to you first? Zhongli's lips twitched. He could hardly endure it any longer. I, Morix, the Emperor of Liyue, am being sold by you. Yu Chen, this is truly outrageous. As all eyes widened in astonishment, Zhongli slowly approached the doctor. Just as the doctor stood there in confusion, Zhongli grasped the doctor's shoulder. I hear you came to seize me. Now, let us be on our way. With that, he forcibly dragged the doctor away, leaving the doctor's clones in a state of sheer terror. Realizing they had no strength to resist, did anyone ever claim that Zhongli was merely an ordinary person? Chapter 74. Do not rush. Allow me a few last words. You can never predict what Yu Chen will do next. And this is the most fitting assessment from the Harbingers regarding him. They had never encountered someone so audacious. Everyone had lost hope for a second attempt to eliminate Yu Chen. Yet, he brazenly informed them that he intended to barter his life for a god heart. And not only that, but he was also engaging in coercive bargaining. Watching as the doctor's clone was dragged away before him, the clown was filled with a profound fear, for in that brief moment, as Zhongli brushed past him, he felt death beckoning him with open arms. Beyond mere strength, the clown was at a loss for words to describe the situation. Thus, even if it was coercive bargaining, he had no choice but to accept it. On the mountaintop, Vinny took a hearty swig of his drink. The spectacle was thoroughly enjoyable. The lady had presented him with the knife, and he had willingly accepted it. Now, the Harbingers had grown so arrogant that they dared to seize Zhongli. They truly did not know the meaning of danger. As for Yu Chen, he remained unchanged, perhaps even more mischievous than before. Originally intending to demand repayment from Yu Chen, he decided to leave after taking in the spectacle. After all, the thought of being caught by Yu Chen and forced into women's clothing, only to be coerced into seducing Morix, was terrifying to contemplate. Meanwhile, 3 girls stood with their mouths agape, astonished by the unfolding events. Ganyu remarked, Zhongli is the emperor. How can Yu Chen sell the emperor without any apparent anger? Moreover, he even assists Yu Chen. What is their relationship? Keqing pondered, why do I find myself feeling a sense of sympathy for the Harbingers? They are being utterly bullied. Ningguang mused, this method of doing business is entirely new to me. Yu Chen truly is a business prodigy that I should seek his counsel someday. At the very least, I could treat him to a meal without charging him. At this moment, Yu Chen watched Zhongli depart, a sly smile creeping into his heart. With his presence beside Zhongli, the latter was increasingly resembling him. He had even learned to take the initiative. When Yu Chen discovered that the Fatui Executive had dubbed this Operation Kill Yu Chen, Steal Zhongli, he began to speculate about the Fatui's motives for targeting Zhongli. It was not a difficult task for him. The Fatui Executive surely did not know who Zhongli was. Otherwise, even with 1,000-fold courage, they would not dare to lay a hand on Morix. Thus, the only explanation for the Fatui's actions was that, from their perspective, Zhongli possessed something of equal value to his own life, and this something undoubtedly had a connection to him. The ability to wield the evil eye was certainly not it. Aside from himself, no one in the world could squander it so freely. To simplify, it was a matter of energy conservation. As for why he could use it, Yu Chen speculated that the old rascal had hidden some power within the void of the eternal winter, and through the strongest rebellious system as an intermediary, he had manifested that power. Hence, it was highly likely that this system was merely a little toy created by the old rascal, possibly operational for over a year. Not only could the old rascal manipulate the elements of time and space, but he was also undoubtedly a master alchemist, far superior to Albedo. If it was not the evil eye, the only technique the Fatui wished to acquire from him was that of a special slice person. With this technique, the Fatui's strength would see a tremendous enhancement. Yi Chen had merely pondered this casually and arrived at his conclusion. Consequently, it seemed, the fact that the Fatui executives were so thoroughly bullied by him was rather deserved. Suddenly, a massive boulder crashed onto the dark beach with a thunderous roar, causing the earth to tremble. The doctor, hiding in the sea, stared blankly at the meteor falling from the sky, his mouth agape and unable to utter a sound. He realized that a very important sliced person had been obliterated. The doctor regretted it deeply. Who told him that Zhongli was merely an ordinary person? Such power could hardly be attributed to an ordinary individual. The continent of Teyvat would have long since perished otherwise. As he gazed at the meteor in the sky, he deduced the identity of this person. Zhongli was, in fact, the Geo-Archon, Morix. The doctor instinctively slapped himself twice. It dawned on him that he had been the one to speculate that Zhongli was an ordinary person. He had reviewed Zhongli's profile, which presented him as a mere street hustler in Liyue. Idly wandering, listening to music, and seemingly doing nothing all day, yet possessing profound knowledge and expertise. How could such an individual truly be just a street hustler? It could only be said that this person was concealing something. Moreover, Yi Chen's first visit upon arriving in Liyue had been to Zhongli, leading the doctor to surmise that Yi Chen's slice person technique was learned from Zhongli. He was well aware that Yi Chen could never master such advanced techniques in merely a year. Thus, he was utterly convinced that Zhongli was the one researching slice person technology. Yet, he could never have imagined that Zhongli would turn out to be the Geo-Archon. It was truly bewildering. From several thousand meters away, Yi Chen and his companions could distinctly feel the tremors of the earth, but the moment the meteor struck, the clown was left in a state of shock and confusion. He too had deduced the identity of the individual from earlier. The Geo-Archon, Morix, was still alive. Even more astonishingly, it seemed that he shared a close relationship with Yi Chen, casting doubt on Yi Chen's ability to kill him. At that moment, Yi Chen, ever perceptive, alleviated the clown's distress, saying, "Clown, in truth, I am not well acquainted with him. Like him, I am merely engaging in a transaction." The clown replied, "I do not believe you, but I must pretend to convince myself to believe." Otherwise, he should no longer entertain thoughts of bringing the Fatui executives to kill Yi Chen. They might soon become Yi Chen's puppets, which the clown absolutely could not allow. The clown firmly stated, "Yi Chen, this time I trust you, for no one can command that individual." The corner of Yi Chen's mouth twitched slightly, struggling to contain himself. Truly ruthless, even more so than himself. At least he would not deceive himself so diligently. It was terribly burdensome for him to force himself to believe in something he did not. Yi Chen smiled and said, "So, shall we proceed with our transaction?" The clown replied, Transaction. I shall now present you with the heart of God." No rush. Before I die, allow me a few final words. Is that acceptable?" The Fatui executive interjected, "You may die, but do not leave behind any last words. Everyone knows you can resurrect. Furthermore, if you leave behind last words, there can hardly be a good deed among them, which would count as our loss." The clown said, "Yi Chen, you may speak. First, after my death, you must preserve my corpse well and send it back to the eternal winter. For in my heart, the eternal winter will always be my home. Second, after my death, take good care of the rich man. Tell him I miss him. I still remember the first time I died." He joyfully pulled out the coffin from his backpack, a memory that will remain etched in my mind forever. Rich man? Third, although I do not acknowledge Sandrone as my son, he recognizes me as his father. A fact I am aware of. Therefore, after I die, let him kneel before my corpse to pay his respects, to make amends for his regrets. As Yi Chen concluded his third final word, the Fatui executives present fell silent. Their breaths held in prayer, hoping there would be no fourth. If there were, it would be their turn next. The clown even took a step forward, his wrinkled face behind the mask contorting into a forced smile as he cautiously remarked, "Yi Chen, this is the heart of God from the Anemo Archon. Our transaction is thus complete, is it not?" At this moment, the clown no longer bore the casual demeanor he had when first encountering Yi Chen, treating human lives as mere playthings, nor did he exhibit the arrogance he had when threatening and intimidating Yi Chen. Yi Chen accepted the heart of God, lowering his head to toy with it in his hands. His expression devoid of sorrow or joy, chillingly calm. Suddenly, he mused aloud, "Clown, do you not find that in your eyes, this world is filled with everything, yet lacks humanity?" Hearing this, the clown felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet, before he could respond, Yi Chen continued, "Just as in my eyes, there are cats, dogs, and chickens, yet there is no Fatui point one could sense the clown's heart constrict. Chen's serious tone instilled a foreboding sense of dread within him. As the chief executive of the Fatui, a man over 500 years old, he suddenly felt a pang of panic. It is indeed such a principle. Chen chuckled heartily. Is that so? Then do you believe it is fair to force me to my demise in such a manner? What do you mean? Having received the heart of God, you do not intend to renege on our agreement, do you? Did you not just tell me that one should be fair? The clown exclaimed. I cannot believe it. However, upon recalling the figure who had just departed, the clown helplessly realized that even if Chen were to renege, they would have no means to contend with him. The clown opened his mouth, but remained silent, eager to see what trick Chen had up his sleeve. If he could turn back time to over a year ago, he would have simply slain Chen with a single strike, reducing him to a pulp. Now he wished he could stab himself twice in regret. The waves surged. The damp sea breeze caressed Chen's cheeks, invigorating him. The experience of giving hope to the Fatui executives only to let them feel despair was an immense source of joy for Chen. Coupled with the rewards he had gained, it was doubly delightful that Chen suddenly raised his gaze towards the direction of the Lord of the Deep. Dane, there is nothing more for you to do. You may return to the abyss. Yes, master. Lu Yun, borrowing wind. Thank you for your cooperation. I vow never to pluck your feathers again. Lu Yun, borrowing wind, paid no heed, unfurling his wings and flying away without a backward glance. You think I will be fooled by your nonsense? The first time you stripped me of my feathers, you made the same vow, shameless wretch. Lord, am I free to leave now? Upon saying this, the Lord of the Deep trembled as he attempted to flee. Wait, I have not finished speaking, QM. I wanted to ask if you would accompany me in death, as I am about to perish. The Lord of the Deep wished for death. I asked there such a question? Did we not agree to be fair? If I say I am willing, would that not mean I must accompany you in death? I wish to express my unwillingness. You would indeed kill me. Wouldn't you? Thus, I find myself with no choice. My lord, I have erred, and I truly acknowledge my mistakes. You must not perish. This world cannot afford to lose you. Chen turned to the clown with a smile. Clown. Did you hear that? I genuinely wish to die. But if the Dragon King disagrees, he cannot bear to see me perish. Therefore, let us postpone my demise for today. Perhaps another day, I shall certainly die for you to witness. The clown was utterly distraught. Chen, you have delivered your last words. The heart of God has been collected, and the transaction is considered complete. Now, you tell me, do you no longer wish to die? In that fleeting moment of the clown's days, Chen grasped the mist cutter in his hand and plunged it into his own heart, only to withdraw it abruptly just as his heart ceased beating. A copious amount of blood gushed forth, splattering the clown's face. Maintaining a faint smile, Chen exerted the last vestiges of his strength to utter, Clown, I was merely jesting. With that, he tilted his head back, slowly closing his eyes, and succumbed to death. The clown stared blankly at Chen before him, instinctively wiping the blood from his face, utterly bewildered. Just a moment ago, he was convincing himself he had changed his mind and no longer wished to die. Yet the next moment, he had committed suicide. Was he playing with me? He disregarded the blood on his face and tentatively reached out to touch Chen's nose, reluctant to let go. Finally, he sighed deeply. Chen has died. The harbingers of the Fatui, upon hearing this declaration, could not help but exhale in relief. Chen, that devil, had finally met his end. Although they knew he could resurrect at this moment, they could not help but feel a sense of reprieve. Perhaps this truly was Chen's last life. One more death would allow them to be rid of this demon-s entanglement once and for all. On the mountaintop, Vinny tightened his garments, uncertain whether it was Chen's cruelty that sent chills down his spine. How ruthless, to take his own life so decisively. If he were to kill another, what mayhem would ensue? The key point was that if he wished to commit suicide, he should do so quietly. Instead, he had to toy with the harbingers in his final moments. How merciless, Vinny pondered. Perhaps it was best to return to Mondstadt. The matter of cross-dressing, should one be pressed, was not an option. Zhongli had not returned after slaying the doctor's puppet, and he was unwilling to witness such a spectacle. Chen, too, did not wish to return, fearing it would hinder his grand ambitions. After all, he had often expressed his distaste for the harbingers, yet he could not be content without exacting a taste of their own medicine. In summary, a single word. Despicable. 2 words. Truly despicable. 3 words. He even remarked that if the harbingers no longer wished to kill him, he would return to Snezhnaya and await their arrival at their base. That moment, Chen activated his substitute skill. becoming invisible as he arrived at the mountaintop where Vinny had just lingered, hands in pockets, grinning to himself. "Vinty, you mentioned cross-dressing. It is not entirely out of the question. I heard that. A chill ran down his spine. It turned out Chen had been right behind him all along. The Supreme Rebellion System. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the third heart of God. The host has received a reward, blueprint for creating a female puppet, along with the necessary materials. As the puppet is female, after its successful creation, it cannot be placed in the inventory to alleviate the host's burden. The female puppet, aside from her inherent abilities, will also possess mate attributes, excelling in laundry, cooking, serving tea, and foot massages. Congratulations, host, on obtaining all knowledge from the Sumeru Academia's rhetoric division, which can be comprehended in an instant. Chen gazed at the system's rewards, swallowing hard in disbelief. The fourth puppet was indeed a female, and a maid style at that. Imagining her slender waist and curvaceous form, Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. How I adore this. If I were to do something more with her. Would the original female not? I am not being overly ambitious. I merely wish to experiment. As for the second reward, it clearly compelled him to participate in the Sumeru Academia's entrance examination, for the sake of his comrades. He must go, especially since there awaited the soft and gentle Naya to have a female maid accompany him to study. Now that sounds rather extravagant. Meanwhile, the girl stood still, observing the lifeless Chen seated in a wheelchair, secretly relishing the moment. Finally, it is my turn. Chen, you did not anticipate this, did you? This time, it is not a puppet. Humph, with me around. Let us see how those sirens managed to seduce you. Chapter 76. The first encounter with the girl. Truly entertaining. Upon confirming Chen's demise, the Dragon King was the first to flee. Terrifying. After so many years apart, Chen's methods had become increasingly fearsome. Even in death, he remained a source of dread. Those unfortunate harbingers must now be cautious around him. Whoever becomes entangled with Chen will undoubtedly face misfortune. Upon returning, he resolved to hide within the Vuren tree, refusing to emerge, no matter what. He no longer desired any small dragon or trinkets. Preserving his draconic life was paramount. Meanwhile, the harbingers were faced with a dilemma regarding Chen's corpse. The rooster, clown, shall we truly arrange Chen's body according to his last words? The captain, isn't that obvious? That devil Chen can still resurrect if you fail to comply. He may create a puppet of you, and we shall see if you can survive his torment. The puppet, let us proceed as Chen wished. Keeping an escape route is also prudent. The clown sighed, enough of the bickering. Take care of Chen's body properly and return it to Snezhnaya. Whatever Chen intends to do, let him be that. We shall await his resurrection and, should the opportunity arise, eliminate this demon once and for all. If we cannot rid ourselves of him, I shall seek a means to communicate with Her Majesty. The last time Chen was resurrected, it took 7 days, which means that the time left for the Fatui was only 7 days. Upon returning to the Yuhang Hall, Zhongli conveyed the news of Chen's departure to Hu Tao. As soon as Hu Tao heard that Chen had run away again, she felt an overwhelming urge to grab this wicked man and punish him. After all, he had already sent his betrothal gifts and yet had the audacity to flee. In her frustration, she decided to hunt down Chi-Chi once more. This time, she was determined to capture that little ghost. Meanwhile, Chen, taking advantage of the tranquil night, hurriedly made his way to Sumeru. Upon traversing to the Teyvat continent, he was still a student and did not expect to find himself in a position where he would need to study again. It was indeed a painful memory. However, this time he was fortunate to have a young girl as a maid. With her charming demeanor, slender waist, and long legs, the thought of it made the journey seem less tedious. As for the knowledge rewarded by the system regarding the Academia's scholarly faction, it was akin to the packaged knowledge sold by Dolly. Yet being a product of the system, it was of superior quality. This knowledge encompassed genetics, pharmacology, anatomy, medicine, and even systematically instructed Chen on the art of creating deities. This was precisely what the Academia coveted most, a new god under its control to usurp the positions of the Grand Charity King and the Lesser Kuki King in the hearts of the Sumeru populace, thereby achieving complete dominion over Sumeru. In contrast to Mondstadt, Liyue, and Inazuma, Sumeru, known as the Land of Wisdom, had a ruling class that was utterly chaotic. Chen contemplated eliminating each of the 6 sages of the Academia. After spending 5 hours, he finally reached the small border town of Sumeru. Huaqinghua, he found what appeared to be a safe treehouse and decided to seclude himself there for 7 days of cultivation. Although his strength was already formidable, caution was still warranted. He planned to wait until the cooldown of his sacrifice skill was over before venturing out. The creation of the young girl was underway and should be completed by dawn. Yi Chen pondered his reasons for coming to Sumeru. His primary concern remained the fourth god's heart. Once he gathered all four, he would uncover the secrets of the old scoundrel from his past life. Additionally, he aimed to study diligently and restore his brother's formidable prowess. And then there was Nahida, sweet and soft. Furthermore, Yi Chen intended to deal with the 6 sages of the academia one by one. Not to mention the Fatui, he still needed to torment them, as he had yet to collect all 10 Fatui Harbinger's fragments. As he considered all these tasks, Yi Chen realized there was far too much to do, and he reasoned that a nap would be far more comfortable. Thus, he indeed took out a bed from his backpack and fell into a deep slumber. 7 hours later, the genuine young girl stood gracefully in the treehouse where Yi Chen rested. However, she was not a fragment created by the furnace, but a real girl. The furnace was incapable of producing fragments. It served merely as a medium, a ruse from his past life to deceive Yi Chen into believing these Fatui fragments were obtained as rewards through him. In reality, the fragments had been completed long ago, only to be rewarded to Yi Chen through certain tasks. The technology to create Fatui fragments was complex, and the key lay in acquiring the genes from the Harbingers. With Yi Chen's abilities from his past life, it would not have been difficult, yet he inadvertently discovered the profound affection the girl held for him. Aware of her impending demise, she was even willing to sacrifice her life to save his. Yi Chen, unable to bear the thought, proposed a challenge to the girl. If she could collect the genes from all the Fatui Harbingers, he would ensure that in the next life, she would be by his side as a maid. The girl, understanding the intimate relationship between Yi Chen and the Queen of Winter, accepted the notion of being a maid beside him. She even wished to help herself and the Queen in driving away the fox spirits surrounding Yi Chen. Remaining close to him would be simple, as she had mastered spatial elemental power in her past life, enabling her to perform spatial transfers. All the fragments of the Fatui Harbingers were hidden within the void. As long as Yi Chen completed the system's tasks, he would be rewarded with a Harbinger fragment from the void.as for the girl. In his past life, Yi Chen had crafted a scroll for spatial transportation specifically for her. Once he unlocked the girl's fragment, the scroll would bring her to his side, disguised as a genuine girl, masquerading as a fragment. The intention behind this in his previous life was solely to prevent Yi Chen from becoming too bored in Teyvat. Boredom would lead to despair, which in turn could drive one to madness, attempting to achieve things they believed they could, ultimately resulting in failure, although they did not exist in the same life. They were, in essence, one and the same. Yi Chen had perished in his last life due to overwhelming boredom. Knowing himself, he was destined to repeat those same patterns, resulting in an endless cycle of failure. Thus, descending into the Winter Kingdom, binding to the most formidable rebellious system, leaving behind countless fragments of memories, including the Fatui Harbinger's fragments, all served to ensure that Yi Chen would not succumb to boredom and choose a path of self-destruction. Of course, his past life had also left him with certain trump cards that he believed could defeat his opponents, yet he remained uncertain whether he could replicate those feats in his next life. If he failed, given his self-awareness, a stronger version of himself would inevitably emerge in the next life. One day, Yi Chen would prevail. Sunlight filtered gently through the lush foliage, illuminating the wooden cabin as Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. What greeted him was a pristine expanse of white. Instinctively raising his gaze, he beheld a languid yet affectionate girl standing at the foot of his bed. Yi Chen's eyes brightened with surprise. After a nap, he had not anticipated that the girl had been created by the furnace. The girl, fashioned by the furnace, was attired as usual, a black and white cloak draped over a lace-trimmed, ultra-short skirt. Her slender, fair thighs and curvaceous figure were displayed in all their glory. Adorning her black and pink locks was a pink wing, and her beautiful face bore an air of languor. Her features were adorably charming, her figure alluringly sensual, exuding a blend of purity and irresistible allure that surpassed even the fox spirits of Inazuma. Yi Chen, however, did not entertain any perverse thoughts towards a fragment, while they might share similar sentiments. The essence of a living girl was far more compelling. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel delighted as he rose from the bed, approaching the girl who stood a few inches shorter than him. He suddenly reached out, placing his hands on her face and playfully rubbing it. "Little girl, your lazy demeanor is truly adorable, far more endearing than that fierce girl from the Fatui. Did you know? I've longed to pinch that charming little face of yours." but you were always too fierce to approach. As he spoke, Yichen's fingers pressed firmly against the girl's slightly rounded cheeks, tugging at them with a sense of pride. The texture is quite nice, he chuckled. Who would have thought, little girl, that one day you would fall into my hands? I can already imagine how you'd look in winter, gnashing your teeth in frustration. Wishing to kill me. How amusing that would be. The girl maintained her dazed expression, her small hands hidden within her sleeves, unconsciously clenching in a fist that it was simply unbearable. Upon their first meeting, he had the audacity to bully her. What should she do? She desperately wanted to punch this rogue. Chapter 77, Realizing Identities. An interesting beginning. Initially, Yichen did not expect that the girl before him, a fragment, would be the true girl herself. Otherwise, he would have simply pinned her down on the bed. Ahem. After a moment of contemplation, he reminded himself to focus on his studies. Otherwise, his brothers would find themselves lacking. Yet, at this moment, Yichen felt a surge of joy. After all, having a young girl identical to a real person as his maid, with the freedom to play, was an exquisite feeling. Moreover, compared to the stinky men like Scaramouche, this girl even carried a natural fragrance. Unable to resist, Yichen pinched the girl's face once more. To his astonishment, she reacted humanely, furrowing her brows and saying, "Master, you're hurting me." Her voice, sweet and melodious, startled Yichen, causing him to release her and take a step back. Scrutinizing her closely, this Fatui girl fragment seems a bit different. Her voice is so charming. Damn it, this ridiculous furnace must be a lecherous contraption. What was the point of creating such a human-like fragment? Does it not know that I am currently indisposed? The girl secretly giggled. Humph, you dared to peek at me while I bathed, and now you've reaped the consequences. Just the thought of being fully exposed to Yichen made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Wow, this slice of a person can actually feel shy. Yichen exclaimed in shock once more. The girl replied, in response to my master, all my reactions stem from my original self. They are merely natural responses. If they frighten you, I can attempt to control them. Yichen shook his head. No, it's different. Your original self is fierce, but I prefer your silly demeanor. It's utterly adorable. Hearing this, the girl bit her lip, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, wishing she could bite Yichen instead. Humph, my original self is not fierce at all. It's just that you are too mischievous. As long as my master is pleased. Pleasant. This slice of a person is quite entertaining, far more so than those by the way. Could you remove your clothes? I'd like to take a couple of pictures to send to the girl. Don't be shy. After all, I've seen everything I needed to see of your original self. The girl felt her teeth almost shatter from the rage. This scoundrel, just as she appeared, he wanted her to strip and take pictures to send to herself. She was truly on the verge of exploding with anger. Master, my clothing is specially made. I cannot remove it myself. It requires your hands. She couldn't believe he would actually dare to take action. When Yichen left for winter, even then he didn't have the courage to approach her. If he truly acted, she would simply flee. After all, she had already stated that all her reactions originated from her original self. And she could even resist a little. Yichen blinked and suddenly took a step forward. I'm quite adept at removing clothes. However, upon seeing Yichen genuinely approach, the girl's body trembled with nerves. At that moment, Yichen sighed, forget it, since it's specially made. I want to remove it. I've already seen those two little things. There's no point. As he spoke, Yichen extended his sinful hands. If I can't take off the clothes, let us see how it feels. Hearing Yichen's words, the girl smirked slyly. Humph, I knew you were a coward. But to her surprise, when Yichen said he wouldn't look, he truly took action. She was caught off guard and felt his grip. The series of movements startled her, causing her to let out a small yelp and run outside. Her face flushed. Yichen watched her retreating figure, narrowing his eyes with a smile. He then began to curse loudly, old bastard. Damn you. You're cruel enough to send a real girl my way. If I hadn't been clever, I would have fallen into her trap. However, at that moment, Yichen realized that the girl willingly chose to be his slice of a person, even taking on the role of a maid. She truly liked him. He wondered what he had done to deserve such attention from her. Regardless, he decided not to dwell on it. Since she was simply a slice of a person, he would enjoy playing with her. The thought was quite amusing. Upon seeing the girl dart out the door and vanish, Yichen hurried outside, grasping the large tree of the wooden house, climbing swiftly up. The girl, having exited the study, arrived at a hilichurl camp. With decisive action, she flattened the camp in an instant. Ultimately, the unfortunate hilichurls bore the brunt of it all. That scoundrel Yichen, a rogue, he actually dared to touch me. After a considerable time, The girl composed herself and returned from the Hilichurl camp. From a distance, she spotted Yi Chun lying lazily on the grass, a blade of grass in his mouth, and she found herself momentarily entranced. Yi Chun's tranquil demeanor was rather charming. He was quite amusing when he bullied others, but particularly detestable when he bullied her. Humph! Seeing the girl return with a shy expression, Yi Chun chuckled. If I didn't know you were my creation, I might mistake you for the twin sister of a real girl. Your gentle and adorable appearance is simply too captivating. Come, sit behind me, and let me rest my head on your thigh. Yes, master. The girl obediently moved behind Yi Chun, laying her long legs flat on the grass, gently allowing Yi Chun's head to rest upon them. She remembered that her current identity was that of Yi Chun's servant. As Yi Chun rested upon her legs, occasionally turning his head, her soft hair brushed against her fair thighs, awakening an unusual emotion within her, making her wish to freeze time at that moment. Yi Chun smiled contentedly. It feels wonderful to have your thighs as a pillow, girl. If I didn't know you were a slice of a person, I would have brought you home as my little wife. What a pity. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, the girl's body trembled slightly. Yi Chun noticed this and felt his smile widen. It was different knowing she was the original. Yet, this time, he couldn't be blamed. The girl had willingly presented herself. Chapter 79. Old Bastard, where is your grave? Since the girl was sent by the old bastard, she was merely a girl, not the third executive officer of the Fatui Columbina, so there was no danger. Yet, Yi Chun found it difficult to adjust to a somewhat headstrong, sundara, and slightly adorable girl transforming into a dull slice of a person, lacking charm, akin to acquiring a cloth doll. Originally, he had intended to expose the girl's identity to encourage her to leave. Who would have thought she would not only stay but also willingly become a slice of a person? Yi Chun grimaced and lay back on the bed, feeling a bit tired. Girl, why don't you keep me company and let us sleep a bit longer? The girl glared at Yi Chun, gritting her teeth. Fine. Can the clothes come off now? The girl didn't respond. Instead, she began to unfasten her garments. Now, it was Yi Chun's turn to be bewildered. Girl, are you out of your mind? In response to my master, I'm not crazy. After all, you've seen and touched everything, so you can't expect me to let you have all the benefits without sharing. That's a valid point. So you've decided to cling to me? In response to my master, I am currently just a slice of a person. Yi Chun felt a surge of frustration. Indeed, she had truly latched onto him. The strong rebellion system. Congratulations, host, for successfully capturing the 12th executive officer of the Fatui Columbina. The second chapter of the strong rebellion system. The Academy's turmoil has officially commenced. As long as the host engages in actions detrimental to the scholars of the Academy, rewards shall be granted. Main characters of this chapter: Dr. Dator, the Wanderer. Supporting characters: the 6 sages of the Academy. With the Academy's turmoil officially beginning, the host regained control of the void device. Yi Chun stared blankly at the system notification in his mind, cursing the old bastard's ancestors as if they could rise from the earth. Fine. I suppose I'm also cursing my own ancestors. He was genuinely annoyed. What nonsense is this strong rebellion system? Clearly, it was concocted by the old bastard to fool him. As a transmigrator, he was well aware of the capabilities of the strongest golden fingers in novels. Thus, the old bastard devised a system to deceive him into believing he had arrived in the Teyvat continent, endowed with the eye of God and a system, truly a child of God. Then, he began to tempt him with various rewards. The sole purpose was to lead him down the path originally planned in his past life. He had agreed that upon arriving in Liyue, he could live life on his own terms. Yet the old bastard continued to dictate his path. Yi Chun understood that the old man feared he would follow in his old footsteps. Whether in his past life, the present, or even across countless reincarnations, he was still himself. Only he knew how he would choose. Therefore, to prevent him from walking the path of demise he had once traversed, the old bastard exerted immense effort to manipulate him. We are all the same person. Must you go to such lengths? Is that enemy truly worth your apprehension? Are you going to play that old trick of deception on me again? The strong rebellion system. The Academy's edition? Ugh, poor doctor and wanderer. Why do you two appear in every chapter? Yi Chun grumbled internally, while the girl had now only a lace camisole left, revealing glimpses of a celestial realm and soaring peaks. Yi Chun grimaced. Put something on. The girl lowered her head, her face flushed. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, she suddenly raised her head, glaring at him furiously. You scoundrel, you're playing me. No more pretending. I am the original girl. Not at all. Then give me a reason. If I say I can't, would you believe me? The girl's expression brightened at this statement. Can T? Really? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Then let fate take its course. When the time comes, even he himself will no longer dare to lay a hand on Chen. After all, if one can die and come back to life, what exactly is that? The clown could not help but let out a sigh, pondering that perhaps the best way for the doctor to pursue self-acceptance is through self-deception. It is surprising how low the clown has fallen to this extent. Everything must begin with a group of hilichurls and a scoundrel. Returning to the Fatui, the clown summoned both the wealthy and the wanderer to the Fatui base. Aside from the young master, who was still hiding in a box, everyone else was present. The wanderer was taken aback upon seeing Chen's corpse lying in the coffin that had not yet been cleared away. Chen, dead again, he exclaimed. No one replied to him. Could it be that he can still come back to life? Yet, still, no one responded. Seeing that no one was paying him any mind, the child stood by the coffin and began to curse. You bastards didn't even notify me when you killed my old man. Do you not trust me? That old bastard is dead. I should be happy. Why do I feel nothing at all? However, perhaps it is better this way. Now that he is dead, I won't have to do any more of that homework. His house is turned into a study now. Damn Xiao Ming. Damn good father. The clown interjected. Wanderer, please be quiet. Wai Chun has left you a message after his death. Upon hearing this, the wanderer plopped down onto the ground, his eyes, devoid of life, fixated on Yi Chun's corpse, rendering him speechless. You are truly kind to me. Clown, just tell me that I can handle it. What homework has Yi Chun assigned me this time? The clown replied. This time, Yi Chun did not assign you any homework. The wanderer stared incredulously at the clown. Wait, has he actually had a change of heart? It must be a misunderstanding, the doctor chimed in. Wanderer, aren't you getting a bit ahead of yourself? What does it have to do with you, you pervert? The wanderer retorted angrily. For some reason, he could not stand the sight of the doctor. That twisted individual. Clown, what message did Yi Chun leave for me? The clown explained. Yi Chun said that although he does not acknowledge you as his son, he knows that you recognize him as your father. Therefore, now that he is dead, you must honor him by keeping vigil over his body. I am not his son. I owe him no filial piety. The doctor wore an amused expression. Wanderer, if you don't want to show filial piety, that's fine. When Yi Chun comes back to life, he will kill you, and we will not be able to save you. What? He can still come back to life. Why doesn't he just die already? The wanderer cursed inwardly. He could not help but glance at Yi Chun's corpse, feeling as if it was grinning at him in a sinister manner, sending a shiver down his spine. Fine, I'll show filial piety. Once Yi Chun is truly dead, I will be free from suffering. After all, I am still young. I can endure until he dies. Yes, I will outlast this scoundrel. The wealthy man stared with wide eyes, nervously observing the clown. Yi Chun has now created 3 slice people. Aside from the young master, it's just him and the wanderer left. The wanderer stays cooped up at home, doing homework. I feel worse than the wanderer. I'm being tortured to the point where I can't even close my mouth. I have no idea what kind of weapons Yi Chun is concocting. Thick, hard, and even sprays urine. It's utterly disgusting. The clown reassured him. Wealthy man, you need not worry. Yi Chun has made any demands of you. He merely said you are unforgettable to him. What do you mean by unforgettable? That is even more nerve-wracking than demands. I would rather just show filial piety to Yi Chun. When he revives, torturing myself for a couple of days will surely drive me mad. How about this? I'll keep vigil with the wanderer. He is just a child. He will surely be scared at night watching over the corpse. I'll keep him company. The wanderer glared at the wealthy man, irritated. Wealthy man, don't even think about stealing my place. This is mine. Wealthy man, let us make a deal. We can keep each other company. If you have any homework you can't do, I can help you. The clown observed the exchange between the wanderer and the wealthy man, silently sighing. It was fortunate that he didn't bring them along to Li Yue. Otherwise, the Fatui would be reduced to just 8 members. The wealthy man fears death, and the child fears his father. Yi Chun, oh Yi Chun, even if you are killed in the future, my Fatui will become a complete mess. All right, wanderer, wealthy man, stop arguing. If you wish to keep vigil, then do so. Once the vigil is over, the wanderer and the doctor will head to Sumeru to exchange the god heart of the Dendro Archon with Nada. Upon hearing this, the doctor cast a meaningful glance at the wanderer. Little brat, do you really think you are strong? You are merely an experiment of mine. Both the doctor and the Sumeru Academia share a common aspiration, to create a god, with the wanderer being the experiment. However, the doctor never anticipated, or perhaps dared not to hope, that Yi Chun was currently in Sumeru, waiting for him to walk right into the trap, in Yi Chun's heart. if he had to choose to eliminate an executive. The doctor's position would rank even below that of the clown. Faced with the kind-hearted villagers who warmly welcomed him, the doctor, that beast, actually used all the villagers of this settlement for experiments. He even regarded the assistant who had feelings for him as an experiment. Such a beast deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Sumeru is the very place where Yi-chun intends to turn his blade against the doctor. Yi-chun was almost certain that upon obtaining Teyvat's god heart, the next slice person would be the doctor, and at that moment, Yi-chun would prepare to let the doctor experience the taste of being an experiment. Meanwhile, the wanderer was also filled with rage. He despised the doctor even more than he did his own father. Yi-chun, for no apparent reason. Clown, I don't want to go to Sumeru, I still have homework to finish. Wanderer, this is a mission. You must go. If you want to do homework, then take it with you. I'll do it. Chapter 81. Zhongli. Damn you, 7 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Yi-chun's substitute skill was once again off cooldown. During these 7 days, aside from researching slice people and concocting potions in the treehouse, he found himself thoroughly entangled with the girl. She wore a suspender dress and danced in front of him every day. The phrase she repeated the most was, "Master, you must be tired. Allow me to accompany you for a rest." What was once a sweet and pure girl had now turned into someone preoccupied with how to seduce him. It was utterly bizarre. Even more bizarre was that the more she understood that Yi-chun was not capable, the happier she became, finding it all the more amusing. Yet, she was utterly incompetent. While playing, she would end up crying, allowing Yi-chun to truly experience the myriad wonders of young girls in the world. One early morning, the girl appeared before Yi-chun, clad in a pink suspender dress. Yi-chun still could not reconcile her with the girl Columbina from the winter. "Master, did you sleep well? Would you like me to accompany you for a bit longer? Get dressed. We have matters to attend to." "Yes, master. May I ask what we are doing today?" "Girl, it seems you have forgotten that you are merely a slice person." The girl squinted her eyes and smiled softly. "I'm sorry, master, I truly forgot. I will get ready right away." Yi-chun shook his head helplessly as he watched the girl's retreating figure. He could not recall how he had made her fall for him. But there seemed to be something amiss with her understanding of love. She loved him and wished to possess him entirely. Even if her body had issues or was crippled, she still adored him. Even if she died and became a pile of bones, she would continue to love him as before. Yet, she was unwilling to let him interact with other women. If this were in Blue Star, she would be the perfect girlfriend. However, this is Teyvat. She had inexplicably fallen for a scoundrel like him. That he had to admit it. He was indeed a scoundrel. There was no way around it. After countless cycles of reincarnation, even if half of those cycles led him to find a partner, that still left 50 that he couldn't simply disregard them. I am a scoundrel, but I am a responsible scoundrel. If he had to blame someone, it would be that old bastard. Yes, blame that old bastard. The girl quickly donned her attire, still wearing that black and white coat, but today she remembered to button it up. Her body was not to be seen by anyone but Yi-chun. "Master, I'm ready. Where shall we go today?" "We are going to find a girl named Dolly." Upon hearing that it was a girl, the girl instinctively pouted her lips. Humph, she might be another vixen. Why are there so many vixens in this world? It's truly annoying. The girl could not help but ask, "Master, do you know her?" "I don't know her. I'm looking to conduct a business deal." "Master, I can handle such matters. Why don't you stay home and rest?" Yi-chun smiled and said, "My dear girl, are you wishing to return to winter?" "Ah. Then I shall accompany you." It was through the void device that Yi-chun learned of the necessity to undergo an interview to gain admission to the Sumeru Academia, which required a letter of recommendation, something he regrettably lacked. Thus, he resolved to seek the assistance of the illustrious merchant, Miss Dolly. In Sumeru, she not only wielded vast influence but also had numerous acquaintances. Among them was the Grand Sage, Sano. Although she had previously been apprehended by him, the two hastened their steps and soon arrived in Sumeru City. Strolling through the bustling commercial treasure street, along the way, they encountered the mechanical shops of Fontaine, the distinctive restaurants of Liue, the light novel stores of Inazuma, and quaint taverns. At the end of the road stood an opera house, exuding an air of prosperity. Yet traversing the streets of Sumeru imparted a sense of oppression. This was a testament to the Academia's handiwork. Even festive celebrations such as the Flower God Festival, honoring the birthday of the great Dendro Archon, were prohibited, akin to the ban on fireworks during the New Year. Yi-chun shook his head, dispelling the memories, and led the girl up the hill to find Dolly. Beneath a lush tree, he spotted a figure adorned with long pink hair, a jeweled hat, and a golden, shimmering attire. "Miss Dolly." Yi-chun waved at her, Grinning, ahead lies Miss Dolly. She has been sent by the Grand Sage Sano. Upon hearing Sano's name, Dolly gasped, "Oh no, Sano is back. Is he coming to imprison me again? We must flee. If I am caught once more, I will suffer a tremendous loss of my sparkling Mora." Dolly turned to run, only to discover that she was faced with a dead end. With a woeful expression, she pivoted back. "Ah, so you are friends of Lord Sano. Greetings. I must tell you, I share a splendid friendship with Lord Sano as well." Yi Chun stepped forward, scrutinizing the continent's most notorious merchant, and remarked with a smile, "Is that so? Such a friendship that leads to your imprisonment, I presume?" Dolly looked at Yi Chun with a puzzled expression. "Well, everyone knows that. Oh no, this is it. I am surely destined to be captured again. What transaction has gone awry this time? It seems every deal has its minor issues. Are you truly here to apprehend me?" she queried. "What else could it be? Does Miss Dolly think we ventured here solely to conduct business with you?" As he spoke, Yi Chun couldn't help but rub his hands together. Dolly quickly understood. "Business? Ah, splendid. What may I procure for you, esteemed lords? I have an abundance of offerings, and what a fine day it is. I have decided to make a transaction.